DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code TheFanLA. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code TheFanLA. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Yes, indeed. It is a Monday morning here in beautiful Southern California. And yes, you are listening to D. Fish and Decker live on the new 97.1 The Fan, Los Angeles, the voice of LA sports. D. Fish, welcome back. How was your Phoenix weekend extravaganza?
It was great. First of all, getting there safely and back is always
lovely.
That makes it lovely.
Yes,
on its own. And then, the team did well this weekend. In the high school event that we played and participated in. So proud of the guys. It was a great weekend. Everybody got home safely. All good, man.
Atta
Team
baby.
USA got a win. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they did. No, they didn't get a win. They waxed that ass is what they did. Oh, and yes, we will be talking so much World Cup today. We got Bill Reiter, host of course, DMAC and Reiter Afternoon Drive here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Will be joining us in the 7 a.m. hour to talk a little bit about that World Cup, by the way. So far, my teams 2-0. U.S. gets that win. Scotland. I believe Mr. Davies came on this show and said I was stupid for trading for Scotland. 1-0. They own Boston. They own Fenway Park now. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go ahead and check out what the Scots did at Fenway yesterday after the Boston Red Sox game. They basically took over the stadium and just kept soccer chants going for hours. Because why not?
Was there a soccer happening?
Not at Fenway Park.
It's a celebration.
They're just celebrating to celebrate because that's what the Scottish do.
Oh, okay.
And I love that. And yes, so far I'm 2-0. And my Spaniards, of course, are going this morning at 9 a.m. So we will keep you updated on those games and all games going forward. So plenty of World Cup today. We got to, of course, get to Game 5. The NBA Finals are now officially behind us. And D-Fish, I look forward to chatting with you about that because not only was it incredible, I want to we got to rank the last championships we've been dealing with because not only that, we had a Stanley Cup final that finally just ended as well. So much to cover with that. Not to mention UFC over at the White House. That was weird as hell, but that definitely took place. But more importantly, this last weekend, you went over to Arizona.
Yeah, where'd you go? Where'd you go, buddy?
I had a weekend. Baby, I had a weekend. I went over to Catalina Island. Now, those of you that don't know, Catalina Island is a lovely, lovely little beach community that is just off the coast of Los Angeles, 26 miles. You can get on the Catalina Express down there in Long Beach or at Dana Point or even down in a few other spots where you can get over to Avalon, which is the small town. There is a full-time living community. There's a high school there. In fact, their high school has sports teams. They play against other teams on the mainland. Real town here in California. Area code 310. That being said, it's not where you go to enjoy school. It's where you go to basically drink your life away for at least a couple of days, and that's what I did. But Friday night, get there, had to hit up a karaoke bar.
Okay.
I might have crushed karaoke that night, and maybe there's some video available. Not a big deal. I just got maybe a little hammered. Well, here's the thing. The guy wouldn't start the karaoke spot because there was not enough people in there, and I just kept looking at the guy. I'm like, we'll bring the people. He's like, no. I need to have enough people to start, or else it'll get embarrassing. I'm like, you don't seem to understand who's in front of you.
What'd you crush? What song?
I went with Rebel Yell by Billy Idol, and I sing that song better than Billy ever did in his prime.
Wow.
So dominated that, and I got on the mic, and you know what happened? The people started flooding in.
Brought in the folks.
That guy then thanked me. But here's what I didn't know.
Are we sure it just didn't go from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock?
No, how dare you? How dare you? They heard the pipes and they came on in. Also, it was more like 9 o'clock. it was the beginning. I didn't have a lot of long nights. I had a longer night on Friday night. But that being said, here's what I didn't know. And I don't know how everybody would react. Of course, I'm a supporter and obviously I have no issue with this whatsoever. So I had a great time. But I got there and I realized, oh, wow, there's an event going on the island. Had no idea there was an event going on. And I get there and it's Pride weekend on the island. And it's just, we're talking just so many DJ booths, a ton of people I flooded the island for a huge, huge event. And it's awesome because that means I'm drinking for free. Because I don't know if you guys know what I look like. Daddy gets free drinks at Pride events.
Oh, yeah. You get some buff.
I got to look. I'm their type.
Oh yeah.
So, D-Fish, you got to lean into it. These are free drinks that I got. Yeah. Daddy drank mojitos for free all weekend.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
And I had a great time. Sang karaoke. What a time. What a time. If you've never been to a Pride Festival, you've never actually enjoyed yourself. What a time it was.
I've gone to a couple, and I have a blast every
right?
time. Yes.
Dude, why are they better at partying than us?
We got to do better.
We really do got to do better. D-Fish, I'm telling you, go to a Pride event, and you'll be like, I've been doing this wrong my whole life.
I mean, I've been to Pride events
so
before.
You've been doing it wrong.
I don't necessarily remember drinking for free.
Oh, come on! You definitely have that look. Then just open up a little bit more. they'll buy you some drinks. Very, very kind, very friendly people.
Got you.
I had a great time on the island. It was fun, and oh man! But I will admit, I went to sleep on Saturday night at 7:30 p.m.
You had to pay for that pride. Huh?
I also golfed a bunch. It was a great time. Did you golf over in Phoenix?
No time, man.
Oh,
it was nonstop. We played like 4 games in like 36 hours.
Oh, you really know time.
Yeah, no.
It's probably for the best too. How hot is it over there right now?
Oh, it was like 112.
Oh,
yeah, it's hot.
I'm telling you, dude, when I played for the Diamondbacks, I wanted to play for anyone else just because of that. Because Phoenix, for a solid 3 months, is located a quarter mile from the sun.
Yeah, it's
It's
hot.
the worst. But that being said, we got a lot to cover. Not to mention the weekend that was for the Dodgers. We'll get into that, of course. Tried to tell you. No one listened. Don't sleep on them White Sox. Tried to tell you. Yes, they said I was crazy. They all said it, Raj. Got to learn the hard way, I guess. Dodgers dropped that series, so we'll get into that as well. But let's get into a little bit about the World Cup, man. What was your starting of the World Cup this weekend? U.S. takes care of business. 3 goals. No one saw that coming.
4.
Wait, 4 goals.
He scored another one after you said 3.
Sorry, I was very drunk.
Yeah, we had a game Friday, in Phoenix at 5 p.m. And so by the time, I got situated, the U.S. had already scored once. And then by the time I really turned the TV on and got comfortable, they had scored a second time. And you could just tell that they were the better team. But the energy, I never got a chance to play international competition for Team USA or anything like that.
Is that something you wish you could have?
Yeah. To play for your country and especially with the World Cup being here, obviously in Los Angeles for us, but in the U.S. This year, it just the talking about pride. I mean, it just has to be an amazing feeling as an athlete to be out on that field and just literally feel like the entire world is rooting for you. It's unbelievable to watch, and so there's no such thing as fatigue or you getting tired in a situation like that. You're just being fueled by the crowd.
Pure adrenaline.
And yeah, I mean, SoFi Stadium was electric, and I'm glad that Team USA got off to a great start. It was I feel like everybody was ready to question if they didn't play
They're
well.
ready to pounce on them. Especially, and also that name, because you and I we were discussing before the show, Pulisic.
Yeah.
And we talked about it with Davies last week. Is he him? Charlie Davies thinks he can be, but you got to imagine a lot of pressure on that cat right now, especially after the last World Cup.
Yeah, it was important to get off to a really good start to continue to build that energy and momentum that comes from playing here in the U.S. this year. That can win you a game. It can help you with an extra point that helps you advance. And Pulisic, I haven't followed his journey. I feel like I've just heard more criticism than anything. And then as we kind of, are diving into it on the show this year with, here at the station in 97.1, we're like, okay, this guy's only 26. So, how bad could he have been if he's only 26?
I know he had a rough year this year with his respective team, but he's a young cat. Last go around, he was 22. He was the guy going into it because we were covering it. We were covering the World Cup on Fox specifically, and it was wall-to-wall Pulisic coverage at the time, it felt like. So, this dude is apparently supposed to be the guy to kind of take Team USA to another echelon. But those of you out there that are big World Cup fans, give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. You tell us what you think. Is Pulisic the guy for Team USA? We want to know because, listen, we're watching soccer with everybody else, but I'm not a soccer diehard. I'm a soccer novice who enjoys sitting down, and especially during World Cup time. But I'd be lying if I said, I know everything about every single guy. I know who Pulisic is. I know that he's supposed to be the guy. But I also know we're kind of a mid-tier country when it comes to the game of soccer still.
Yeah, I mean, historically it wasn't or hasn't been, the most popular sport in terms of, especially at the professional level, right? I think youth sports and youth soccer, or, U.S. calls it soccer, it's called football around the world. I think it's always had a really great place at the youth level, but then because we really didn't have high level professional soccer in the U.S., it just hasn't been a part of our ecosystem. The thought process of young people aspiring to be world class soccer players when they got older, it kind of peaked in high school for the most part if you did play soccer, and then maybe some people that went off to play soccer in college, but
like our own Alex Curry.
Yeah, because there was no pathway to high-level pro soccer, you still just didn't have the same level of fandom, I think. And so the way the rest of the world has kind of been behind in basketball, like the U.S. is kind of behind in soccer in that way, right?
Yeah.
So, it's that type of timeline. And so we have to continue to accept the fact that we're going to still be behind at times, but just like the rest of the world is closing the gap in basketball.
And they are. And they've already closed the gap in baseball.
Right. So then that time is coming in soccer, and like the World Cup this year being in the U.S. also then helps to generate more inspiration for younger generations of youth players that then want to grow up and be like Christian Pulisic and some of the great players that they're going to see around the world, over the next month during the World Cup.
Do you think that's just because the MLS is not as... And by the way, this is not me knocking on the MLS. I know the MLS is a prominent league, but as far as the world of soccer goes, I know it's looked down upon compared to, say, like an English Premier League or La Liga or all these other spots. Like, it's unique to me, considering the fact that we are in the United States. We probably have some of the very best technology that is humanly available to us, especially when it comes to training and it comes to anything involving sport. But since in the U.S., football is so popular, because basketball is so popular, because baseball is so popular, it seems like those sports leagues have had just so many more years of a leg up, especially with the advent of technology. It feels like soccer just was playing catch up in the United States from day one, which the more I think about it is ridiculous, because there's a couple of World Cup commercials that really do kind of wake me up a little bit, because I was always told growing up, the reason why basketball is more popular with a lot of the youth, especially in the inner cities, because it's a lot cheaper to play. All you need is a ball and a hoop. Soccer, you just need a ball. That's all you need. You don't even need, you can set up anything as goals. So I'm shocked that soccer isn't vastly more popular here. Now, granted, like you said, maybe this World Cup being here will absolutely generate way more interest. Maybe young athletes will see it. But as we've discussed last week, youth soccer is so damn popular in the United States, especially here in Southern California. I'm shocked that we're not a flat-out hotbed when it comes to the world of soccer.
Yeah, but two things come to mind. One, the kids are watching. They're watching more experienced athletes, pro athletes, college athletes. Like they have to see like who they are represented in something higher in order to like be inspired enough and motivated enough to want to get there. And so, if you talk about, inner cities or underserved communities, like one, basketball is more accessible as a sport.
Very much.
Baseball and soccer, not as much, because there's no field, right? There's no space for...
That makes it a problem.
To play baseball or soccer. So that's why even baseball kind of lagged in the inner cities for a very long time.
It's hard to find a diamond.
Major League Baseball has really tried to make a commitment to get some academies and things going to get, baseball going again. But, soccer is a hard sport to replicate unless you have the space to do it. But the key component to me is just it's not having been able to see generations of men and women at the professional level to like for kids to be able to really look at that's where I want to be.
Yeah. Because we grew up on the Lakers. As much as the Galaxy has had success and LAFC now is very popular, we didn't grow up on those teams. No. We grew up on the Dodgers. We grew up on the Lakers.
So it's the importance of the Galaxy. Really carried the flag in LA for a long time. And LAFC has came on the scene, and they've almost kind of leapfrogged the Galaxy, but the Galaxy kind of built the ground floor for LAFC to come in on. And then you also have to, think about the work that the Sparks have done that cleared the way for Angel City.
Absolutely.
To come in, as women's sports in LA has been carried by the Sparks for 30 years now. But Angel City really came in and it lit LA on fire in terms of how excited people were for Angel City. And so young girls have to see themselves in these high level athletes in order to want to be like them.
And to know that it's
put
attainable.
The work in. Correct. And so that's what we've missed in the U.S. in previous generations. And thankfully, a lot of that has changed. Girls and boys can continue to look at TV, to watch highlights, to scroll on social media and see athletes that look like them, that are from where they're from. And that's some of the most important ingredients to kind of, stimulating a generation of not just the type of athletes, but the type of people. There are thousands and thousands of great people as well. It's not just the accomplishments on the court or on the field. These are great men and women as people as well.
Also, by the way, yesterday in the group stage, Germany absolutely obliterated Curacao 7-1. That's a good month of soccer based on the scores that I'm aware of. Ivory Coast, I was watching that game. Did you see any of that? Because this was wild. First goal of the match scored in minute 89. It was wild to watch, to see that place just go absolutely chaos. Sweden gets a 5-1 win over how do you actually say this country properly? Is it Tunisia?
Tunisia.
Tunisia. I've never.
Take out that syllable.
Okay, Tunisia. Where is Tunisia?
In Tunisia.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that solves that problem. Netherlands, Japan tied yesterday 2-2. And today we got Spain, the shortest odds in the entire tournament. They're taking on Cabo Verde, and then Belgium and Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Uruguay. And Iran takes on New Zealand. That is a full day of World Cup group stage matchups today. So we will keep you updated on all of those. Of course, we will be discussing this with Bill Reiter in hour 2, 7 o'clock hour. We'll be calling in to discuss all things World Cup, not to mention Game 5 in the NBA Finals. But I know we're short on time right here, but Game 5 of the NBA Finals, man. It's past us. We lived it. We've been able to digest it for a couple of days. And I firmly believe that the Knicks allowed the Spurs to have the lead in each game on purpose now. That's the only thing that I can come up with. I give up. This one, now granted, only what? How much were they behind at the half? Only 7 points, so it's not exactly 5 points. Okay, so it's not the same comeback as we've seen. Although the first quarter, the first half of the game, very low scoring affair for both teams.
I mean, the Spurs, not necessarily so much the first. I mean, I have it paused here. It's 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Shout out 824. And the second quarter of this game, and the Spurs have 31 points already. Mm-hmm. And then they scored 11 points the rest of the half.
Yeah.
And it just turned into an absolute slugfest, which elimination games do as you get later into a series. I mean, it's like you're boxing in a closet. There's just no room. Both teams know each other very well. They know each other's plays, et cetera. So, yeah, man, the Knicks got it done. I mean, I did not expect it to be over as quickly, regardless of which team. I think we all expected it to at least go 6 games. So for it to be wrapped up in 5 games and the Knicks just the confidence that they played with throughout these playoffs, their ability to kind of grind out wins after being behind by double digits and just continuing to play the right way, it's impressive. I mean, Mike Brown deserves a ton of credit, the coaching staff. These players, like you said, they don't have, if any guy that you just don't feel great for. I mean, all of their journeys and stories.
They are impossible to root against that team.
It's a really great team. They were connected.
Big time.
They stayed focused on just the winning part. It wasn't so much about individual stats and minutes played or how many shots I'm getting. They really just cared about the right things. And they deserve all the credit. The city's literally was on fire a couple nights ago.
Yeah, and by the way, that parade will be on Thursday. If there is one place on planet Earth I do not want to be on Thursday, it would be Manhattan, New York. I'm going to pass on that one because I have a feeling it's going to be bigger than probably, I don't know, New Year's Eve. It's going to be insane on Thursday in New York City.
But on Thursday it'll be planned out and organized the way New Year's Eve is. I'm sure they still have their issues, but it's very structured. The celebrations after they win, that is not planned out.
No, but yeah, you plan something for these are Knick fans we're talking about here.
but now the streets are gonna be armed and lined up with law enforcement and people ready to knock things out right away. 2 nights ago,
wild,
absolutely chaos and wild,
purely unadulterated chaos.
I don't know why teams winning championships turn into that.
Well,
I don't get it.
I mean, there's a lot of pent-up frustration on those Knicks fans particularly. So much so that Spike Lee, he was Mars again. That's how big this was. Spike Lee brought back Mars.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for Mars to come back for a very, very long time, and we will discuss that and so much more. And guys, coming up, tried to tell you, don't you sleep on them White Sox. Dodgers slept on them White Sox. Got their asses burned. We're going to talk about it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Next gen, the next generation of home comfort. Of that right there was Colson Montgomery with another home run. Young rookie there for the Chicago White Sox as they get 2 wins out of the 3-game set from the Los Angeles Dodgers on the south side. And by the way, I know everyone was shocked about it. I was listening to Brock and Alex as I was driving home from the show on Friday, and hearing Brock and Alex kind of even talk about it, it's like they're playing the first place White Sox, and they said that with absolute confusion. And I don't blame them, because the AL Central is a very, very quiet division, always is. It's a division that doesn't spend a lot of money. It's a division that rarely kind of puts out a quote-unquote winner, because, listen, the Cleveland Guardians often win this division, and the Cleveland Guardians, who very famously don't spend money, they usually are an early out in the playoffs every year. And it's not because they're not good. It's just, my God, they're very good. They're just not up to snuff with, like, the Rays, the Yankees, the Blue Jays when they're in it. So the AL Central has kind of become this afterthought, especially with the White Sox, who had, 39 wins at the point of last year where it was like 39-100 was their record at one point. This team's in first place right now. They're winning games at a very, very impressive clip. They win the home series against the Dodgers, which, by the way, yes, the Dodgers have some injuries, but make no mistake, so do the White Sox. The White Sox are playing without their key power hitter, Murakami, who is the Japanese phenom who's got over 20 home runs. They won without him. They bring up rookie Colson Montgomery. He's been doing some great things. He hits a walk-off home run in his major league debut last week and continues that streak going on against the Los Angeles Dodgers. But let's be real clear, a big problem for the Dodgers right now kind of reared its ugly little head, and that, unfortunately, is the injured list. We talked with manager Dave Roberts last week about the injured list and how much money is currently on the injured list. Let's go with the sexy names that we are aware of. We got Blake Snell, obviously. He had a specialized small surgery on his elbow. He is projected to continue his throwing program. He should be back sometime in July. Great news. Can definitely need him in the starting staff. Tyler Glasnow. Now, here's an interesting one, because Tyler Glasnow was kind of quietly moved to the 60-day IL. Now, he's having some back issues. He had to have some more back work done. He is likely going to start his throwing program relatively soon, but a back injury is always very problematic, and he was moved to the 60-day IL. There was probably a little bit of gamesmanship involved with that. We probably were able to retroactively put him on the IL to get an extra guy up to the big leagues so they can replace him. Bobby Miller still on the injured list. Gavin Stone, Landon Kanak. But the relief pitchers, this is where it gets a little dodgy, because Evan Phillips is still out. Brusdar Graterol just had another surgery. He's out. Edwin Diaz has barely pitched for this team. So the bullpen has been a little banged up. Despite its being banged up, it was, as recently as a week ago, ranked number 1 in Major League Baseball. Those numbers have come down a little bit because the Dodgers, the bullpen, have given up a couple of games. Solid outing from Emmett Sheehan yesterday until a blow-up inning. Unfortunately, the Dodgers can't inch back enough runs. And there's also the worry about Shohei Ohtani, who did not play on Friday night. He was a scratch from that game due to the knee inflammation. He played yesterday, of course. He went 0 for 2 with 2 walks. But listen, if there is a time to not worry about the Dodgers, in my opinion, it would be June 15th of this year. This is a team that can, and we heard Dave Roberts tell us, D-Fish, literally last week. He was very, very clear. We just need to be ready for September and October. And as we've seen these last couple of years, D-Fish, that's absolutely true. If this team is healthy in September and October, everyone needs to watch out. And by the way, they're still in first place by quite the margin right now in the NLS. They don't have the best record in baseball. It's still the Braves. But the Dodgers are going to be just fine. That being said, I wouldn't be shocked if they're playing some 500 baseball in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, the injuries will, over the course of a long regular season, the injuries will catch up to you at some point. They still have enough to get it done, as they have been, but if another guy goes out, has a reason to have to sit out a couple games, it just makes everybody's job harder. You don't have as much. I think more than anything, it's the defensive part of it. Like not having enough fresh bodies to rotate through, on the mound especially, to me is where, it really catches up. Like, I think the division is, like, that's always kind of the first step to, like, putting together a great season, because, and you tell me, in baseball, the division winners are, that automatically keeps you out of the wild card scenarios, right?
Yes, it does.
Right.
Yes, which is huge.
That's all.
And then, by the way, it's funny you say that because it kind of leads to that question. There was an issue with that early on because, those top two spots would get a quote-unquote bye, and then it leads to that question for you and me that we've been having, rest versus rust. I think baseball is very unique when it comes to this in a certain way. Not that basketball's not obviously very unique, but we saw the Knicks successfully buck that tradition of rest versus rust. We just watched the Carolina Hurricanes do the exact same thing. But in baseball, the only difference is that timing aspect. Being at the plate, kind of disrupting that timing, taking a guy from seeing live pitching every day to like 4 days off and then being in. I've always made the argument in baseball, the bye, it's not necessarily the greatest thing. That being said, if I have the option, I just played 162. You bet your ass I'm taking that bye.
Yeah, it's rest in the past in basketball had been what you wanted to strive for, because you did feel like it could catch up over the course of a series, and you anticipated that each series would be an absolute battle. And so the sooner you could get that battle over and kind of store up your energy and reserves for the next battle, that was kind of the goal. And so I think the Dodgers, by continuing to take care of business and protecting that lead in the division, that's kind of the first one to look at, to say that, okay, despite the injuries and the ups and downs, they're still going to put themselves in position to, to have a chance to be successful in the postseason. But June 15th is not the date to start analyzing every win or loss. We talked even a few weeks ago when we started, like, some of the batting averages and for Mookie Betts.
Mookie's not going to hit 150.
Yeah, like it's those things are not going to continue to happen. And as Dave Roberts, articulated, yeah, they're respecting the game. They're being professionals, but there's definitely not a sense of urgency at the highest level being created in the clubhouse or in the dugout. Like it's we're going to win games. We expect to win. We're pros. We're going to show up to win. But we're not going to try to put ourselves in this World Series mindset in June.
Definitely not.
And so, that does kind of matter in terms of, mentally, emotionally, how they're managing their energy, their focus levels. And, this is a team they've seen it all. There isn't anything that's going to happen this season that these guys haven't seen.
No.
And so, they just won a World Series being down 3-2 with 2 games in Toronto. That's not easy to do. And so there's not an insurmountable situation to them. I mean, we just saw the Knicks win the finals after being down by double digits in almost every game.
Wild to say.
And so, once teams that get certain experiences under their belt, yeah, there's really no panic. This Dodgers team they're dialed in enough to where they need to be. Let's not forget the other guys on the opposing teams are professional baseball players as well.
Yeah.
So sometimes they do hit the ball. And
we try to say it all the time. Hey, those guys on that team get paid too. They're pretty good. Yeah. By the way, that injury report brought to you by Ozer and Law, the injured worker hotline. By the way, the chat is going off, and you can get in the chat right now at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. But interesting right here. Good Karma Sucks says, thank God they stopped talking Cy Young for Ohtani. No, we haven't. I don't know what you're talking about. Christopher Sanchez gave up 5 earned runs yesterday. Ohtani might be number 2 on this list. However,
there's a Miz problem.
Yeah, the number 2 might be a wide margin because Mizorowski doesn't want to give up a run ever again. In case you don't know anything about Mizorowski, if you're in Los Angeles, you don't know the Miz, look him up. He's over there in Milwaukee. He threw a one-hitter complete game the other day. He struck out just about everyone and officially has thrown the hardest pitch ever in Major League Baseball history at 105 miles per hour.
I had 106 on my radar. That's what I read.
You read 106 on yours? Well,
Yeah.
Mine said 105.
And he was sitting at 100.
Sitting at 100. My very last at bat, I hit a walk-off home run, and it was a AAA game. Guy was sitting at 97 to 100. I was just doing everything I could to get on time to that because I don't know if you know this, 97 to 100 is really, 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 really fast. He sits at 100. 100. That's insane, D-Fish.
So when you say he sits at 100, that means like
Means his slowest fastball is 100.
Yeah,
that means that's his baseline is 100.
all right, Miz. Yeah, I mean, can't hate on that.
As of now, Miz is winning that Cy Young. We might need to do a new version of the upper deck of for Cy Young Award potentials in the NL. It might be the Miz 4 times.
It's fluid.
It's pretty crazy. All right, guys. Coming up. Do you ever remember a movie called Batman Begins? Because I believe it was on a list for both of us a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, Batman Begins is leading to a new list, and that list will be revealed coming up on the new mark of Top 5, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
All right, 97.1 The Fan. 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 97.1
That's right. Let's bring in the hype man Raj for a new episode of Top 5 here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
That's right, guys. You know, this day in 2005 is kind of where it really began.
Really did.
It really kind of did for these type of movies. But Batman Begins was 2005. Was released today, Fish and Decker. So it got me to thinking, you know, that kind of started the whole thing, right? Christian Bale, he did his own stunts and everything, but that started the successful run of superhero movies. So got me to thinking here as I reach all the way over here. What are your top 5 just superheroes, period? Your top 5 superheroes.
Very simple.
Ooh,
Very classic. D Fish.
What you got at number 5?
Go at number 5.
Number 5, I'll go with Spider-Man.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll go with Spider-Man at 5. This is going to be a tough list right here.
This is going to be a very, very tough list. It's not going to be without controversy because I love me some Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You know, I rage quit reading Spider-Man comics because I read one that was so bad. Ended a storyline after 10 years. It was such a bad ending. I stopped reading.
That was a wrap?
Stopped reading Spider-Man comics for a while.
Okay.
Number 5 for me. He is known as Barry Allen, sometimes Wally West, sometimes Bart Allen. The original, though, was Barry. Let's go with The Flash. The fastest man alive. So fast that he can turn back time, run into other dimensions.
Yeah.
Just an incredible, incredible power set. A lot of fun to read.
Now, the last Flash movie got a lot of hate.
Way too much. Way too much.
I didn't think
hate.
it was that bad.
Actually, I'm gonna say something controversial.
What?
It was good.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Flash movie
didn't
was
mind it.
good.
I didn't
With
mind
the
it.
exception is I could have done without the Christopher Reeve AI cameo at the end. Outside of that, I was fine with everything else.
Yeah. Okay, what you got at number 4, Fish?
Man, it's getting dicey around here.
It is.
I'm throwing Wonder Woman on the list, buddy.
Okay.
I'm throwing Wonder Woman on the list.
Yeah.
The gold bracelets.
Visible plane.
Yeah.
The lasso of truth.
Yes. I'm Wonder Woman is on the list.
Prince Diana of Themyscira, number 4.
All right.
On my list. The only superhero that exists that can beat the ass of Batman and Superman.
Oh, that happened?
She has done it many times.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, don't mess with Wonder Woman.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
She's a badass.
What's the, what island is she from?
Themyscira.
Yes, there you go.
Beautiful island. Would
you.
love to go there.
Yep, Tunisia's close to there. If you
Is
look
it?
up on the map.
Good
Yes.
to know.
Yeah.
The mascara?
Yes, the mascara.
All right. Your number 3 superhero, of course, because Batman Begins came out this day in 2005, folks, and that's where it really started with the superhero movies run, in my opinion. Oh, what you got, Fish?
This is gonna be rough.
Number 3.
This is gonna be rough.
I'm going with Clark Kent, Superman
At number
at
3.
number 3.
Okay.
Which sets up some controversy at
Wow,
1 and
at
2.
3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Superman cracked barely 3. Whew!
Yeah, buddy.
Number 3 is the Green Lantern. Why do I say the Green Lantern? Because here's the thing. DC and Marvel, both these companies basically have the same characters in both companies. Every version of both. Superman, they got a version of Superman over here. Batman, they got a version of Batman over here. Wolverine, they got a version of Wolverine over there. Like, they always copy each other. Except for Green Lantern. A concept so unique that they didn't even try to do it until like the 90s. Intergalactic space cops that can do anything with a magical power ring. Badass stuff. So great. Love me some Hal Jordan. By the way, the series Lantern starts in August on HBO
Okay.
Max. Cannot wait.
All right. Green Lantern there. All right, what you got your number 2 superhero, D-Fish?
Then did Ryan Reynolds do a version
He
of
did,
the
but let's
Green-
pretend that didn't
Yeah,
take
about
place.
to say, yeah.
We don't need to talk about that.
All right.
We don't need to talk about that. That was a bad movie.
Okay. I'm just asking. I didn't
Yes, that happened, but there's some things that need to be avoided.
It's like Jordan's Wizard years. We're just pretending it didn't happen, Fish. That's all. Just pretend it didn't
Or
happen.
as Draymond said, it was Chuck's Rocketeers.
Oh, that team was good. It
He actually was pretty good on
yeah.
Rockets.
All right, what you got, Fish?
Oh my goodness.
Who's ahead of Superman?
It's wild.
Ooh.
2 people, apparently.
Yeah, 2. I'm going with the Black Panther.
I love Black Panther.
Yes.
I love Black
Going with the Black Panther at number 2. Just, I mean, the movie itself, but
He's unbelievable.
oh my God. But yeah, what he represents, Wakanda, family, pride, history.
It's great stuff.
The city of Oakland, Bay Area, it's
Ryan Coogler.
Yeah,
like Ryan
tough.
Coogler does not miss. There's not a lot of directors that exist that don't miss, and Ryan Coogler is on that extreme short list.
All right. There
yeah,
you go.
Black Panther at 2, man, which is hard for me to say, but it's
Black
at
Panther's
2.
gold. Black Panther is pure gold.
What you got number 2, Cody?
The Dark Knight himself,
Yeah,
Batman, will be
yeah.
at number 2. No powers, no problem.
Yeah.
Batman is an absolute master strategic man who can beat anybody because he's just got that mind, people.
Gadgets.
Love it. Love it. That belt beats anything.
Yeah, yeah. I still like the clips I have on YouTube Instagram going around the original Adam, like the 60s ones. And how
My favorite, you ever see the scene where Adam West talks to himself, Batman, on 2 phones with Commissioner Gordon listening? He's like, why, Batman? I don't know what to do. You must do it, Mr. Wayne. Why? I'll think about it, Mr. Batman. It's great stuff.
Yeah,
Gold.
they got him dancing. He went to a dance
the
one time.
Batusi?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta love the
dancing.
Batusi.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
It's a real thing.
So, of course, Batman Begins is why we're doing this list. Who's your number 1 superhero?
It's the Batusi.
All right.
Batman is number 1 on my list. I honestly, man, I think this trilogy, kicking off with Batman. I mean, Batman
perfect.
Begins is like the way the timing of it though is. I really hadn't. I watched Batman Begin, but it was an afterthought, and it really wasn't until I watched The Dark Knight that then sent me back to Batman Begins.
Yeah.
And then I understood everything at a much deeper level. And then, of course, you go into The Dark Knight Rises as the third movie in the trilogy, but Batman was that dude, man.
You know why I love those movies? Because each movie is so much different than the previous one. The first one's like a samurai origin epic story. The second one is a hardcore crime thriller. And the third one is a war epic. It's just... like Christopher Nolan just gave you every flavor with some Batman in that. You can't beat it.
Yeah.
But it ain't number 1.
Who's number 1 for you?
Ladies and gentlemen, it all started in the 1930s with one character. Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Superman. Superman is the greatest hero of all time, and superheroes would never have happened if the first superhero, Superman, was not created. The greatest stuff possible. The greatest disguise in the history of the world. Trust me. I love me some good old-fashioned black horn rim glasses. And dude, Superman. Even the movie, Superman the movie in the 70s with Christopher Reeve. It
was great.
As much as we want to say Batman Begins started it all, Christopher Reeve really started it all in the 70s, man. So much so, we couldn't do another Superman movie for like 30 years because we couldn't find another Christopher Reeves. Love me some Superman.
Great movie. Superman 2 was great. I liked General Zod and those guys.
Kneel before Zod.
Yeah. And then, of course, Richard Pryor kind of derailed.
We don't need to talk about that. Richard Pryor did, with the exception of Superman, Richard Pryor had a flawless career. Superman 3 was not our highlight, to say the least.
Well, there you go.
Are there any superhero movies that you're looking forward to this summer? Like, there's some good ones coming out. Spider-Man on your list? I mean, Spider-Man 4, I'm looking forward to Brand New Day.
Yeah.
That's going to be sweet.
I think for me, it's because of all the hype, it could be great or just could let me down. But the Doom, the way they're going to do this, Avengers with Doom.
You're scared of Doomsday?
Yeah, because they put so much behind it, so many things, and just it's kind of weird. And is it desperate bringing Robert Downey Jr. back as Doom? Like, how are they going to even explain it or not touch it at all?
They're gonna explain it.
You
better explain it.
Yeah,
That's all we've been talking about for 2 years.
I'm still confused about that. I need explanation.
Yeah, if it just shows up and it's Robert Downey Jr., we're like, don't worry about it. I got a problem.
Yeah.
You better explain
I'm a little
that.
worried. So how they explain it, if it works. But that's the one I think I'm most excited for, personally.
What's the release date on that one?
December 15th or something like that. It comes out the same day as Dune 3.
Why are we talking about this?
Because it's superhero stuff. We got plenty before that.
That's a long time.
I know. We got lanterns to
December?
come out. We got
It's in December.
We got Supergirl coming out this month. Dude, Jason Momoa is playing Lobo. You bet your ass I'm seeing that.
Yeah, that could have potential to be bad. I can just tell.
Why?
Like that.
Oh, yeah, this one's starring a girl.
No,
Raj
it's not about
doesn't
a
like
girl.
that.
It's not about a girl. That has nothing to do with it. No, that's not about it. But just like the Wonder Woman 1984, like you could see
wait,
that was
wait.
going to be.
That's
No,
it, yeah.
to be fair, the first Wonder Woman movie, an absolute banger. Wonder Woman 84, that was a real piece of crap.
Yeah,
that was
bad.
That was such a letdown. I really wanted it to be good. All right, guys, we got lots to cover today. Coming up, we got Bill Reiter coming to join us, host, of course, D-Mac and Reiter in our afternoon show here on the new 97.1 The Fan. He'll be joining us to talk all things World Cup and NBA Finals. We got to talk about the Dodgers and the weekend that was, and of course, Game 5 of the NBA Finals is behind us. And what's more annoying to you, the narratives or just New York Knicks fans to begin with? We got lots to discuss and only 3 hours to do it right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan LA, the home of LA sports. 855-97-LA-FAN. That is our phone number, 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you, Los Angeles, on your morning commute, and maybe you're taking us on the go right now on the Odyssey app, maybe on the iHeart app, or you're joining us live in the chat right now at The Fan LA. We do got ourselves a new poll over there. Hey, who's your favorite superhero? Talk to us, ladies and gentlemen. Is it Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, or Spider-Man? Right now, Superman is in the lead with 60% of the vote, but a lot can change if you guys get in the chat. And by the way, speaking of the chat, D-Fish, you just spent the weekend in Arizona, but you didn't tell me this. You drove back from Phoenix yesterday.
Yeah.
Dude. How was the drive? Because I've done that drive on the 10 freeway from Phoenix to LA so many times. And I will freely admit, not my favorite drive in America. Maybe one of my least favorite drives, except for one part. There's one part of that drive I really love. Before you hit the border of Arizona and California, there's a town in Arizona called Quartzsite.
Yeah, I stopped there yesterday.
You stopped at Quartzsite. I have never one time stopped at Quartzsite because I firmly believed to this point, until you tell me something different, that it's not a town. It's just like billboards and a set. There's no way anyone lives there. There's no way.
I mean, there didn't seem to be a lot there. I mean, it was just gas stations.
Yeah, like you ever see Blazing Saddles?
Joints. Yes.
You remember when they were having the battle on the film set at the end of the movie?
Yeah.
That's what I feel like Quartzsite must be.
I mean, it might be, especially when you were going back and forth, as a player.
For spring training.
Definitely was that time.
I drove past that thinking, no, that's a town where like somebody that like is on the run from the cops. They dyed their hair because of a unique disappearance of their wife or something.
Yeah. No, that's very possible. It's very possible. It's gas stations, fast food joints, and there's a Tesla supercharger station that is there. So
that's handy.
A lot of people stop there now. So yeah, we stopped in Quartzsite, and it always gives, we got back in the van yesterday because a few of our players were in the van as well. So we got back in the van, and one of the kids goes, "Bro, I thought we had already been driving for 2 hours. It's 4 hours to go." And I was like, yeah. We have shaved off 2 hours.
Yeah, buddy.
It was 6 hours.
Yeah,
it's
buddy.
A 6 hour drive.
I apologize, Arizona. I know it looks close on a map, but that's far. It's a long ass drive, dude. I've done it so many times. And, it's a boring drive, but I totally get you doing the drive rather than doing the flight. Because I always argued with people like, why would you drive to Phoenix? Or like when I drive to Vegas, because I drive to Vegas sometimes. They're like, why don't you just do the flight? You're right that the flight is 45 minutes to an hour. You guys aren't wrong about that. But you got to think about this. In LA, it takes like 45 minutes to get to the airport. So there's 1 hour.
Yep.
There's another hour waiting for the flight.
Yep.
Then there's the hour flying.
Yep.
Then there's the hour getting out of the plane and getting there.
Yep.
So there's 4 to 5 hours right there. So 1 more hour and I can have my own car, listen to my own stuff, do whatever I want. I'll do the drive.
Yeah. For 1,000%.
I don't get it.
And you don't have to deal with people that think that you should never drive.
Exactly.
See, now, here's why I don't do that.
Let's hear it.
On the way out there, sure, you got all those things. If you're coming back on a Sunday, you're effed.
Okay.
That is not off of a big weekend. You're screwed driving. So I will not do that because I can't risk that. I'm not getting up early enough to wake up to beat the traffic. And then if you stay later, you got to get a room. So you either stay till Monday, but getting caught in that traffic that's not worth it.
That is fair. You got to pick your spots. I will freely admit that.
That's fair, Raj. But, I mean, you don't have a problem just rolling right. You can just get right on the 15 straight from wherever you just came from last.
Yeah, no problem.
No, it's not worth it, man. And I'm not in a condition to drive a lot of times like that.
That's fair.
Okay,
You're a little banged up. I get that.
Okay.
I get that. Speaking of banged up, I got all banged up this weekend over there in Catalina Island watching World Cup matches, watching the Dodgers weekend, and, of course, watching Game 5 of the NBA Finals. And I didn't know it was Pride weekend on the island, so I got so many free drinks. So, yes, I got really liquored up. Great time watching Game 5. What was your setup over there in Phoenix watching Game 5 of the NBA Finals?
Well, we were finishing our own game that we played in the tournament that we were in. And then by the time we were getting in the van to load up to get back to the hotel to watch the game, the Spurs were up 31-15. So then I'm like, okay, we're going to drive back to the hotel, 15, 20 minutes, get back. There was a bar and grill right across from the hotel.
Perfect.
And so by the time you get there, all the TVs are on, and it's 42-37 at this point. And I'm like, uh-oh, Spurs might be in trouble. They didn't take advantage of having that lead at the end of the first quarter. So
weird.
So this bar and grill had a great setup. Food was good there. They had TVs everywhere, like the epitome of, like some places call themselves a sports bar.
But
there's
like 3 TVs.
2 TVs in the far corners, and they're showing like the wrong sports anyway.
Always.
And
Always.
So this place had 50 TVs. I mean, it was TVs everywhere. Even on like horse racing, they had up on the TVs.
That's what I'm talking about. That's how it should be done right there.
Yeah.
No, I watched the game so I was going to stop. We did a full day of day drinking, right? Me and my group was at the beach, just crushing drinks. I think my bloodstream is mojito still right now. But we were there for a little bit, had a great time. Then we decided to stop at the one sports bar on the way there, but all the spots were taken, and we're just like, you know what? Let's just go back to the house. We went back to the house. We cooked up like a tri-tip, watched this game, and at no point from the first quarter on, seeing how the Knicks were playing, getting blown out at the beginning of the game, Wemby, who had more blocks in the first half than like the Knicks made shots, it seemed, for a bit there. At no point did I think the Knicks were losing that game.
Oh my God.
I was just I wanted them to lose this game, but at no point did I think the Knicks were going to lose that game. Simply from the simple fact that they were down, because this team can only play while down.
It seemed that way. They're all underdogs though. So it's almost like they play better from that position. Mm-hmm. Like they embraced not having success, being in an adverse situation, etc. So they got it done. They deserve the credit.
They do.
They are NBA champions, man.
They are, and we will talk more about that, of course, with our next guest joining us right now on the hotline. You can check him out every single afternoon right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, with, of course, D-Mac. It's Bill Reiter of D-Mac and Reiter. Bill, how drunk were you watching all of these World Cup matchups?
I was hammered.
That baby!
I was very, very drunk.
What was the highlight? Was it the drunkenness, or was it U.S. scoring 4 goals, or was it watching Raj cry because his Brazil team did absolutely nothing?
I mean, I had to play catch up because I had just gotten off the air, so I kind of was straight sober for the second half, and then played quick catch up for the U.S. men's national team game. But on the weekend, hanging out with Raj. The highlight was hanging out with Raj.
Oh, look at you. You just don't know that he's that much of a crook yet, like D-Fish and I know.
I'll figure it out.
Billy, talk to us about just like this World Cup experience in the U.S., man. I never got an international experience, as a player. And so just the fans, how these players are feeling about being in the U.S. and playing this World Cup.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I think the huge thing that we saw on Friday that I thought was possible, guys, but it's one of those I need to see it to believe it, is that the U.S. men's national team, they now consider themselves an international team, which is to say they believe, and they showed it against Paraguay, they believe that they are good enough to compete with anybody, because most of these guys and the difference makers we saw we're all dudes. God bless you. We're all dudes that have played abroad and have played in Europe. And so I think for casual fans, right, like be out partying and talking to friends of mine who are sports fans, not soccer fans, it was how are we this good? And for soccer heads, for people like me that really love the sport and watch it a lot, there was this realization, maybe kind of like watching the Knicks win the NBA Finals. Like, okay, I knew these guys were good. I didn't know that they were elite. And that's what it felt like for a lot of us at various bars and watching the opening game for the U.S. men's national team on Friday. Wow, whatever they do, these guys are good enough to compete, and now we can kind of buckle up and see what happens.
Well, and Bill Reiter, I got to ask you a very, very simple question. Is this an outlier, or do you really legitimately think this is real? Now, granted, I totally agree. Four scored goals was a bit shocking to, I think, just about everybody, but Is that game against Paraguay really going to lead to everybody thinking, nope, we're players now?
I mean, so you guys know how this works, right? Because you've played and you've been covered erroneously by media, and I have been media, and I have erroneously covered players and series where you're like, oh, I just saw this thing. This must be the way the thing is. So it is early. It's one game. I can just tell you what I think we saw, and we're going to find out over the next couple group stage games. Paraguay is, or at least has been, a very good team. They're not a world beater. They're not going to win the World Cup, but in friendlies, they have played and beaten some tough teams. They played us tough 6 or 7 months ago. They are really hard to score on. I mean, it's a legitimate challenge. It's a legitimate team. So I think it is real. At least here's what's real. The fact that Christian Pulisic played at a level with the U.S. men's national team on Friday that he really hasn't largely with AC Milan. The fact that Balogun, who had a brace, I sort of go through the roster of guys. The players we have who play in Europe played like European players on United States soil with the United States men's national jersey on. That's a different thing than we've seen in the past. And so, yeah, Cody, we need to see more, and they've got to keep it up, and they can't, as Pat Riley said, fall the disease of more after one big win. But I think it could be real.
What's the ceiling you think for this team after game one? I think prior to game one, everyone felt like the ceiling was the quarterfinals. And does game one give us any additional thought that this team could actually make a run? Yeah,
I don't think that they will, right? This is my sort of, journalism, realism comes in, just because the path probably goes through a team like Argentina. And, I mean, for me, I felt like you had to get to the round of 16 and compete in that round, or it was an utter failure. And I don't want to say that's a lock, but seeing what I saw on Friday, that should be doable. That should happen. We have seen really good teams that are not in the top 6 or 7 in the world make incredible runs. We saw Croatia do this a long time ago. We saw Morocco do it last time around. That's a really good team who just drew Brazil, but that was kind of their coming out party, and they were younger then than the U.S. is now. So it's really hard to do, but I also watched the Pacers make the NBA Finals a year ago, right? I mean, we've seen in baseball teams make runs that you would never think would do that. The Royals and the A's did it a few years ago, and they were not particularly impressive to start the season in terms of on paper. So while I think that's a very, very tall mountain to climb, we might be one of the few outside, and we're in the top 20, but we might be one of the teams that can make that kind of run. And the fact we're on home soil is a huge, huge advantage.
Well, of course, we are talking with Bill Reiter right now, the host of the afternoon show, D-Mac and Reiter, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And Bill, you ready to watch my team, Spain, the team you didn't pick today, win?
Unbelievable.
I won't trade them. I'm sorry. And by the way, I'm already for U.S. studying it up. Scotland wins a 1-0 game against Haiti. Baby, I'm going 3 for 3 to start the series.
Scotland too? Yeah, you're. I mean, look, so those listening on the draw that we did, I love Spain. It's my favorite team outside the U.S. men's national team. I actually have a kid, and when Cody got it, he started screaming I'll never trade it. And he looked at me with daggers. I was so sad. I'll say this: we can both cheer for España. They have the best player in the world in Lamine Yamal. They have the best midfielder in the world in Pedri. They are Argentina or France, depends on the day, are the betting favorites. It's going to hurt me a lot when you win this competition with Spain, but I'm still rooting for him, my brother.
My man.
Bill, who else is on your radar, man? Cody's, he's got Spain goggles on.
Yeah, I do.
But who else impressed you, in these opening few days of this event?
Yeah, I thought Morocco was really, really impressive.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you. That was perfect. That was perfect. That is my mid-team. I appreciate you. We rehearsed it perfectly.
They're good, man. I was watching that game with a bunch of Brazil fans, including Raj, and so I haven't told this to Raj till now. I was actually rooting for Morocco, but I did it quietly because I was surrounded by a bunch of Brazil fans. I mean, look, the game that was really interesting to me, and I don't know if it means anything, but was Germany, because they never play well at the level they're supposed to. They've kind of fallen off, and they didn't have much of a challenge just because of the team they play, but they put 7 goals that in that opener against, what was it, Carousel, who, I felt They just look so efficient, and that is a world-class team. And I think sometimes in these tournaments, you get off to a rocking start, it can get you going in terms of momentum.
Bill, we got to definitely go hang out and drink, man, because not only did you say Morocco, but you also said Germany, which is also one of my teams.
Look at you.
And so that, we're brothers somehow, so we got to go. We got to go hang out.
That a baby. Making friends, Bill.
They win.
So, Bill, another team that everybody's got their eyes on. You got France taking on Senegal. Talk to me. What do you got on France? I know a lot of people, they were shortest odds a few weeks ago, but now that Spain's got the shortest odds now, is France a team to beat, my man?
Yeah, so I think for me, if I could pick three teams and get $1 million, right, if I got one of the three right, I would go in this order. I would go Spain, I would go France, and I would go Argentina. France is absolutely world-class. They have the best player in the world, and the only question is, along with Lamine Yamal, the only question is it Mbappe, who typically is the sort of guy that they build this thing around, or a guy named Dembele, who won the Ballon d'Or, which is like the best player in the world a year ago, who usually plays on the right side, but plays in Mbappe's position on his his club team. They are so good, and they were a couple penalty kicks away from winning the World Cup 4 years ago. They're also really fun to watch. So yes, France is kind of like the Dodgers in terms of they might be the most talented roster on earth. They have the biggest stars. They have expectations to do well, and they almost won last time around. So this is the Dodgers a few years ago before the two-peat began. They're really, really good.
All right, Bill, I got to flip this thing to some hoops real quick and just get your thoughts, man, on how the NBA Finals wrapped up. New York Knicks, NBA champions in 2026. How do you feel about that? Are you stressed? Are you excited? Or do the Knicks suck to you? Like, talk to us. Let us know what you're thinking.
Love it. Yeah, I love it. Well, I thought Jalen Brunson sucked, so I lost my NBA card for a year. I'm one of 29 morons when he got that contract. He was like, this doesn't work. In fairness, the Dallas Mavericks were also stupid, and they made the decision. I just commented on it. I thought it was incredible. That is so. Let's go deep here. Leon Rose, who ran basketball sort of side for CAA, takes over that job. And Deepish, you may know him, but I know almost every GM. I don't know him. He's like J.D. Salinger. He's hard to. He's like in the CIA. This guy sort of builds this terrible culture into this remarkable culture, and then they bring in Mike Brown, and I love Mike Brown, but there were some doubts about what he could be as a coach, especially defensively, and everything clicks, and they go from being sort of mid-team defensively to elite defensively over the course of the year, and then you surround Jalen Brunson, again, who a lot of us, me included, doubted, with a lot of players that are very expensive in terms of draft picks and capital, which is not how we thought you were supposed to build teams. It works perfectly, and then Brunson in a closeout game on the road scores almost half of his team's points. It's one of the perfect team victories, championships I've ever seen, going all the way to the front office, the coaching staff, the guys. Obviously, OG kept them alive, or at least kept the momentum alive with the tip the game before. That is it's one of the most fun basketball things I've ever watched, because I was a neutral on that, guys. I wasn't really rooting for either team. And I just got to tip my cap to Brunson and to Mike Brown and to Rose in the front office and to that entire team. That is a hell of a construction of a basketball team, and they deserve every ounce of whatever partying they've been doing since they beat the Spurs over the weekend.
Now, Bill, I completely agree with everything you just said about this team itself, because I find this Knicks team to be maybe, and I'm not kidding, one of the most likable grouping of basketball players I think I've ever watched. However, I do not feel the same way about Knicks fans. How much time do you give them before they ruin this entire thing?
It's fair, because I love New Yorkers, and I hate Yankees fans. So the thing is, a lot of my friends are from New York, and they haven't gotten obnoxious yet. So there's a hope that it's all gonna be great. But they also they kind of deserve to be obnoxious. That is a long time in the wilderness. That is a long time to have your face just rubbed in your failure. So far, I'm happy for them, and I'm hoping that they just, they don't become like Yankees fans, which is to say the most obnoxious fans on earth.
Yes, they really, really can be. And don't worry, we will see it firsthand on Thursday, as the parade has been scheduled for this Thursday in New York City. So, Knicks fans, if you want to fly across country and get over to that, I strongly suggest you do, so you can all be in one place and be obnoxious together. Bill Reiter! Check him out every single day right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Afternoons with D-Mac and Reiter. My guy, we love you. Thanks for joining us, I say.
Thanks, guys.
The great Bill Reiter talking all things World Cup. And, of course, check him out this afternoon. You can listen right here live on the new 97.1 The Fan. You can, of course, listen to him live on the Odyssey app. And don't forget, you can check them out on YouTube, same as us, right here at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. You definitely want to check them out. They're doing a hell of a job in the afternoon drive and absolutely love everything going on here. What about them, Knicks, man? Like, the one thing I really liked about them winning on the road, and I mean this, I loved them winning on the road for this reason. Charles Oakley was there to watch it, and that was fun for me because obviously Charles Oakley cannot watch it in MSG because of egotistical billionaires not being able to get over things. Jimmy Dolan, specifically.
Oh, man. Well, he's a happy camper now, man, for sure. Both guys are. Charles Oakley
they better
and Jimmy
be.
Dolan. I'm still just... I just didn't anticipate the series going this way. Not that, you make it to the NBA Finals, you're capable of winning the finals. So it's not a shock that the Knicks won the finals. I just, I guess none of us didn't really see, the Spurs showing up the way they did, in a sense. That's more the shocking part. It looked like a team that was kind of destined to, buck this trend of you have to have experience and you've been there before and you have to lose first in order to learn how to win. And they seemed to flip all of that on its head. And then all those things kind of showed up in the finals all at once. And so that's the part that I'm still kind of swirling around. But then also to the Knicks side of it, they also bucked the trend of, you can't win with a smaller guard, and Jalen Brunson. All of these teams are looking for guys that are 6'8" with 7-foot wingspan that can play, all 5 positions and do all these different things. And the Knicks are rolling guys out there. Josh Hart's barely 6'4" on a good day. Jalen Brunson, small. Cat's not a great athlete. OG Anunoby is not a tall guy necessarily. And they just work. They just grind and they figure out how to get it done. And to me, they represented New York City in such a powerful way.
A brilliant way.
It lit the fan base on fire. They got guys that are culturally from everywhere. They got guys with just different backgrounds.
Yeah.
Landry Shamet was cut and then re-signed. And so it's a fitting ending to the season for them. And, man, congrats.
It's just, you can't root against that team. Every single name you just mentioned up. Each one of them is as more lovable as the last guy. And that whole Nova thing, just the fact that these guys played in college together is just...
And won a championship.
It's so wild to me. So it's a very cool thing to see. Knicks will get their parade on Thursday in New York City. And coming up, well... Talking about parades, we've had 2 with the Dodgers. Are we getting a third one? Well, we got to go ahead and preview this upcoming series that they got against the Tampa Bay Rays right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, you can join us in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Some arguing taking place right now in the chat, specifically about Dave Roberts and his handling of his weekend in Chicago with the Dodgers. And, of course, we do have the Dodgers coming back home against the Tampa Bay Rays. We're going to break that down for you momentarily, but it's interesting because what are your thoughts on this, D-Fish? You're a guy that played. You're a guy that coached at the highest possible levels. Seeing this is interesting because one listener is saying that he thinks that it was kind of embarrassing for Dave Roberts to leave the team to go to his daughter's graduation at Stanford. And I did answer back saying, listen, it's 162 games, and I don't know what to tell you other than simply this. Every manager at every level is allowed to do this. They all do it. If my daughter is graduating from Stanford, I'm going to skip Friday's game.
How could you, man?
He abandoned his post.
What?
D-Fish, he abandoned his post.
And somebody had an argument with this?
Hey, we can't take him seriously, D-Fish. He abandoned his team in the south side of Chicago.
Wow. Okay.
To go to Stanford. What an elitist.
All right. And is the so what is an acceptable reason to
I don't know.
maybe take a day off from work?
I don't know. I would think daughter's graduation would be pretty up there.
Yeah, I think that's at the top of the list.
Like he didn't fly to Atlanta to go to Magic City. He
like what?
Although Dom says it, if the Dodgers don't win the World Series, we're gonna remember this. One game in Chicago.
Oh, okay.
There's still like 100 to go this season. I think he'll make the rest of them.
Yeah, even if it was the last game ever, like it's what is he supposed to choose? Like winning another baseball game?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, he's not playing.
He is not.
So, yes, he manages the team. There are other coaches and folks that help with the decisions that are more than capable.
Yes.
Dave Roberts was your bench coach.
He is very good.
That also then became a manager. So there are bench coaches for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
There is one. I'm glad you mentioned that.
that also know baseball. That when he is not there, let's say he missed a game because he was sick. Let's say in 2020 when we were in a pandemic and maybe he had to miss a game. Bench coaches fill in.
Yep.
They do great work. It's why those guys become managers because they're capable of being managers.
Very much so. And usually, I don't know if you noticed this, Dodger assistant coaches have gone on to manage at places. Skip Schumacher.
Don Mattingly is now the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies.
McCullough.
After being the bench coach to start the season.
Yep.
So, I'm trying to be... I want to be nice here to our folks in the chat.
No,
and be respectful.
I think it's just one of those things where like, I understand what you're seeing, but pull it back a little bit.
I don't.
Hold on. I should rephrase that. I can put myself in a universe where I can see what you're kind of saying.
Okay.
But also, absolutely not.
No way. Like, not a chance. Not a chance. It's so because then you have to. Now you're getting into like, okay, so what if Dave Roberts' daughter was 5 years old and she was graduating kindergarten? He's supposed to choose managing the Los Angeles Dodgers over his daughter's kindergarten graduation? Yeah. Is it only because she's in college that it's an issue? Like, oh, she's old enough to go to graduation by herself?
Well, I can see that conversation will go great.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
I just don't.
Dad, I'm sorry, I can't show up to your deathbed. You didn't show up to my graduation.
Yeah, that's just not. I don't know if, I think there's a perception of what leadership is supposed to look like. Mm-hmm. That we were conditioned to believe. We were maybe raised on, a lot of us. Maybe our parents explained it a certain way. TV and movies make it look a certain way. But the best leaders in the world right now do the exact same thing.
Yes.
That there's not a shot. You wouldn't want to work for a person
that would choose to be at work over going to his daughter's graduation.
Especially like
what?
It's also a long season, and by the way, a lot of these guys got families. I think they understand.
Think about the type of person that you're working for. If they decide not to go to their daughter's graduation,
that's a psychopath. I don't want to play for
stay
that guy.
at the office and go to work.
If he's going to sell out his daughter, what is he going to do to me?
Okay, all
like,
right.
I'm clearly on the chopping block if his daughter's not even that important.
Got it.
So, by the way, congratulations, Dave Doc Roberts, for your daughter's graduation. Phenomenal stuff. I'm happy you missed that game.
Yes, we are. We are.
All right, now let's get over to the Dodgers taking on the Tampa Bay Rays, who are right now in second place in the American League East. By the way, Yankees been winning some ball games without Aaron Judge, still holding on to first place. Good news for the Dodgers, obviously coming off a tough series over there in Chicago. They dropped that series, but the Tampa Bay Rays just dropped the series as well to the Angels in Anaheim. And let's be real clear here. The Tampa Bay Rays, who are borderline like unbeatable at home this season, they are 24-9 at Tropicana Field in Tampa. No problem. They're playing in LA. They are sub 500 on the road. They are 17-18. The Dodgers can take advantage of that, but let's make no mistake. This team is really, really, really good. Junior Caminero having himself a monster season so far. And I think this is just going to come down to one thing and one thing only, and that's going to be the Dodgers pitching. Can they remain healthy? Can the bullpen get itself right? Listen, this has been the number one bullpen in Major League Baseball so far all season. It's been just about a rough week as the Dodgers gone 500 in this last week. Any concern for you or just June gloom?
Yeah, June gloom. I mean, the concern which we've talked a ton about, obviously, is just the injuries and the amount of bodies that continue to pile up there. Regardless of your salary, what guys are making, the best ability is availability. And when your players are not available, your team is going to suffer. And so the Dodgers are going to have stretches where, of course, they've been playing great baseball. They had not lost a series, I think, in over a month. That's how well they've been playing, despite the injuries. But yeah, it catches up to you, especially when you're playing against other really good baseball teams. You talked to us about the Chicago White Sox from your perspective, before the series started, how good they are and how well they've been playing.
And they're hungry, by the way. There's something to be said about that. You know what it's like for a team that's like been really crapped on for years, because the White Sox have been not just bad, they've been abysmal for the last couple of years. And I think those young cats and some of those veterans have real tired of being disrespected in that clubhouse.
As they should be. I mean, accepting losing is just not that's not it. And so, the Dodgers rolling into this matchup with the Rays, I mean, the Rays have been and are, again, this season, one of the best teams in baseball. This will obviously kick up the narratives around the difference in payrolls and what the Dodgers are paying and what the Rays are paying. And,
which is very different.
It's very different, but, they're both getting great results. I think the difference with the road situation to consider here is that the Rays have already been in L.A. for a while, or at least in SoCal, with having played the Angels
which
in the
is
series.
helpful.
So they've adjusted, like, people at home or listening to us on the move. Like, when you travel in pro sports or even in college sports now, especially for USC and UCLA being in the Big Ten, like when you travel across 2 to 3 time zones, it does impact your ability to just kind of recover. Your sleep schedule, your body clock is different. And so it makes sense why maybe sometimes the Rays would struggle on the road at times just due to some of those adjustments. But them having played the Angels, I think they've adjusted to this specific time and probably will play better. You can't overlook or underestimate the Dodgers. Maybe they did that against the Angels. We don't know. But let's anticipate a great series, great matchup between these two teams. And, hopefully the Dodgers can just continue to get healthy, man, and get guys back in the lineup.
We got some great pitching matchups. Tonight, of course, we got Eric Lauer taking on Nick Martinez. Now, if you're just going off the pitching matchup alone, give a little bit of lean to the Rays, as Eric Lauer is having not an amazing season, but doing a decent job. Got his win in his last outing. He is sitting with a 5.47 ERA. Nick Martinez with a 2.43, so that is going to be a very difficult matchup for the Dodgers today. However, this is a high-powered Dodger lineup. Game 2, Justin Wrobleski, which is great to hear and see. He's actually making kind of a faster start, kind of avoiding the six-man rotation thing that the Dodgers have been rolling out there. He is starting after missing the IL after that collision at first base last week, so that's good to see him back on the mound. He'll be taking on Drew Rasmussen, who's also having another damn good year, a 2.71 ERA. And then Game 3, pencil it in, Shohei Ohtani with his 1.06 ERA takes on Shane McClanahan, who has always been a Cy Young hopeful. It's going to be quite a series here in Los Angeles. The two teams that use the quote-unquote Rays model. And in case you don't know what the Rays model is, that is basically how each one of these teams develop their talent. Everyone looks at the Dodgers' money. You mentioned the Dodgers' money compared to the Rays' money. The one thing that both of these teams do is the rest of the thing perfectly. They develop, they scout, they train, they do everything right, these two organizations. The only difference between the Rays and the Dodgers is simply this. Dodgers open up the purse for the players. They just flat out do. And I'm giving, of course, the lean to the Dodgers at home in this series. It's going to be a good series. The Rays are a playoff team. I would not be shocked if the Rays win the NL East, and if they win the NL East, I wouldn't be shocked if the Rays win the NL. So this could be a World Series potential matchup that we could see late in October. D-Fish.
Yeah, that travel would suck.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
L.A. to Tampa back and forth for that series. But, I mean, the Dodgers were going back and forth to Toronto.
That is true.
But yeah, these two teams, if they match up, man, it'd be great baseball. They're both managed well, great young players on both teams. It'd be fun.
And the same managers that were, of course, in the 2020 World Series against each other. Guys, coming up, it is that time where we find it out. D-Fish? You ready to hit it or quit it? Good. Let's find out. Right here on the new 97.1, The Fan. That's right. Let's bring in our crooked hype man, Raj, and let's see if we want to hit it or quit it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
That's right, fellas. What's going on? Happy World Cup. Coming off the World Cup weekend, we got lots of exciting stuff. And grab my headphones so I can hear you. Hey, U.S. Marines, U.S. men's national team, their win over Paraguay, it delivered a record viewership for Fox, Telemundo. The Fox and Telemundo broadcast combined nearly 25 million viewers. 25 mil. Hit it or quit it on that, Fish. I'm getting popular out here.
Yep, I hit it.
Okay.
Love it. Really, really enjoy seeing those numbers, hearing those numbers. Again, man, you have to see it, to believe it a lot of times. In that, just in that number, there's families sitting around the TV, man, like generational viewership, ages from 8 to 80, watching the World Cup. Like it's that type of sport. So love it, hit it, all in.
All right.
Absolutely hit it. Next matchup is Friday against Australia. I cannot stress this enough. I want to see these numbers go up. If these numbers go up, I'm way hitting it because that means that's a rise. If this team can keep winning and keep the viewership going up, watch soccer here really blow up in a real fast way. We see it all the time when something happens like that, and I want to see U.S. soccer become an actual thing here.
What's an actual thing in your opinion?
I would like MLS to be a much more taken serious organization.
That's not going to get it.
Why?
I'll tell you, it's the people watching with the guys that are real fans that are out really watching these games are the ones on Saturday morning, meet me at the pub watching Chelsea or like English Premier League, that type of stuff.
I agree, but I don't think that's sustainable in the United States. Those fans will be there. I think this needs to get bigger for casual fans in the States itself.
Then MLS has to do better, like with better
I agree.
players, the better, like, of course you have Messi and those guys, but it's like the after 30 league, you know what I mean? That's kind of what it's called for those kind of players. Son, of course, playing with LAFC, better quality of player, better quality of play has to really be taken serious like that.
Completely agree.
All right. Hey, so the Norwegian soccer team, they shipped its own food to the World Cup because it doesn't trust American cuisine. So hit it or quit it on that, man. They don't trust our food, so they ship their own. What you think, Fish?
I mean, I hit it from the perspective of like I was on the team in Sacramento when when there was a food poisoning incident.
Right.
And so, you just
never know.
In these type of situations, you're trying to limit all the risk that you can. And so I'm assuming these teams are traveling with, I don't know, like chefs per se, but like people that their only responsibility is to make sure the guys are getting clean food. They're drinking and eating and all the things that they need to in order to recover. So this is not, that doesn't trust American cuisine. I don't know if they're saying, like, if they came out and said why, but I hit it. I wouldn't come here as a foreign country and leave like all the food and everything up to the visiting country. No way.
Yeah.
As a person that's done a lot of playing of international sport, I will say, it's not necessarily that they might not completely trust our food system either, which, by the way, that is their right and belief to have so. That being said, to kind of change it up when you go to a different country is quite jarring. It was tricky for me playing in other countries. Even a country is like probably more advanced than we are. Like when I went to Japan, even that was kind of like tricky because I don't exactly know what I'm getting, and it's just a different meal and diet than I'm normally used to. So I totally understand this from almost every side that they're possibly looking at this at.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Hey, guys, let's see. The NBA Finals, of course, ended with the championship going to the New York Knicks. Congratulations, guys. But Wemby did not shake hands with any Knicks after the Game 5 loss. Hit it or quit it, Fish. Have you been in that position, winning and losing a championship, like shaking hands at the end? What say you?
Yeah, this one's tough. My personality, more probably when we won, was to shake hands because I wanted my opponents to know like how much respect that I still had for them. Like in 2001 specifically, we beat the Sixers. Like the first person I tried to catch, as Iverson was walking off the court, like I chased him down.
Okay. To
make sure that we had an exchange in a moment and looked him in the eye to let him know how much I respected the battle that we just had.
Very cool.
Yeah.
How was his reaction, by the way, when you did that?
It was great. Obviously, he was hurt. He had carried the Sixers to the finals, and that feeling is hard to describe when you lose. I don't remember shaking hands with the Celtics after we lost.
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe we did. I don't know. I can't remember, to be honest. But I'm not. This one is, to me, this is a choice. Like, don't be something that you aren't. I'd rather a guy not shake hands, if that's who he is as a competitor, than do the glad handing and, shaking hands like it's cool when it's really not.
Yeah.
Like, if we off each other, let's be off each other.
Yeah.
And don't shake hands.
Yeah.
And then we can not like each other and just be competitive.
Yeah, like, was the question of, am I hitting it or quitting it that he walked off? Or
Yeah, like, do you have a problem with him walking off and not shaking hands?
I'm gonna quit it, I think. But like, I don't have any problem with him walking
At
off.
that
'Cause
octave?
I'm gonna quit. Here's the deal. Like, I feel like he'd be catching crap if he shook hands or if he didn't shake hands. I feel like Wemby would have been in a damned if you do, damned if you didn't situation, no matter what he pulled off, simply because he's the face of that team, and they just dropped 4 losses of comeback victories to the Knicks. I feel like clearly, you want somebody that was hurting that night?
Yeah.
It was Victor Wembanyama, so I have no problem in walking off the court.
All right. Hey, and let me jump ahead to this Monica McNutt. You saw, obviously, what she said with the Swifties. Well, she clarifies her Taylor Swift comment saying, I have not seen her all season at MSG. And then it went so far as now you got Jalen Brunson imploring Swifties to lay off Monica McNutt. So hit it or quit it on the Swifties. Just lay off Monica. What do you think? Gotta be careful.
I have no comment about anything that the Swifties have going on.
Better be careful. They might come after you, Fish.
Yeah, I'm good on that. I understand her point about not having seen her all season at Madison Square Garden. I understand the passion that the Swifties have for Taylor Swift.
Oh, they do. They do.
And so, yeah, I'm going to let that go right there. And
All right.
I do not hit it or quit it. I just acknowledge it as it is.
I ain't scared of you, Swifties. That being said, I have no problem with her being there. I do think they should lay off of Monica McNutt a little bit. But that being said, Monica McNutt, you got to know that they're always listening, them Swifties. You got to watch out. But here's the thing. I wasn't even that bothered by Taylor Swift being there. You know what I was bothered by?
Who's that?
Ben Stiller. Not that Ben Stiller was there, because Ben Stiller is a diehard Knicks fan. You see him at a lot of Knicks games. But did you see him after the game talking with the inside the NBA guys? He admitted, because they asked him the question, so how long have you been a season ticket holder? And he flat out said, and I quote, "Oh, I'm not. They gave me the tickets." You gave the ultra-rich Ben Stiller free tickets to be home while you're charging $20,000 a ticket to normal people in New York City.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. How did that get ignored by everyone over there? You're bringing up Taylor Swift. I bet Taylor Swift. Hell, she's getting married at the Garden. She had more reason to be there.
Yeah, no, that's real. That's real talk there. Hey, sticking in the NBA, Isaiah Thomas. Why y'all laughing? Let me get this. Isaiah Thomas, that's right. He accuses the NBA on NBC of covering for Michael Jordan. He said, quote, "It's very mythical. Tell the truth, not that BS." And that BS I'm referring to, Fish, he says the flu game was fake. He said that man did not have no flu. So hit it or quit it.
What did he have?
Hit it or quit it that Isaiah Thomas says that's some BS, that is still living rent-free in his head, apparently. But, yeah.
All right. I mean, I don't know about this one. I have too much respect for Isaiah Thomas in terms of, like,
running a team?
God, I love him.
Yeah, no, just being someone that I watched growing up. And we've worked together before on NBA, on NBC, on NBA TV. Like, he doesn't come across to me in this way when I'm around him personally.
Yeah.
So then when I see this, it's hard for me to understand why he chose to kind of take this approach. I quit it on doing this openly and publicly. I think if he feels this way, it's something you just carry. Like, the world doesn't need to know how you feel about what somebody else feels about somebody else.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, if they are, they are. If they aren't, they aren't. But who is it? Like, who are we to say what they should or shouldn't be doing? Like, that's not on us. So
I agree.
I'm not sure. I quit it in terms of, like, yeah, just throwing this out here like this. If you're not also going to say what the truth is, then tell us the truth from your perspective, and we go from there.
My man, I'm going to hit it, and I'll tell you why.
Tell me why.
Because Isaiah's an absolute legend. Absolute legend. Unbelievable, one of the greats of all time. Yet 30 years, and he can't get past this. He needs to tell you this, and it's just... I think it's just the most goddamn funny thing in the world that he can't... There's just... That a guy as good and incredible and legendary as Isaiah just in the back just can't accept that we love Jordan, and it just drives him nuts, and I think it's funny. I just think it's funny, man.
Yeah.
It actually, you know what? It makes Isaiah more human to me. That something bothers him this much that he has to tell us about it. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
And I love Isaiah. I hope he never gets over it. I want him to talk about this in 30 more years.
It's amazing to me, Fish. I'm just...
Me too. I was shocked, like when we were kind of talking about this possibly being, and hit or quit it, and I'm like, what did he say? Huh? and I was just
weird.
like,
in this defense, a lot of these quotes are taken after someone brings it up
Of
and
course.
asks them. You know what I mean?
So maybe he's kind of rolling off a little bit more. He's probably joking. He's like, man, get that out of here. That didn't happen. And then but in print, it reads this way. But since he said so many other things about Jordan,
No, he said very mythical, and he said it's not tell the truth, not BS. So he felt some kind of way.
yeah, no, to me, I think just in that situation, like you just go ahead and say, this is what it really was, and NBA on NBC is not telling you guys that. They should tell you guys that.
Yeah.
But he doesn't feel like it's his place to tell us, so then NBA on NBC doesn't feel like they need to tell us.
I'll never get tired of Isaiah hating on Jordan. It's just so funny. Guys, coming up, Austin Reeves. Is it real? Is he coming back? We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, LA 97.1 The Fan. D. Fish and Decker. You got Derek Fisher, you got Cody Decker, and all of you, the hype man Raj. We got Peyton on the ones and twos back there, making us look and sound better than we ever deserve. And of course, you guys can check us out live if you want to see our handsome faces right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Hopefully, you're joining us live right now at 97.1 on your LA driving commute as we speak. But if you're not, maybe you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, and check out the podcast after the fact, ladies and gentlemen. But we're talking everything under the sun. Of course, we already had afternoon drive host Bill Reiter, who is our host right here on the new 97.1 for DMAC and Reiter. We talked some World Cup with good old friend Bill. We talked a little bit about the NBA Finals, obviously. But now we got to look to the future, D-Fish, because the future is officially upon us when it comes to the Lakers and the things that they need to do, because the finals are behind us. Now we look to the following upcoming 2026-2027 season, and what do the Lakers do now? We see what the West is going to be going forward. We now see these champion Knicks out there in the East. Lakers got to make some decisions. And, of course, the decisions are surrounding two very specific names. One, of course, being one LeBron James, of which you and I discussed quite a bit on Friday. Rich Paul and him putting out the statement, basically saying they want to see what they're doing. They want to see what the Lakers have in mind, because if they don't convince him, basically what I was getting is they need to convince him not to ask for the max contract, is what I was gauging from that situation, which gets us to look over at this situation. Austin Reeves. My guy, what are we to do with Austin Reeves? And new intel is suggesting that the Lakers likely are going to make a very, very hefty max offer to him. The question is, how many years do you think this is going to be? Is it going to be a 5-year situation? Do you see the Lakers putting all their chips on an Austin Reeves? And if that happens, is that opening the door for a LeBron James return?
I mean, that second part of the question, I'm not certain on. I mean, I think the first part, the Lakers, it probably will take that 5th year to get him to commit to staying. Mm-hmm. Other teams around the NBA can offer him 4 years, the max, which, if my math, I think is around 4 years, 178. Whereas the Lakers could go at a 5th year and get that number up to almost, 230. And so, just that alone, I'm not sure, for Austin Reeves, like that 5th year is probably going to be what it takes to like convince him that the Lakers are really serious and not trying to also ask him to take a discount, in order to do something else. Whether or not that's one of the moves that LeBron wants to see in order to feel like this is the right place for him, I think it depends. I know LeBron and Austin obviously have a great relationship. They've been together for a few years. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't want Austin to get paid and be a part of what, the Lakers' future at a higher level. But whether you feel like that automatically means like you still have to think of this in the context of like a CEO running a company that like, they feel like they like a person. They truly enjoy working with them. They think they do great work. But there's a recognition that, okay, but is this move, is this decision, is this acquisition, if we buy this company, is it going to make us better than our competitors? If it's not going to do that, then we have to question whether or not it's the right move, right? And I think that's how, whether it's LeBron or the Lakers, like they all are thinking of it that way, right? Like, does making the commitment to Austin Reeves or to LeBron or to anybody, like if it's not going to make you better than your competitors, then what is the move about? And so, at standing here now, to me, yeah, the Lakers should re-sign Austin Reeves as quickly as possible at the highest number, but also the lowest number they can, right? Fair. Like make sure he feels valued and paid according to the production and what he's done and what he means to the team. But also, we just saw the Knicks win a title due to Jalen Brunson's long-term view
Very much so.
of like, no, I want to I want to come to New York and play for the Knicks, but I don't want to be here at the expense of winning. He had just left the Dallas Mavericks team that had basically gone to the finals after, he moved on. So he's looking around the league, seeing, okay, I'm going to need some other guys with me in order to do this. And I'm sure Austin Reeves, who wants to win, is thinking a lot of the same things. Like, yeah, he wants to get paid, as he should, but the Lakers also have to kind of paint the picture for he and his agent as to like, well, if I take a little less, what are you guys planning to do with these resources?
Big time, because there is also that aspect that's just ego driven. Which by the way, I'm not throwing on Austin Reeves. I think this can be said by any probably player in the NBA. There is a bragging right, and whether it's outwardly or inwardly, there is something to being saying, I'm a max contract guy in the NBA. And I don't think Austin Reeves woke up as a 15, 16, 20-year-old ever thinking that he was going to attain being a max contract guy in the NBA. And here he is with a legitimate opportunity to do so. And right out the gate, obviously worth looking at, well, can you do the Jalen Brunson thing? Is that an ego hit that guys would be very hesitant to doing?
It depends on the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we all have egos. The guys that are in the league now, they all have egos, but it depends on the guy, right? Like Jalen Brunson has an ego, as probably big as anybody's in the room, but he knows how to.
But he understands business.
Yeah, he knows how to manage it. He knows how to channel it in the right ways, and ultimately, holding the trophy. That's the bragging right. That there's a bunch of guys in the history of the league that can say they got max contracts. There's not as many guys on the list that can say they got a championship. So
Really isn't.
It's a shorter list.
It's a much shorter list.
And so you can do both. I mean, Austin is 27. There's a world where this is his last opportunity to get a max contract. So you could also see why he may not want to have a conversation that isn't about a max contract, because it may not come around again at this level, even though he's young enough to play for another 10 years or more. Are you going to be productive at 31 years old? Are you still going to be a guy that other NBA teams look around and say, we need to max him out in order to, get him to sign with our team or stay with our team? So we'll see how this plays out. It's all about the winning, though, at this point. If you're in the NBA now, the money isn't. That's not what's driving you.
It shouldn't be.
The guys up and down this Lakers roster are making more money than they ever thought they'd ever see, including Austin.
Absolutely.
At the current contract he's on, it's more money he thought he'd ever see in his life. So the new contract will exceed that tenfold.
Big time.
And, he wants to win. In every conversation, every interview, every post-game sound, Austin is driven by winning. So ultimately, his decision is going to still land there. It's going to be, yes, pay me according to who I am, what I've accomplished in this league, how capable I am to accomplish even more in this league. But let's figure something out that allows me to be a part of something really special, bigger than that.
Yeah, and it's just, there's also the aspect of I never want to sit here and suggest that I'm telling a guy to take less money, because I'm always very big on players getting paid their worth. I've always thought that, I will continue to think that. But you bring up the Jalen Brunson role and taking the mild discount over there in New York to help build a championship team. There's also the cachet of winning in New York. There's the cachet of winning in LA, and I don't think many people could speak to it as good as you can. Yeah, getting that amount of money is great, but also being a champion and being a champion in Los Angeles as a Laker, like you're enshrined in arguably the most famous basketball franchise, biggest fan base in the world, like forever, winning a ring here. Like if he wins a ring here, he gets free meals everywhere he goes. Doors are open for him. I've been places with Derek Fisher. It's incredible walking around town with Derek Fisher.
You're right. A lot of things have to go right, though, in order for that to come to life or come to fruition. And those things aren't guaranteed as much as your contract is guaranteed. And so, even if you pause for a second and think about the relationship he's developed with Luka Doncic, like Luka didn't feel like he'd ever play anywhere other than Dallas. Mm-hmm. And now Luka's in LA. And so players also have to keep that in mind, that it's a business deal. And all, the discounts and, looking out for the team, let's build a winner, let's build a title team, that's great. And you should have those aspirations. But ultimately, you can't rely on that because the team is always going to make decisions that's best for the team.
Yes.
Not really always going to put the player first.
Which is why players got to watch out for themselves.
So it's for people listening and watching, like, that's sometimes why players aren't as interested in having the conversation about less, right? Like, because when you can take less, you can. But ultimately, when the team is in the position to make a decision that is best for the team or best for you, they're gonna lean more towards the team majority of the times.
Yeah.
And so it's a delicate type of dance that you have to do. But where the Lakers are currently positioned, they can't really balk at getting this done with Austin Reeves. I think, again, his relationship with your best player, your franchise player in Luka, is at a really high level. We've seen what guys with like relationships and trust and continuity can breed in New York. Like 3 guys that played college basketball together have gone on to now and won a championship together in college, have now played together and won a championship in the NBA.
Which, by
together.
the way, this is not a normal thing. Like this is such
normal.
A unique thing that, like, that's why we were talking about this team being a team of destiny last week. They really felt like it, especially after that 29 comeback from behind victory. Like it felt like there's nothing that's going to stop the Knicks.
For sure. But in pro sports today, at least in basketball, and I'm not sure in other sports, would love to hear more from you in terms of maybe current players in Major League Baseball. When we talk to our football guys, we can pick their brains a little bit. But in basketball, man, like the closeness of those relationships and the team and the connectedness of the group, they actually do influence the outcomes. Like Oklahoma City Thunder's team, remember last year, all this year, like their post-game interviews, like 8 guys are standing behind the one guy getting interviewed. They're that close, right? They won the NBA title last year. We're favorites to win this year. Very short odds to win it again next year. But those relationships and closeness have really impacted their success. And I think Luka and Austin Reeves have that type of relationship and closeness.
And you don't want to get rid of that.
That you do not want to get rid of and or disrupt. So there's also some leverage in that for Austin Reeves and his representation, understanding how strong that relationship is, how productive Austin Reeves has been over the last 2 seasons, and, honestly, how productive he's going to continue to be, in particular, with LeBron for another year. But then it's the years after that Austin Reeves' productivity, the responsibilities, the usage rate could actually go up, not down. So you also have to pay for that, right? Like if you max him out or close to it and LeBron is still on the team, his usage isn't as high as you're paying him for because LeBron is still on the team.
Yeah.
So it's after LeBron leaves that also now it starts to align even more with like it's Luka Doncic with the highest usage rate, and then Austin Reeves would be the second guy that everything is built around.
By the way, this new 97.1 The Fan, D-Fish and Decker right here with you guys all the way to 10 a.m. this morning, just like we are every day, Monday through Friday. And we are talking about Austin Reeves and the potential contract that the Lakers are going to send his way. Now the question becomes, you're talking about like this team chemistry, and we just watched incredible team chemistry from the Knicks, obviously, and obviously incredible team chemistry also from the Spurs, albeit a more young team and less polished team, as the Knicks clearly showed that they were. The question now becomes, though, when you're talking about that relationship between Austin Reeves and that he has with Luka and how you build a team with that type of closeness, how do you do that as a head coach, a GM, going out to get the extra pieces that you need while also hopefully improving that closeness of said team?
It's subjective to some degree. I think from a GM perspective, it's important you have a feel and a sense for like not just the analytics and the stat lines and the productivity of the player on the court, but hopefully you have some intel and some diligence on who the guy is on the inside, the character, the integrity, the wiring. I think Marcus Smart is a great example, right? Of
God, I love him.
Maybe fans or people don't perceive Marcus Smart to be a guy that could have the impact that he really did have on the team this past season. But you're looking for those types of guys where Marcus Smart had been injured and out for the last few years, to be honest. Like, he had been in Washington, he had been in Memphis, had not played a ton of basketball. And so there's not necessarily a lot of reason to feel like he's going to come in and have the impact that he had for the Lakers, but he did. And so some of it is really being able to have a level of discernment and being able to evaluate and assess like how a guy can impact your team beyond just his shooting percentage. And Marcus Smart is a great example of a guy that was able to do that. So that's from a GM perspective. From a coaching perspective, JJ Redick is, he's a young genius. Like, he understands basketball at a really high level. I don't know if, I'm sure he prefers certain types of players. All coaches do. But I think he can figure out how to make it work with whatever you give him. Like, I think he's that gifted in terms of understanding basketball spatial awareness offensively, understanding how to manipulate defenses and what to do to take advantage of matchups, time and score situations. He's been great at all of those things. I think the defensive side of it is probably where it's going to be more nuanced this year in this offseason for the Lakers is how can they build a team that can score at the highest level. Anytime Luka's on your team, you're going to be able to score. Austin, bucket. So it's not really the offense. So I think from a coaching perspective, I would assume they're also looking at how are we going to balance this thing out defensively. Is Rui Hachimura a top priority this offseason as a free agent? How impactful was he to their defense and rebounding? Because those are the areas where they really need to improve. And so you're going to see some decisions made around the edges for defense, rebounding, athleticism, speed, and then, 3-point shooting so that Luka and Austin and then possibly LeBron, everybody around those guys needs to be spacing the floor in some way, whether they're shooting threes or they're putting pressure on the rim with lobs and dunks. Those are the types of guys that have to surround those three players with. So just look for the roster to be not necessarily overhauled, but there are enough free agents. They're going to sign a new handful of guys probably to come in and support the main two guys, whether it's Luka and Austin, and then if they can get LeBron re-signed. So they got a lot of work to do because
they do.
You're trying to do all of this and build a house that is just as valuable as your neighbor's house down the street, because Oklahoma City's house is built pretty good.
Real good.
San Antonio's house is built pretty good.
And only going to get better, probably.
And their value is increasing.
Well, it depends on how you look at the upcoming increase of De'Aaron Fox's contract coming up, because he is going to be the highest paid man on that team for the next 4 years. And I understand he was injured.
Not 4 years.
I thought it was the next 4 years.
It won't. For now, that's the case.
But you're right. Somebody else will sign.
Victor Wembanyama
will
is going to get a contract
new deal.
extension.
Sorry. As of right now, though,
yeah, correct.
He has the highest paid man for the next 4 years.
Correct.
That will change.
Yes.
And what are your thoughts on that, considering the fact of it was a bit of a rough playoffs for him, but he was a little banged up.
Yeah, I mean,
that ankle injury
was thinking
very
about
obvious.
this on the way in this morning, and maybe during the break, and maybe we'll come back to this later in the hour or in the next hour. There are not that many guys that in the NBA that were signed to a 4-year, $229 million contract extension. Mm-hmm. It's a short list. Breaking news: they don't sign guys to those contracts
if they're not good.
If they are not good.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox pretty good.
Just so we get that loud and clear, they don't hand out 4-year, $229 million contracts to guys that are not good. So sometimes guys may not play well. Mm-hmm. Sometimes guys don't perform up to their capabilities. But this idea that somehow, like, it's just an absolute waste, it's trash.
It's pretty out there. Considering what this guy has clearly accomplished thus far. And we knew going into the championship series specifically, he had an ankle injury. He had missed games.
Yeah, but it's part of why this works for the Spurs specifically, is because their best players on his rookie contract, right? The second highest player on the team, Devin Vassell, at $27 million, is not an all-star caliber player. So the Spurs have basically a roster and a salary cap of guys making $20 million and less.
Yeah.
He's the one guy above 40.
And it's just not the case over here in LA right now.
Right. But in the NBA, as we've talked about, with the salary caps, like 90% of the cap is the floor. So the Spurs have to have a certain amount.
Someone's got to get paid.
Somebody has to be the high number, while your younger, better players are on their rookie contracts. So over the next 2 or 3 years, this will flip, and Wemby will get a contract extension. Dylan Harper will get a contract extension. Stephon Castle will get a contract extension. And then you'll be 2 or 3 more years into De'Aaron Fox's deal, that now as that contract becomes more of an expiring contract, then things start to flip. And then he's more available for trade scenarios, draft night trades, different things that could happen at that time, because he'd be closer to an expiring deal. Right now, there's not going to be a trade market for him, and he helps their numbers work. And we don't, you don't give guys that money for nothing. And he still was the point guard on the team that just played in the NBA Finals. So clearly he's good enough to do that. Didn't play well in the finals, missed some shots, made some plays we all wish he didn't have made, whatever. But this idea that, this dude is just garbage because he didn't play well is just crazy to me.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Congratulations, De'Aaron Fox, and the money you're about to make, and probably another finals that they'll eventually get to in the next couple of years. Guys, coming up, Max Crosby, Reiter for life. That is what he told us after he came back from Baltimore. But is he? Is he? Because it seems that the trade market for Max Crosby has gotten, and I quote, red hot. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. You got D. Fish and Decker with you for another hour and a half right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, you guys can check us out on YouTube at The Fan LA. Join the conversation in the chat right now, as the chat has been going off all show long. And of course, it is that time, people. If you want some Sparks tickets, it's time to call in. And yes, we are giving away free Sparks tickets. A pair of tickets will be going to caller number 6 right here. If you give us a call right now, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. In a wonderful, wonderful celebration of the 30th year of the Sparks, giving away tickets all week long right here on The Fan LA. Give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN, and you guys can get your hands on a pair of Sparks tickets. All right, D-Fish, we got to talk a little NFL for you because you guys know me. I'm a diehard Raider fan. Have been since I was a young boy here in Los Angeles. Grew up going to the Coliseum, watching those games until they abandoned my ass in 1994. I didn't abandon them, even though they went to Oakland, and then they abandoned their asses too. And now they're in Vegas, which is practically a suburb of Los Angeles. So I think it's fair that we could talk Raiders on this station because there is a massive Raider fandom here in Los Angeles, California. And if you've seen the offseason the Raiders have had, it has been interesting. Quite interesting. First pick overall, Fernando Mendoza. He's saying all the right things. They go ahead and they get their hands on Kirk Cousins to be that quarterback 1A right now to hopefully lead Fernando Mendoza into his future. And then, of course, all of the rumblings and the intrigue of the new head coach search. We go ahead and get it. Kubiak is officially the head coach of this team, a defensive-minded coach. It should be interesting, just coming off winning a ring up there in Seattle. Then you add the drama, ladies and gentlemen, because it wouldn't be the Raiders if you didn't have a little bit of drama. Ladies and gentlemen, Max Crosby gets that trade over there to Baltimore. At the time, I was very sad as a Raider fan because I wanted to see Max Crosby be a lifelong Raider. He perfectly fits that Raider mentality. You know, a couple years ago when the Raiders were getting those victories and kind of making a little bit of a push, they were having those cigar parties in the clubhouse. I was yelling, dude, that's badass. That's as Raiders as it gets, D-Fish. Of course, the team has fallen to pieces the following 2 years, but Max Crosby gets traded over to Baltimore. Seems like it's done. He takes out a full-page ad, does the whole thing. He's over there getting his stuff done, his physicals, and all of a sudden, he gets sent back to the Raiders. Doesn't pass the physical, even though everyone was very well aware of the injury that Max Crosby was going to have. Now, Max Crosby back at the Raiders, and he was very excited. He even said, I'm a Raider for life, baby. That's what I am. Is he? Is he a Raider for life, D-Fish? Because reports are being out there right now from a few different people that Max Crosby very well might be still on the outs, getting ready to be traded by the Raiders. And according to Raiders insider Hondo Carpenter, who did break the news before, he said that they were looking to trade him, and he was ahead of the previous trade. He is saying, and I quote, I know there are a lot of fans who, after the season, when I talked about it, mocked me, got mad, and even had people threaten me. Las Vegas Raiders are looking, and then, bam, you saw him get traded to Baltimore. Okay, I am telling you, there is a lot of interest still in Max Crosby. Specifically, our two teams are nuclear hot. And he did use that phrase, nuclear hot. Who are the two teams? One of which being the Philadelphia Eagles, which has already been linked to Max Crosby before, and the other team, the San Francisco 49ers. And I think everybody here in Los Angeles would like very much for that second one not to happen. We don't need the 49ers getting their hands on Max Crosby, but that being said, if I'm the Niners, I'm doing everything I can to get Max Crosby just to counteract the Myles Garrett move that was made by the Los Angeles Rams. However, dude, I don't want to see him on the Eagles. The Eagles already have one hell of a team right now and a hell of a defense. You add a Max Crosby to that, that's going to be terrifying over there in Philly. That being said, he's Max Crosby. He is one of the top 3 best defenders in the league. I feel like everybody should be trying to move mountains. But if I'm the Raiders, if I don't get the exact same amount of prospects or the exact same amount of picks, the exact same thing I got from Baltimore, if not better, dude, that phone is clicking before you even say 3 syllables.
Well, I mean, time has gone by, but the circumstances haven't necessarily changed for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Right? Like some time needed to go by after the trade fell through, right? Like you weren't going to be able to have new conversations right away in terms of trading him. Like the questions around the knee and why did the trade fall through, et cetera. Those things needed to be answered. And then there just needed to be some time for, the Raiders, for Crosby, and then for any new teams that may be interested to kind of have some time to process, like, what is the true value if this knee is actually a concern or an issue. But the reality of the situation for the Raiders still exists of, like, it's a young team, a new head coach, a matter of time before you're going to have a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback, or that's going to be the face of the franchise. And Max Crosby isn't getting younger. And so if you're the Raiders kind of looking at this reset window coming up to probably finish this decade and really kind of start to prepare yourself to maybe at the turn of the decade, like, be a team that can be truly formidable in the AFC West and really start to contend in the playoffs, et cetera, Max Crosby is the biggest, they're in Vegas, like the biggest poker chip you have.
Big time.
To add draft assets, to maybe add a good young player that can help you in the future, or multiple young players that can help you in the future. So to me, I wouldn't be entirely shocked if people were still calling and seeing what the possibilities are. They're not going to give away the Baltimore deal too fast.
No, they got to get there, though.
But, yeah, if you're the Raiders, you probably do want them to get there, but you also can't wait too late and miss out still on your best chance to improve the team for the future. Because if the season does start or training camp starts and Crosby's injured, then now you get nothing. Value entirely gone. And then you're stuck with Max Crosby, injured, beat up, banged up. You don't get those draft assets. You don't get young players for the future. And so they're in an interesting spot. Also not surprised if Philly and San Francisco are swirling around because, once the Rams make the moves that they made to flip for Myles Garrett, what sounds like a lot of smoke around the reality of Aaron Donald returning, there's no way you can sit pat if you're in the NFC.
You can't.
And, the Seahawks can, they won the Super Bowl, so I'm sure they feel like their football team is sound. And, they probably make some moves around the edges. But some of the other teams are looking at the reality that the Rams have gotten better if they weren't already the best team in the league on paper. So, to me, this isn't over.
No, it's not. Nor should it be. Like, you're right about it being the biggest piece they got. It's a huge chip they have, and what they were getting back from Baltimore was 2 first round picks. And the Raiders right now, as a young team that's looking to build, could use some more first round picks. No question about it. If one of these teams comes up to them and says, "Hey, here's 2 first rounders," obviously you better listen to that conversation. That being said, man, just as a Raider fan, I got to say, like, I feel like Max Crosby has been the only Raider in, like, the last 10 years that a Raider fandom can, like, get behind, because it's just been such a mismatch and such a disaster that it's really been since they lost the Super Bowl. I believe only 2 even playoff appearances since they lost the most embarrassing Super Bowl of all time to Tampa Bay, when John Gruden basically beat the living hell out of the Raiders because he knew the entire playbook, to the point where I've asked players that were on the opposing team, what happened? And he's like, we just sat there going, like, they're running this play. Hey, they're running this play. You'd think they'd change something, but they didn't change a damn thing. And since then, the Raiders have been a rudderless ship.
Yeah, but whether they knew the plays or not, that defense in Tampa Bay
it was
was
nasty.
I mean, I was only playing on Madden on 2K, and I knew I was unstoppable.
Cover two.
There was nothing you could do against that
level.
team.
Yeah, so shout out to the Buccaneers that year. But now you're right. I mean, it's Max Crosby has been that through line, through the ups and downs. But they got a new face now, man. Mendoza's the face. You got a new coach. This is not over. It's not over.
It's definitely not over. And again, if the Raiders do get offered 2 first-rounders again, I mean, you'd be insane not to listen to that offer. The Raiders need to build, because you also said the key phrase, AFC West. AFC West. I make fun of the Chargers and will continue to do so for the rest of my life. I do think the Chargers are going to be fighting for a Super Bowl because I know what happens to the Chargers in January every year. That being said, they are usually playing in January every year, so the Chargers are still pretty damn good, whether I love making fun of them or not. You got that aspect. You got, I don't know, the Broncos, who were just a play away from basically going to the Super Bowl last year. And, Patrick Mahomes just signed a $500 million extension, so I have a feeling that the Kansas City Chiefs aren't going anywhere. Yeah, it's a problem of a division, to say the least.
The Kenneth Walker signing, though, to me, is what has now catapulted the Chiefs back to the top.
That's going to be big.
Bro. Patrick Mahomes with a running back like that, that could be scary.
And you could take a little bit of pressure off of Patrick Mahomes' legs.
My goodness.
Dude, it's going to be one hell of an NFL season. And I wish my Raiders all the luck in the world with the gauntlet that's in front of them, because I've also taken a look at that schedule, and there are no guaranteed victories on the schedule this next year. Oof, oof, oof. Guys, 97-1 coming up. Ooh, boy, coming up. It's one thing to get fired.
Yeah, it is.
It is. We've all been fired. Everyone at this table has been fired. D-Fish, you didn't get fired after one game.
That's true.
Someone did, and we have to discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. The new 97.1 The Fan, D-Fish and Decker right here for you guys for another hour right here on your LA commute, joining us live. And, of course, you can check us out on the Odyssey app. You can check us out on the iHeart app, and you can join us on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Join the conversation and get involved at The Fan LA. Welcome back to the show, D-Fish. Listen, we're in the midst of the World Cup. And, a lot of people have trained their whole lives to get here. A lot of coaches have worked their whole lives to get here. And that's why our shock is fairly interesting here, because we mentioned Tunisia earlier on in the match, in the show, talking about how they got beaten 5-1 pretty handedly. Now, keep in mind, that hasn't been the biggest blowout so far of this tournament. That was your team, Germany, scoring 7 goals in their opening match. But it seems as though Tunisia is not messing around, dude, because they have just announced that they have fired their manager, Sabri Lamouchi, 1 game into the FIFA World Cup after the blowout to Sweden. And, dude, 1 game? 1 game! You got to coach him 1 game and you got fired. Bro, that is... Question. D-Fish, what is this going to accomplish? For Tunisia, because I'm assuming absolutely nothing.
I wouldn't think a lot would change, but it depends on how bad, I guess, things were. Like, it usually, with, like, in a situation where it's literally 1 game into the World Cup, like, this has been building and forming over several weeks.
You would think so.
So it had gotten so bad that the decision to do this generally means that enough important people, whether key players, key leaders on the team, front office or other managerial type people, like, truly believe this will make a difference. Otherwise, they would have just left it the same. And so I asked you this question a couple weeks ago about the Phillies, though.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Right? How does this a manager change in the middle of the season lead to the team just running off, 14 games and doing all these great things when it's the same players?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess sometimes...
But it worked for Philly. Didn't work for Boston, who are still sitting there with 29-40 as their record. But for Philly, it woke their asses up.
Yeah, some teams, in some groups it works out for. If there was that much, just kind of, disruption and negative energy going on with the group, that removing the manager will just allow everybody to feel better, to be more excited coming to practice or coming to work. Yeah, but I mean, you wanted to fire this dude last week.
Yes, I know. Do they pay for his trip back home? Like, how does that work? You fired?
That's a good question.
Do you got to pay for
find
your
own way back to Tunisia?
You're no longer an
which I'm
employee of
told
us.
is a place somewhere.
Yeah, that's a good question, Raj. In this scenario, that's a good question. They wanted to fire him last week. So to have him coach 1 game or manage 1 game in the World Cup and then just kind of end it, that means you've been feeling this and been thinking this. And so it's unfair to the players, I think, to have allowed this to build and form the way it has, and then to kind of rip him out. So now you've trained and prepared for the World Cup under his leadership, and then now you just remove him. So I'm not sure. I don't know if they actually had a chance to go very far, so it may not have an impact at all. But very strange story for sure.
Well, it definitely will take the eyes off of their loss, because now everyone's just going to focus on this. And for this team, no matter what, this will be the story for this team going into their future.
Yeah. I need more information about the son thing too. I was reading up on this, that there were also some frustration about him bringing his son to the training camp when he's not an official member of the team or an official member of the group. But I mean, regardless of how old I guess his son is, if he's just around watching, I'm not sure how problematic that should be. For a group of players, if they're practicing and they're on the pitch, on the field, doing their thing, and I'm the manager and my son is just there watching it, I'm not sure why that would be frustrating to other people. But clearly this was not just about the success or lack of on the field. Like, there were some deep personal feelings here that within this group.
Yeah, some was wrong on day one.
Now, if you're the manager and you came all the way out here, let's say regardless if they're going to get you your flight back, would you stay out and just chill, enjoy vacation? You know what I mean? You think he still got the hotel room?
Let's enjoy.
Nah, he's at the same. His hotel room was on the same floor as these other guys, so he's out of here.
That key card ain't working?
Yeah, no, no, sir.
So would you go back, Fish, or would you stay out in America?
I mean, it depends. If his family's back in Tunisia, he's gone. He's going to go back to the family.
Where are they playing right now? Because I'm trying to look it up exactly which tournament they're playing in right now. Are they playing in Mexico as we speak? So I don't know where they're playing. If they're playing in Mexico, like if they're playing like Monterrey, enjoy Monterrey. Monterrey is awesome, man. I'm just saying. But if you're in Houston, I mean, I like Houston.
Houston's nice.
Houston's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
but like, I don't know. I've never been like, oh, let's go on a vacation. Where should we go? Houston. I do like Houston.
I don't know, and I don't know. It probably depends on is he looking for another opportunity to manage another team. Like, does he want to stay around World Cup festivities?
I probably wouldn't. I'd want to get out of Dodge, man.
Way out of Dodge.
Yeah, I'm going to Hawaii. I'm going somewhere to unplug.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, no question about that. But 97.1 The Fan, D-Fish and Decker right here with you guys all the way to 10 a.m. this morning, like we are every day, Monday through Friday, right here on the new 97.1. D-Fish, we had an MMA event yesterday at the White House.
Did we?
We did.
Okay.
I didn't watch. I was busy watching the World Cup and then falling asleep. But I will say this. There is a serious, real controversy that's coming out of that UFC event yesterday. And it's not any of the things that have been discussed in like the last month at all. This actually is coming from DC Daniel Cormier, the former heavyweight champion of the UFC, who has been working as a commentator there for a very, very long time. This is a tweet that he posted out yesterday that he quickly deleted shortly after. I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. The UFC is a sport that I am deeply passionate about and will not tolerate this type of insider behavior. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. And what is he referring to? He's referring to DMs that he received from the president's son, Eric Trump. And these questions, I can't stress enough. If you work in sports, you know this. This is not just a no-no. This is like potentially get you kicked out of your respective sport and potentially face jail time no-no if this comes to light to being absolutely true. But apparently, Daniel Cormier, who posted these direct messages from Eric Trump, are simply about this. He's asking him if there's anybody injured in the fights. He's asking him if any of the fights are rigged. And Daniel Cormier even says, he asks Daniel Cormier if he's allowed to bet on it. He says, no, I am not allowed to bet on any events on this. That is very against the rules. And then he goes on, he says, I'm not sure why you're asking me. He says, are any of the fighters injured that you know of? He responds, I'm not quite sure why you're asking me any of this, but I think they're all in good shape. And then he responds, I just cut to the chase. Are there any fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopes fight, and I think an upset would be too unrealistic. Money. Daniel Cormier immediately posted this out for everyone to see, and then the young Eric Trump went ahead and posted out saying, oh, this is AI generated. Multiple other members of the MMA community, including reporters like Adam Martin, just said, and Sean O'Malley said, I'm now this now deleted post. I have seen it. Others have seen it. And many people are corroborating this is absolutely real. This is a real problem for the UFC. The UFC, which is coming under a decent amount of flack as of late, but now if we're getting into the rigged fights conversation surrounding sports gambling and the president's son's involved, dude, this isn't bad. This is as bad as it gets.
I mean, this is at a time where, there's a lot of conversation around, the college sports bill and is Congress going to get involved to try to get some mechanisms in place to manage what's happening there? And so, it presents, some challenges, but it also I've gotten to the point where, unfortunately, you've gotten numbed and desensitized to when you hear certain news and about certain situations or certain people, it doesn't rise to the level of enough concern for there to be anything done about it. right?
Like, I've already been looking at the UFC as if it's the WWE now for a couple of years. And make no mistake, they're owned by the same company. TKO.
Did not know that.
They are owned by the same exact
Understood.
massive brand now, to
Got
the point where both of them, I can't decipher one from the other anymore, and one is supposed to be very legitimate competition. And that's a real big problem if you're trying to make your sport as legitimate as possible.
Yeah, it definitely does. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So my brain is now
It kind of makes you look at it a little different, doesn't it?
Because when you start to like staging events at certain venues automatically makes it less real in certain ways, right? Like if you took an NBA basketball game like to a park, it's still the same players, but the performance is not going to be the same.
No.
Because of the venue. So it waters it down in a way that like now this is an exhibition. You know, this is an exercise. This is not actual, fighting. This is not actual competition at the same level. The betting thing though is, that's in all sports, man. We're going to have to figure that out.
No question about it. Well, guys, Spain has just taken the pitch, and we are going to be talking about that and so much more right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, Los Angeles. It's time for D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. So much we've covered already. We've talked about the Austin Reeves of it all. We've talked a lot about the NBA Finals, Game 5. Congratulations to the Knicks and their wonderful players. And congratulations to the Knicks fans and their subpar fandom. And, of course, we've talked a lot of World Cup today. My God. It's just like we just announced that someone was fired after one loss. One loss. And Tunisia fires their manager right out the gate. Kind of fascinating to see. But, hey, the story of the day, U.S. takes Game 1, 4-1, right out the gate in this thing. And it's got a lot of people saying maybe there's something more to it. You and I were talking at the top of the show, D-Fish, about that whole concept of playing in front of these home fans. I will admit, I wasn't putting a lot of cachet into the U.S. being the host here as far as, I don't know, driving more competition out of our players. I just believed the narrative right out the gate. We're not really up to snuff compared to a lot of these other countries. And I'm basing that on the last, 50 years of U.S. men's soccer. But listen, that was a hell of a start. They got Australia on Friday. Another potential for Pulisic to do something really special. And let's not mince words here. People are excited right out the gate. So much so we got a poll going. Hey, Raj, tell people about the poll that's currently on YouTube right now.
Yeah, well, we got a couple polls on YouTube, actually, Cody. We got a couple. We do more than just one. Earlier, of course, we were talking about today was the day 20 years ago or so that Batman Begins was released in theaters. So we asked people their GOAT superhero. 41% like the easy answer, Superman.
That's not an easy answer. The right answer.
I mean, he's boring. It's kind of boring.
How is Superman boring?
Because he's Superman. Bullets can't do anything to him. Nothing. Only kryptonite. It's boring. Like people walking around with kryptonite. Nobody got kryptonite.
The most powerful man in the world just also happens to be a sweetheart.
And he's a nerd.
Oh, God. God forbid the most powerful being in the universe would be just a lovely nerd.
Yeah, I don't like it. So anyway, Batman came in second at 29%.
Yeah, we like Batman more, the sociopath.
Yeah, he's good with the girls and everything. So, but anyway, the poll we really want to talk about here based off this segment is, can Team USA make a World Cup run after what everyone saw? And the questions were yes, we can, or no, nothing's changed. And 67% of the American public listening on our show say, ain't that damn thing changed. They ain't making no run.
Come on, people.
I'll admit, I voted the same way because I clicked no on it too. I didn't click no because I don't want to see it. I clicked no because I don't believe it yet. You got to give me more than one game against Paraguay to convince me that this is a player, you know?
Paraguay ain't going to be on the schedule going forward.
Listen, Spain just took the pitch. That's who we got to really look out for. Spain, the Frances of the world, the Swedens of the world who are blowing teams out. Germany with their 7-point game yesterday. I don't know, man. I was really enjoying it because I freely admit, D-Fish, I'm a soccer novice. I enjoy watching the World Cup when it's on. I'll always get down for occasional English Premier League games. The champions I'll always get into. But, man, this is just, the excitement for this is real. I was over there on Catalina Island this weekend, and I had a blast on the island. Went to a couple of bars, and everyone was into the World Cup. Everyone. And I'm going to say something that it kind of surprised me on that island. Everyone was more into the World Cup than they were the NBA Finals. I know because I watched both there.
I mean, I know that, the World Cup is, the world actually stops. Mm-hmm. I think again, it's like a rare phenomenon of, we even got a peace deal done on
no one's talked about it. Although this would be the fourth peace deal in 3 weeks.
But it's like it's an event. It really is, and all cultures, all communities, because everybody has a team. Everybody has somebody that they're rooting for. And so that's what makes it really unique and special. And so, everybody's excited, man. Even if, you, regardless of which country you live in, who you are in terms of your family, your family history, your family ancestry, where people are from, all of that still matters. You could have been born and raised in the United States, but your family is of Spanish descent. And so you're rooting for Spain during the World Cup because that's where grandma and grandpa are from. Mm-hmm. That's what, like, there are all types of reasons why people are rooting for these different teams. Raj has nothing to do with Brazil and somehow is like the biggest Brazil.
Do not talk about my homeland like that.
Your
like,
homeland.
I know.
No.
Raj don't even have.
Raj, have you met anyone from Brazil?
Raj don't
you see my hair and my skin and the way I dance.
Does not count. That's like me saying, "Well, I'm rooting for the Netherlands because look at me."
Man, please, Raj ain't never driven down Brazil Street.
You don't know what I've done or where I was going. I was in a bar with Bill, Reiter, and Andrew. We were there. They saw me stand for the national anthem and sing in Portuguese.
Stop it.
I'm actually shocked you know they speak Portuguese there.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of impressed. I was expecting you to say Spanish.
No. And for soccer fans, of course, listening to the show, 97.1 The Fan, I'll be there tonight at the World Cup game. So come check out your boy. If you're out there, we'll grab a pint or something like that. Let's do it.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I get it. But I gotta say, I'm not grabbing a pint tonight. And it's not because it's not with you. Obviously, you're the reason why I might consider it. I'm still feeling Friday and Saturday a tick. Karaoke night on Friday night, man. Someone had to get up there and set the tone, and you better believe your boy did it.
Oh, yeah, that, and you said it might be on video somewhere, huh?
Oh, it's not might. It's definitely on video. I'll post. I posted the video on Instagram. I will post it again. I ain't scared. I got a set of pipes, my guy.
I mean,
I grew up in musical theater.
I know sometimes it's early in here, so it's not all the way, but
I think you're doubting the pipes that I'm rocking.
I was about to say, even early in the morning, it sounds pretty decent. So I'm sure later in the evening,
especially after a couple of drinks,
pints.
And there were a couple. There were definitely a couple, but it was phenomenal to go ahead and watch all of the incredible sports that were taking place this weekend. Also, just throwing out there because I did go to Catalina Island this last week and didn't know this. I've never been in this position, even though it wasn't really a bad position to be in. I didn't know it was Pride weekend on the island, so the island was just packed with people celebrating. It was a blast. I just got free music festival stuff all day, and of course, because of how I look, drank for free, baby.
That's right, baby.
That's right. Big supporter. That's all I got to say. Big supporter, my man.
Okay.
Listen, free drinks is free drinks. What? Say that again, Raj? I'm so sorry.
Nothing wrong with that.
There's a goal. We already got goals? I can't tell what you're saying while we're speaking out loud. Just get on the camera and say it.
I was saying, let's look back at one of the USA goals because everyone was there and we were watching. We were watching at a fun place, PV House in Fayetteville. But here's how it went.
Nice.
Yeah, there it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, it was a hell of a game.
Shout out to Fox TV.
Look at Fox just doing it all right. My former employers, look at them doing good things right now.
There's one thing they are getting criticized for, however. Fox.
What is that? Is it Alexi Lawless?
No. Oh, that is
He's
not
getting
going
criticized
well.
a lot.
Yeah, he's
and deservedly so.
Yeah, they want him off the show. I don't think Zlatan or Andre
He's gonna
like
kill him.
Yeah,
Dude,
don't. They're not fans.
Have you seen this at all? Zlatan is a former soccer player. He's doing everything on Fox right now.
Not the kind of guy you want to F with either.
Seeing these two together on TV.
They don't like each other?
Oh, no. I think Alexi Lawless likes him fine. I do not think the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's going to beat the living hell out of him if he keeps saying anything.
Yeah.
Really?
It is
bad.
hilarious.
It's bad.
To
It's getting cringeworthy on TV. They do not like him. But reason why Fox is getting some criticism, however, and the reason why I have Telemundo on up in here watching the game is because the damn water breaks, which they're giving them, even in indoor games with no weather whatsoever, Fox is going to commercials. And they're cutting away. And that just don't feel right with soccer fans. Yeah, so Telemundo refuses to do it. They're staying on the pitch, and you can do some extra analyzing, show some highlights, do whatever. Fox is taking that money, and they go into commercials. So even at the pub we were at Saturday, they put it on Telemundo so they wouldn't cut away and just enjoyed it. Yeah.
Very nice. No, I get that. But listen, I also I understand the plight of Fox. Got to pay them bills.
But it ain't. See, that's the problem. In the soccer culture, you don't go to commercial until the freaking halftime. That's the unique thing about soccer.
So
There's no
commercials
timeouts
for an hour
like
and a
that.
half?
You just wait till halftime. Why you got to do it there? It doesn't seem right. It ain't right.
No, I hear what you're saying, you being a soccer diehard, but I just also know how American sports work, unfortunately.
And that's the problem.
So you're telling me, is that the reason that soccer won't become bigger in the United States?
We discovered
because commercial breaks?
We figured it out. I'm like, how are you supposed to pay for it?
I'm not really sure how that's going to work, man. You got to pay the bills somehow.
Well, you pay it at the halftime like every other time, not during the water breaks. It ain't right.
Well, don't you want to see, like, say they're doing a halftime show? Do you not want to watch that?
Do you want the like the split screen thing they do like on the big golf
Actually,
tournaments?
I'd be cool with that. I'd be cool with that.
I can do that. That's a compromise.
Yeah.
But for one, the water break itself doesn't, that's just not normal. But then to go to commercial for the water break, it just ain't right, man. I'm just telling you. It just doesn't feel right.
So do the like you're still
picture in picture. I can work with that.
But like slide it to the side.
Right.
Throw a little ad up on the side.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
But full on commercial, I'm not with it.
All right.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Although I will say there's been some pretty banger commercials lately. I will say, to their credit, I know you don't like them going to commercial. There's been some really good like World Cup commercials that even I'm getting like emotional about. I'm like, I love soccer now. This is good stuff.
Yeah.
To be fair, don't cut away.
Well, I hope America makes it far enough in this tournament to where people do care about it more.
So a question for everybody in the room, including you, Raj, because you're a resident soccer guy here. Like, what would it take? How far do they need to go for you to take the United States seriously?
As a contender in the world of
as
soccer?
a real contender. Or
Quarter.
even, how about just take a massive step forward for where we've been?
Quarter.
Quarter?
Yeah.
How achievable is it?
Unlikely, in my opinion. Not trying to talk crap, but there are just some damn good teams left. And that, America, here's the thing. Here's the best analysis I've heard. That America has to play perfect every game, like to beat the real contenders. They can't have an off game and move past some of these contenders. Whereas Germany can have an off game, or Spain or France can have an off game and still win a match. America doesn't have that room for error, and that's what I'm saying. That's just where they are. They got to play perfect. And how realistic is it to play perfect X amount of games in a row? It's tough, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's where the home crowd, though. I feel like because they're gonna go from SoFi to where, like, let's chart their path to see what. So, like, they're going to obviously be in the U.S. ideally the whole time.
I would assume, yeah. So they would be going from SoFi to somewhere else and then to New York, I would assume. So where would they go next? Eventually Houston, I would assume, or?
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
I don't know if they will go to, Canada or somewhere else and then go to MetLife. But that's going to make a difference to me, right, in terms of, like, to your point, Raj, like they can't afford to have an off game and still win. I think being at home, sometimes when you're off, it's an energy thing. It's not necessarily just because your soccer or your football is off, right? Like sometimes the energy just isn't quite there. And I'm hopeful that the home crowd for Team USA, regardless of where they are, they're going to be more at home than anybody else they're playing for the most part. That can just help, in a close game. You're a little off, it isn't quite going as well, but just that one goal can just change everything and light the crowd on fire.
By the way, U.S., after playing one more in L.A., for sure one more in L.A., they will be going to Seattle next, according to the chat. So thank you right there.
Appreciate
that. Good Karma Sucks for that comment right there, because I had no idea that was the case.
Know, like, how they were advancing to. That's good.
Has anyone seen any rowdy crowds so far in the World Cup? Because I've penciled and circled one particular countrymen who are really fired up, but I want to see if anyone stood out to you guys.
So the partying has stood out, like, just great. Brazil, of course, in New York, taking over Times Square Friday night and this and that, but it's been peaceful. I will tell you a fan base that will probably get rowdy and cause some trouble, because that's what they like doing, and it's a place I've been, and the reason I love soccer, the league I follow, the Englishmen are going to act a fool.
Always. Well,
they
always
will act
do.
a fool.
Yeah.
And it's not just fun stuff. They will fight. They will get into it.
Will.
So if I had to bet, it'd be the Englishmen that will get a bit rowdy.
I'm just saying, everyone needs to go to their computers right now, go to your smartphone, go over to any of the social medias and click in Scotland fans. Because man, oh man, has Scotland taken over the city of Boston. They get their first win, 1-0 against Haiti. By the way, Scotland, my long shot team, boo!
Also, the team Scotland, when the flight from Scotland to America ran out of booze mid-flight.
Yep. So far, we got that. We've seen them have a bagpipe player at their Airbnb in Boston.
That's dope.
That's 3 for 3. Oh, and then all of the Scotland fans last night after the Boston Red Sox game decided to stay a little bit longer. By the way, no World Cup festivities happening at the Boston Red Sox game. They don't care. They showed up and just sang Scottish songs until they were forced to finally leave the stadium like an hour and a half after the game had already ended.
And had to kick them out.
They had to kick out the Scottish fans out of Fenway. That is as badass as it gets. So
man.
I think it's really cool what this can bring about. But I want to see a little more rowdiness, believe it or not, out of the U.S. fans. I feel like everybody's showing up to the States and showing us how it's done, D-Fish.
I mean, it's part of, again, like we talked about just the timing and the history of the sport and other countries and the passion is generational. How long they've loved the sport, supported it, from their grandparents and beyond. Like we don't have that in the U.S.
We do
and
not.
So, on the field in terms of the performance, the training, the coaching, everything, and then the partying and the celebrations as well. Like we're generations behind as far as that goes.
Dude, we are so behind. But hey, hopefully this will be the start of something very special. 97.1 The Fan, D-Fish and Decker with you guys all the way till, of course, 10 a.m. this morning before Brock and Alex, of course, take over. Of course, we'll have them on later for some crosstalk. But we had an NBA Finals that was D-Fish, them Knicks, man. It's hard. I've said this a dozen times. I won't stop. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, man. It's impossible to root against these players. This grouping of players on the Knicks. They were so fun. They were so charismatic. They've just played together in a way that I just feel like I have not seen a team play together, especially with all of the come-from-behind victories that they had. All of them. All 4 of them were come-from-behind victories. And, of course, not without mentioning that 29-point comeback from behind victory. But, dude, what can you say about this team, what it's going to do for that fan base? That fan base was so electric that they burnt down only a good portion of the city that night. And so much that you saw Spike Lee resurrect Mars in a car calling MJ. I hope they make like a dozen more Mars commercials. Now that the Knicks are champions, I want to see Spike Lee and MJ cut it back up like it's 1991 all over again, man.
Yeah, Mars Blackman, man, the Air Jordan commercials.
Classic.
Super classics.
It's got to be the shoes. That's where that came from, man.
Yes. The Knicks fan base, man. Yeah, they deserve this moment. We can feel how we feel about how crazy they can get and how obnoxious and loud and just insanely passionate about the team. It's a fun time. It's a fun moment. The parade, like, enjoy it. Please be safe. Like, it's not, an excuse to just damage property.
It really isn't.
And injure people. Doesn't go with celebration. But it also, there's a caution here around how quickly expectations change. And when it's been 53 years since you've experienced something, or 27 years since the team was last in the NBA Finals, and then now they win the championship this year, does this become the expectation, now from Knicks fans? And we see how, like, volatile they have been historically based on the highs and lows of the team.
Yeah.
And so now imagine this fan base, after winning the championship this year, how every single moment next season is going to be experienced by Knicks fans.
Dude, oh, my God. Oh, my God. We are just in the beginning of hell.
Yeah, this is
the
just
hell
started,
hasn't even begun yet.
This is just
Mike Brown's
starting.
going to get fired 3 weeks into the season.
This is just starting. And so that's what happens, too, when winning, kind of gets injected into the system a little bit.
Yeah, because before they were kind of lovable losers. Now they're going to be obnoxious winners.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. And so, the noise was always loud around the Knicks if they struggled, if they, lost a home game, if they played bad for a week. So now part of the experience, as a team that is now going to be trying to repeat as champions or win the championship again next season, Mike Brown was under tremendous amounts of scrutiny and eyeballs this season.
Yes,
Imagine the level they will be next season. So, at this moment in time, man, yeah, I think it's great. I really do. I think their team is so representative of so many people. Like there's so many relatable guys on the Knicks roster, that just, again, it's a team of heart and grit and resilience and resolve. And it wasn't always pretty, didn't always look perfect. There were times, like literally Jalen Brunson carried them over the finish line.
He really did. 3 points in the last?
45.
Oh, my God, 45 points. What a day.
But they got, timely contributions from other guys all throughout this playoff run.
What do you got, Raj?
Yeah, we got a little viral question from the studio audience. I don't know if you see the Knicks going around. They do the TV. This is more of a Derek Fisher thing here, winning a championship. The next day where you get all the interview requests, Derek?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
the Knicks have been doing interview requests, and they look like Cody and I look on Mondays, just hungover as hell, just a long weekend. What was that like for you? Did you have the next day? I mean, I know it was a minute ago. Were there a lot of interview requests to do local TV or national TV, and were you feeling it from the celebration?
Yes, and yes. Yeah, man. A lot of requests. I mean, obviously the media. I mean, it was 2010, the last time we won the title. Like, there weren't, as many platforms even to receive requests from. But of course, your local news media, national requests. I'm sure, especially.
But how much sleep did you get going out of the celebration?
Oh yeah, sleep. There's no such thing as sleep. You didn't want to go to sleep because you felt like you were living a dream.
So, all right, how about this? Say, a parade.
Yeah.
Oh, how drunk is everybody? Just I know everyone, by the way, I felt like at every one of the parades, seemed like they kept it together a little bit.
Yeah.
But come on, how rough was it for some?
Yeah, I mean,
not naming names.
Yeah,
or you
depends. It depends on the guy. I think some guys are way over the top, but most of the time, and this is me. Most of the times, if you think about it too, like the parade, family, kids, mom, dad, inner circle, and so to some degree, you can't just not be able to walk. You can't not be able.
It happened to Tom Brady.
That's true, I guess. So I always felt like we weren't that bad really, because you also want to remember every single moment. Like you're seeing fans and kids and people that work in office buildings that are hanging off the roof and trying to open a window to let you know that they love the Lakers or whatever. Like you want to experience all of those moments. And so I don't remember too many of our guys just being at a point where they don't even remember we had a parade. Like, how much fun is that? So
I do correct me if I'm wrong. I do remember Mark Madsen being quite feeling good.
No, he was feeling good.
I remember him dancing.
I don't think Mark even drinks. So that was just
really? So he was just high on life?
Yes.
He was out there dancing like that?
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, that's Mad Dog.
Vibes are high, man.
Yeah, shout out Mad Dog, man, head coach of the Cal Bears up in Berkeley. Yeah, Mad Dog was just high on life, man, feeling good. And think about that too. A guy that I don't even know if he played a minute in the finals or that much in the playoffs, but that's who he is, right? And you need guys on your team like that whether they're playing or contributing on the field or not, they're that happy because they know they were a part of it, but they're happy for their teammates. And you can still have joy in that experience as well. And Mad Dog was one of the greatest.
Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. Guys, coming up, tried to tell you, don't you dare sleep on the Southsiders in Chicago, because it seems like the Dodgers might have, and that could be very interesting as this season goes forward. Where does this leave the Dodgers? We will talk about it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, 855-97-LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. Of course, this is D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan Los Angeles, the voice of LA sports. And of course, we talked everything under the sun from World Cup, which of course, World Cup ain't going anywhere. We'll be talking World Cup all week, all month long right here on 97.1. And of course, LA, how excited are you guys to have the World Cup right here? If any of you guys actually went to the World Cup, we want to hear from you. 855-97-LA fan. Want to just hear what that experience is like over there at SoFi Stadium. And I got to say, the one thing I have to say that I really have enjoyed, and this is kind of strange looking at all the stadiums and what they've done, the pitches on the actual football grounds look awesome. Looks legitimately awesome.
NFL players are not happy about that.
They are not happy about that. Dude, they could have been doing this all along. If I'm an NFL player, I'm pretty pissed off right now about this.
No, there's already a couple of them been talking wait a minute, you can change this turf and put that in for them. What's up?
We might be limiting serious injuries. What are we doing? I understand that you guys like turf and all that, but I know no players like turf. Having played on turf baseball fields, dude, I hate turf. Hate it so much. Spikes get caught in them. I could feel literally my ankle hurting more because of my turning on said turf. I would give anything to play on grass if the option's there.
Yeah, I played an indoor sport, so I don't have any point of reference.
Well, is the difference hardwood and asphalt?
Actually, yeah. What would be the difference in playing hardwood or asphalt?
Pain.
I bet.
That would be the difference.
Well, it's the same thing. All right, good answer, because that's the same answer I have from grass and turf.
Yeah, no. At a lot of youth events, because of course money is kind of always the thing. A lot of youth tournaments now, these venues they're rent out convention centers, and they put down this kind of almost plastic or synthetic type of basketball court.
Oh, interesting.
On top of, just a floor, concrete floor or whatever the floor is. And because then it's inexpensive to bring those in compared to hardwood courts. Mm-hmm. But now we have our 10, 11, 12-year-olds running up and down on these synthetic courts that are on top of a concrete floor all weekend. That isn't necessarily great for them either.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can only imagine in baseball and in football, just running on top of a hard, unforgiving surface, for hours on end, that has to add up to additional pain. In basketball, a lot of places, that over the years they went to there's almost a giving, there's a bounce almost to some floors. Mm-hmm. I think if you go up to Stanford, I think Duke, there's some colleges and universities for volleyball, there's almost a sponginess to the floor.
Interesting.
So that it doesn't have such hard of landings and jumpings for the athletes. There's better shock absorption. So all of this started with how great the fields look.
Yeah, and by the way, they do look great. They look absolutely awesome. And yeah, I bet a lot of football players are very unhappy because they've not been quiet about it. It's also when they go to international games, you go to Mexico City, and it's a brand new turf thing that's been put on the ground. They're like, my God, everyone else can figure out grass. Why can't the NFL figure out how grass works? They're the only ones.
It's got to be the money.
It's got to be.
It's got, it's just, the upkeep, the amount of water probably that you have to, use to keep it up, to manage it, to take care of it, the additional staff you have to take care of it. It's always going to be the money.
Yes, it is. And sadly, it is. And speaking of the money, let's talk about the money, and that would be the Los Angeles Dodgers, because the Dodgers did drop a series this last weekend over there in the south side of Chicago. They are 5-5 in their last 10 games. Same with the San Diego Padres, who are currently 7.5 games behind the Los Angeles Dodgers in the West. And I do feel like the Dodgers are going to be pretty safe when it comes to the season going forward, unless something catastrophic happens going forward, of winning the West. This is the best team on paper, no question in the game, but I do think that some of the injuries are starting to be felt a little bit. We saw Shohei Ohtani come out of a game with a left knee inflammation. He missed out on a couple of games this last weekend. Granted, he is still penciled in to make his next start. We saw Justin Robleski come out of his last start due to injury. He is planned, as of now, to make his start tomorrow. That being said, you still have Blake Snell that's down, starting a throwing program, but he's down. We saw Tyler Glasnow just get moved very quietly, I might add, to the 60-day IL, so that back must be a little bit worse than they are making us believe at the moment. And then you have the Edwin Diaz of it all, who has barely pitched for the Dodgers so far. You have Gratterall, who hasn't pitched at all this season, and a smattering of some other injuries as well. This team has had the best bullpen in the game for a while. There was something I really, really did enjoy this weekend, by the way, and that was Tanner Scott. Tanner Scott came in on the Saturday game and slammed the door in a very tricky fashion, got the job done for the Dodgers, looking like the Tanner Scott we've seen all year. And the reason why I love that so much is because, dude, we saw the Tanner Scott threats that happened earlier this year because of just one bad outing. We talked about the UFC thing and the whole ugliness of the side of gambling. That right there, make no mistake, is the ugliness of the side of gambling.
And we have to just continue to make sure we talk about those experiences in the right way.
Yes.
And make sure there's an awareness. Like it's not that gambling or betting is bad.
It's
right?
not.
It's
I'm a big supporter of it.
It's not bad. It's just more of the extreme examples for people. And, old school saying, of course, is one bad apple ruins the bunch.
Usually happens.
And so you just have some extreme actors at times that do things that make everything look bad. But I think that as you were talking about the Dodgers and guys being beat up, like imagine in football, every other week the quarterback that you plan to start is unavailable, right? And so you're having to, 1 week he's there, 1 week he isn't, and you're just having to figure out how to hold it together and still try to win games with less of a rotation. You don't have your guy out there for as many reps, and it feels like that's what the Dodgers are running up against to some degree, even though they still have a ton of ability and talent on the field.
Yeah.
I think the pitching though, it gets you out of some of these jams. We've seen Ohtani's start 6 2/3 innings, or a starting pitcher get off to a good start, and then you get to some of those middle innings and you don't have that rotation of middle relievers and guys that you could call on to get the Dodgers through, like, just 2 outs that can get you into the 7th or 8th inning. You're missing some of those guys that you could be rotating through. You could even throw a guy that's a starter every now and then, like Roki Sasaki. You could throw him into a middle relief situation.
You can, which they showed they could do last October.
If he wasn't having to carry so much of the starting workload while Glasnow and Snell and some of the other guys are out. So it's changing some of the rotation and the levers that Dave Roberts can pull, but obviously nobody's feeling sorry for the Dodgers. No. We're not complaining either. We're just talking about the realities.
Reality of it is simply this, and they got a great series coming up at home against the Tampa Bay Rays. Now, Tampa Bay Rays are, I believe, a half game behind the Yankees right now in the AL East. They are a playoff team. They are one of the best teams in the American League, and you can make a very real argument that the Tampa Bay Rays might be in late October the team for the American League. This really could happen, notwithstanding everything that could happen during the trade deadline and everything. But I have to say this, something that's definitely helpful for the Dodgers in this series. One, the Rays have not been staggeringly good on the road. They are 1 game under 500 despite being juggernauts at home at Tropicana Field. And they did just drop a series to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, who, I can't stress this enough, not a stellar team this season. Not stellar. But listen, those guys get paid too. Anyone can beat anyone on any given night, but I do think the Dodgers should have things well at hand. It is a good pitching matchup series, so watch out for those pitching matchups. Of course, tonight the Dodgers got Lauer going. We will see how he does. Then Justin Robleski, and then Shohei Ohtani. The final game of the series will be, of course, taking his 1.07 ERA to the mound against the Tampa Bay Rays. And guys, I have to say, D-Fish, we were just talking about parades and we're talking about partying after winning a championship. I am currently looking at a video as we speak of the Knicks starting 5 at Good Morning America. OG is as drunk or high as I've ever seen a human being on national television. And someone did him a disservice. Someone put it, because they're lined up 3 in the back, 2 in the front. Brunson's in the front with OG. Brunson's trying to do most of the talk. OG is looks like he's made nothing but mistakes.
Is he holding a cup?
He's holding his own hands and looking in random directions.
I've had that feeling.
And by the way, I feel bad for OG because he's in the front. Josh Hart might be worse because he's in the back with sunglasses, slouched down in his chair, wants nothing to do with this entire conversation.
Yeah, no, it's just no sleep happening, man, at all. And Good Morning America, I'm sure they were on early morning.
Yep.
So they probably did not sleep at all.
Good for you, OG. You earned this one, man. You really, really did. All right, guys, coming up, it is that time of the show. Mid-morning hosts Brock and Alex joining us live for a little bit of crosstalk. Say again? Oh, yeah, and we will find out whether or not they are believers or not in Team USA in this World Cup. That and so much more right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. It's D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we've been talking just about everything under the sports sun. Of course, we finally finished up the 6-month process that was the NBA playoffs. But man, were they awesome. I didn't want them to end, D-Fish. I really didn't. I could have done another month of this. That's how much I enjoyed these
they're
playoffs.
Complaining about how long the
You're
playoffs
right.
are.
You're right. Egg on my face. I'll admit it. But it is that time of the show where we bring in our mid-morning show, our friends, our colleagues, our buddies, our pals, Brock and Alex, even though Brock just wants to show up when he feels like it for a little bit of crosstalk, although he's rocking a really sweet shirt right now, so I'm letting him way off the hook. Guys, are we all believers in Team USA now?
Dude, you gotta be. That was a statement right out of the gates. That was absolutely insane. And it's so funny because we kept talking about, like, you kind of feel like, the World Cup's happening, but we weren't feeling that same kind of energy here in LA. On Friday, it felt like everybody knew, but it was very on brand for LA. It's like, we don't need to worry about it beforehand, but we're showing up right when it starts and we're going balls to the wall. Like, it was so much fun.
Listen, I'm not there
USA.
yet. I do, and I'm very happy.
Your team, Scotland too.
Excuse me,
absolutely insane.
Team 3 is Spain, and they are playing right now.
Wow.
So I'm looking very forward to see how my
tied with
Spain,
Cape Verde last I checked.
What's this, at what?
0-0.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
They can't be giving up goals.
No,
Cape
you
Verde.
can't.
Let's be real clear. So listen, I'm looking very forward to it. How did the soccer weekend look for you guys? Alex, I know you were at Petco Park for something very special. Brock, what about you? What was your setup for watching both World Cup soccer and then NBA Finals?
I watched Team USA handle business from Houston because I went to the Germany-Curacao game.
Nice.
It was incredible. It was incredible, and on one hand,
they kept
FIFA,
it close for you. That was cool.
Yeah, they did, which I do appreciate.
Not a beat down at all.
One cool thing is the appreciation of Curacao just being there. Of course, they expanded from 32 to 48 teams, so teams like Curacao would have never been there in a million years previously. There was an entire appreciation no matter who you were supporting when they scored that goal, and there was a 16-minute stretch that is the best 16 minutes I think I've ever been a part of in a stadium where they were tied. Everyone knew Germany was going to win, but there was this moment of how cool is this? Like the Curacao fans were going insane. The weekend was everything I would hope it would be. On the other hand, FIFA is the most inept organization I've ever seen.
Welcome.
They make the
Yeah.
most insane. Okay, so NRG Stadium, which is where the Houston Texans play, which is where the Germany-Curacao game was, there were, I want to say, 12 security metal detectors that you had to walk through. And I think that stadium holds 60 to 70,000 people. So you can imagine getting in. People were passing out because there was a thunderstorm because it's Houston in the summer.
Yeah.
And people weren't used to the heat. Like, bodies just falling. So what does FIFA do to correct that? They say, okay, you know what? No one has to go through the metal detector. Just let everyone in.
What?
FIFA is the most inept organization. Also, for anyone who currently has a World Cup ticket, you don't get your ticket until hours before the game starts. So
that's
enjoy
like a panic attack.
Enjoy
that panic
the
attack
panic attack
as
of
you're
money
flying
spent.
into
Wow.
Houston.
Yes.
Yikes. Yikes.
All that aside, it was a great weekend.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Alex,
That is insane.
you got to tell me about the Pepper Show at San Diego's Petco Park.
Dude, it was
How was that?
It was Field of Dreams was the name of the festival that Slightly Stupid put on with Sublime. One of the Marleys were there, and then my husband's band Pepper was playing in the outfield. It was so sick. That's awesome. The way they set it all up, they protected the infield, so the infield was covered by a fence so no one could touch the infield, but then the entire outfield they put the festival white plastic stuff down for everybody, and it was packed at 4 p.m. Everybody in there, on the jumbotrons, out in the outfield, the back, the green room backstages were the suites that they have. What's the old building that was the
Western Metal Supply Company building.
Yeah.
So cool.
It's so sick. So that was kind of our home base where they had TV so we could watch the World Cup and NBA finals in there and still kind of be a part of the shows when they weren't playing. But what a magical experience to watch your partner reach and accomplish a dream like that
So
of playing
cool.
a stadium was so
Very,
sick.
very
And I
cool.
got to wear my daughter, who is just an icon, and passed out halfway through the show. I tell people she's a good sleeper, but no one believed me of how great of a sleeper she was until she was in my little carrier, headphones on, passed out full Weekend at Bernie's style halfway through the concert.
Very
But
nice.
it was so sick. It was so sick.
I mentioned on the show, I was telling D-Fish, I went to Catalina Island this weekend, right?
Okay.
And it was a fun time watching both the finals and, of course, the World Cup. But
Yeah.
I didn't know this going there at the time. It was Pride Weekend at the island.
Yeah!
So, huge festivals, a lot of concerts, a lot of free music that I got to be a part of.
Oh.
It was awesome, obviously, because how I look, a lot of free drinks thrown my way. Pretty nice. Pretty nice weekend for your boy. Pretty nice weekend for your boy.
Cleaned up.
I'm just saying, pretty nice weekend for your boy.
If you could see D-Fish's reaction.
Cheap weekend for me. A lot of mojitos. What are you having good looking? I said, a mojito now. My guys. Anyway.
Is that your drink of choice?
When I'm
A
at a beach?
mojito?
Yes, if I'm at a beach.
It's so leafy.
Oh, it's leafy.
It's so leafy. It's
Oh,
delicious, but there's just so much going on.
I feel bad ordering them because I see the labor it
It's
takes
a
to
lot.
make them.
I'm making them work.
It's a
If
lot.
I'm at a beach, I'm not working. You're working.
I mean, they're absolutely delicious.
are.
A+ choice of a
Thank
drink.
you. Felt good about it.
So
Yeah.
the bartender will roll their eyes every time
Yeah.
that you
They
order
are not
one.
happy when
Okay,
they hear the word
okay.
mojito had sent their way. I one time watched the bartender walk up to me angrily and said, "Really? This is really the drink you want to have?" And I said, "Now I want two."
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, please.
But something happened that I'd never seen before in actual public.
Huh.
I've never seen furries before.
What are furries?
Oh.
Yeah, furries are people that dress up in actual mascot outfits in real life.
Oh, yes.
And
yes,
they wear
yes.
tails.
Oh,
They
yes.
wear ears.
Okay, I know this.
They wear and they walk around
But do they identify as?
I do not
They
know,
have an animal.
but I think so.
I know
Yeah,
more about
I-
furries
It was
than I should.
amazing.
Okay.
I just
go
walked
on.
around like they're wearing tails. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I think
that's
they
so awesome.
I think they identify
They,
as.
yes,
As the animal?
their animal. Their
Oh.
animal has a name.
Well, good for them.
The craziest thing about furries.
Yes.
So, Alex, when he just described an animal costume,
yeah.
you're not picturing a detailed enough one. Like
Okay.
these are movie ready.
Oh, yeah.
These are
snap.
tens of thousands of dollars. And what's crazy about the furry community,
Yeah.
it is an insanely expensive hobby to have. These are doctors and lawyers and politics. Like these are very,
Yeah.
very wealthy
Okay.
people.
Well, this leads to just one important question then.
Yeah.
Who's
for
your
all of
furry?
you. Who the hell is your furry? Who are we dressing? Who are we
It's a
being
very
there?
good question. It's a very fair
Rob, how
question.
do you know
I'll
so
go
much
first.
about
Hold on. I'm now an expert in this after this last weekend.
Yeah. Who you got?
I gotta say, I saw one dude walking around with it had a foxtail that went up and it was perfect. I think a fox would be a pretty
I can see
cool
that
look.
for you.
All right.
Yeah. I think a bear, but I think I need to get bigger to be a bear. So
Oh, you're almost there.
Yeah, hey, as a kid that grew up fat, that is very hurtful. You're bringing up painful memories.
This makes a lot of sense. This kind of brings
Fish,
everything back.
what's your animal? What's your furry
I'll
fish?
start working on it.
I do not have a furry.
Come on, you got to be part of the furry crew.
Be a trout. You could be like a walking trout.
What?
He has a lion tattoo.
Oh, you're a
Oh
lion.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Fish,
bait, don't take the bait.
you said one of your favorite superheroes were Black Panther, so you could be a panther.
Okay.
Yep, done.
Black
it's done.
Panther, yes.
All right.
We got him.
For Halloween.
Okay.
in a Black
All right.
Panther
Gotcha.
costume, not
Alex.
a furry outfit.
Yeah.
What's the furry gonna be?
Well, I am Mama Monk. I love monkeys. So
Okay.
it would be-
So Mama Monk,
That's a
okay.
perfect one.
Yeah, that's
All
like
right.
my
That's a
nickname
perfect
at home.
one.
Anything
Mama Monk.
with the tail is fun.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
I feel like the tail is quite
Yeah.
It's very,
Yeah.
very.
Brock, what you rolling with?
Paramount.
I have not seen this ever in the furry community because the furry community is out here. Like
Big time.
they
I need to know why you know so
they're
much
out here.
about
Why
this.
don't you? Is the
I
question.
would go. My nickname has always been Beaver, like Brock Vereen, Beaverine. So my friends call me Beaver, but
Okay.
I don't know if that's sexy enough. Can
It'd be a
beavers
fun
be?
tail.
You can be a sexy
Yeah.
beaver.
I'm a beaver.
Let's
All
go!
right. There we
What a
go.
show. What?
Yeah.
We answer the important questions.
Yes, we do.
Here on the new 97.1. The
Wild.
So what's the plan today when it comes to watching post show? What do we got for World Cup today?
Furries.
That's obviously. I didn't ask what you were wearing. I asked how you're going to be watching.
Well, we have it it's on right now, right? So Brock,
Spain.
yeah,
Yep.
he brings his
Spain,
iPad.
no
and we
goals.
watch it during the show.
We are all in on the games after this game.
Yeah.
Ooh, Saudi Arabia's later. There's another. Oh, it's
Belgium
Belgium
and
and somebody.
Egypt at noon, so that'll also be during our
Yeah.
show. Saudi and Uruguay.
Yes. There you go. There you go. There you go.
3, and then
one.
Iran and New Zealand tonight at LA Stadium.
That'll be
at
wild
6 p.m.
All on Fox
Yeah.
Telemundo?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's the
Yeah.
only platforms you can watch it.
I believe so.
Is
I
it?
think
Those
so
two?
today.
Okay.
So
my understanding.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I think this city so far has been absolutely alive. So much so that I had to drive to Long Beach on Friday. Took me 2.5 hours to drive to Long Beach. Just getting past SoFi was the most 2.5 hours to get from Santa Monica to Long Beach.
When?
I left at left at about 1:30 and
Okay.
got there at 4.
Did you make the boat?
I made the boat. It was 4:30. Wow. But man, I gotta say, LA commuters, understand there's a World Cup going on.
So fun.
Oh, dude, there's
have you
definitely.
seen what it's like at the Coliseum for the watch party?
No, how's that been?
Mayhem, you guys.
Really?
Like sold out, 40,000 people down on the lawn. They make it like festival style with a giant stage and big screen. And it is like electric, like jumping up and down, drinks going everywhere with every goal. So if you can't go to a game, that is a place where you want to go watch it. If you want to be like in the vibe.
There you go.
Well, then I want to be in the vibe. So
Yeah.
I kind of want to go do that.
You
That
gotta be in
sounds
the vibe.
absolutely awesome. But
It's insane.
guys, I want you guys, no matter what, D-Fish and I just want you to enjoy your show and have fun talking sports today.
Oh, thanks, guys.
We enjoyed listening to
See how he
you.
went to like the wave.
Yeah, he did. He did. I like
happening?
that.
Yeah, coming on now. It's Brock and Alex for the next 4 hours of your LA Drive commute. And you don't want to miss it. You want to stay right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Fish and I, we're going to get out of Dodge, man. Great stuff today, man.
Dope.
As always. All right, guys, that's it for us. Kick rocks. See you tomorrow. Enjoy some sports.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Happy Monday. What a weekend we all had. I was just laughing about it. I was doing a little promo. I was like, Brock went to Germany. Not literally, but went to go watch Germany in Houston. I can't wait to hear all about that. I was down in San Diego at Petco Park for a rock show, a festival. That was just insane. But you guys, like, so much happened this weekend. The World Cup has taken over the United States. And the fact that it's in New York when the Knicks won the NBA championship has just been like absolute mayhem to watch and witness. Like the fact that the world is here and the world got to witness that. Do you know how many new Knicks fans are now going to be coming out from around the world just who were in New York and a part of like everything that went down? Like, what an insane weekend.
It's nuts. And it was one of those weekends where I would say about halfway through Saturday, I accepted, okay, I'm not going to be able to watch all of it. I was so obsessed with, I have to see every single thing that happens. And I finally was so stressed to a point. I was like, hey, Brock, you're not going to be able to watch all of it.
Yep.
Just enjoy the things that you can watch and then catch up Sunday night. Yep. But I love being in that position. There are so many events going on that need to be watched and studied and enjoyed and have chaos around it. And I mean, every single moment of my weekend was sports related.
So tell me, how was it? Like, okay, the whole experience, because you flew out Saturday
morning
to go to the game.
Yes.
Saturday afternoon, evening.
Game was Sunday afternoon.
Yes. Okay. Take us through it. What was the experience like going to a World Cup game?
So I get to the airport and immediately I learn how many Germans live in LA. The entire flight was German. Entire flight. I had no idea. And there's also, and if anyone knows this connection, because I looked it up and could not find it, there is a connection between the Asian Californian community and Germany, because about half of the plane were Asian Americans wearing German gear, like exclusive and vintage gear, not like they bought it yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's some connection there, but I'm not sure what it was, but it was awesome to see. So the entire plane was Germany. I get to NRG Stadium, which is in Houston. I immediately learned that FIFA, despite running the show for however many years, has no idea how to put on an event. The security line under the Texas sun and humidity was unbearable, so much so that people were just collapsing in line, just flat out collapsing.
Dude, it's hot and humid in a way that, like, if you're not used to it, I remember the first time, because I spent a lot of time in Houston just with the Angels and Astros series, but like you walk out of the airport and it feels like you walk into like a brick wall of heat. It's like kukush, and like if you're not used to it, you're like
yeah,
it's hard to breathe.
It's like breathing syrup is the best way I can explain. Like trying to get air into your lungs is actually a labor thing. So once we finally get into the stadium, which took an hour, and I want to say I saw 3 people drop.
No.
So who knows how many there actually were in total. It got so bad to a point where the security eventually said, okay, we actually need to get all of these people inside. So there's going to be no more security checks.
What?
Everyone just come in.
Excuse me, what?
Imagine just
That's insane.
opening the front door of your house and there are 60,000 people out there who have been drinking for hours. It was a nightmare. Thankfully, to my knowledge, no, other than the people passing out, no catastrophic thing happened, because it definitely could have. They weren't patting down anyone. It was crazy.
Wild.
The game itself was magical. There was a 16-minute stretch where Curacao and Germany were tied at 1 goal each. Curacao is an island of 150,000 people.
Yeah.
So they were never going to make the 32-team cut that the World Cup typically has. They expanded it to 48 teams this year, and the appreciation from everyone that a country that loves soccer was involved. And the only gripe I have with Fox, who have done a great job producing the World Cup, after Lovano Comenencia, who scored the goal for Curacao, scored, he hit one of the cleanest slides I have ever seen. And I went to Twitter because I wanted to see the slide. They scored right in front of me and my brother.
Yeah.
and they cut away from it. Like he slid for, I would say, 15 yards. I thought he was like being pulled by a boat or something. You could tell he had practiced it his entire life. And how you cut away from that slide, I will never forgive whoever the director of that game was. But if that's the only thing I can complain about game-wise, I think that was it was awesome. The German fans were great. It was a blowout, but I got to see a lot of goals. And I was back on my flight home a couple hours after the match.
That's insane.
Great weekend.
That's so fun. There was actually, I've known a lot about Curacao just because Simba, Anderson Simmons, who was on the Angels shortstop forever, was from there. And so we did a couple features on it. But there's so much pride. There is so much pride from that little island. That's so fun.
One thing that was cool, when they did score the goal, Germany scored first, Curacao scored to tie it up.
Yeah.
The eruption in the stadium was insane. Now, I would say the fan dispersion was 80% Germany, 20% Curacao.
Okay.
But I realized afterward it was the loudest moment of the match was when Curacao scored. And I realized that was only possible because Germany was cheering as well. Like only in hindsight did I realize that the only way it could be that loud is if everyone was cheering, which was really cool. It was a historical moment. Like Curacao is known for baseball, but that doesn't mean that they don't love soccer. And they are. I hope they can have some more positive moments for the rest of the group play. But it was a great weekend.
Yeah.
Watched the Knicks win while in San Antonio, so there were actually a lot of while in Houston, so there were a lot of San Antonio haters. So I was really watching it as a Knicks fan. But that game was nuts. It was a great weekend. What about the music festival?
Dude, wild. Yeah, so I was down in San Diego at Petco Park. So it was funny. It was like my two worlds combining of like a music festival at a baseball stadium. But it was so rad. It was just like a dream come true for our family, my husband's band Pepper, to play at Petco Park, which was insane. And thankfully, the green rooms were in the suite, so there were TVs everywhere.
There we go.
I got to watch the games while at a music concert, which was so rad. And then I have a daughter who's just already an icon and is a great sleeper. Passed out mid-rock show as I'm holding her in my little carrier. Full weekend at Bernie's, like arms dangling, like head flop, like headphones. She wears like the headphones that we're wearing here. It was absolutely adorable. She was the star of the show. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, can I please take a photo of your child?" I was like, "Yeah, it's fine." She's great. So all around, epic weekend.
Yes.
I can't there's a game going on right now. We got Spain versus Cape Verde. Is it Verde?
Verde.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, like Verde. There we go. Okay. Do we have any score update there? Still
Last
scoreless?
I checked, it was still 0-0.
Okay. We're still donuts up. And then we got Belgium.
I will get out the iPad during our break so we can watch.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I was wondering what happened.
Yes.
Oh, you were late to Crosstalk.
I was late
That was the first time you've ever been late to anything.
Well, you know what's funny? Me and producer Raj were standing directly outside of the door talking about everything, and then I realized I should probably go in.
Yeah. No, you pulled a D-Mac and Reiter. Like, we're the early ones, and they're the ones who, like, rush in at the last minute. But you guys, we have so much action today because then we got Belgium and Egypt at noon, Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay at 3, and then Iran and New Zealand tonight here at SoFi at 6 p.m. We got Sparks also at 7 p.m. We got Rays at Dodgers at 7 p.m. Angels at Diamondbacks. There's a lot going on. We're, of course, going to dive into the Knicks winning their first NBA title in 53 years in just a bit because the way they did that has to give Laker fans some hope. So we'll dive into that in just a bit. But we got to start with the Dodgers because it was a tough weekend all around, even with like some of the positive, and there were definitely a good amount of positive moments to take away from the road trip, from the weekend. But this is the first time the White Sox have won a series against the Dodgers since 2014. You guys, it is the first time they've won a series, which is insane. But also, like, when we were talking about this on Friday and we were talking to White Sox Insider, like, people don't realize, we didn't realize until they popped up on the schedule, like, oh, White Sox are first in the division. White Sox have a winning record.
Yeah.
The White Sox just took down two of the other top teams in Major League Baseball. Oh, they're the real deal. And it's hard to kind of wrap your head around that because they have been so bad for so long. Like, it was kind of a running joke. It was like, ooh, yeah, the White Sox. Like, the players being there didn't really, like, take it seriously. The fans are just, heartbroken for the last decade. Mm-hmm. But let's run through it. We'll start with Friday.
Okay.
Roki, like, looking good till that fifth inning and just got lit up. 7 earned runs, only lasting 4 1/3, obviously, in that fifth inning is when things kind of went sideways. Is it something we need to worry about with Roki after coming off of 3, just outstanding starts?
I believe that what we saw 2 starts ago for Roki is where he can get to. Mm-hmm. But I feel game 1 against the White Sox was proof that he's not there yet, meaning consistently game to game. Mm-hmm. We know where he can be at his best, and he just needs to get to a point where his best is in the realm of where he can get to, right? No pitcher except for maybe Yamamoto and Shohei and Mizorowski and Chris Sanchez can be at their best every single time they step on the mound.
Yeah, MVPs.
Yes, you just hope Roki by the end of the year can get closer to his best each outing. Yeah. Now, I will say it was a step backwards, and I feel the fact that it was the White Sox. Yes, the Dodgers are a shell of themselves. Yes, the White Sox being third in having the third best record in the AL is not what anybody expected.
No.
At the end of the day, that is still a team full of very young players that you would think with the Dodgers and their experience would be able to handle, right? I'm not necessarily looking at the record. I'm looking at the experience. And the White Sox are a bunch of scrappy guys that they traded their good players for a year ago. And these guys were supposed to just kind of be the wasteful years until they figure out what to do. Mm-hmm. And now you look around the White Sox like, oh, wait, we're actually pretty good. Right? Yeah. I do expect, despite the record, I do expect a guy like Roki, who has had World Series innings, to be able to handle that a little bit better. And it's not necessarily the runs given up, it was the spiral. I thought we were beyond Roki spiraling. I thought it was more so, hey, Roki can have a bad inning or two, but then get back on track. But like you said, that fifth inning looked like the Roki of old, and now he has about a week before he can get back up there and prove that was the one-off.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the important part is how he responds to it, because we got 3 starts in a row that were kind of changing our perspective of, okay, this is the Roki that we all heard about. We heard Dave Roberts say it. We heard Freddie Freeman say it. We heard Roki Sasaki say, I finally feel like I'm pitching like myself. I finally feel like I'm not doubting myself. I'm pitching with confidence. So everyone has bad games. And you know what? Even if it was like he just finally got to that good place, even Shohei Ohtani has off games. Yep. Even the best of the best has an off game. So I think this next outing is going to be a real tell of, okay, how can you bounce back? How can you get back to where you were a week ago? Yeah. So I think that's going to be what we're looking out for. But then let's move to Saturday, Yoshi Day. Yamamoto's almost perfect game, you guys. He was 4 outs away from a perfect game. And again, Mookie Betts had the fielding error that allowed the first White Sox base runner to reach. Still had a no-hitter going, but there went the perfect game. And you could see it on Mookie's face. I mean, you guys, he is an all-star. And just sometimes bad bounce, mishandle. It just was an extremely unfortunate timing and situation. And that's the crazy thing, too. Like, so many things have to go right in a no-hitter, in a perfect game, which is why you don't have very many of them. And then going into the 9th inning, 3 outs away from a no-hitter, and that's when he gave up the home run to Peters. And you know what? If it was going to happen, like giving up a hit somehow, I always I don't want to say I'm happy, but like it should be on the pitcher opposed to it being like a position player who
that's a great point.
Like misses something. So then it's like, okay, it was on me. Like, there isn't blame and that guilt on a teammate that was like, I ruined this for you. It was like, you're the one that's on this journey, and you're either going to make it all the way through, or you're the one that's going to give it up.
Yes. It's so much easier to stomach when it was in your control versus, well, now I have a teammate that has to feel guilt for the rest of the season and probably forever if I never get another perfect game.
Yeah.
Or no hitter. Looking at you, Hanley Ramirez. So if you are Shohei Ohtani, who was able to who returned for game 2, which I was not a fan of, but I was a fan of the leadoff home run. The precedent's been set that when Shohei hits a leadoff home run, the rest of the roster is just like, all right, we're winning today.
Well, hitting's contagious.
It is
like,
so contagious.
You hear players talk about this. Like, I don't know if momentum has a bigger effect in other sports. Momentum always does, but in baseball, it is huge. It matters.
To immediately just wipe away the ugly second half of the previous game.
Yeah.
With an Ohtani home run, it immediately felt like, one, the Dodgers are going to win. Two, that version of the team that we saw from the 5th inning onward yesterday is not the team that we're looking at right now. No. And they took it and ran with it. Offensively, everyone was eating. Ohtani, of course, Muncy, Mookie Betts, who quietly had one of the best offensive series he's had all year long.
Back-to-back multi-hit games for the first time this season.
Which is great. That was great to see. Of course, this series will be known as the series that the Dodgers didn't show up the way that they should have, and Mookie blowing what was at the time a perfect game. But we can't lose sight of the fact that Mookie offensively showed a lot of promise, and I feel pushed down a lot of nervousness for now, because there were some uncomfortable conversations to be had about Mookie, and maybe still if this series.
You texted the group chat that over the weekend.
Yeah, because
before the back-to-back multi-hit game.
Yes, and it was less about what he was or was not doing offensively. It was the reaction to the error on blowing the perfect game. And I feel that Mookie has always been a beacon of smiles and giggly energy, even if that may not always be the case behind closed doors. He always does a great job of presenting himself as smiling and having fun and being a great teammate. And I don't know if it was just blowing the perfect game, but he just seemed in a mood all week. Now, offensively,
if you blew a perfect game, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why, like,
that though. Even before now, if I blew a perfect game,
are you kidding
I'm
me?
gonna feel terrible.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna feel
that's
terrible.
why, like,
I
if the no hitter, like, if it's on the pitcher, it's a little less of like, I can't believe this happened. It's like, okay, you know what? This was all on you, and like that. This is a perfect example of like, Mookie took that to heart.
He did. I will say the smiling, happy-go-lucky Mookie has been missing for a little while, but the angry Mookie brought out one of the best offensive series, the best offensive series that he's had all year long. So I'm still up in the air about Mookie Betts. I feel if the World Series started today and there's a healthy Tommy Edman and a healthy Alex Freeland, I think there's some tough decisions that need to be made. But the fact is, that's not the case right now, and he has plenty of season to show that he can do what he did offensively during this series for the remainder of the year. But all in all, Game 2, fantastic.
Yeah.
Nothing to complain about there.
Yeah, and you mentioned Tommy Edman. Expected return is saying June 16th, which is tomorrow.
Okay.
So we'll keep an eye on that, the series of what that kind of shakeup is going to look like.
Wow.
Yeah.
I knew this season is flying by, because mid-June felt like a lifetime ago. And
we're here.
When you just said June 16th, I'm like, that can't be right.
We've been doing the show for a month officially.
Yeah, how about that?
How crazy is that?
This is flying by.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you too.
And shout out to all the fans tuning in and hanging out with us every day. We love all of you guys calling in and telling us you've been listening from the get-go, which reminds me, I forgot to mention this off the top of the show, you guys. We are giving away Sparks tickets again today. So make sure you're listening in about 35 minutes. All you're going to have to do is call in 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 for your chance to win LA Sparks tickets. It's celebrating their 30th anniversary of their first Sparks game. There's going to be special guest performances like Warren G, one-of-a-kind giveaways. It's going to be a time. So stay tuned for that. We're going to be giving those away at the top of the 11 o'clock hour, and all you have to do is call in. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, you guys, the Knicks are NBA champions, and New York, I'm pretty sure, hasn't slept yet. I don't know if you've been seeing all the videos and all the mayhem that's going on in New York. We're going to dive into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and save that number because in about 35 minutes, we're going to be giving away some Sparks tickets, you guys, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first ever Sparks game. The game will be Sunday, June 21st. There's going to be special guests like Warren G, one-of-a-kind giveaways. It is going to be a time, you guys. So get ready for that at the top of hour 2. In about 35 minutes, you'll call 855-975-2326. But you guys... the Knicks are NBA champions for the first time in 53 years. All 4 of their wins were come from behind victories. And the fact that this lined up when the World Cup was also in New York, it has been absolutely beautiful mayhem in the streets of New York. If you've been watching any of these videos on social media of all these international fans being in New York and just celebrating sports at the same time. I don't think people realize how many new Knicks fans are going to be coming out of this whole situation just because the World Cup is here, and so many other countries who might not be basketball fans got to kind of be a part of this championship journey and this run, especially if they're in New York. And just seeing how many people were in the streets. I mean, there were so many projectors on buildings of people just watching in the streets. It was just beautiful chaos, and it felt electric.
You brought up such a fantastic point regarding how many Knicks fans overseas will now be Knicks fans for life.
Yeah.
The reason I root for Chelsea is because they were good, and the first English Premier League game I ever saw, my favorite player at the time, Didier Drogba, was playing, and I was like, well, I'm just going to root for them because they're good and I like that guy. And there are so many so many kids who are in Kansas with Team Algeria or are in Delaware, just anywhere around the country, and they realize, well, all the Americans are watching the NBA game, I'm going to watch it. Who's that short guy? Jalen Brunson. He's good. I'm going to root for him for the rest of my life. Oh, the Knicks won. I'm going to get a Knicks jersey of that guy because I like him, and I'm just going to rock this back home, and I'm a Knicks. Timing-wise, it was great. As far as a game, credit to the Knicks. I spent most of this series seeing the series as the Spurs blowing games, which they did, but after they sealed it, the Knicks undeniably took every single one of these games, right? Like there's dropping the ball, then there's getting the ball ripped from you. Yeah. And I feel through 4 games, I was sitting there thinking the Spurs keep dropping the ball, but after they've sealed it up, it was the Knicks punching that ball out, ripping that ball and kicking you when you were down. The inevitability of no matter what kind of lead you build, we are still in this game. You can't teach that. Your team either has it or they don't. And credit to Mike Brown, Jalen Brunson, Cat, and the rest of the team of just having, as they say, that dog in them.
I mean, people and coaches and parents and players are going to be talking about this historic playoff run for generations to come. Not only because they came back from the biggest deficit in NBA Finals history, 29 points, but every single one of their wins was a come-from-behind win. And you made a good point there where it's crazy. We were doing it too. Everybody was talking about the Spurs, and the Spurs blew this, and the Spurs were supposed to win, and they have Wemby, this generational player, and all the focus was on the Spurs. I almost think it helped the Knicks because they do have that underdog mentality, and there was no pressure on them. If they went to win this, it was like they were stealing the championship from the Spurs. The Spurs are a young team led by 22-year-old Wemby. I think what you said, the core age is 23.
The average age of the starters are 23 years old.
So at 23, like average age, that's all anybody was focusing on. That's all anybody was talking about was Wemby and how this is the future of the NBA. And whoever comes out of the West is just going to absolutely sweep and dominate the East. And the Knicks just the whole time are like, cool as a cucumber. Like, yeah, no, it's fine. Like, keep telling us that, like, we're not going to do this, and let me prove you wrong, because every single one of those wins, even up to the last game on Saturday, everyone is like, well, you know, the Spurs still got it. The Spurs can still be in this. No, they can't. No, they can't, because no lead was safe for the Knicks, and they just came in there and just proved to everybody that anything is possible.
What they did was force the Spurs to show their youth, right? The Spurs have been this young team for the entire season. And, of course, Wemby missed a couple of games early on with the load management, or rather the minutes restriction. But no team was really able to walk out of that arena during the regular season or even the playoffs and say, that was a young team that we just played and we made them look immature. The Knicks made the Spurs look immature, even in Game 5 when they sealed it. Like, the Knicks didn't play that well. They just didn't make the unnecessary and immature mistakes that the Spurs did. Like, Jalen Brunson had 45 points. 3 players were in the teens, right? No, okay. Jalen Brunson had 45. Mikal Bridges had 14. Josh Hart had 13. OG had 11. Karl Anthony Towns had 2 points, and they had 7 points off of the bench. Sorry, 9 points off the bench. Like that's not a good game by Knicks standards. But what they didn't do is repeatedly step on their own feet. And when things got tight, when the moments got brutal, the Spurs, for whatever reason, in the finals, just collapsed. Even though there were tight moments against OKC, there were tight moments in the regular season, they were able to power through. Stephon Castle not being able to dribble the ball, Vassell not being able to hit a key shot, and that lead that you built every time just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And by game 3 or 4, instead of saying, "Are the Knicks going to pull this off?" the Spurs are saying, "Well, here we go again." Like it's this core feeling of they are inevitable, and we can't get out of our own way when the going gets tough.
I mean, New York trailed by double digits again, rallied again, and again, just like finished off one of the most historic finals runs that we had ever seen, especially with the narrative that we kept talking about. But the other narrative that not a lot of people were focusing on is Jalen Brunson and just what he did, taking a discount, taking millions of dollars less.
$113 million.
That's a lot of money. So the Knicks could go out and build this team around him. And I don't think that was talked about enough, because that is the reason that the Knicks are here right now. And you know what he did? He put this team on his back. Finals MVP. He was the heart and soul of this team, and so calm and collected. I don't know if I forget what game it was after, but I think it was after the historic comeback game. He sits down in the presser, and before even going into the game, he has this really emotional, tearful moment of just, he had met this, I think it was a Make-A-Wish kid.
Okay.
And he had got some news about the Make-A-Wish kid, like right after the game, and he just, I'm just thinking about him and his family, and that's all I want to focus on. And it kind of puts life into perspective for, I think, the viewers, the fans, and just who he is as a person and what he cares about and what matters. And it really it opens your eyes to this entire group, because we talked about like what makes a championship team, and a lot of it is like trusting your leaders. This is your leader. Yeah. If this is your leader in Jalen Brunson, who is not being selfish, who is taking a deal so everybody else on the team can get paid, who has this sense of emotion of just kindness for fans and people around you, and is going to show up in the biggest moments, dropping 45 points in the clincher, even after he missed the game-winning shot that OG tipped in the last game. Like he's taking the shots, even if it's not perfect. He's not perfect. He's one of the shorter guys on the court, but you know what? He's going to show up, and he is going to be that dog.
I love the charisma around Jalen Brunson.
The Riz,
if you will, around Jalen Brunson of, I'm cool, I'm calm, I'm not taking photos with the Larry O'Brien trophy, during the promos and billboards and commercials and wipes and all those things. He refused to be in the same room as it. He would not take photos with it. And while some players did, I love how at the beginning of the year you entered this season knowing that guy right there is the hardest worker on this team.
Yes.
That guy right there is making $113 million less than he could be.
Uh-huh.
And that guy right there is going to be at his best when the game is the tightest. I'm going to follow that guy. I'm going to do what he does. And it's also a standpoint of, if you're on So if I'm in a locker room with Tom Brady, and I see Tom Brady is doing extra conditioning, I see that Tom Brady is here at 5 a.m. every single morning. I was sitting there thinking, well, what can I complain about? Like, I can't complain about anything because the guy who is getting paid the most and has the most riding on this, the guy who, if he were a diva, would actually be able to get away with it, is choosing to be the hardest worker. And I compare that to the Knicks regarding, well, if our best player is taking the hard road, if our best player is sacrificing money, I have no excuse not to give everything I have every single minute because he is over there doing it. I have to do it. And you could see how that mindset, that mentality, and that work ethic just matriculated its way throughout this entire roster.
It's very Kobe-esque. And today's the 25th anniversary of that iconic Kobe photo that I wore on my shirt a couple weeks ago at the start of the NBA Finals, where he's just sitting there in the showers holding the trophy, just like thinking about life. He was 22, and that was his second championship in that moment. But when we were talking to D. Fish about it, I asked him, what do you remember about this Kobe moment? And he's like, he wasn't like out like necessarily celebrating with everybody. He kind of just went internal, and he was like, how do we keep doing this? How do we be better than this moment? And that's what the great leaders do. It's like, okay, this is great, but already thinking about the next one. And it's not necessarily all about you, but as you mentioned, you're the first ones there. You're the last ones to lead. You're putting in all the work. You're doing whatever it takes to get to that moment. So it's going to be interesting now on the opposite side of things to see how a player and a face of the league like Wemby handles something like this, because there was a lot of conversation and heat around the fact that he didn't shake their hands after the game. And you know what? Like, I'm not mad about that.
Me neither.
Because any other like regular season game, I understand. But this was the championship game in a series that you blew all 4 of the leads, and you are the face of that team. You should be angry. You should be upset. I don't know if you've seen all the like viral photos of after NFL games, the losing quarterbacks usually just sitting there on the bench in like the opposing team's like colored confetti. Let them be in that celebration moment, and let the other stars be in that regret, sad, I messed up moment, because this is what's going to build that next version of who they are as an athlete.
Yes, and so every time there is a Super Bowl or an NBA championship and it's the final game, there's always something that the star on the opposing team does wrong. Like there's nothing that Wemby can do in those final moments that would make everyone happy, right? So I think back to when Anthony Edwards got bounced out of the playoffs, and he was being checked out of the game for good because they got blown out.
Yeah.
He walked over to the bench during a TV timeout of the opposing team, of the Spurs, and was shaking everyone's hand saying, hey, good job, because I don't want the final moments of you guys celebrating. Like, one, I don't want to be in those photos.
No.
I don't want to be waiting here with my hands in my pockets while you guys jump around and then look over and shake my... I don't want to be part of that. So... But then you also think of LeBron James when he got bounced, still a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers, by Golden State, and there was like a minute or two left in the game. He was about to get checked out for the last moments.
Yeah.
And so he shook everyone's hand, and then he went to sit on the bench. Like, I don't want to make this final moment about me, and I'm LeBron James. If I'm over here when you're celebrating, now the moment's about me.
Yeah.
You add to the fact that Wemby is not liked for the Knicks. There are multiple flagrant fouls that could have got called that didn't. And now, in the final moments, you expect Victor Wembanyama to walk over to your bench.
Absolutely not.
Who are going to be upset that I'm over there because I shoved Jalen Brunson to the ground, and there were some other fouls that could have been called that weren't. And now what? We have a giant scuffle in San Antonio. Now the Knicks don't know if they can go. Like it's such a lazy thing to complain about. Victor's right to be upset, and he's going to stew over this for a couple months, and I have no doubt in my mind he will be right back playing in a championship very soon.
Yeah, what did he say after he lost in the Olympics?
I feel bad for all of my future opponents.
Yeah. So
and he's on his way.
You know what? I just hope that's why, like, in that moment of him not shaking anyone's hands, I'm like, no, that's who he is. That's his brand. It would be weird and off-putting if he went over and shook other guys' hands.
It would be disingenuous.
It would be, yeah. And also, like, no. Like, it makes sense, again, during the regular season, but the championship game that you lost and blew all 4 of those leads?
Right.
Absolutely not. Like, get out of there. Let them have their moment.
What is there for us to talk about?
If it made sense for him and he felt like he needed to do that, okay. But he would have gotten hate for that too. Like, oh, what now? You're being nice after you were like, it was a lose-lose situation for Wemby. No matter what he did, people were going to get upset about it. And you know what? Like, it was a wild ride, especially since all of the pressure was on him.
It was, and
all the pressure was on him.
It's so funny that you put it that way, right? He's the focal point of that team, and your veteran in De'Aaron Fox effectively blew. Was it game 4?
Yeah.
And so it was all riding on Victor. He did not play at his best for the entirety of the series, and he knows that. But I also feel how in The Last Dance, where they say, Jordan getting beat up by the Pistons constantly is what created the Michael Jordan that we know of now. This is just a chapter in the book of Wemby, and when he's sitting at the end of the road with however many championships he wins, he's going to point back and say, that Knicks series is what did it for me.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see the growth that this loss is going to give Wemby. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, you guys, it's time to play Do You Care, LA? We're going to talk about all the other big events that happened around the world and around the country this weekend. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here and being a part of the show. We are currently watching what might be, would we call it an upset? So we are scoreless right now in Spain versus Cape Verde. And you guys, Spain is the favorite. Was the favorite coming into this World Cup to win the World Cup. We are in the 87th minute right now.
Yeah, we are.
And we are still scoreless. This is insane.
This would definitely a draw here would be the biggest upset for Cape Verde. And I think Cape Verde right now holds the record for number of ways to pronounce their name. And we were sitting here talking about why are there so many ways to pronounce. There's Cape Verde, there's Cabo Verde, there's Cape Verde, Cabo. It goes on and on and on. Common languages considered common on that island are English, Portuguese, Italian, French, Creole. I guess if you speak a language, they speak it there, and that is why there are a million ways to pronounce it. But they are hanging right now.
It's insane. I think what producer Shay, you said they've had 7 saves. Their goalkeeper is what, 40?
Yeah, so their goalkeeper's 40 years old. He has 7 saves, and he's been playing with the national team since 2012, and he has 81 caps. So that means he's played in 81 national games.
Wow.
So he's LeBron.
Yes. LeBron James. LeBron James. I mean, he is the MVP star of this match if they pull this off.
So Spain is getting very aggressive here, obviously, with minutes remaining, and they are flirting with the goal right now.
Yeah, no, they're
they've
getting
had some
good shots.
barely missed, but I'm all in on Cape at this point.
This is insane.
I got to root for him.
This is insane. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. We'll keep you updated if any score happens here. But now it is time to bring in producer Shay for Do You Care, LA?
Welcome in, guys. Did you have a good weekend? I did. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm going to the FIFA World Cup
I was
match
going to
today.
say, you are going to have a great day.
Come on. I'm
Let's
hyped
go.
for it. I'm
Let's
excited
go.
to see it. I want to see how good LA has done because we got the Houston experience, but we need to see the LA experience. But we're staying on FIFA for your first Do You Care?
Okay.
Do You Care? The game where I tell Alex and Brock different sports stories from around the world, and they get to tell me if they care or not from an LA perspective. So the Diaspora World Cup, that's what people are calling this right now. And what do they mean by it? The World Cup is giving us a bigger storyline than just goals. Players are choosing which country to represent when they have ties to multiple nations. So for instance, like me, I have ties to Iran, the US, Turkey, a bunch of ties.
Yeah.
But I could only choose one. So people are choosing the smaller teams, the teams that they have roots to, the teams, for instance, Morocco, the smaller Cape Verdes. It's getting to a point where you have big name players playing on these teams that their grandparents went to. Like, they didn't even live there, you know what I mean? Their grandparents live there. And this is kind of something that we're seeing happen a lot in today's World Cup. Do you care?
You know what? Like, if that's what you want to do and you feel like you have a tie to it, like, go for it. We kind of saw this in the Olympics, too.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes there's like different reasons of like you have a better opportunity to get more playing time. And so I understand it there because, again, we're a melting pot here in the U.S. Like, unless you're native, most of us are not from here. So I don't mind that.
I would say Team USA's Captain America right now in Folarin Balogun, who had a phenomenal day in the USA's win. The reason he had this moment is because he could claim playing for USA. Like, there's going to be more stories like him.
Yeah.
The FIFA pool expanded from 32 to 48 teams, which means more opportunities for guys like Balogun, who was not going to make the Team England's roster.
Yeah.
Or was just going to sit there and not play, but now he gets to be a star, right? Now, there are so many examples. Guys on Team Curacao, which is owned, I believe, by the Dutch. Those guys were not going to make the Netherlands team, right? So they get to play on their own team. I think it's great. And will there be blowouts? Hopefully no more 7-1 blowouts, but there will be others. But if that's what it means for somebody to play in a World Cup and get that opportunity that they wouldn't get, I'm all for it.
Also, like, England's loss is the U.S.'s gain in that sense with Balogun. I mean, like, that was insane. And you heard everyone talking after the game is like, we are just so lucky to have him here.
All right, on to the next one, guys. Do you care, LA? So the UFC had a pretty big event yesterday. It was at the White House. UFC Freedom 250 took over the White House South Lawn. So it actually happened in the South Lawn. And every fight ended by knockout. Do you care?
This is tough for me. This is really tough for me. It was giving Idiocracy. I don't know if you've seen that film, that early 2000s film.
A great observation by you.
Yeah, I just, without getting, again, like, it doesn't matter what side you're on politically, I don't want my government entertaining me. I want them taking care of us and taking care of the bigger issues that are happening. Like, was it a cool event? I'm sure. But I don't want that to be what my government is focusing on.
Yeah, and whoever planned the event, great job for planning it during the NBA Finals and during the World.
What are you doing?
We could push that back a couple months if you want to put that on. I would also say that as a sport, the UFC is in a very weird place in that the trajectory was going up from, we'll say, 2010 to 2022. Since then, every superstar they have talks about how much they hate it, how much they can't stand Dana White, how corrupt the organization is. And I think UFC is in a place where they need to recreate or create some stars who don't say dumb things or bash the league. As the UFC is in a very strange place. And I say that because for every single fight to end in knockout, and I do a lot of work in sports. I will pat myself on the back and say I keep up with everything. Yeah. This is my first time hearing it when Shay said it, and I would say I have fewer conversations about the UFC with my friends who are also working sports than I have ever had.
And I'll also say, like, just the ending made me sad. I don't know if you saw the viral moment of one of the fighters after his celebration just getting on the mic. And again, you guys, the whole point of this event was to celebrate America. It was to celebrate America's 250th birthday, right? And then you have a fighter on the mic celebrating by yelling, "Michelle Obama is a man," and then celebrating that. That's what you're going to do on the White House lawn. It all just really rubbed me the wrong way, and it wasn't what I would picture as a celebration, as a sports fan, as a patriot, as someone who loves my country. All the things in one just was it was not it.
Yeah,
it was not it.
I'm going to say we care that it happened, but for nothing that is UFC related. Yeah. The sport is in a very, very, very strange place. But if you are a fighting fan, the fact that there were all knockouts, I'm sure it was exciting.
Yeah.
On to the next one, guys.
All right.
And it was one of the more exciting fights of the year. I will tell you guys that. I did watch it, yeah,
Good
100%. I put it on while making the rundown last night. And it was funny. I wasn't expecting to get that roped into it because I was like, oh, I got to do stuff.
Well, it's entertainment.
Exactly. And it was a very entertaining thing to watch. And it added to it.
Well, I mean, that's what the president used to do.
Exactly.
But you have a new job now. And I need you to focus on that.
100%. And I'd have to agree with you guys on that one. On to the next one, guys. Do you care, LA? Hurricanes win their first Stanley Cup in 20 years.
Wow.
So the Carolina Hurricanes shut out the Vegas Golden Knights 3-0 in Game 6 with their first Stanley Cup since 2006. Do you care, guys?
Personally, no, but like I'm happy for their fans. You know, I want my Kings to be good again.
Yeah,
like that's where I care. But like it's always again like you're seeing these franchises who haven't won in decades. Like the Knicks, what was 53 years? Like Hurricane, how long did you say it was?
Since 2006.
Okay.
Wow, there you go. I will say, and I believe we talked about this a couple weeks ago when the playoffs had just started going on. Playoff hockey is up there with playoff anything. Yeah. And one thing that hockey has going for it, that the NBA has going for it as well, is in the past 10 years, there have been 8 different Stanley Cup winners. There have been 8 different NBA winners. MLB has had 7, college football has only had 7, and the NFL has had 6. And I do feel that magic word of parity does matter to the level of excitement, and the fact that hockey has that is why playoff hockey is so special. But again, unfortunately for them, they're being drowned out by the World Cup right now.
There's so many things.
And there's just so many
the
things
NBA,
going on.
like the Knicks, like that's
The
a
Knicks
way
won the
bigger
night
fan
before.
base and way
Yeah.
bigger city. So it's insane how much is going on right now in terms of sports, but it's also so beautiful because we're seeing again what makes sports so special, and it's bringing everybody together. Like all these different like nations has just been, we're going to talk about it again in just a bit. Also, you guys, make sure you save this number, 855-975-2326, because we are giving away Sparks tickets in about 10 minutes. Just all you got to do is call in. That's going to come up at the top of the next hour. So much going on. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. When we come back, Yamamoto was almost perfect, you guys. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. In just a minute, we're going to be giving away some Sparks tickets, you guys. So all you have to do is call 855-975-2326. Be caller number 4 for your chance to win Sparks tickets to celebrate their 30th anniversary of the first ever Sparks game. The game will be Sunday, June 21st, where they'll take on the liberty of special guests like Warren G, one-of-a-kind giveaways. It's going to be an insane night, you guys. So get ready to call in right now. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a pair of Sparks tickets. But you guys, we just had the first, I would call it an upset, World Cup upset. Spain and Cape Verde ended in a draw.
Yes, they did.
That's insane, you guys. That is insane. Spain is the favorite. They came in as the favorite to win the World Cup, and the game ended 0-0.
I love
wild.
I guess it's not World Cup specific. It's just international soccer specific. You know, there's fewer points scored, so a lot of times the differentiator is how many goals you score, how many goals you give up, the disparity and the gap between goals scored, goals give up, etc., and how confusing it must be to someone who never watches soccer when it ends in a draw and one team is going crazy like they won the Super Bowl and the other team is hanging their head. Like it's so confusing, you know, in comparison to baseball, football, or basketball. But yes, they made a statement there, and Spain better figure some stuff out.
Dude,
not gonna get any easier.
That's insane. Like, I don't know. Is someone checking on Bill Reiter? Do we know if he's okay?
Barcelona's very own Bill Reiter.
Where is he? Is he like? Can we do a wellness check? Can someone do a wellness check on Bill? Like, this is his like whole personality. Right?
We may spend his whole personality. we may spend the entire crosstalk hearing him break down what went wrong, because a whole lot of things went wrong.
Why this went wrong? You know what else is going wrong right now in the funniest way possible?
What's that?
Well, first of all, Knicks, NBA champs, you guys, first time in 53 years. So they've officially started their media tour. And they're on morning talk shows, which I never understand why they put the championship team. Like, you know, they have not slept. You know that they have been raging since they won
they
on
haven't even
Saturday.
Showered.
And OG Anunoby is on, what are they on?
Is it Good Morning?
Good Morning America.
Yeah.
They went to him and asked him a question. You guys, he's just on another planet, staring off into who knows where. And you know what? That's fine. Because you're either going to see, like, we've had a couple, like, very loaded athletes, like, and I live for this. As I think, like, they worked their booties off their entire lives to get to this moment.
Yes.
They are going to be raging. They're going to be celebrating. But the fact that you'd put a camera in their faces is just so wild to me. But he definitely probably should have just stayed in the hair and makeup room.
Yeah.
And maybe decide, like, you know, collectively, OG, maybe you just sit this one out.
Why don't you take a nap? We'll come get you when we're done interviewing. OG is going through it, and he deserves to go through it. I do not. Again,
did you see it?
We do not blame them. We blame shows who are demanding that these players get on moments after, hours after
they asked him a question.
They win a championship.
Just so you know, in that moment, they were asking him a question.
OG is confirmed on another planet. If you are near any type of device with internet, please look up. Do yourself a favor and look up. Just type in OG Anunoby Robin Roberts and laugh for the next 5 minutes.
It's so good. Not mad at it, you guys. Not mad at it. Like, all of these players and fans deserve this moment. Also, like, their championship parade isn't until Thursday. they're
Oh my
gonna be
gosh.
raging. Not only like when are
I
the
would
next
call out of work that day. Just
when are the next
don't be
like
on
the
the
World
streets.
Cup games too? Like the fact that all of this is happening in New York at once is insane. I don't know if you saw Saturday when Brazil was playing and everyone trying to leave the stadium. I think it took I was like looking at videos. It was like 4 hours of just walking to get out of the stadium, shoulder to shoulder. And then that night is when they went on to win the NBA championship. The streets, you guys, it was like you could literally feel New York pulsing.
It was also genius by the mayor to put. Did you see he put dummy buses in the streets?
Smart. Is that what they were? I was wondering
Yes.
what they were. So they could riot on the buses, the dummy buses.
My understanding is he either got
that's
them
so
from
smart.
a junkyard or somewhere,
Okay.
but those buses were just going to be trash anyway.
Yeah.
So he just placed them there, and
Wait.
you just it is
That's
funny
genius.
too because when a team wins in a major city, you have to treat all the adults there like toddlers.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Oh,
give
you're
them
gonna go
something to
riot.
break so that they don't break the important things. But it worked.
Have you seen those rage rooms?
Oh, what's a rage room?
Oh my goodness, Brock, it's incredible. It's basically a room where it has a bunch of breakable stuff. You're in like a crazy like helmet with like protective gear and a bodysuit, and they give you a baseball bat and you just get to break everything in the room.
I didn't know those actually existed.
Yeah.
I've seen them. There was a Jake Gyllenhaal movie about that, I think.
Yeah.
And then I've seen it in like music videos and stuff. I didn't know that was
Yeah,
an
no, it's a
actual thing
thing.
that you can pay. And
So basically, he turned New York into like a controlled rage room, which is smart because you know fans are going to riot. Which I
Yes.
never understood. Why would you destroy the city after they just brought you a championship? I don't understand that part. Like I understand like partying and going crazy, but destroying the city never really made sense to me, and the whole rioting and things. But now we're getting a precedent of what you need to do. You need to create a controlled rage room, put out those junkyard buses, which is absolutely genius.
did you say the Knicks parade is tomorrow?
Thursday.
Oh,
right?
Thursday. Okay.
I think it's Thursday.
I thought you said Tuesday, and I got scared because France plays Senegal in Jersey, I believe,
that would be
tomorrow, and nobody can riot like the
insane.
French. So I got very
it is
nervous
Thursday.
for.
Yeah, it is
Okay, Thursday. Thank God.
Dude, New
Thank
York has set up for such a crazy week.
Yes.
What other games are going? Like, how many more games? Do you have a game every day in
we
Jersey?
we need to find out.
Like up until Thursday, because it is gonna.
we need to find out who's playing.
Absolute mayhem in the best way possible, and also like all these fans that are playing in Jersey and staying in New York and Jersey, like. The Knicks just got so many new international fans because I even saw like little kids that were there like celebrating in the street and their parents were like, well, you just got a Knicks fan for life.
Yes.
Like the way that it all came together and just seeing the beauty of what sports do, like even if you were not a basketball fan and you're there for the World Cup, or you're a basketball fan, not totally into soccer, like what is happening in these like big cities all over the United States right now is so magical and so special, and what makes sports so unique of being able to unite everybody and bringing all these different cultures and people together to just celebrate. I don't know if you've seen, I mean, I think my favorite videos are the Koreans in Mexico. And like
That is the definition of a
is-
party.
it has been insane. Like they are raging. There are videos of them, like the Koreans passing around tequila, and then the Mexicans come up, they take it. They're keg standing. The Koreans, like,
Yes.
like anywhere they go, like they start playing. Is it Gangnam Style?
Yep,
the name
yep,
of it,
yep.
and then like both, like everybody that's there starts celebrating. It is.
They are
like think of
such-
spring break,
So
like,
that game.
MTV Spring Break style.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's what's happening right now
You are dead right.
in Mexico.
And what's really cool is, of course, LA having a significant Korean population and a significant Mexican population. When they play one another,
That's
it's
this
now
week.
being referred to, I believe it's later in this week.
Yeah.
I believe it is now being referred to as a civil war because both of their communities have come together so closely
Yeah, that's also Thursday.
that they're calling it a
Thursday.
civil war that Korean brother has to turn against Mexican
No,
brother.
they've become like family.
I know. It's a Civil
they have
War
like
Thursday.
seriously become like family. I've loved watching all of their videos. Oh, that's gonna be hilarious.
But to your point of becoming a diehard fan, the two of the best-selling jerseys right now.
Yeah.
One, Curacao. You cannot buy a Curacao jersey because the whole world saw them score 1 goal.
Yeah.
And everyone went crazy. There is nowhere to buy a Curacao jersey except at the actual stadiums where they play.
Wild.
I wish I knew that because I would
You
have
would have
got
bought one. Did you buy anything? Did you buy any swag?
No, because it took so long to get in.
How long
and
did it
then,
take you to get in? Like an hour?
Oh, well over an hour.
No.
And then they just opened the floodgates and everyone went in and everyone went straight for the merch. So I sat there saying, well, let's just go to our seat and get something to drink. I'll just get the jersey online. Psych.
Psych.
Can't get the jersey online. Adidas
Dude,
ran
that's
out.
where you got to take advantage of the people outside selling them as you come in and out, the bootleg ones,
Right.
where you're like, they're all along, like driving up to Dodger Stadium. I always look at it. I'm like, I guess it makes sense now.
It does.
You can probably like get a good deal on it as well.
Another jersey that you cannot find is Algeria, who is staying in Lawrence, Kansas, and how Lawrence has embraced
because
them.
the whole city is bought up.
Everyone in Lawrence has all the Algeria
Dude.
jerseys.
It's
so cool.
It's so awesome too. Also because like all these people that are here, I don't imagine would ever like choose America to come on vacation.
No.
A lot of these countries, because like they are all in beautiful places and it's where a lot of people go to vacation. So seeing everybody's reaction of coming to America and really seeing the positive side of it instead of hearing all the negativity on the news of like, oh my God, wow, this is actually beautiful.
Yeah.
The people are really kind. The food is insane. Like, again, your German gentleman, Freddie, he is the most famous person to come out of the World Cup right now.
I think
he is being talked about like on every news outlet.
It's like him and Tom Cruise for most famous man in America right now.
Right
Like
now.
for Freddie,
I think it's
for
Freddie.
It might be Freddie.
And no one even knows what he looks like, which makes it even better.
The mystery was a good move by him because at some point he's gonna have to go back to Germany and like just go back to work.
Yeah.
So credit for him for thinking ahead and not showing his face during any
Dude,
of
that's
this.
so wild. But even one of the Watt brothers like rolled out the red carpet for him.
JJ Watt is taking care of everything for him in Houston. Yeah. Which
That was
is awesome.
so cool. Did you see him at the game? Did they have him on like the Jumbotron or anything like that?
They
I don't think he showed his face yet.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so he hasn't showed
he
his
has done a
face.
great job of. It's actually kind of masterful because he's getting all the perks of a celebrity without actually having to be
He's
one,
putting
which
an
is
emoji
genius.
over his face anytime he's in
It's
photos.
a Ronaldo photo. I guess
Yeah.
he's a massive Ronaldo fan, and it's just it is perfectly played by him. He will never have to pay for anything in America ever again without having anyone know what he looks like.
Who else? Wait, Shay. He also he found a favorite artist that
Ella
was a
Langley.
country- music
yeah, that he was listening to. They found her on the radio, and now he's going to her concert. Like he was just
In Oklahoma, yeah. He's going to be driving from Texas there.
He was just tweeting about it, and like everybody's on board. Like he might be what like unites this country. Like after
brings
the
us all
whole
together.
like the World Cup experience, your German gentleman that you were on to. Like
Shout out to Freddie.
this is insane. I have to imagine, is he over like 1 million followers now? 'Cause
If not,
was at,
he's
like,
gotta be
He was at like
close.
500,000. He started at what like 2,500.
Yeah.
Then he was at like 500,000, I think. Like
It went from 7,000
insane.
to 500,000, I believe.
Freddie
in
has
less than a
over
week.
500,000. He has 613.7K on TikTok or on Twitter. Sorry,
yeah.
he has no
Freddie.
Instagram and TikTok.
No.
So I'm sure if he does make one, I'm sure
Yeah.
he'll get millions of more
Doesn't
and
need
way
to.
more sponsors.
Doesn't
But yeah,
need to.
You know who's
Dude.
having the worst day ever?
Who?
Since Freddie's having the best day ever? The person who bet $1 million on Spain to win today.
did you see that on Polymarket?
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Tell
so
me more.
supposedly on
Tell me more.
Polymarket, Polymarket just tweeted out that someone bet $1 million on Spain to win their match versus Cape Verde today.
So
this
bet
would
$1
have
million to win what?
Only-
85,000. They lost $1 million.
No.
I mean, come on, if you're spending $1 million like that,
No.
come on.
I'm sure they obviously don't need it, but that
Like
is a
quick,
tough pill
like
to swallow.
try to get a quick 85. I mean, they probably thought that was like a sure bet.
a guaranteed
Why
thing?
not? I'll bet
Yeah.
a mil to make a quick $85,000.
Psych.
Dude, that really puts into perspective like how big of an upset this was.
Yeah.
I don't understand bets like that, though, because you got to pay taxes on that.
Yeah, I think
So it's like-
just for the
don't-
rush. There's
yeah.
like it has to
I'm not
strictly
the
just
right
be for the
I'm
rush.
not the right person to ask.
Yeah,
on
those
all of
bets
this.
don't make sense.
No.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what was the biggest bet on Team USA? Did anyone have them winning and scoring 4
I'll see if I can
goals?
find anything.
Because that last goal was insane. You were kind of watching, you're like, what if they just put another one in? It's so funny because we were talking about it. I think I might have said 2-0 and you were like 4 goals.
Yeah.
But like, Spicy Curry was out and like I had like my birthday celebration that night, so I had a couple glasses of wine in me, and I texted the group chat like, "Oh, I called it, 4 goals! Like I knew it happened." And I was like, "No, Alex, you just heard it. I'm pretty sure Brock called it." But I was very happily taking your claim, and the funniest part is you're like, "Oh, did I call it?" But like I was like so happy to like take your.
You were
take your
you were
guess?
partying, and I was not gonna ruin the party.
Yeah.
So-
No, we were having a good time.
So during Team USA's game,
Yeah.
more than 80% of the money wagered at multiple sports books was on Team USA to win outright.
Okay.
The home team's money line was getting more than 10 times as many bets as any other team. USA Paraguay is also dominating the prop marking betting. So it was
Okay.
reported that the showdown for Friday night is getting 8 times more bets than any other match listed so far. So people were definitely betting on it, and I'm sure with the amount of volume it was getting, there had to have been at least $1 million bet or something like that.
Oh, it had to have been. Like, and I'm curious, like, are all the Europeans that come over, are they allowed to bet if they're in
Yeah,
if they're
it's
in
like it's like us going to Vegas
Okay,
and betting in
so
Vegas.
then it's
you know
going
what
to be
I mean?
insane. I don't know if you've seen like Boston as well with Scotland there.
Yes.
You guys, it's the first time that they have been in a World Cup in, I think, 30...
Long time.
A very long time.
30-ish
At
years.
least 20, yeah.
And they won their first match.
Yeah.
And Boston is going insane, you guys. I think I saw like 1 in 3 people you see in Boston right now are wearing kilts. Like, talk about like the cultural takeover in different cities across the United States. Boston has also just
28
been
year World Cup
28.
drought.
Okay, 28 years. Like, I knew it was close to 30. Like, that's what makes this so special. It's just seeing how many people are just like. I also love like the fact that like the flights over from Scotland ran out of beer.
They ran out of beer straight
Like
up.
that is absolutely
And you know what's
insane.
great? You know who
What?
plays tomorrow in Foxborough?
Who?
Or yeah, I think they're referring it to Boston actually. Norway. So now you got Norway teaming up with Scotland, teaming up with the Boston locals. There will not be a full beer in that state
Dude, that's
for
gonna
a
be
while.
insane. All right. It is time, you guys. We have our Sparks winner. Jacory, you are caller number 4. You are going to the Sparks Liberty game on June 21st, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first ever Sparks game. Congratulations. How are we feeling?
I'm excited, man. I'm excited, very excited. I don't know, disbelief, honestly. I didn't know I was going to be picked. Thank you guys.
Congratulations. Who you bringing with you?
Oh, I'm not sure yet.
Okay. Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate you calling in and listening. Have you been to a Sparks game before?
Maybe.
Okay, so this is okay.
You
We're
are
getting
gonna
a
have a
lot of
blast.
first timers.
Yes.
Paint the picture, Brock.
You are going to have a blast. Picture a family-friendly Vegas day party. There is a DJ. The DJ is spinning heat, does not stop playing music. The lights are going crazy. This is basically a day club that a basketball game happens to be going on. So if you got a little date night set up or something, I'm just letting you know this is the spot to do it.
Warren G is going to be there and performing. So, Jacory, thank you so much for calling in and congratulations.
I appreciate it.
All right. So fun. So fun.
It's so much fun there.
You guys, I love giving away free stuff.
Yeah, it feels
I
good.
love giving gifts more than I like receiving gifts. I'm one of those people where like I don't like opening gifts in front of people. So like birthdays, my like wedding shower, baby shower, like that is my absolute nightmare. But me giving gifts to people, I'm just like,
Open it. Hurry up. Hurry up.
come on. I'm so excited for this. So giving away Sparks tickets. Shay, are we doing this every day this week?
Every
still?
day this week,
Let's
same time.
go. So around 11:05. Every day this week, you guys, we're going to be giving away Sparks tickets. All you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326 to win a pair of Sparks tickets every day this week around 11:05. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, Jovan Buha, our NBA and Lakers insider, is joining us coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here and being a part of the show. But right now, it's time to talk some NBA. And now that the season is officially over, it's time for the Lakers to get to work. So let's bring in our NBA and Lakers insider, Jovan Buha. Thank you for joining the show.
Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, look at this.
Crystal clear.
First time we're getting your beautiful face joining the show. Love to see it. So now that the NBA season is over, it's time for the Lakers to really get to work. And we're getting some reports. Mark Stein reports that the Lakers are widely expected to re-sign Reeves. And we know the Lakers can give him the max of what? I think it's $239.3 million over 5 years, while other teams can do closer to $178 million over 4 years. So what are you hearing and what are you expecting Austin to do?
I'm expecting the Lakers and Austin to come to some form of agreement here. I think that's been the expectation all season. If you go back to the exit interviews with Rob Pelinka, when he was asked about Austin Reeves, he spoke glowingly of him. Literally, his face lit up when he was asked about Austin Reeves and talked about their partnership and moving forward together. So I expect the two sides to come to some agreement here. Now, what that looks like depends on the external interest for Austin, because I think if you're the Lakers, you try to keep that number as low as possible. It doesn't really impact their flexibility this year, but moving forward, I think in general, it's better to have Austin on a lower number. But if he's getting interest from the Brooklyn Nets or the Detroit Pistons, Atlanta Hawks, or potentially a mystery team, at that 4-year, $178 million mark, which is a $44 million average annual value, then you have some pressure of, okay, maybe we won't give you $44 million annually, but will you take $40 million annually and sign something like a 5-year, $200 million deal? So I think they will find some sort of middle ground between what Austin is potentially getting from other teams compared to what the Lakers want to pay him. And to me, that probably ends up netting out around like $40 million average annual value. So my prediction right now would be a 5-year, $200 million deal.
Jovan, you bring up a great point, because one thing that I guess no one's even contemplating is maybe Austin does go somewhere else and wants to be a highly paid superstar on a team that doesn't win many games. For example, the Brooklyn Nets. What would that look like? What does Austin Reeves' game look like if Luka Doncic or LeBron James is not also on the court with him?
I mean, we saw it at the beginning of the season. He had a 51-point game in Sacramento. He had a 28-point, 16 assist performance in Minnesota. Also hit the game-winning shot over Dante DiVincenzo and Rudy Gobert. He had a couple of 40-point games. Like, before he suffered that calf injury in early December, many people were talking about Austin as a third-team All-NBA candidate and a all-star lock in the West. So you look at his final numbers, like 23, 5, and 5. Those are really good. But prior to that injury, he was averaging closer to 25, 5, and 7. And so he was putting up some monster numbers. I think we've seen guys go to Brooklyn, for example, Mikal Bridges, Michael Porter Jr., and put up some pretty big numbers. So I think if you give Austin the keys to the offense, he can put up 25, 5, and 7 or 8 and put up some pretty big numbers on solid efficiency. The question is, how much winning will that lead to? Like, I still view that team at best as a play-in team in the East. So I don't know that he's necessarily going to change their fortunes and make them some plucky, like, underdog playoff team. But I think if you give him the keys to the offense and make him your number one option, he will put up some big numbers. He's shown he could do that when Luka and LeBron have missed time in LA. So I think that is within the realm of possibility here of him just becoming an all-star level player as the go-to guy for that team. But how good will they be? That's an open-ended question. And I still think he slots in more as a number 2 or number 3 on a true contender.
What do you think is more important to him right now? Because we know what Austin did in order to get to LA and to get to the Lakers, and how much this organization has meant to him and be a part of it. But now I don't know if he dreamed that he could be a max contract player. So at this point, do you think getting that max money no matter where it is the most important thing, or trying to make it work with the Lakers and continue this possibility of a run and building this relationship with Luka could kind of outweigh that max contract number?
I think it's the latter more so than the former. Now, I think money talks, and if the Nets or another suitor are coming with $44 million per year and the Lakers are like, we want to pay you $35 million a year, that's a big enough gap where I think the Lakers would have to up their offer, and it is enough money to potentially get him to consider leaving. But I think as long as the Lakers are within the realm of a few $1 million of whatever he's getting from a potential suitor, being in LA, playing for the Lakers, playing for his childhood team, the team he grew up rooting for, was a giant Kobe fan. He and his team picked the Lakers. That they chose to go undrafted and have him play for the Lakers instead of going and being a second round pick or two-way guy for a different team. Like this has been what they've wanted. He's undeniably benefited from being in LA. He has a major shoe deal. He played on the World Cup team. Like his profile, his celebrity is at the higher level than it would have been in almost any other situation. So Austin has certainly benefited from it. Now he's also been playing at a discount, and because of being an undrafted guy, because of the cap constraints, he was forced to take a smaller deal that this past time he was up for a new contract. So I think he is deserving of making somewhere in that $200 million range. I think it just comes down to how many years it's going to be and what that ultimate number ends up being. But I think if Austin has his way with this, I think it's going to be staying in LA, continuing to play with Luka, and being one of the faces of this franchise.
Jovan, the Knicks are the NBA champions, and a big reason for that is because Jalen Brunson, 2 years ago, sacrificed $113 million. Now, while I'm never going to expect that to become a trend, do the Lakers have to ask players to make sacrifices of much smaller margins if they want to assemble the best possible team going forward?
It would help. It would go a long way in helping, right? Because every dollar does matter in the new or under the new CBA in terms of when you're approaching the first apron, approaching the second apron. The reason I've said it doesn't really matter as much with Austin is because this premise of LA having cap space is predicated on him just being on his $20.9 million cap hold. So the Lakers can make their moves with whatever cap space they potentially have, then go over the cap to keep Austin. So whether Austin's making $1 more than that 20.9 or $20 million more than that 20.9, it's not actually going to affect LA's cap sheet or affect their ability to make moves. It could affect it in the future. And that's where I think LA has to be careful with whatever that contract looks like. Is like, you just don't, like, if you give Austin the full max of the 5,239, that's nearly a $48 million average annual value. I think that's a little too high. I think that would be a contract that would be difficult to move. If Austin's in the $38 million range, the $40 million range, I still think that's something that you could potentially trade in the future. Now, with saying all that, the Knicks have 4 players making $33+ million. Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns, and Jalen Brunson are all making $33 million. So at least, and a couple of those guys are making over 40. So it's like, even with that, you can still build a championship level roster with having 3 or 4 guys making a certain amount of money. So I think there's been this notion out there that if Austin makes $40 million, like the Lakers can't build a championship roster. Like, go look at the Knicks roster. They have several of those guys making in that price range. It does get trickier, and it does mean you have to consolidate some assets and stuff to make some other moves to get some high-end talent. But Austin making $40 million will not prevent the Lakers from winning a championship. It does potentially put them down like a narrow path in terms of roster building and in terms of their options, but it's not impossible, because again, I would say just go look at what the Knicks did.
So you're saying there's a chance. You're listening to Jovan Buha, NBA Lakers insider, the host of Buha's Block. But Jovan, we've seen the Luka and the Austin Reeves relationship off the court and on camera, and it seems like they have that like brotherly best friend vibes. You're around the team a lot. You get a firsthand look at this. Mm-hmm. How much will that factor into Austin's decision?
I think that's a big factor. They certainly have a bromance, which you can see on Instagram when they're commenting on each other's posts, but you can also see it on the bench. I know a bunch of Lakers Twitter has done like the montages of just like video clips or interactions between the two. And so they have a real genuine friendship. And it was reported earlier in the offseason that Luka does not want Austin included in any potential trades or included in a potential Giannis trade. So my understanding is that Luka wants Austin back. And if Luka wants Austin back, the Lakers are going to try to make that happen, right? So it does have to make sense for both sides. And again, I'll just continue to reiterate, like, I think the three keys here with a potential Austin re-signing are like, what's the number that works for the Lakers and allows them future flexibility? What's the number that doesn't feel disrespectful to Austin? And then what's the number that also allows that contract to potentially be traded if the Lakers so choose to do that? If it doesn't work, let's say they try it this year, they lose in round one, they lose in round two. It's like, hey, there's just a limitation defensively to Luka and Austin together. Can you still flip that contract? And that's where I think 40 million versus 48, there is a bit of a difference there. So I think the two sides, again, will find some sort of common ground in that $40-ish million range. But crazy things happen in the NBA around this time. And obviously there's going to be some teams pursuing Austin, and we'll see how he feels about those pursuits.
Jovan, the Lakers are under new ownership, Mark Walter, and the first thing he did was let his president of the Dodgers know, hey, you're coming over here to help me figure out the Lakers situation. Do you have any idea, and I know the offseason technically hasn't even started yet, but do you have any idea what an analytics-driven new front office for the Lakers will look like and what they plan on focusing on that wasn't being focused on under the Buss family?
It's a great question that I don't have a great answer to, other than I think we're going to see it here in the next couple of weeks. 8 days from now is the start of the NBA draft, and there's a decent probability that Giannis Antetokounmpo is traded on that day. So we'll have some of the fallout from that. Could the Lakers get involved as a potential Giannis team, or could they get involved as just a potential third team to help grease the wheels and facilitate that deal? I think that would make some sense for them, particularly as that third team. But we'll see what, like, because I think one of the things with the Dodgers has obviously been like, they don't leave any stone unturned, and they're constantly looking to extract as much value as possible and find these hidden gems and use their numbers to their advantage. And I think that's something that the Lakers have had some success with, but have not quite maximized that. If you look at some of their recent mid-level exception signings, I think they've left much to be desired. If you look at a couple of their recent draft picks, those guys have been busts and have not hit to the degree that the Lakers would need. So I think looking at those two areas in particular, if the Lakers are going to use some sort of exception or to sign somebody, or if they keep that number 20-25 pick, like, they're going to need to hit in both of those regards and extract value that they've not done a good job of doing the last few years. So I think it's going to be very analytics first and relying on whatever models they use with the Dodgers. But I think it'll be, it's better to do probably the post-mortem of just like how they approached it rather than now, because I think they're keeping that pretty close to the vest right now.
Jovan, there was so much hype around OKC and the Spurs, and whoever came out of the West was just going to absolutely dominate the final series, and that these teams are the future, and this is how we have to build the future. This is like the blueprint of the NBA. What should the Lakers and Lakers fans take away from the Knicks title run and how they were able to take down the Spurs?
It's a great question. I think for the Knicks in particular, there's a lot of overlap with the Lakers in terms of being a big market team, a legacy franchise, and also building through trade rather than building through the draft, because that was something that Rob Pelinka talked about at exit interviews. Was the Lakers are not the Spurs. They are not the Thunder. They are not going to have this multi-year rebuilding through the draft with these top 5, top 10 picks. And so they're going to have to do it via free agency and via trade. And if you look at the current free agent market, there's not a lot of difference makers out there. And so if you're the Lakers, I actually think their best pathway to upgrading the roster is via trade. They're going to have upwards of 3 tradable first-round picks this summer. They have all the cap space. And so they can even take guys in without sending anything out, depending on the contract and the situation. So I think if you look at the Knicks, Cat and Jalen Brunson have some defensive limitations. Cat had a solid defensive postseason, but we even saw him getting in foul trouble in Game 4 and Game 5. So like, there are some real limitations there, but they surrounded those guys with a bunch of two-way, energetic, athletic, high motor players in OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, Deuce McBride, Jose Alvarado. All these guys really complemented and address the weaknesses of their two best players. And I think if you're the Lakers, you need to build a roster that does that. Okay, if you're going with Luka and Austin, you have a very, very high offensive floor and ceiling, but you need to protect them defensively. And so the goal needs to be go find those guys. And like, I think they have a couple of those guys already on the roster. I think Marcus Smart checks that box, but you need several more. And I think that's what they could take from the Knicks is like, if you build the right team around your stars that accentuates them, that helps support them, I think you can go further than people expect, right? Like no one expected the Knicks to win that series, but they built a proper team that gelled at the right time and they won a title.
Jovan, I like your outlook on all of this, and I'm with you. It should give Lakers fans hope after watching that final series. So, Jovan, thank you so much for coming on the show. We appreciate you every time.
Thank you guys for having me. Talk soon.
Of course.
If I could ask Jovan one last question, it would be, what camera are you using, my guy? Oh, my God. Have you ever seen a camera that clear? I thought it was going to jump through the screen.
Crispy clear.
Good for him.
I know. It's looking great. Sounded great. Good insight. And yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway too for a lot of Lakers fans is like the Knicks did it in a way that the Lakers are going to have to do it. They're not going to be able to build through the draft, as we've heard Rob Pelinka talk about that. That's just not the Lakers way because they're not going to be bad. They can't allow themselves to be that bad to get a high draft pick. It's going to have to be through trades and through free agency. So it's going to be interesting in these, when did he say that? It'll be 2 weeks away from the draft? A week away?
I think it's less than 2 weeks, actually. I think it's like 10 days or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
It's about to get spicy. It's so funny. Like the moment the season ends, like Saturday, okay, now it's go time for everybody else. I love how sports do that. Like you forget too, like, oh, it's the best. Okay, you guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, the World Cup has taken over not only LA, you guys, but the entire country. We are here for it, and we're going to bring you along for the ride too. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation so you can get in the chat on the live stream at The Fan LA. Follow us on all socials. You can also call us at 855-975-2326. That's 855-975 LA Fan. We're taking your calls, you guys. You can come on. Let us know what you're thinking. You can chat with us. Brock, guess what?
What's up?
All-Star voting is in like full swing right now for the Dodgers, and we just got some updates Okay, the Dodgers are dominating as per usual. Are we surprised? Not really. First round of All-Star voting. So there's a few different rounds. You guys, you can vote I think up to like 10 times a day.
I believe so.
It's
And if you have different devices, it could be like 50 times a day.
Just go all in. So right now, Will Smith is second in voting behind the plate. Freddie Freeman first at first base. Hyun Kim fourth at second base.
Bring
your
him
boy.
back. Bring him back up.
Max Muncy is in first place at third base. Mookie Betts second at shortstop. Shohei Ohtani first at DH, obviously. But this one really warms my heart. Andy Pages first in the outfield. As he should be. That is like, LA, can we just go all in on making sure that Andy Pages is an all-star? He has been the MVP for the Dodgers, and he got snubbed last year. So this is coming down to you, LA. All right?
We have to do it.
Andy Pages deserves to be an all-star. You know who else deserves to be an all-star?
Hyun Kim. Bring him back up. Just okay. Bring him back for one game before the All-Star break so that he qualifies. Let him play the All-Star game, then you can send him back to Oklahoma.
Didn't we give you another guy to be like high on? Miggy Rojas.
But I want a younger player though, and I think.
But he's on his farewell tour.
He is,
and he was a hero, World Series hero, and like he's been on The Fan. He came on the afternoon show. He's a friend of the network.
And that was gracious of him. I will have him as my number 2. Right now, I believe it's going to be Alex Call.
I knew you were going to say that.
Something about him.
I knew you were going to say that. All right.
I like him a lot.
Who I was going to say needs to be an all-star is Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Okay, yeah.
Like, you guys, Yoshi Day on Saturday was just absolutely insane. Almost a perfect game. And it's so crazy because when you're watching it unfold and you're getting updates, it's one of those like, okay, not even just he's got a no-no going. It's like, oh, no, he has a perfect game going. Like, I can't imagine. There were a couple plays throughout that game where his teammates made insane plays. And you're just like, oh, okay, take a deep breath. It's all going to be okay. I mean, he was 4 outs away from a perfect game when Mookie Betts had that fielding error that allowed the first White Sox base runner to reach. And in that moment, my heart just feels so bad for Mookie Betts because he's an all-star. He's like, we know he's an MVP. Like, Mookie Betts is making that play. Sometimes you just get a bad hop and you never want to be the one that ruins a no-hitter or a perfect game for your guy on the mound. Like, that's a kind of like, you carry that.
Yes.
You carry that moment. But the next inning, 3 outs away from a no-hitter, is when Yamamoto gave up a home run in the 9th. So I've said this before, but like if someone is going to end the no-hitter, I just hope it's on the pitcher and not any of his teammates because I can't even imagine what that guilt feels like.
It's so much easier to come to terms with when you say, you know what? I almost pulled off something incredible, and I am the reason that it didn't happen. Then I almost pulled off something incredible, and that guy is the reason why it didn't happen. I feel for Yoshi because last year at the Orioles, wasn't he 1 out away from a no-hitter?
So he's been close.
I believe
he's gotten close.
Yeah, I believe he was 8 2/3 of the way there, and then the second to last hitter for Baltimore hit a solo home run. So
like, it's hard.
He's come very close, but what's so strange about the Mookie error was the out before. I mean, moments before, he made the same exact play.
Yeah,
it was
sometimes
it was
it's
an awkward
a weird
hop,
bounce,
and it's just such a bummer. But to Yoshi's credit, They go to the locker room. Mookie's kind of hanging his head in his own world. He's pacing back and forth.
Yeah.
And then Yoshi just spanks him as like, hey, man, I don't actually care that much. Like, yeah, it would have been cool, but we still have a game going on. And then that kind of got Mookie out of his feel. So credit to Yoshi for kind of extending the olive branch, because I'm sure if you're the player who ruins the perfect game,
insane.
Do I approach the pitcher? Do I let him do his thing? So credit to Yoshi for not even letting Mookie worry about that. He spanked him, and he said, I don't care. Let's go play baseball. It was fun to see.
Brock, you saying spanked over and over again.
That's what he did. He spanked him.
It makes me think of the Key and Peele.
I know exactly.
The slap a.
Slap.
Yeah. It is baseball, right? That they're
That's
in the
what it
locker
is?
room.
Yeah.
It's like, you guys, that skit is absolutely hilarious. But
Oh, my gosh.
You spanking.
Okay, I have to ask you, because you have spent a decade in these dugouts. If a pitcher is looking perfect, at what inning does it start to settle in? Fifth inning is when it's real.
Because you're like, okay, we're like over halfway.
'Cause you're
there.
over halfway.
Like once he comes out of the
Okay.
fifth and you're into the sixth inning, you're like, okay, this can actually be a thing. Sixth inning, then you start getting nervous. Seventh inning, don't make eye contact with anybody. Eighth inning, you're like just having a really hard time breathing, and you're like holding your breath through everything. In the ninth inning, you're like in disbelief, like, oh my God, it's gonna happen. 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 This is insane. I've been really lucky to cover a couple no-hitters, and I think I talked about this before. I think the most magical one was the game in 2019 when the Angels were honoring Tyler Skaggs, and his mom threw out the first pitch, and it was a combined no-hitter with two pitchers that you would never, I guess, would be able to pull something like this off. So that was insane. Like Weaver's no-hitter, insane. Like there's just, it's wild. I've also been where like you got no hit, and that's crazy too. Like it's really hard. There's so many, like, as you see, so many outside factors. And that's why it's crazy when you see teammates make these crazy plays to save a perfect game or save a no-hitter. And then it's just one weird bounce to Mookie Betts, like not who you think is going to be making the error that ends the perfect game. But then again, like Yamamoto talked after the game and he said, I do feel a little bit regrettable because I went into the ninth inning and I was not able to achieve the no-hitter, of course, but he said I didn't complete the ninth inning, the no-hitter, but how I was pitching, I was pretty satisfied. So you got to come back to the whole, and that's the hardest part about a no-hitter, is like that becomes such the laser focus of like, oh my gosh, she's got a no-no going. There's a no-no that like when you don't get it, it's like a letdown. It's like, no, look at the insane outing that he had. Like, and when he left, he got a standing ovation from the entire crowd. Like they were in Chicago and the White Sox fans got on their feet and they were cheering on Yoshi.
It was really cool to see. And I will say there are a handful of baseball and their unwritten rules, which there are many.
Yeah.
There's a handful of them I can't stand.
Okay, what?
The one that I hate the most is if I'm up to bat in the ninth inning and I'm facing a pitcher who has a perfect game or a no-hitter, I'm bunting. 10 times out of 10, I'm bunting. No, without a doubt in my mind, I'm not even looking to the base coach for a signal. I am bunting.
You're just trying to end it.
Okay,
I'm so curious. Can we put this poll up on the YouTube page? If you are a batter facing a pitcher in the ninth inning who has a no-hitter or a perfect game going, are you like homie style, like I want to see history, like, like I want you to get this perfect game and no-hitter, or are you the person that's trying to break it up immediately like Brock and just like lay down a bunt to just break the whole thing up?
I'm bunting down that third baseline. You will never see a more perfect bunt than the one I'm going to lay down, and I'm getting to first base.
Because you don't want to be the reason. You don't want to be a part of the history on the other side.
Baseball has a weird thing, and I understand it's because they play 162 games, so it's easier to say, you know what, let this guy have his moment because we have so many other games.
Yeah.
And I know I have a football mindset of we only play so many of these, everyone matters. I don't want to be part of your history.
Dude.
I am bunting.
No.
Yes.
Wait, BTS Nick, are you in there? I mean, this is our baseball player. Have you been a part of a no-hitter like that?
I've been no hit before.
No,
I've been on a team.
Come on.
in the ninth.
Lay down that
Did you
wood.
try to lay down a bomb? What happened?
I mean, there's baseball rules that are kind of against trying to bunt.
Yeah.
It's frowned upon, but you
On
could do it.
bunting.
You could
But
do
to break
like,
it up, but
like,
to break up the no hitter, like in the dugout when you're a part of like getting no hitter, you like just anything you can do, guys. Just like get
basically.
just
Someone hit this dude, please.
You don't really have an answer if you're getting no hit, you know?
I
Like
know.
it's just is what it is.
True. I am
Wild.
bunting, and the next time I play this team, you're going to throw a ball at my head, so be it.
no.
So be it. So be it.
I don't know. I might be on the side of like I want someone to like get that history. Right?
No way.
I want someone to get that history.
Not against me. You can do it against the other teams, not against me.
Yeah, okay. Head over to our YouTube page at The Fan LA. We want to hear from you. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Coming up next, the Dodgers are getting a real test against Tampa Bay starting tonight. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the show. So make sure if you're watching the YouTube stream, get in the chat. We have a good poll going right now. We were talking about Yamamoto's almost no-hitter, and what kind of person would you be? Are you going to be a Brock and try to bunt? That's absolute insanity to break it in the ninth. I think you would, like, there might be a warrant out for your arrest if you do something like that in a city. Or no, a bounty. That's what I'm thinking about. A bounty to who can go and take this guy down. Like, that is insanity.
I am accepting that the next time that I play that team, they're going to throw the ball at me every single time. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bunt it. I'm going to jump out of the way and bunt it again.
Brock.
I'm going to jump out of the way and bunt it.
We can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so back to you guys. World Cup. We just had a kickoff between Belgium and Egypt. We are 2.5 minutes into that game. But you guys, if you were watching the Spain game this morning, and Cape Verde's goalkeeper just absolutely stopped, like ice cold. This game ending in a draw and Spain not winning this game might be the biggest, so far, the biggest upset of the World Cup. But Cape Verde's goalkeeper had 50,000 followers on Instagram before the match. He now has over 1.7 million followers after that game.
That is one. It's why they call it the beautiful game, because the entire world can play it. The entire world does play
Everyone's
it, and
watching.
the entire world loves it. Two, good for him, 40 years old. And I can't imagine what it must feel like to have your best performance that late in your career. And what a great feeling of, we are never on the international stage as a club, as a country.
Yeah.
But here I am at 40 years old getting the recognition I probably should have received my entire career. I love stories like this.
There have been so many rad stories coming out of the World Cup, and we've seen a lot of the celebration and the fandom, whether when we're here in LA, how everybody came together to just see that absolutely dominating performance by Team USA. What's going on in New York right now, especially after the Knicks winning the NBA title and so many games and a group stage being based in New York, seeing Scotland in Boston just absolutely taking over, being in their first World Cup and winning their first World Cup game. I think it was in 28 years.
Yes.
It is absolute mayhem right now, but to have this and you guys going into the World Cup, I think what I say that Spain was the favorite. Yeah, Spain was the favorite coming into the World Cup, and to end in a draw, 0-0, no goals, standing ovation for Cape Verde's goalkeeper. That is insane.
So cool. That is awesome.
Insane.
My favorite match so far, though. Did you see Japan and Netherlands? Was that yesterday? I think it was yesterday or the day before. All the matches are kind of blurring together
So
now.
I saw the aftermath, and I saw all of and I knew this happened just because of, obviously, we have a lot of the Japanese culture in baseball, but the fans are so respectful, and they did this at previous World Cups where they clean up the stadium.
Yeah.
After the game, all the Japanese fans stay around and they pick up the trash in the stands at the stadium.
Yes. So similar, not on the same level of upset as the Spain-Cape Verde game, but Japan drew a 2-2 draw against Netherlands. Similar in that Japan is a long shot, though they've been getting better, and the Netherlands every single year is a force.
That was a sea of orange, right? That was
was
the crazy fans that were also taking over everywhere. Okay, I saw those viral videos.
The way that they did it is hilarious. So Japan just went corner kick crazy. All they wanted to do and set up were corner kick after corner kick. Yeah. Why that's insane is because the average height of the Japanese team is 5'10". The average height of the Netherlands is 6 something.
Dude,
if you've ever been,
do they have hops? Because if they got
hops.
high hops, that's
But
Because I was a shorty. I'm 5'3".
Yes.
And I'd have
I
to
would
defend
compare
those.
it is if how I would compare it is if we were watching the NBA Finals and the Knicks had 5 Jalen Brunsons and the Spurs had 5 Wembys, and the only play that the Knicks ran were alley-oops.
Dude.
So you have 5 Jalen Brunsons trying to land alley-oops and dunk the ball on 5 Wembys, but it actually worked.
Yeah.
And it was my favorite match to watch because even the broadcast team, forgive me, I forget who specifically was calling that one.
Yeah.
The score's 2-1. The minutes are dwindling down, and the broadcast crew finally acknowledges, I don't know why Japan keeps doing this.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. The Netherlands is always the tallest team.
Yeah.
3 seconds later, header goes in, Japan goes crazy, and they tie.
Dude.
It was hilarious, and credit to Japan. And just like that, now I have to keep rooting for Japan. I have 5 teams now they have to keep rooting for.
Yeah, you do. But they're also easy to root for. You have connections here because of Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto, Roki Sasaki. You have Japanese players on your teams.
All in. Rui Hachimura, yeah. That's another one.
There we go.
Love it.
There we go. Yeah, you guys, so much action going on today. As we mentioned, Belgium versus Egypt just kicked off a little under 8 minutes ago. We have Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay at 3, and then Iran versus New Zealand tonight. That's going down at LA Stadium, SoFi, right? Is that what they're calling it? LA
Yes.
Stadium, SoFi Stadium. It's so funny because they're covering up all the, obviously Levi Stadium, SoFi Stadium, because they're not the ones paying the World Cup to be on it. And Levi's has already done an entire campaign around because they just covered up the logo, but it's still the shape of it.
Oh,
And it's
that's funny.
Nobody's going to know. They're going to know. So that that viral audio?
Yes.
Now their logo, on their page, is just the Levi sign
That
covered
is
up
genius.
with the white tarp over it.
So I was talking to my brother because as a person who is on staff for the Houston Texans, he's around that stadium all the time. That's where they practice. And they call it NRG Stadium.
Okay.
But NRG did not give FIFA billions of dollars,
exactly.
so it's Houston Stadium.
Yep.
Like you just said. They forgot to take down the Houston Texans banners. So outside 4 months ago, they sent FIFA sends over an entire crew, cranes and all, to physically remove the letters NRG off of the stadium. Those massive letters. Who knows how much labor that took.
Yeah.
But if you go inside the stadium, they forgot to remove the banners, and the Houston Texans get to represent themselves at the stadium because they forgot to look inside. They spent all the time looking for the outside ads.
Yeah.
They forgot to look inside,
Well,
which I found hilarious.
What? That's how they're going to get some new fans.
Yeah, there you go.
Just like how I said, the Knicks are going to be picking up so many international fans right now just because everybody is here for the World Cup and they got to witness, the champion.
Yes.
As I saw videos of just little kids from other countries going tarps off, going crazy in New York, and the parents were like, well, they're gonna be Knicks fans for life now.
I got some FIFA partner numbers for you guys. So these are the numbers that sponsors pay to just be affiliated with them, have their name attached. So these are sponsors like Adidas, Coca-Cola, Visa. They pay an estimated $70 to $100 million per year for exclusive branding rights across all FIFA competitions. Tournament-only sponsors pay $65 to $95 million for 2026 visibility alone. So that is just for the FIFA World Cup tournament. It generates an estimated $1.8 billion in sponsorship revenue for this tournament. It's a lot of money.
You guys, they make so much money. So and also the fact that they had their own resale site, that is so greedy.
That's dirty.
That's so greedy. What do we say? The most expensive ticket on their resale site for the final game was over $11 million.
I believe you said it was $11 million. There was one chant that broke out at the stadium where both teams were united, and it was a F you FIFA.
Yeah. No, they do that. I remember when I was at the World Cup in France for the Women's World Cup, they were doing that too. As the women were accepting the trophy. Yeah. And they were also chanting equal pay, which was really rad.
There's always a good time for a chant.
Yeah. That one gave me goosebumps because that was, they did it. The women's, after winning back-to-back World Cups, went to an epic battle. And now is, I think, the beginning of why we're seeing women's sports getting, again, it's not equal yet, but it's getting closer and it's getting better. Obviously, we just saw with the WNBA.
Yep.
Like, that was the biggest one yet. That is setting the precedent of, like, okay, you can actually make this your living, because I don't think people realize. And the MLS was like this too. Like,
for a while.
For a while. Like, a lot of these athletes had to have second jobs, which is crazy. So it's just all around. When it's on the world stage, everything is exposed. But then, as we see with this Cape Verde's goalkeeper, this is also where stars are born.
Yes.
In the coolest way possible.
So many of his jerseys kits are going to be sold around here, around the world, because how do you not support that?
Yeah.
Like, how do you not support
how
a 40-year-old
many stops did
man?
he get? We didn't have it live. Shay, did you see, like, how many insane saves did he have?
He had 7. He had 7 stops.
Like, good saves or just, like, shots on net?
So shots on net, there was 27 shots on net.
Damn.
And then 7 of them were actual good shots that he saved.
Damn.
Against what is supposed to be the best team in the
favorite.
world.
The favorite. I'm excited. Shay, what's supposed to be going down tonight for Iran versus New Zealand? Is it supposed to be a good match?
So this is, it's the one game where Iran is locked in to win, supposedly.
Well, so was Spain.
Exactly.
Today's the day of upset.
So we'll see what happens. Honestly, I'm scared because with all the travel and stuff, they stayed here last night, so Iran doesn't have to travel day of the game, which is cool. So they stayed in a hotel. I don't know what hotel they stayed in last night. So I saw like yeah, I'm not going to. I saw like a picture of them like on the field today and like familiarizing it and all that. But Iran should win today, so we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Sounds like a homer.
Yeah.
Sounds like a homer over there watching from the suite. Baller tickets. It's going to be a good one, you guys. I am so excited. Like, World Cup fever, like, finally took over, I think, LA, the United States. I love it so much.
I am so swept up in it. I may have to pull up to Seoul International Park. So June 18th, South Korea faces off against Mexico. As we've been raving about really for the past week now. The South Korean community and the Mexican community are one.
My favorite.
They are family. They are brothers and sisters.
My favorite. That is my favorite story.
They are joined at the hip. June 18th, there is a civil war because they are family now. They have to face off. But Seoul International Park out here in LA is having a watch party. As for those of you who spent time in Koreatown know, it is heavy Latino. It is heavy Korean, of course. And I think that watch party is going to be electric, and I may have to go.
How close is that? That's like on your way home.
It's about the halfway mark.
Yeah.
And if they kick off at 6, I can happily find some food, and I can eat Koreatown every day of my life. I may have to pull that off because that is going to be phenomenal.
Lit.
Yes.
That's gonna be so fire. Dude, I don't know if you guys have watched any of their watch parties in Mexico. It's literally them throwing each other in the air, sharing bottles of tequila, doing keg stands. Like, it is one happy family. Like, Mexico and South Korea was the, like, partnership and collab that we never knew we needed out of the World Cup.
Truly.
Like, this might be my favorite collaboration to come out of the World Cup. And that match, you guys, is going to be on Thursday at 6 p.m., which... It could just be like a big celebration because they're just going to be happy no matter what because they've become such good friends. It's going to be awesome.
I wonder what the most viewed match will be through this group play because I genuinely feel that will be one of them because not only because every country has a following and naturally the countries with the larger population has more viewers, but I feel the whole world has rallied behind the brotherhood between these two teams.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how viewed this match is compared to, some of the more heavily favored teams that are playing.
Yeah,
it's going to be up there.
It's going to be fun, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We were just talking about how much fun this World Cup has been, and also just like... I think the new generation of soccer fans that we're going to get and soccer players here in the United States, that's, I think, going to be the biggest impact of kids seeing on the biggest stage how electric this sport can be.
That's a great point, Alex, because if you're 9 years old, you know that football is a big deal because the Super Bowl, you know baseball is a big deal because there's baseball parks in every neighborhood.
Yeah.
Like, this may be the first example for so many kids that, soccer is a big deal.
Yeah.
Good for
I mean, I grew up with it. Like, that was my sport, soccer and softball. So I'm excited for everybody to just fall in love with the game because it is so much fun and it's such a global game. But I'm also excited, you guys. Dodgers back in town after their 6-game road trip, which, you know, didn't end the way I think the Dodgers had hoped. I mean, Dodger fans had hoped. They lost to the White Sox, the first series that they've lost to the White Sox since 2014.
Brutal.
But again, you guys, the White Sox, they've been sneaky good this year. In a comment that I did not know I was going to say anytime soon, especially since they have been on the struggle bus. But now the Dodgers are having another back here in LA. First pitch, 7-10. Eric Lauer on the mound, facing the Tampa Bay Rays, who have also been on a hot streak. So when you're coming in, again, they did not get a day off. Flew from Chicago after the game last night. Probably got in late. You're tired flying cross country-ish at that time, and you're going right into Tampa Bay, who is also a tough team right now. They've been kind of back and forth, neck and neck with the Yankees. What is the mentality you're going into tonight after coming off kind of an okay road trip?
You understand that at no point this season you have been even remotely close to your best. This team has not played a single game at 100% strength. The highest they've been is probably 80% strength because there are key players that we haven't even seen at any point this season. I would say if you were to break down the season into thirds. So March and April, the Dodgers were 20-11. Through May, they were 18-10. So far through June, they're 7-6. And the biggest component I see as of recently is the drop-off of the bullpen. Now, the bullpen had a historical month of May. Nobody expected that to maintain for the entirety of the season, but you also didn't expect the bullpen to go from a strength to a weakness. And when your bullpen is weak and you are fighting to even have healthy arms in your starting rotation, now at that point, pitching is a legitimate issue. And now it's, well, if Shohei or Yamamoto are not pitching, or Robleski, we're in trouble. And there's a difference between, okay, let's see how much Roki can get us. Let's see what Eric Lauer can get us because we know the bullpen has our back, to if Shohei or Yoshinobu or Justin Robleski are not pitching, I don't know how we're going to win this game. So the drop-off of the bullpen, I actually have it right here. So as a unit of relievers, the ERA in April was 3.88. The ERA in May was 2.35. Again, that was historic. The June ERA through 14 days for the relievers, 7.51. It is just difficult to win games that way. So I'm looking for a new bullpen. Not in regards to bodies, in regards to mindset, and it has to start right now.
Yeah, and you're not getting Edwin Diaz back until, they said, possibly July?
At the earliest.
So, I mean, they got to turn it around fast. We got our first goal in this match. Egypt up 1-0 in the 20th minute. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shay, you better knock on some wood over there,
It's feeling like an upset day in the World Cup. That's what we're getting so far. We're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, we're heading to the other side of the dugout. Tampa Bay Rays pre- and post-game. Chris Adams Wall is going to be joining the show. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here and being a part of the show. And we're excited to bring in our next guest because we like to get the other team's perspective when they're coming to town. He is the host of Tampa Bay Rays pre- and post-game shows. Please welcome Chris Adams-Wall to the show. Yeah. We got you, Chris?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course. Now, take us to the other side of the dugout right now, from the Tampa side. How real does this Rays start feel?
That's a really good question. So last season, the Rays went through a similar stretch, kind of starting at the end of May, and then it went maybe 5 weeks, and then maybe around the end of June, start of July, they started to fall off, and they had a 7-game winning streak right around early September, but that was kind of it. They really fell off. So I think some Rays fans are worried that maybe the same thing has the potential to happen this season, and the Rays are kind of going through a stretch right now where they've lost 12 of their last 19 games. They got a big win yesterday against the Angels, however. And Eric Lauer is a guy that they just saw back on May the 4th when he was a member of the Toronto Blue Jays, so that's who goes to the Dodgers today. But to answer your question, I think the fact that the Rays have banked as many wins as they have so far, I mean, they come in with the 5th best record in Major League Baseball into tonight's game, and I know going to Dodger Stadium is daunting for any squad, but this does feel a little bit more real than last season just because of how well that they started out of the gate. But right now, the Rays' biggest problem is the fact that the New York Yankees continue to win without Aaron Judge. So the Rays had a 5.5-game lead atop the AL East going back to the start of that series in the Bronx about a month ago. The Rays won the first game. Second game was rained out. And then right after that, Aaron Judge hit a walk-off home run against them, and that kind of started them on their current quote-unquote funk. But there's still 14 games over 500. I try to remind Rays fans when they get on the air and when this team loses and they feel like the sky is falling, I try to bring them back to earth by saying, look, there's still 14 games over 500. They're still one of the top teams in the American League, and most teams in the AL right now would kill to be 14 games above 500. So I like to think that it's real, at least so far, although we'll probably learn a lot more over the next 3 games.
Chris, when the Rays are at their best, it is small ball or small ball adjacent. They keep the ball on the ground, but somehow they get guys on base. Can you break down for Dodgers fans who are used to seeing home runs and tons of power what the Rays do that may be a little different than the rest of the league?
Absolutely. They have bunted a lot more than I think anybody expected any team to do coming into the season, although we're not seeing as much of it lately. And this team still relies a lot on what Rays president of baseball operations, Eric Neander, has referred to as the 3 aircraft carriers. That's Jonathan Aranda, Yandy Diaz, and Junior Caminero. And if those guys aren't going, then it's really tough for this team to score runs. They were blanked just a couple of nights ago by the Angels, 8-0. And when those guys aren't clicking, runs are sometimes hard to come by, but this team knows how to run quite a bit. Unfortunately, Chandler Simpson, who is maybe the fastest guy in the big leagues, I don't believe he has a stolen base in over a month now. I think you have to go all the way back to May 11th, but he's been mired in a funk where he was, I think, 2 for his last 32. He got a big 2-run single yesterday, so hopefully that will get him right. But when the Rays are really clicking, you're going to see Junior Caminero, Jonathan Aranda, and Yandy Diaz maybe putting up some power numbers, getting the extra base hits. But then you're seeing guys like Chandler Simpson, like Victor Mesa Jr., even, who's now out in right field, but guys like Ryan Vilade, too, basically a minor league lifer coming into this season, but he's really delivered, and those guys will either get the bunt down or get the productive fly out, the ground out to the other side of the infield to move the runners along, to allow these guys to pass the baton. We haven't really seen that over the last, 19 games or so, but when this team is right, that is what is going to happen. And I'm sure some of you guys will remember the last time that the Rays were at Dodger Stadium, And Junior Caminero, it was just his second real taste of big league baseball. He went 6 for 13 in that series at Dodger Stadium. This is a guy who loves the limelight, hit a couple of big home runs in that series also, including, I want to say, one in the 9th inning to tie the game. So I know he's going to be up for it. Yandy Diaz is currently on a 27-game on-base streak. That is the longest active on-base streak in the majors. And Jonathan Aranda, he drove in all 3 runs in the series opener against the Angels on Friday. So I think this team is going to be ready for the challenge. It's always difficult to play at Dodger Stadium. I'm sure you guys are going to tell me the last time that the Rays were there. Also, Shohei Ohtani hit a walk-off grand slam to join the 40-40 club.
Oh,
so
did he?
I certainly remember that. I was on the call with Neil Solondz for that one. So, yeah, I remember that too.
So you mentioned it's always a big game, right, when you come into Dodger Stadium, but kind of paint the picture of what the mindset is like for a team when you're coming in and you're facing the back-to-back champs. Does it feel like a bigger game? Is there more build-up for it that you just want to try to take down the champs?
I think so. And these two are inextricably linked to some degree. Andrew Friedman was once with the Tampa Bay Rays, and when he was running the show, there was an intern underneath him named Eric Neander, who is now running the show in Tampa Bay. We know what happened in 2020, the epic COVID World Series in Arlington, Texas, of all places. So, yeah, I do think that there is a lot more on the line. And the fact that, let's be honest, the Rays, they're not on national television all that often. So the fact that the game is being televised by ESPN tonight, and the fact that they have who is probably an all-star pitcher in Nick Martinez going this evening. Martinez, who allowed just two runs or fewer in each of his first 11 starts with the Rays. This was a guy who had probably the worst spring training that I've seen in my time in the big leagues. He had his last spring training outing, he allowed 11 runs in one start, and in spring training you can re-enter. So they pulled him not once but twice. They put him back in 3 times. He just did not have a great spring at all. But now all of a sudden he's the poster boy for spring training numbers don't matter whatsoever. So he's had a really great season, and I think that the Rays look forward to these opportunities to show the world that, you know what, we are a pretty good baseball team. And even though they might be going through it right now, I do think the fact that they're taking on Eric Lauer, a guy that they have seen a number of times, including back last month, and a guy that's never beaten them before, I think they'll be up for this one. And the fact that they have the history that they do, you know, the Dodgers are kind of the Rays, but with endless coffers. And so they are similarly run. And I do think the Rays are going to be very excited about this one, and especially about the opportunity to face Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher for the first time on Wednesday.
Dodgers start the series with the Rays tonight. We're sitting here with Chris Adams-Wall, Tampa Bay's pre- and post-game show host. You brought up pitching just a second ago. We have Nick Martinez tonight and expected tomorrow and the day after Drew Rasmussen and Shane McClanahan. As far as the pitching rotation, how has that been this year, and what can those Dodgers bats expect?
Well, I think part of it has been a work in progress to the degree that Shane McClanahan had not pitched in almost 2 years coming into this season, and he's had a couple of rough outings his last time out, his last 2 times out, but his numbers overall, I think, have been worthy of All-Star consideration. Drew Rasmussen, I think, should go back to the All-Star game for a second straight year. He had a start against the Miami Marlins 2 times ago where he went 7 innings and allowed just 1 base runner. That's it. And then his most recent outing struck out a career-high 13 batters in 7 innings against the Boston Red Sox. So the Dodgers, I've already talked about Nick Martinez, but the Dodgers are going to see, I think, the best 3 starters that the Rays have to offer, which is another reason that I'm sure they'll be up for it. They're also working on converting Griffin Jacks from a reliever back to a starter. That has gone pretty well so far. I think he has a 2.57 ERA as a starting pitcher compared to an ERA of 8, which is what he had as a relief pitcher early on in the season. And then the 5 spot is kind of in flux right now. It was supposed to be Steven Matz, and he got off to a good enough start, but he did have some elbow inflammation, and he's still coming back from that, so he's back in the bullpen. But overall, I think everybody's been pretty pleased with what the Rays starting rotation has been able to do. And you guys have to remember, coming into this season, I think most Rays fans looked at the rest of the division and thought to themselves, well, okay, the Yankees are probably going to be the Yankees. The Red Sox were a playoff team last year. They'll probably be back. Also, the Orioles, I doubt they're going to be this bad again. And the Blue Jays were 2 outs away from winning the World Series last season.
Yep.
So are we the bad team in the division? I think there's a chance that we are. But as the Rays have proven so far, that's about as far from the truth as you could possibly get. I think Rays fans are probably really excited with how it's gone so far, but can this team finish the job? They do have some injuries for sure, like Johnny DeLuca, the former Dodger. He's been out for a bit. He just started a rehab assignment at AAA Durham, but they're certainly missing him out in right field. Jake Fraley's another right fielder that they've been without for quite some time now. And, of course, the former Dodger Gavin Lux, who the Rays got in a trade in a three-way deal from the Reds. They sent Josh Lowe to the Angels in that trade. He hasn't played a single game yet for the Rays because he's been dealing with a shoulder impingement, among other things. So I think overall, though, the fact that this team is 41-27, I won't call it a miracle, but we'll say it's pretty close to that. And I think in a lot of ways, Rays fans are just happy to be where they are.
Yeah, I think both these teams, Chris, have been dealing with a lot of injuries. But when the Rays look at the Dodgers, what scares them the most? Is it the lineup, the starting pitching, or just kind of the overall depth?
Yeah, can I say everything?
Yeah.
I mean, the LA Dodgers are terrifying. And look, like they have won back-to-back World Series. I know that they almost didn't win last year, right? And Miguel Rojas will probably never have to pay for a drink the rest of his life because of that big home run off Jeff Hoffman. I think the fact that, look, Andy Paja is not necessarily a guy you were scared of last season, and now, he's like the best hitter on the Dodgers roster at the moment. So I do think just because it's at Dodger Stadium also, the Dodgers came to play the Rays last season. Of course, that was at Steinbrenner Field, the minor league home of the New York Yankees. So that was interesting. But the fact that it's at Dodger Stadium and the fact that Shohei Ohtani is going to be pitching, I'm most looking forward to that game. But look, I know Mookie Betts isn't having a very good season, but he's always scary. And Freddie Freeman, you just go down the line. I do think it's the overall squad, and the Dodgers, they're having a historic run right now, and if they were to go on and win the World Series again this year, that's the first three-peat since the Yankees when we first started this century, if we can say it that way. So I don't think there's anyone in particular. I do think the fact that Shohei Ohtani did have that moment 2 years ago at Dodger Stadium is probably still fresh in everyone's minds. He had a grand slam with the Angels my first year with the squad in 2023. I'll never forget it because I did say on the air to my broadcast partner, Neil Solondz, like, they might want to consider walking him with the bases packed here. At least you avoid giving up a grand slam. And then, of course, next pitch, it goes over the fence. So he's probably the scariest. And in my mind, he's probably the best player to ever play the sport. And I don't think that's that crazy just because of what he's done both on the mound and at the plate. But when it comes to the Dodgers, I mean, until they don't win the World Series, they are the team to beat. And I do think that the Rays are definitely cognizant of that, and they're also aware of what happened in 2020.
Chris, while the Dodgers catch tons of flack from fans far and wide for how much money they have spent, I feel what gets overlooked are teams like the Rays, who are never ranked toward the top of cap being spent, and yet here they are fighting for number one in the AL. Do you see a David versus Goliath BS narrative kind of being pushed here, or are the Tampa Bay Rays just sitting there saying, we're just trying to win as many games as we can, leave us out of any agenda that you're trying to push?
I mean, while we're talking about all the history, like let's put that on there. Let's make it David versus Goliath, because it is what the Tampa Bay Rays have been trying to do year after year since they became the Rays, really, in 2008, is trying to outsmart the competition. The competition usually has a lot more money than the Rays do. And when you really think about it, over the last, let's say, 12 years, you could probably even go back farther than that, how many small market clubs have successfully competed at the rate that the Rays have, and not only that, have won a World Series, I really think there's only one, and that would be the 2015 Kansas City Royals. 2014, they came very close to knocking off the Dodgers' rivals, the San Francisco Giants, got it to Game 7. Should Alex Gordon have been sent home on that play? I don't know. Royals fans probably would say yes after what happened at the end of that game. 2015, they end up winning it, but really every year since then has been won by teams that can spend a little bit more than most of the league. So I do think that the Rays have that chip on their shoulder. I do believe that they do better work in baseball operations than just about any organization out there. That's why they went to 5 straight postseasons between 2019 and 2023. That's why they've gone to a couple of World Series since 2008, and why they're able to face up against the Dodgers and send that game to 6 or send that series to 6 games in 2020. And I do think the Rays will get back to the postseason this year. The American League is terrible right now. I don't think it's going to stay that way, but I think the last team out of the wild card spot are the Texas Rangers. They're 34-36. Like, if we get a sub-500 team in the postseason, I'm not sure who that benefits. I mean, that sounds like some NBA stuff with the play-in tournaments. Hopefully it won't come to that ever in Major League Baseball, but let's go David versus Goliath. What the heck? I do think, though, you look at the pitching matchups, and I do think that it favors the Rays in, let's say, 2 out of the 3 games in this series. I'm excited for it, though. I really can't wait for tonight.
Yeah, Chris, it's going to be a fun one. Thank you so much for coming on the show and giving LA fans a little perspective on the Rays side of things. Have so much fun tonight. And I'm excited that you guys get to see Shohei Ohtani on the mound. I'm
Thanks,
excited
Chris.
for us.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I do have to give a quick shout-out to my guy, Joe Davis, who Dodgers fans know and love. He's the guy who got me into broadcasting way back when I was a production assistant for Fox Sports, and he got me on with the Montgomery Biscuits, the Rays AA affiliate, a team that he used to call games for. So shout out Joe. I'm sure he's going to have a fun time watching the Dodgers and Rays, probably calling it tonight also. But thanks again for having me, guys.
That's awesome.
Anytime.
Thank you, Chris.
He's great. Why can't the Dodgers play the Rays more often? I just want to hear him talk baseball. That was great.
Love that for Joe Davis, too, because like I'm big on kind of like helping anyone that wants to break into the industry. So I love hearing when other established people within the industry do the same thing and are willing to go out and help other people. Because look, I always tell everybody when I started out as an intern, I was like, you never know who you're going to meet. Just like work really hard, be kind to everybody. And I see people now, they're like, Curry, Fuel TV. Because I started at Fuel TV, which was like action sports. And I see people like, I've seen them in the hallways at Fox. They're like, no way. So it's like moments like this when you have like a Chris who was Joe Davis's intern, he said, or PA. He said, yeah. Like that is insane. I love that so much. I also love that he talks about the fear. Can I just say everything scares me about the Dodgers that were coming in here? Yeah, this should be a fun one tonight. National game tonight. First pitch at 7:10. Eric Lauer on the mound for the Dodgers going up against Nick Martinez, who he said should be an all-star. So this is going to be a fun one here tonight. We're going to take a quick break here, though, guys. When we come back, is Austin Reeves about to get his bag? We'll see. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So you can get, if you're watching the live stream, get in the YouTube chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Are we still 1-0 Egypt in this game right now? This World Cup game, you guys. It's kind of been upset day.
Yes, any second now they are going to blow the whistle for half. We're in the extra minutes right now, and Egypt will likely go into the half up 1-0.
Yeah, so I think the biggest shock was Spain versus Cape Verde, 0-0.
Yeah.
Scoreless game.
Big time.
So that is an upset, considering Spain is a favorite to win the World Cup. And then right now, Egypt having a 1-0 lead. Later on, we got Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay at 3, and then Iran versus New Zealand at 6 p.m., which producer Shay will be going to at LA. What are we calling it?
Los Angeles Stadium.
Los Angeles Stadium. You guys, I get a list. I get like weird speaking things sometimes. It's okay. It's cool, right?
We roll with it.
We're here for all of it. Okay, so we've been talking a lot NBA playoffs. Obviously, Knicks. Congrats. I love a fan base when they haven't experienced something in decades, and you hear a lot of the fans go, I didn't think I was going to witness this in my lifetime. So what we saw the Knicks do, I think really should give Laker fans hope for the future. And we had Jovan Buha, NBA and Lakers insider, on earlier. He talked about, what the Knicks did to get to this position should really give Lakers fans hope, because they weren't able to build through the draft. Lakers aren't going to be able to build through the draft. What they're going to have to do is pay their guys and then make really smart trades and then pick up guys in free agency.
Perfectly said.
And the first piece is going to be Austin Reeves.
Yes. Yeah, he will be a Laker. There is a world where he opts out because of wanting more money and then realizing that, hey, you know what, I actually just want to get paid the most amount, regardless of who it is, sure. But for everything we know about Austin Reeves and how much of a Laker fan he is and wants to be in LA, he will ask for the max, and the Lakers will likely settle somewhere around the $200 million mark, which is still more money than any other team can offer him. He knows he is the first piece to fall for the Lakers offseason. So whereas LeBron can wait because he knows he will be the cherry on top for the Lakers or wherever team he goes, Austin Reeves knows he's a foundational piece, and he knows that the sooner I agree, the sooner Rob Pelinka and the surrounding staff can get cooking. So he's not going to sit on his hands too long, I don't think.
So let's paint the picture a little bit, right? Because the Lakers, what they can offer Austin Reeves is a max contract around like $240 million over 5 years. Rival teams can go around $178 million over 4 years. So this is where you really have to ask yourself. And again, we talk about this a lot on this show. As an athlete, there is no wrong answer for you, because you have a very small window of time where you can go and get your bag. So what's more important to you? To go out and get the max money, get the most money possible. And maybe that's not going to be on a team that is a championship contender, because once you get that much money, they don't have that much left to build around you in a cap league. Or do you do what Jalen Brunson did? Not saying you have to take as much of a pay cut that he did, because he took less, like over $100 million.
$13 million pay cut.
Wild. But because he did that, the Knicks were able to go out and they were able to build around him, and they just won an NBA title. So this is what you have to ask yourself. What is most important to you as an athlete? And again, no wrong answer. Are you going to go out and get your bag and do whatever you can to get that max contract? Or are you going to, I don't want to say take a homie deal, but work with the organization and franchise in order to get you what you deserve to be paid, but also allow enough money left so they can build a championship team around you. And Austin Reeves is going to be that first piece. And another reason he's so important is because Luka, their number one star, new face of the franchise, and Luka Doncic made it very clear that he wants Austin Reeves to be here, and he doesn't want him to be involved in a trade. He wants them to build the team around them, and we've seen their chemistry. We've seen it on the court. We've seen it off the court. We've seen them be like what I think I called them best friends, like brothers, and Jovan is like, no, it's a full bromance. Like, the world knows like how much these two just really feed off of each other, both on and off the court. And I think that is almost more important for the Lakers to realize they have to get this done.
Yes, and as far as the homie deal, which I love how you put it that way, there are teams who historically can never offer a homie deal, right? Like Salt Lake City, Milwaukee, Oklahoma City up until their recent success, Portland, teams that are considered to be in cities that are less desirable than other cities. The beauty of being in LA is that people want to play here.
Oh, yeah.
Players grew up idolizing this franchise. Los Angeles is a city where things happen that you want to be a part of off the court as well as on the court. And so the advantage here goes to the Lakers, and they have proof because Austin Reeves could have been paid more during the draft when Orlando wanted to take him, and they called ahead, and his agent said, don't draft him. He wants to go to L.A. He would rather be an undrafted free agent playing as a Laker for less money than you're willing to offer him to come live in Orlando. That's what's been set. That's a precedent that's been set where Austin Reeves used his leverage to become a Laker, but now the Lakers get to use their leverage, knowing how desperately he wants to be here, to cut maybe $30 million off the top of that potential contract. So what Austin Reeves can do on the court with Luka Doncic, especially during the month of March, the brief window where all three, Reeves, Doncic, and LeBron were all healthy, was the best version of the Lakers and the best version of Reeves that we have seen. Yes, he scored more points earlier on in the year, but as far as being part of a team and not having to carry everything, the best version of Austin Reeves came here in LA. It came in March when he was surrounded with talent, and so he wants to surround himself with talent.
But think about it. Even if you take less money, right, to stay with the Lakers, and they can offer him an extra year, and I think that's where it's going to come in, the 5-year, closer to like, what, the 200 million mark, opposed to other teams that can offer around 178. Yeah. You have to, as you mentioned, you have to think about what being an LA Laker can also bring you. Like, that's where the brand deals are going to come. That's where you're more recognizable. The partnerships. He has a big shoe deal. Also, you're under new ownership that they're gonna. Again, not saying he should take the homie deal or whatever that magic number is between the two of them that is respectable to Austin Reeves and digestible for the Lakers in order to continue to build around this team. Whatever that is, you're going to make up for that outside money that you might not be getting in your contract. Yes, it's not guaranteed, but like all the partnerships and brand deals that you're going to get from being an LA Laker, like that's also where you have to think about long-term situations.
I can already see the commercials with Luka and Reeves being like buddies and cops. And like any brand is going to have them
Step
as their
Brothers,
face. So,
Step Brothers.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Bunk beds. Did we just become best friends? Yep. Yeah. No, it's going to be a fun one. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, hour 4, Rays are in town. Game 1 of the 3-game series against the Dodgers kicks off tonight. We're breaking that down next. What's up, LA? Welcome to hour number 4 on Brock and Alex on the new at 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or the iHeart app, we appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we want you to be a part of the show and conversation. So get in the chat. You can also follow us on all socials at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And I want to give a quick shout out to Brock and me. I was craving some coffee, so I went and used the coffee machine here for the very first time, you guys. And you...
It did not go great.
If anybody was watching us, we actually did. We had a coworker who just was so polite behind us, like, you guys, what are you doing? You're doing this wrong. Because it's 1 o'clock, you guys, so it's coffee time for Brock. And I just, I've had one of those weeks where just the caffeine does not hit.
Yep.
I feel like you're just like, how?
Sometimes
and then you drink too much, and then you can't fall asleep. I'm like, that has been me all weekend.
The machines, in the long run, we can't let them win. But today...
It's in the computer.
Today, the
Please
machine
tell me you know
won.
that. Please tell me you know that movie.
It's in the
Anybody?
computer. It's in the computer.
It's in the computer.
What movie?
Zoolander.
Oh, yeah.
No? Wait.
Yep.
Our Gen Z crew. Have you guys seen Zoolander?
Of course, I've seen it, but...
Yeah. Do you guys know
thumbs
the
up
scene
from
I'm
Peyton as
talking
well?
about? Where they're trying to get something out of the computer, and it's like, you got to get the file, but they think it's in the computer, and they're like...
They're
No.
smacking it. It's
Can't say I
like
remember
animal
it.
style
Ben Stiller
trying
and
to...
Luke Wilson
yes.
are smacking it. Yeah.
If I see the scene, I'm sure I'll be like, oh, this one. But yeah, it's not coming ahead right now. I know. Shame
I never
on
saw
me. Shame on me.
Zoolander 2, did you?
I think so, but
It was good.
no,
It was good.
Zoolander was one of my favorites to quote in college. That was like my style of movies.
Classic movie.
Okay, so now that we're talking about the generational gap here, it is time for word of the day, because we didn't get to this earlier. So every week on Mondays, Brock's going to give us a word of the day that we're going to see if we know and understand. It could be old school. See if our Gen Z crews can get it. And then on Fridays, we get our Gen Z word of the day, see if we can guess it.
Yes.
I'm just somewhere in the middle.
So today...
Trying to guess everything.
Yeah, just trying to guess it all. Trying to piece it together.
I don't know.
So today is more so phrase of the day than word of the day.
Okay.
The phrase of the day is going postal. You guys need to tell me what going postal
before.
means.
Going wild, going ham. Like you're sending it. Send it, just go for it.
You are in the ballpark, but
Okay.
you haven't found your seat yet.
Okay.
Our Gen Z production crew, any guesses?
I'd like to call us the delegation.
The Gen Z delegation.
The Gen Z
I like
delegation. It's Peyton, Nick, and I. You know what I
Okay.
mean? I think we have a pretty good delegation here.
Okay, so do you have any guesses?
I have zero guesses at all.
You
right
just
now.
built up that whole.
Yeah. So the delegation is
Everyone
failing.
here went. So
Going postal.
we're gonna delegate, and we'll get back to you.
Yes.
Well,
okay.
yeah. Oh, but is that cheating? Asking each other?
If the three of them truly have no idea, then
putting
then
their
they
minds
can
We're the
together
crew.
to figure it
We're
out.
the Gen Z
Their
crew. We're the
brains, yeah.
delegation. Come on.
You keep saying it like you're talking that name into existence. I don't know if it's gonna stick yet, Shay.
Gen Z delegate.
Just
Okay, if you guys have success and figure it out, you will officially become the delegation, but not until you get a successful guess.
Okay. I'll need a sentence.
Then you can
I'll need
become a
sentence.
delegation.
That's fair. You guys. By the way, are we in halftime for Belgium and Egypt? Is that why your iPad's down?
Yes, players
My
are
TV,
warming up.
you
but
guys,
they're not on
Brock
the
has
field
been.
yet.
It's supposed to be our what is it? Media.
I'm the
Give yourself a name.
FIFA stream liaison
Love
to our
Love
studio.
It's perfect. So we did have the game up. We came back. I'm like, wait, what happened? Okay, so it's been kind of like an upset day so far because Cape Verde walked away with the draw against Spain, which is mind-blowing considering Spain was a favorite to win, is still the favorite to win. I don't changed? Has odds changed? Favorite to win the whole World Cup. And then Belgium against Egypt. Egypt was up 1-0 heading into half. Then we have Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay at 3. And then Iran versus New Zealand tonight that producer Shay is going to at LA Stadium.
Woo! Shay, Correct me if I am wrong, but this should very much be a home game for Iran, right?
Yeah, I know a lot of Persians in LA.
Okay.
I don't think I've met someone from New Zealand. I probably have, and they just haven't told me they're from New Zealand.
Sure.
But no, there's a lot of Persians in LA.
Okay.
I do know that there was supposed to be like a certain amount of tickets that go to Iranian fans.
Okay.
But they didn't end up getting those because of something that happened or whatever with FIFA. But yeah, you should see a pretty big amount of Iranian fans.
It's going to be cool to see. Okay.
I'm excited. Have you heard if is the same kind of watch party happening at the Coliseum tonight for the game? Is that happening for every SoFi game?
I think that was just this past weekend. So I think
that may have been opening weekend.
I think that was just opening weekend. Yeah.
Okay. Confirm so I don't spread. I don't spread that.
Just gonna have a bunch of people show up.
You guys, this was the sickest watch party. Well, it was for like Mexico.
Who did they
opening
open
match
with? Yeah.
was absolutely insane. 40,000 people. USA was also sold out. 40,000 people. Like that was the place to go. That was the time. Maybe it'll be open again for USA again on Friday.
They play Friday, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes. Or again, Mexico versus South Korea.
Okay,
on Thursday.
that's what I can't wait for. That is going to be insane.
It should
you
be
guys.
open for that.
If you've
really
been
should.
listening to our show all day, we've talked about kind of like our favorite moments from the World Cup, and the Koreans and in Mexico have just been going absolutely viral. Both of these nations have just like banded together and have all become best friends. It was the collab the world didn't know they needed coming out of the World Cup. There was so much love and respect from both cultures, and now like being there together, it's like it's beautiful.
You ever go to a wedding or maybe a bachelorette party, an event where there's a bunch of people and you don't really know all of them, but within 30 seconds there's somebody that you meet through somebody else. You're like, oh, I wish I knew you this whole time. Like,
you're
me and you get along.
You're gonna be my PIC for the weekend. Like partners in crime. Here we go. We're taking the shots. We're doing everything together. You guys, the Koreans are doing keg stands, and that was big in college. But their keg stands are like drinking out of a straw, out of this like giant bowl of alcohol. If you've seen any of this, they're passing around tequila bottles. They're throwing each other up in the air in the crowds. People are finding love. Like it's a beautiful scene. Between that, Boston has also been insane with Scotland winning their first World Cup game in almost 30 years. That is kind of like my second favorite scene. And then obviously everything going down in New York. And I think that's just also because the Knicks becoming NBA champs for the first time in 53 years. And then all the fans that are there for the World Cup. New York is just like insane right now.
Seoul International Park is where the watch party, the official Koreatown watch party will be for Thursday's match. So if you are a fan of Mexico, if you are a fan of South Korea, or if you are just a fan of soccer and beer and chaos, Seoul International Park right in Mid-Wilshire. It's not far from here, actually. And funny enough, it is across the street from one of the best Oaxacan restaurants in all of LA. Yeah.
What's a Oaxacan restaurant?
Oaxaca is a state in Mexico. So Mexican food, but like a different Mexican food. So you know how there's like Texas barbecue, and then there's Tex-Mex, and then there's Mexican. Like it's similar, but it's its own thing as well.
So, like, what am I getting? Like, what's different? Because, I mean, Mexican food's, like, the favorite food in our family. So, you're speaking our language.
You've definitely had Oaxacan food. I would say...
Like, if I ask my husband, what do you want for dinner tonight? 10 out of 10 times, it's Mexican.
Oh,
like, just always. That's just what it is. Like, I don't even know why I ask you anymore. He's like, I mean, you know what I want, so you just figure out where you want to eat, what you're craving tonight. Like, every single night, even if we had it 3 nights in a row, that's all he's going to want. I made him tacos last night.
Yes. Oh, sounds good.
Yeah.
I would say Oaxacan food is corn heavy.
Ooh, okay.
A lot of squash. I don't believe you typically see squash in other Mexican dishes. So Oaxacan food is under the umbrella of Mexican food, of course, but it is its own thing. Guelaguetza, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is this restaurant that is directly across the street from Seoul International Park, one of the best Oaxacan spots, and therefore one of the best Mexican spots in Los Angeles. And that's
Shout
directly
out.
across the street from the park. So if that
Where
doesn't
the watch party is.
Yeah. So if that doesn't perfectly sum up the brotherhood between South Korea and Mexico, I don't know what does.
Oh, that's going to be so much fun. Okay, and then tonight, you guys, Dodgers are back in town, kicking off Game 1 against the Rays tonight at Dodger Stadium. National game on ESPN. And it's funny because earlier in the show, we had Chris Adams-Wall, the host of the pre and post game show for the Rays, come on and just kind of give us a little. It's nice to get a background and good information on the teams that you're facing, so you kind of go in as a fan and understand, okay, what are the Dodgers facing now? Because the Rays have been off to a hot start on a little bit of more of like a struggle stretch over the last 2 weeks, but they have had a hot start to the season.
Yeah.
One of the top teams in the American League, which isn't saying a ton just because the American League isn't super strong right now.
Not so far, no.
No. When you have teams that are under 500 that are like in the wild card, like if the playoffs started today, that's tough. But the Dodgers also, like, they're coming in, splitting the road trip. They have a lot of things that they kind of need to get together and they need to work on, one of which being the big innings. I think that's kind of been their Achilles heel the last week or two. So as they come into game 1 of the series, Brock, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for the bullpen to snap out of it. The historic run that they had in May was never going to be the expectation for the remainder of the year. But collectively as a bullpen, they now, for the month of June, have a combined ERA of 7.51. It is impossible to ask your bats to be hot enough to build enough of a lead to where if you are going to close out the game that way, you just cannot expect to win. Bench coach Danny Lehman, who took over yesterday because Dave Roberts was not at the game yesterday because his daughter was graduating from Stanford, which is totally understandable. But he laid it out as home runs happen, but it's just a lack of strike throwing and getting behind in counts. So it's not being able to set yourself up for a successful at bat with the bullpen, and it's about starting strong. So I'm looking for the bullpen to throw strikes early, and I'm actually going to throw out Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman had a brutal series against the White Sox, and he's been dynamite for the majority of the year. And it was kind of an unfortunate balance, right? Like Mookie had the best offensive series he's had, and Freddie, I believe, went 1 for 15 over the past 3 games.
And it was that last out with runners at the corners,
2-1 down to So I'm looking for a resurgence from Freddie, and I'm looking for the bullpen to snap out of it. What about you?
To make a statement. I'm looking for the Dodgers to come out and make a statement here. Now, when we were talking to the Rays pre and post, he was saying that the pitcher they're facing tonight, and Nick Martinez, should be an all-star. So, but what also stood out was him talking about when I said, what are you nervous about coming into Dodger Stadium? And they said everything. And when you hear a team kind of feel that way, that's something you have to take advantage of. Like, yes, this Rays team has been hot. Yes, they have history. And I think obviously the biggest one being the World Series in 2020 when the Dodgers knocked them out in order to win the World Series. And so there's always going to be a little bit of that history and that chip on your shoulder and coming into the big house. He said it's always a big game and it's always a big series when you're coming to Dodger Stadium. And it's funny because, like, I think we're spoiled as Dodgers fans getting to go to Dodger Stadium. It's not like that every single night. The atmosphere that you get at Dodger Stadium, especially the Tampa Bay Rays, they are not necessarily in Tampa Bay. It's a far commute.
Oh, I forgot about that. They don't have a stadium.
They don't have a lot of. It's never really been a full. It might have changed since I've been on the road. 2021 was the last time I was covering. On the road with the Angels. So it's been a minute, but they never really packed the place. So that also comes into account. That it's a national game. And he also said, the Rays don't play in a lot of national TV games. Like this is the regular, this is the norm for the Dodgers. So I think the biggest thing I'm going to be looking at is to come out and get to them early.
Yes, I have to correct something. I said Tampa Bay doesn't play in a stadium. What I meant is they play in a dome, and I always forget that for some reason. I always picture them being outside in beautiful Florida, but the weather is so
wild,
topsy-turvy out there. You
all
can't.
over the place.
So one thing that I would urge any Dodgers fan to look for, while you want the Dodgers to win every single game by 100 runs, there's always some things on opposing teams that you can appreciate just as fans of baseball. And how the Rays play baseball is very cool. It is the
Small
opposite of what everyone else does. And all the analytics say just get the ball in the air. You want batters who just get the ball in the air, and it's all about power. And the Rays are like, we're going to hit ground balls. We're going to keep the ball on the ground. We're going to bunt. We're going to get the fastest guys that we can find. And we are just going to get on base, and we are going to rely on 2 or 3 big bats who, once our fast guys get on base, can show off that power and get around. So as Chris Adams-Wall laid out, it is all about the threesome of Caminero, Aranda, and who was the third? It was Caminero, it was Aranda, and it was Diaz. So those are the 3 power guys. Everyone else is fast and keeps the ball on the ground. And it's such high stakes because if 2 of those 3 guys are off, then you're shot and you're not winning the game. But at the same time, watching this style of baseball against what the Dodgers do, it's going to be really fun and just polar opposites on really everything about both of their clubs.
So when you look at the Dodgers lineup right now, 2 guys I'm really going to be looking at this series. Obviously, Kyle Tucker. We've talked a lot about his struggles at Dodger Stadium. He really needs to get going. His bat needs to get hot. His last 7 games, he's only batting .192. And we know that he's been better on the road, but now it's bleeding over to where he just hasn't been great. We need a strong stretch of Kyle Tucker. And then on the opposite end, Mookie Betts finally heating up his first back-to-back multi-hit game this season while they were in Chicago. I need Mookie to keep that going. I think the Dodgers need Mookie to keep that going. So if the bats can get hot early, that's going to be the key to this series.
I agree with you. And the last time the Dodgers were home was against the Angels before they went on this 6-game road trip. And there were not boos for Kyle Tucker, but there were groans. And what comes after groans is boos. So as you mentioned, Kyle Tucker's the success that he has had this year, unfortunately, always comes on the road. So if you are a season ticket holder, you may be watching every game on TV, but it doesn't feel like you've seen Kyle Tucker's success. Granted, the success hasn't been where it needs to be and where it was expected to be, but I'm worried that if Kyle Tucker continues the stretch of poor performances at home, those groans are going to grow and then become boos, and it's very tough to come back from that, especially as an outfielder where
you're in it, you're hearing
everyone can talk to you, basically have a conversation with you.
You're hearing all of the noise. You're hearing all the noise.
So I hope more than any other Dodger that Kyle Tucker can just come out the gates hot today.
And we're about a month away from where we said, at what point do we need to start worrying about Kyle Tucker and him living up to the standard of the $60 million bat that we brought in. And it's hard because he's not having a terrible season, but it's not a good.
It's not a $60 million
It's
season.
not, but and you have to remember too, there is the factor of coming over to a new team, a new organization, a new city, and the standards that come with joining the back-to-back champs, right? You need to contribute right away, but he's also not asked to be the face of the franchise, which normally you think would help ease a player in like this, but it's just, you want it to be the right fit and you hope it's going to be the right fit. And he's got up until, I think, after the All-Star break where some questions really need to be asked at the higher level.
And I feel that a $60 million man that plays for the Dodgers not being part of an All-Star game is a tough pill to swallow.
We got that. Is he? Yeah,
he's currently ranked 10th as an outfielder.
Okay, so the Dodgers, in the first round of All-Star voting, Andy Pages is in first place in the outfield, which, Thank God, because that is so deserved right there. He got snubbed last year. So, like, LA, we need to get Andy Pages to the All-Star game. He has been the MVP, most consistent man on this Dodgers roster right now. Teoscar Hernandez, he's fifth. Like, even though he's out right now.
He's got one hamstring, but he's out there.
Yeah, that's fine. And then Kyle Tucker is 10th in the outfield. Shohei Ohtani first at DH. Mookie Betts second at shortstop. Max Muncy first at third base. So funny too. Hyun Kim is fourth. Second base, Freddie Freeman first in voting at first base. Will Smith second behind the plate. So yeah, Dodgers are dominating that first round of All-Star voting. But Kyle Tucker.
It's time. It is.
That's
time.
what I need to see really kick it into high gear this series. And I
Yes.
know I feel like we sound like a broken record because that's something we keep saying and we keep like having hope of, okay, when do we need to worry? Was this a bust pickup? And I never want to put that on someone because you remember they're human too. Okay.
Right.
But
you were here for a reason, and
when you get that kind of a contract, you gotta perform.
Last thing because you asked me what I'm watching out for. As we mentioned, the Rays hit the ball on the ground. They hit it hard.
Yeah.
Max Muncy, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman all had routine ground ball errors in the series against the White Sox.
Bad hops. Maybe it was a field. Let's blame the infield.
Yeah, let's blame the infield. But that being said, I am looking for no infield errors from your foundational pieces there. I think that would go a long, long, long way against a team who thrives off of you making a mistake on those routine plays.
So as we said, we want to see Dodger bats get to Nick Martinez early.
Yes.
No infield errors for you, and
Yes.
I want to see Kyle Tucker's bat get hot.
And Freddie Freeman's.
And Freddie
But
Freeman.
much more pressure on Kyle
and
Tucker's.
Mookie Betts continuing because the fact that was his first back-to-back multi-hit game of the season is very off-brand for Mookie Betts. It's going to be a fun one tonight. National game on ESPN, first pitch at 7:10. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, what should Laker fans be excited about after watching the Knicks win the NBA title? That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. Shay, did we get that YouTube poll going where we asked fans about, we were talking about Yamamoto's no-hitter, his almost perfect game, almost no-hitter that he had going on Saturday. And would you be like Brock and do whatever you can, even lay down a bunt in the ninth to try to end that no, or are you going in and you're being a part of history?
Yeah, so after it hit an hour, we titled it, if you're up to bat during a no-hitter, what are you doing? 60% said try to hit, 40% said bunting, 40%.
That's insane.
I'll take 40%.
That's insane.
I'll take 40%.
I can't. That's like
Petty is in.
That feels like that's so. That's bad. That's like that. I'm trying to think of what would happen. You said like hit in the head. Like it might be like that's
multiple attempts. Probably.
Yeah, that's like you just can't do that. That's like an unspoken rule of like, what are you doing? That's such like a low ball.
There might be a pitcher on a different team that tries. That
what
tries
are you doing? Yeah. Okay, and then word of the day.
Phrase of the day.
Phrase of the day.
Going postal.
The delegation
has
delegated.
Okay, so what do you think it means?
So going postal. You were going out with like you're upset about something, and you're going out with the. You know what? Help me out. You had the perfect term for this. Get over here. Get on the air.
Hey, Tug.
Yeah, you're letting everybody know about it as well. You know, like you're upset. And you want everyone to know about it.
Okay. So, Alex, you were, I said, in the stadium, but still finding your seat.
Okay.
The Gen Z, I can't call you delegation yet because you technically haven't got it right. The Gen Z crew, they are in line to get into the stadium.
Okay.
So you were a little bit closer.
Oh, I'm closer. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's wait. We're going to ask D-Mac and Reiter when they come in during crosstalk. I feel like D-Mac's going to get it.
This one I can guarantee Reiter will actually get.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Reiter hasn't gotten any of them. So
I know.
Especially after Spain's today.
You know what?
I'm excited for him to get one.
I was going to make fun of the fact that he didn't get any of his flags right, but I didn't either. So, I can't go there. I was like, he didn't even get the Mexico flag. And I'm like, wait, Curry, you didn't guess
the Mexico
any of your
flag
flags.
is just, come on.
Insane.
That's insane. Mine was at least in the ballpark. Yes. I didn't see. Also, the flag was sideways, so it looked like the up and down of France. But when I picked it up, it was horizontal lines instead of vertical lines. So it's just, you know what? That's a round table. It's not fair. Okay, I'm calling no fair.
You have to be like the Dodgers bullpen. You just got to shake it off and worry about the next one. That's all you can do. All you can do is look ahead.
Well, we also have a World Cup game going on right now. Belgium against Egypt. Egypt was up 1-0 heading into the half, but Belgium just tied it.
Lukaku.
Is that who scored the goal?
Lukaku scored for Belgium. Yes, so it is now tied. This would be a massive upset if Egypt were to pull it off because Egypt has never won a World Cup match. Not a single one. They have, to be fair, despite putting up a decent number of players over the years, they've only been 4 times. 1934, 1990, 2018, 2016. I'm sorry, 2016, 2026.
Yeah.
So this is only their 4th appearance, have not won a match. They have 20 minutes to get a goal and make this goal historic.
I think we're in, are we in the hydration break?
Yeah, because they're just standing around doing a whole lot of nothing.
It's so
I don't know
weird.
what they got going on.
But I guess, where's this match happening and how hot?
So it's because in Qatar they had ACs in their stadiums.
Yeah.
Out here we don't have ACs and so at SoFi there's no ACs and it's an open stadium.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really hot.
Yeah.
So they have the hydration breaks as in basically saying to excuse the heats and the humidity and the no AC.
Is that a common thing overseas that they have?
I think this is the first time they've implemented it. I've never seen this ever in soccer.
That's what I'm saying. It just feels weird.
I guess for the sake of fairness, they have to do it in every game. I guess it wouldn't be considered fair for the games without a roof to have hydration breaks, but then the games with roofs to, so.
You were there live at a game. Was it weird?
It was actually kind of nice because it's an extra bathroom break. The only downside of going to soccer live Or really just watching soccer in
it's
general.
like
There's no bathroom
halftime.
break.
It's like halftime, but that's when everyone's going. So you're
Yes.
standing in a really long line. I love it. That's why I love it. Such
So
a fast pace of the
it
game.
actually worked out
No
pretty
commercial
well.
breaks.
No.
No, it's first half all the way through, which is my favorite thing ever. I guess like Telemundo wasn't going to commercials when it happened. They were
Okay.
like staying on the players, and there was some backlash about that from FIFA. And it's like, no, we're going to let you see what's going on. We don't need to go away to advertisers.
Yeah, because I mean, this is a unique thing. How many soccer fans are like, why are they not playing? What's happening?
Right?
You got
Did I
to be
miss
there
it?
to
What
explain
happened?
it to them. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just more money, as we know, for FIFA. It's all about money. Speaking of money, Austin Reeves is lining up to get his bag, you guys, for the Lakers. And I think the question is now we get to, after watching what the Knicks did to win the NBA title and seeing that it was a completely different way to go about it than OKC and the Spurs did. And I think the craziest, when you look at the heading into the finals as a whole, there was so much conversation of whoever comes out of the Western Conference final is just going to absolutely dominate the East, right? It's the two young teams in OKC and the Spurs. Like, they drafted a lot of their young talent. They're athletic, they're deep, and they're young, very young. Spurs' average age is 23. Wemby is only 22. And that was kind of like, okay, this is going to be the blueprint for the NBA moving forward. And then when you look at what the Knicks did, winning all of their games in comeback fashion, double-digit comeback fashion, it's really got to give some hope to Laker fans of, okay, there is a different way we can go about this, and this different way can beat the Spurs and the OKC's young way of building through the draft, which is not something that the Lakers can do because they're not going to be bad, and is not something that the Knicks could do. And when you see how they were able to do that, obviously Jalen Brunson taking a huge homie deal in New York. What did we say, $113
million pay cut.
Don't expect Austin Reeves to do that. But Austin Reeves is the first big piece this offseason that the Lakers, now that the NBA Finals are done, laser focus in, we got to lock in our roster. And what we're looking to do is be able to compete and beat teams like the Spurs and OKC. And look at what the Knicks just did.
Yes, and if you are the Lakers, you are looking at this recent finals and saying there's motivation here because, as you mentioned, the Spurs plowed through the Western Conference and are not even nearly the best version of themselves. And they still found a way to represent the West. And if you look at the Eastern Conference, there's no team in there that strikes fear in you. Even if next year's season started today, I don't know if people are afraid of the Knicks because
that's the craziest
That's
part.
what's nuts, right?
Like, even as we were heading in, it was like the whole conversation was still about the Spurs.
It was all
like,
Spurs.
oh, it's going to be the
related.
Spurs. They're going to come back. Like, they're going to figure it out. Like, up until the champion, like, when they, like, hoisted the trophy, you're like, oh, yeah, no, I guess, like, this was destiny. Like, look, they did it. But, like, they still were not the headline story throughout the entire finals.
God, no. And assuming they roll out the same team next year because you won it all, why wouldn't you? I would not be hesitating against the Knicks one bit. So if you're the Lakers, what can you take from that?
Yeah.
You can take from it that you're closer than initially thought. If you asked me how close the Lakers were to getting back to winning a championship at the end of the regular season before the playoffs started, I would say there's a pretty decent gap. If you asked me right after they lost to Oklahoma City, I would have said, okay, there's a major gap. But now I feel better than I've probably ever felt throughout the entirety of last year about the Lakers' chances. Because if the Spurs can do it with one star, and granted, we have never seen anything like Victor Wembanyama, surrounded with role players, I look at the Lakers and I say, well, there is a blueprint there. There is a blueprint of surrounding Luka Doncic. And although Austin Reeves will be getting paid like a superstar, he doesn't get the superstar treatment. He hasn't accomplished the superstar accolades yet. And you, with whatever money left over, you can assemble a team that can rival the Knicks roster on paper. The Knicks have not built a roster on paper that cannot be replicated, and that is what is exciting because the Lakers can do it too.
When you say assemble, I just hear like Anchorman 2 in my head. News team assemble!
You get Ron Burgundy.
Assemble!
You get Steve Carell, Ben Stiller, Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn's tall. Maybe we do sign Vince Vaughn.
He's so tall.
Dude's massive.
He's so tall.
But yeah, there is hope in that the Knicks did not do something that you can't replicate. When the Thunder won last year, I felt, I don't know if that can be replicated because they just struck gold with so many draft picks. I don't know if the Lakers can do that, but you look at the Knicks and say the Lakers can do that.
The Lakers can totally do that. And it's to the point now where, yes, Austin obviously is going to want to get, I think there were reports saying that he wants max money.
He will,
right?
He'd be foolish not to ask for it, right?
You gotta
at least ask.
You gotta shoot your shot, right? And the Lakers can definitely give him the most amount of money over the most amount of years, around $239 million over 5 years, while other teams can do $178 million over 4 years. So there's going to be some sort of magic number in the I don't want to say in the middle, but maybe closer to the $200 million.
That is the golden number, yeah.
Over the 5 years, so then they can continue to build around him. You also have to consider playing in LA. You're going to make up that money. I know it's hard to wrap your head around, like, well, it's not guaranteed. You can't, like, again, like, new ownership.
Yeah.
Who is going to do whatever they can to make sure that you are in the best position possible to make that money, whether that is on the court or off of the court. You are in LA. This is the team, Austin, that you decided not to be drafted for and be an undrafted free agent to work your booty off to get on this roster. And now you have become a face in LA, a number 2 on this Lakers team where I don't know if he ever thought he was going to be a max contract player.
I never envisioned this.
I don't know. But again, like, this might be the only time in his life where he is a max contract player. So, like, you can't also hold that against someone. If that's what he wants to do and he wants to go get his bag and he's not taking a dime less, that might be a tough decision that the Lakers are going to have to make and decide.
Yeah, it's, do you get every single penny of that max money and play for Brooklyn winning 30 games a season? Or do you make $200 million instead, living in Los Angeles and competing for championships, hopefully, every single year? I mean, for every year that Luka Doncic is your teammate, that's exactly what you're doing. So let's go back to microeconomics here. The opportunity cost is what he has to factor in. That was the toughest class I've ever taken in my life, but I did remember opportunity cost.
Class is in session with Brock Farine. Let's go.
That's what he has to weigh, and just hearing so many glowing stories for, like, whenever Reeves talks about Los Angeles, it's always a glowing review.
Yeah.
I would be absolutely shocked if that $200 million mark is not what he agrees to because he wants to be here.
Yeah, and I think we're at the point where, like, I don't know if the Lakers can afford not to pay Austin Reeves.
Right.
Just because of Luka Doncic and Luka wanting him so bad and making it very well known and being vocal about, I don't want Austin to be a part of any trades. I want him here. And having that chemistry and having your star player happy with his number 2, I think is just as important as the number.
That's how it works.
That your guys are going to agree on. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Now that we are on the other side of the NBA Finals, we're on LeBron watch. We're on Austin Reeves watch. We're also watching the World Cup game right now. We are still tied with a little under 10 minutes left in regulation in this Belgium versus Egypt game. I'm excited, you guys, because D-Mac and Reiter are coming up for Crosstalk next. And I'm just wondering how Reiter's doing. Did anyone do a wellness check on him earlier? I haven't seen him walk by
We do
yet.
not have
Is
proof
he here?
that he is here,
Is
to
he
be fair.
doing okay? That Spain earlier game today ended in a draw. That's wild. Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, who are Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us, you'll see D-Mac and Reiter making their entrance.
How about those Spaniards, huh?
Dude,
how about them?
I asked. I was like,
3 seconds.
no, I mean, off the top of the show, once it happened, I was like, has anyone done a wellness check on Reiter? Do we know if he's okay?
I felt really bad. I said, Lamine, you draw. Because
you felt really good about it.
I felt pretty good. I mean,
wait, did you call the draw?
No. But Lamine, you maul, Lamine, you draw.
But his wife
they tied.
says he did, so.
Yeah, good one. But that was incredible stuff. Honestly, like that was.
How we doing?
I'm hurting a little bit.
Yeah. Did you bet?
So I didn't bet, but I will say this: that
you're emotionally hurt.
The manager De La Fuente, I loathe with a burning passion, but he won the Euros 2 years ago, so he was unfireable. So I don't really know what I'm rooting for. Do I want Spain to make a run, or do I want them to get the right manager by failing and having this guy? I think I want them to win. I'm very bummed.
Was it Tunisia that's already fired their manager?
Yeah, that was wild.
Really?
I mean, they lost what, 5-1?
5-1, and they ran a formation they'd never run ever, and they didn't play any of their strikers or wingers. Apparently.
Oh, so he threw was he throwing the match?
I don't know. It was great. Like I'm not an expert on Tunisia,
deep.
but I follow some guys on X who are huge Tunisia fans randomly, and they were just rage venting about the formation.
I didn't realize it was that deep. Okay.
I didn't know until today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Running
That's wild.
formations that they didn't practice is nuts. Okay.
Yeah. Oops.
That's insane. Okay, so you guys were wrapping up right as Team USA started that absolute dominating opening match. Were you surprised with how hot they came out?
Yeah, I think I was more. I mean, you called for the win, and I thought it could go. Yes, that is a shocking, wonderful, remarkable outcome that I think should be celebrated. And all the people out there saying Paraguay is not very good,
doesn't matter.
That's the wrong. And they're not that bad. It's a hell of a start.
Yeah. What stood out to you the most? Like, why were they able to fight? Because again, like, U.S. men's soccer, as we've known, has kind of been disappointment.
All the time.
Yeah, so this is like the exact opposite, I think, of what everyone expected.
So I think for me, the main takeaway was, and the question was, so we have a lot of players on the U.S. men's national team who are actually playing in Europe, who are playing at a high level. Mm-hmm. They're not necessarily playing at the level we expect. Pulisic has not been amazing in Europe. He's been okay. Mm-hmm. But those guys played as if they belonged on that sort of level, as if they are international level players. They played like they believe that they're elite, and there's a long ways to go. But my takeaway was, maybe this generation is golden because they're spending most of these guys their time on the other side of the Atlantic.
Can you break down something for me? So one thing that every announcing crew harps on is the team chemistry, because as you mentioned, you are assembling a team of guys of similar nationality, but typically spend most of the year, most of 3.5 years playing elsewhere. How do you get a group of guys to play together when I'd imagine 10 practices and a couple friendlies only go so far? What made USA look like they've played together for years versus Curacao, who looked like they met each other the day before?
So this is where I got so many things wrong. Pochettino, who's the coach, has had this incredibly remarkable level of sort of underwhelming failures over the course of his tenureship, but he clearly knew what he was doing and building the squad when they had the guy. I mean, the answer is, when guys get together for international duty, that's the time that you have to bond and get to know each other. And some of these dudes know each other because they came up as sort of the golden boys of American soccer. But it's credit to the coaching staff over the last 12, 18 months who, when they got these guys together, whatever they were doing behind the scenes, other than the actual soccer until Friday, worked.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but they were all together watching the Knicks run, and Tyler Adams was like a huge fan, and they were dogpiling each other. And we even talked about it. I was like, you know what? Sometimes it takes like watching like another team do something that no one expects you to do to use that as motivation and roll that into a big tournament. It was kind of perfect timing in that sense.
I mean, so I know this from the outside, right? And you know it from the inside. You know it from the inside from college. I've had GMs in the NBA call teams that would collapse in the playoffs. The Clippers against the Rockets, an active GM at the time told me they would give up a 3-0 or 3-1 series lead because they hated Chris Paul and DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin hated each other so much. that's when I realized, oh, it really matters if you like each other. I'm sure you've experienced this probably. Guys getting along, it's just like working together. If you like your colleagues, things go well. If you hate your colleagues, love you, Doug, things go well.
By the way, are you taking note of him saying that he was wrong on so many things?
He owns up
this?
to it. I mean, like, I think we both felt the same way, that there was a good chance that they would have a pretty solid showing, but the defense.
Called it. You were great. You shout
but
out
I mean, for me, it's just being optimistic, patriot, American. Like, I mean, I was here for the vibes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Future and Tyler and and Lisa, and I mean, like, I was just here for. I think it's kind of one of those things. For me, the big takeaway, obviously, they were so dominant, and pretty much all these alumni from the U.S. men's national team say that's the most dominant that they've ever looked in the World Cup. That's how you kind of capture the imagination of Americans, right? Like, it's stars, it's domination, it's in the U.S., it's the spectacle. So I think it was the perfect first win. Like, even if it was a draw or they maybe won 1-0 or something like that, like, everyone's like, yeah, maybe we're a soccer nation. Or, like, I mean, like, there's all these people that are so hyped about this team's performance. I think it's exactly what they needed. But yeah.
Do you guys have a favorite moment that has happened so far through 10 or so matches?
I'm going to go with one for the American team it was the final goal. And I think you and I talked about on the show on Friday that there were two guys, Pepe's one and Reina, Gio Reyna's the other, who have magical stuff and can come in the 60th minute. And when Reina came in and had the outside of the boot goal, and this is the guy whose dad is a well-known soccer legend who had a controversy with the former coach Berhalter, and it was really ugly and soap opera-ish, and he was banished and brought back, and people think he's a diva or not.
I forgot about that.
So that guy, Gio Reyna, has enough talent to do magical things, and he also has enough sort of knucklehead sort of history that it could go the other way. I thought that was a magical moment because it's a golazo. It's one of the goals of the tournament so far. It also may unlock somebody for USA that they can bring in the 60th minute that even against an Argentina, or if we get that far, not that it'll happen, but I think that there's a ceiling now to that.
There we go. You gotta talk it into existence if you want it to happen.
I'm in, Doug. I'm with you now, baby.
I would say for me, just watch it. Wait, we're going to go?
I was going to say, I don't think anyone saw Spain having a draw with Cape Verde today. What do you mean? It's your entire personality.
That's what I would say.
It is your entire personality.
Like, I genuinely want to know, like, what is the comp? Like, I mean, I really enjoy soccer, right? But I don't consider myself like an expert. Like, I mean, it's not like my big three, like basketball, football, and baseball. Like, what would be like the college football equivalent? Is that Appalachian State beating Michigan? I mean,
that's
when you
Alabama losing the I mean, even more. That's Nick Saban's Alabama.
The grit and the heart isn't that bad, G.
It's not bad.
I mean, the grit, the heart that Cape Verde team showed. I mean, how many people knew where it was on the map? Like, they got to be.
I looked it up.
It's right up.
We looked it up on air.
Yeah, this is great for the Cape Verde brand. Yeah. Right?
It's insane.
Huge for the brand.
Their goalkeeper started the match with 50,000 followers, and last time I checked was up to 1.7.
He's an absolute hero.
I'm not
he's 40. I think he's like 40 years old.
He's a man. He's 40. 2.4 million.
Blowing up.
He's up to 2.4 million. He started the match with 50,000 followers. He is up to 2.4 million followers after that.
I will say this to all of you enjoying Spain's misery. Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia in the last World Cup in the opening group stage game, and I believe Spain, when they won last time around, also lost their opening group stage game. So there's still time.
Okay. Look at that.
Wow, that's wild.
That is insane.
He's up to 2.5 million now, but like...
we have our phrase of the day.
Oh, let's go.
I'm gonna unfollow
Mondays,
him.
I present a 90s phrase or word, and on Fridays, the Gen Z crew gives us a phrase.
I defer to
Going
Doug.
Postal.
Oh, that's just like going crazy.
Going
want to kill
postal?
somebody. That one's easy.
I told you.
That's like
I said going ham. I said I said going ham.
It's like kind of a crash out vibe, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I said going ham.
So it
Don't act like you're 24
specifically.
over there.
So I said Alex's answer was in the stadium, but it wasn't in her seat yet because there has to be violence attached to it. So that's
I
why.
just said going crazy.
But you were
ham.
Going
very
postal
close.
is dark. Like there's a connotation of potential murder as a part of it. Oh yeah, no, it's bad.
It's like
just a little
violent
bit of murder.
rage.
Yeah, there's a little.
Whoa.
It's a little
Okay, so
murder.
what was it in? Was
I'm gonna
it in
punch
a
you to a whole nother city.
Was it
another
it sounds
state,
so
zip
familiar.
code.
What was it in?
This is actually going to get kind of dark. So there was a stretch in like the late 80s and 90s where U.S. postal workers were being overworked.
Whoa.
And there was a stretch over a couple years where there would be like violent outbursts because they would just lose their mind and snap. And that's where Going Postal came from.
Kirk Douglas
Was it in a
down.
song? Was it in a movie? Like Going Postal? Like, but I remember. I know I've heard that before.
Yeah. I don't even remember when it became a phrase, but that is the origins of it.
Not to be
Going
confused
Postal.
with the Postal Service, who did great
That was the
music
first
in
one
the
you
90s.
thought, by the way. That was the first one you got.
I was about to go post on Luki for costing
You
Yama
needed one win today.
that perfect game,
Today. You needed one win today. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out all day on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere because D-Mac and Reiter are coming up next right here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. What's up, my guy?
What up?
A lot of stuff to get into.
What up? I'm impressed you did a show after the Spain Cape Verde draw. I respect it.
Have your moment.
Look, your boy, electric. You cannot take your eyes off Lamine Yamal.
Was amazing. Yeah. The coach De La Fuente subtracts from the sum of all human joy. I hate him. I've always hated him, by the way.
You know it was bad when he took the tie off. Like, he looked like too much stress.
Yeah.
Not doing it.
Turns out you have to be good at your job even if you have the best team in the world, man.
Hey, man.
Get somebody else in there.
Give credit to Cape Verde, though. Heart of a champion. Heart of a lion out there with that draw.
You want to growl for him? You almost did it, didn't you?
Almost did it.
All right.
Yeah.
A lot of things. We'll talk World Cup. U.S. men's national team amazing on Friday. As my partner, DMAC, Doug McCain here on DMAC and Reiter noted, my other team, Spain, with one of the worst. It really is one of the most shocking outcomes in World Cup history. So that's fun. There's a LeBron James report out that was written by Clutch Sports. I'm sorry, no, it was written by The Athletic, so we'll get into that here in a little bit. We'll do the Ritter Hero of the Day. The Knicks have won an NBA championship. My dude's got a perspective on Wemby. We'll get into maybe me acquiescing. Not maybe. I will give up some of the ghost on Shohei Ohtani's Cy Young chase. Well, how do you give up some of the ghost? Like the ghost, I give up some of the spirit? The ghost is on the side?
Keep fighting the good fight. Don't give up.
I might give up a little bit. Lots of things to dive into, but we'll start here. And if you want to call us, we'd love to hear from you. 855-97-LA fan. I just almost started, I got emotional on the Spain. Emotional is the wrong word. I almost swore. And I can't do that because I love this radio station and I love this job and I want to keep doing DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. All right, 855-97-LA fan. What a weird weekend. While Morocco-Brazil was playing on Saturday, the Dodgers had what should have been the high point of that 3-game series against the White Sox, but it didn't feel that way. They lost 2 out of 3 over the weekend. Roki got absolutely rocked on Friday. More bullpen issues yesterday that DMAC and I will get into later in the show, but it was Yoshi's win. He won. He pitched incredibly well. That felt like the most stinging loss. If you missed this, and I know you and I were texting during this, I was at a bar, Brazil-Morocco's on, Dodgers are on, Yoshinobu is very, very close to 3 outs from a perfect game. There's only been a couple dozen of those in the history of Major League Baseball. I was making eye contact, but there were 9 people in that bar who were focused on the Dodgers first, and everybody else was focused on Brazil-Morocco. And every time Yoshi got an out, we would sort of make eye contact. These strangers, it didn't matter if they had a Morocco jersey, a Brazil jersey. One guy might have had a Real Madrid jersey on. It didn't matter. We transcended our hatred for our love for history that was happening. And then Mookie Betts, much maligned for his offense, destroyed that moment of history with this single play in the 9th. It's one of those horrific moments where I can see it, DMAC, in slow motion, and you knew Mookie was going to be asked after the game, and that's, by the way, what you just heard is courtesy of our friends at Spectrum Sportsnet LA. And after the game, Kirsten Watson did a great job having to ask Mookie about the error that cost his teammate immortality.
What were you just kind of reading off the ball? It's just one of those things that I've heard the infield can take some interesting hops here. What were you kind of reading on the ball and attempting to make that play?
Just a routine ground ball that I missed. That's not making any excuses.
When Yoshi kind of gave you that tap afterwards in between innings, just to, obviously he's a special guy, but just to kind of have that support, knowing that you guys are all in this together, what does that just kind of moment mean for you, for this team, and just your relationship?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think, obviously, with the situation going on, it's great, but I don't think that's winning is the most important thing. That's all I care about.
By the corrections and retractions department, I was watching that while I was drinking. I believe bottom of the 8th inning is when Mookie Betts made that error. And look, Yoshi goes on 8 1/3 innings, gives up a run, gives up a single hit, struck out 7, no base on balls, should have been a perfect game. Don't want to pretend he's not been extraordinary. That was, the second longest consecutive retired batters in at least the expansion era, going back to 1961 with 45 consecutive batters he had retired. And over his last 5, He has a .86 earned run average. I want to be able to celebrate him, D-Mac, but all I can see is the Betts botched, bobbled moment that cost all of us this incredible level of history that short of a World Series, short of a Shohei Ohtani, maybe even more than a Shohei Ohtani Cy Young, might have been a highlight of the entire season.
Yeah, this was Spain, but without the S, right? This was pure pain, pure agony, pure devastation. I was en route to my daughter's ballet recital, and Jean, my wife, was giving me the play-by-play, and we were in the 8th inning. And the play before, you had the hot shot, 110 miles per hour off the bat. Freddie, he makes the play, gets the out. Then you had Mookie Betts make a routine play before that as well. And you look at the play, and it was a ground ball that shortstops are going to be able to field and get the out at first 99.9% of the time. There was all this talk about the dirt, right? Oh, that's the dirt in Chicago. How come we didn't hear anything about the dirt until after the error is kind of my issue there. And if you look at the play itself, Mookie was tentative. He was staying back on it.
He was.
And I've watched Mookie Betts hours and hours and hours before games, do drills, do prep work for being a shortstop, and you'll see him charge that ball with a little more gusto, a little more aggressiveness every single time he tries to make that play, but he didn't do it there, and it cost him because it did take a tricky hop for sure. And what was wild to me, Bill, was even after he wasn't able to feel it goes off the heel of his glove. Espinal, almost caught it and made the play at first. And earlier in the game, Miguel Rojas was taken out of the game because he was hit by a pitch and was not feeling well. If Rojas was in the game, at shortstop, he makes that play 100%. But if he was at second base, would have had a chance to make that play. But there's always this butterfly effect when it comes to perfect games. So much has to go right. And what blows my mind, and what really kind of pisses me off, too, I've heard a lot of people out there saying, oh, at least the Dodgers still got the win. That's all Yoshinobu Yamamoto cares about. All Yamamoto cares about is that they got the win. No, I guarantee you that you're not going to remember a win or a loss against the White Sox in June. But what you will remember forever is that would have been the 25th perfect game in the history of Major League Baseball. There's been over 250,000 games played in the history of this sport. There have been 327 no-hitters. A no-no is special, but a perfect game. You've only had one in Dodgers history. Sandy Koufax threw one on September 9th, 1965 against the Cubs. And there's one of those things, Bill, where I can't prove it. There's no way for me to prove this. There's no way for me to prove this.
I know where you're going. He's getting the...
If Mookie makes that play...
Yes.
The perfect game is completed. Because
1,000,000%.
It destroyed the magic of the moment. It took his rhythm away. And also...
deflating.
Deflating him beyond belief.
All right, so...
I shed a tear. I'll be honest with you. I was in the car. I shed a tear because I was very sad. I know Mookie pretty well as far as...
I fell to the ground in the bar.
Yeah, on your knees?
I fell to the ground on my knees in the bar. Those that knew. And most people were watching the soccer game. D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. I want to thank you, D-Mac, Doug McCain, my friend, my partner, for opening up by making fun of Spain. Because it takes away the sting of what I'm about to say to you. Part of my process when we build this radio show is I have my little notes function in my phone, and I write down notes, and I write down what I want to talk about. I have a little sort of running rundown that we all combine our versions. And I wrote something down that made me feel like a jerk. But I don't feel like a jerk anymore because you made fun of Spain. This was the first thing I wrote. I got up from my knees. I had beer on my jeans. I looked at the 3 or 4 people I'm making eye contact with the most. They too looked pained. And then I wrote Dodgers, Doug's guy betrayed Yoshi. This is the guy you've been telling me that it's not your fault, but that his defense was what was going to make up for it, and that's where there was value. And at least at shortstop at that position, even if Mookie Betts can't swing a bat the right way, he can bring something to the table. And here's the concern that I had when I got done writing down an unfair little, history goes away, and I'm already thinking of a shot at you, which is just, a little insight.
Yeah, it says a lot.
That does say a lot. Here's my worry and my concern. Here's my actual worry and concern. I'm worried this is a sign of things to come for Mookie Betts in the sense that if this is where he's at even remotely offensively, the level to which it impacts his self-confidence. We heard him snap kind of at reporters or be obnoxious, however we want to term it, a few weeks ago when he was asked a pretty innocuous, fair question, and his answer was, you wouldn't understand it. I'm worried that botching this play, this important moment, this pressure-packed moment where history's on the line in June is a sign of his unreliability, offensively and defensively, when these are critical playoff moments. What's to stop him from making another error in a huge moment in a World Series if, as a ball player, he feels so badly about himself? And I think that's what we saw maybe on Saturday, that he's just not right. when the moments are biggest.
So that's the irony of this, is that one, he's been really good at shortstop. He's in the 88th percentile and outs above average, which would say that he's been a really good defensive shortstop. But also, too, the final play of Game 7 of the World Series, it was a 6-3 unassisted double play to end the game. So he's shown on the biggest stage in the World Series, he can make big plays and not fold under pressure. But this moment, it's just another example and another time where it's just been a nightmare year for Mookie Betts. I mean, I was saying after the game, like, this is kind of one of those things where he kind of looks in the mirror and it's like, man, like, why me? Why me? Why? I mean, the ball gets hit to you and it's Mookie on 6 Betts, right? And you can't have that in that situation. It reminded me of Hanley Ramirez in 2014, and the ghost of Hanley Ramirez were haunting the Los Angeles Dodgers. But credit to Yoshinobu Yamamoto, but let's call this what it is. Mookie Betts just couldn't handle that ground ball in that moment when you know he should have. And I'm sure that's got to kill him. But what kind of bothered me after the game, to kind of follow up on what you were saying to your point about Mookie Betts, was him saying, yeah, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, he cares more about winning the game than getting the perfect game. Look, Yamamoto said himself, Bill, after the game that he wants to ultimately throw a no-hitter, which he did twice in Japan, but a perfect game that takes you to the next level. I'm not trying to take a victory lap here, I promise. But last week I did mention when everyone was overly obsessed with Shohei Ohtani winning a Cy Young, what I say? I said that I feel like Yamamoto is going to have a better pitching season when it's all said and done. I also said that he could throw a no-hitter very soon here because you saw how good. You mentioned his numbers recently. He's been fantastic retiring batters at a historic clip. And this one just guts you because if he does get this, you know what it does? It kind of says, wait a minute. The Miz through the Greg Maddux.
It tops it.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have two of the best pitching performances by individual starting pitchers in the history of baseball, maybe in a 24-hour span. And to your exact point, Yoshi's last 5 starts, it's T-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. 7 innings pitched, 1 earned run. 7 innings pitched, 1 earned run. 5 1/3, no earned runs. 8 innings pitched, no earned runs. 8 1/3 earned run. I mean, this guy has been absolutely amazing. Can I circle back, though? Because I'm going to respectfully push back or inquire about what you were just saying about, yes, I know Betts has shown that he can do it at the highest level. I know that Betts has been an incredibly effective defensive shortstop this year. What I'm worried about is that being washed in a sport like baseball is different, I think, than being washed in a sport like the NBA or the NFL. I think in those sports, it is largely entirely physical. And once the sort of your ability to just physically do what you used to do goes away and you cross that line, then it's over. In baseball, I think you can approach that line from a physical perspective. And you pointed out that Mookie Betts' bat speed has never been at the top of sort of league sort of excellence, top 5, top 10, but he was able he's such a smart IQ baseball player and obviously a great athlete. He was able to make it work. I worry that baseball's so much more of a mental game, right? We've seen guys who get the yips. We've seen guys who go into slumps. We've seen guys, Rick Ankiel and Chuck Knobloch, where the wheels come off and their whole careers end or change. My worry is that even if we were 2 years away from Mookie being on wash alert, that his struggles at the plate, and if it's impacted his confidence, and that play on Saturday, and if all of a sudden he starts to be in his own head in big moments, whether it's with runners in scoring position or it's just a ball comes to him at shortstop, I'm worried this speeds up the washed factor. Not that he is, but the potential for it.
And that's why it's so tough to analyze this one, because the interesting thing about all this too is that it was probably his best weekend at the plate that we've seen in a long, long time. It was the first time that Mookie had back-to-back games with multiple hits. He went 2 for 4 yesterday, had a home run. Then on the game where he blew it, he went 3 for 5 and had 3 hits. So part of the conversation would have been, right, like Mookie's starting to look like himself at the plate. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the fact that it kind of feels like maybe in that moment, is this the start of a different version of Mookie that we've feared for a long time? I think that there's a little bit of that. Like I think that there multiple things can be true. I think you can say, wow, like the dude just absolutely booted that one. If you want to say he choked, you can say he choked. If you want to say the moment got too big for him.
How can you say he didn't choke?
Oh, he did. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he basically ended a perfect game bid about as much as Jim Joyce did for Galarraga back with the Tigers back in the day, right? It was that bad, but when you do look at the numbers, it does still say that Mookie is still a really, really good defensive shortstop. They really don't have any options internally. I think big picture, we know the names
I'm
that
not
I
talking
want.
about his, I hear. I'm not talking about his defense, though. I'm talking about his self-confidence that you need to play in huge moments for a team that's chasing another world championship. I'm not worried that he can play shortstop. I'm not even worried that he can hit. I'm worried that that he's at a place where he's not sure that he can.
Well, I will say this. Mookie's a guy that when he hits rock bottom and his back is against the wall, sometimes that's when you get the best version of Mookie Betts. I mean, you saw last year in the World Series, he was struggling mightily. Dave Roberts didn't know what to do, so he puts him in the cleanup spot for Game 6, and he gets that big 2-run single in a game the Dodgers won 3-1, right? So they didn't really go anywhere else for the offense. But I will say that this should remind the Dodgers that, hey, yeah, this experiment, this long-term experiment where Mookie Betts has been a shortstop, there are some moments where he doesn't look, for lack of a better phrase, shortstop-y, right? In that moment, you saw just a lack of confidence to charge the baseball, make the right play, and get the easy out.
The moment played him. He did not play the moment. And I hear everything that you're saying, but the case you've been making to me here on DMAC and Reiter is, yeah, Mookie's bat isn't great, but he brings massive value. Fielding properly at shortstop in some random game in June doesn't matter to me unless it is a perfect.
Well, that's the thing. He made the plays of the World Series, though.
I understand, but that was last year. We're in this year. I just don't
and
care
his
about
defense actually is supposed to be better this year than last year.
Not in the one moment that actually felt like it meant something historically that is comparable to what a World Series chase will feel like.
I mean, there's been moments where, I mean, we could talk about.
I understand the old stuff, but you're not paying. I mean, that contract is not. I love what Mookie Betts has done. He is maybe the single most important factor outside of Andrew Friedman for why the Dodgers have won multiple championships and back-to-back World Series victories. But that's old stuff. I mean, his contract through 32, I need really good Mookie Betts for at least 2 years. And, right, maybe it's an isolated moment. Maybe it is an isolated moment. But it's the one moment that's probably going to even remotely approximate what it's going to feel like in October. And he botched it. And that makes me very worried based on how he sounded and how he's played.
Yeah, for me, that will haunt me forever. I'm obsessed with this stuff. I'm obsessed with
me too,
the idea of no-hitters and perfect games, especially Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who clearly has his heart set on having an accomplishment here at this level. That play is going to haunt me. I will lose sleep. When I said I shed a tear, I wasn't using hyperbole. I was driving at a red light, and I was getting emotional because I felt bad because I know Mookie. I know that people are going to ride on him about this forever. But I think that we should one thing I will say to you, Bill, I want to hit you with this is, for all this talk like, oh, Mookie's helped this team win 3 championships. Oh, Mookie did this, Mookie did that. That does not change how I feel about that one moment in particular, just because that's a play that he's made in the past, he's got to make right now, and it absolutely just kills you. And I also want to say people are out there saying, oh, it doesn't matter because Yamamoto gave up a home run. That's not how this stuff works. You felt it at the bar. I felt it in my car. Everyone felt that the magic was lost then. And 2, you flip to the fact that he would have faced the bottom of that lineup in a different situation where his velocity was up 1.2 miles per hour in that start. What would it have been in that 9th inning?
Dude, you said it. The momentum, the rhythm, it was deflating.
He was yaminating.
Oh my God, that's so good. I've never, not as good as the Spain without the S is pain. That was... By the way, don't act like you're nice, too. I'll admit that I'm not nice. And they're like, classic Bill. You're also mean. You're just more charming about it.
I didn't say Lamine you
Charming, mean guy.
I didn't even say Lamine.
You said it in crosstalk.
No, I did.
Yes, you did. It was in there.
Sorry. But okay, but here's the thing, though.
Hit me.
What so me, look, I understand the frustration with Mookie. I really, really do. And I look at that moment. It was such a bad moment for a shortstop that's supposed to make that play every single time. Credit to the humility and the class of Yamamoto to slap him on his butt.
That was cool.
Slap Betts on his butt. And just why are you laughing?
I don't know, man. Your alliteration. I don't know what you're doing.
And have that moment right there. But don't you kind of want to see? Don't you kind of want to see this kind of play out where you don't make a desperate move? That's the last thing the Dodgers want to do. Is like, hey, Mookie flubbed that.
No,
he's a bad
I'm
shortstop.
not saying that.
Big picture.
I'm saying
I think
that
it's a different story. But yeah,
I didn't realize until 5 years ago that the DEFCON levels. I always thought DEFCON 4 was.
Yeah.
No, the number DEFCON 1 is the worst level of DEFCON. We're not at DEFCON 1 for Mookie, but we are moved from from 4 to 3 now, or 3 to 2. My level of worry is higher because that is a moment where he was in his head. And the one refuge he had as a guy looking like a ball player who belonged at the salary that he has or in the range was defensively, as you've walked us through. And that went away in the most important moment defensively that he's played all year. Maybe it's coincidental. These things happen. Or maybe he has so lost as a hitter that he's going to be lost as a ball player. That's what I'm worried about.
And he did absolutely own it, but I will also say, I mean, like I said,
he kind of grudgingly.
He owned. You saw.
I don't know if he totally owned it.
So I agree. He owned it to the degree where he said, "Okay, I should have made that play." But what I was going to say on top of that was he minimized it a little bit. Like he minimized the idea of the perfect game. If that's me, I'm going there. I'm saying, look, I 100%.
My bad.
Flub that. I'm gonna buy him. I'm gonna buy him a steak dinner. I'm gonna buy him a Ferrari. Like I'm gonna take care of him one way or the other. Right.
One of the two.
I'm gonna take care of him.
What a steak that would be.
In some capacity, right? But to say, oh, all we care about is the win, that's just not true. Like that was one of the worst plays in a perfect game we've ever gonna see. And yes, I get it. Like you want to just have him dominate hitters, but you have to. Here's the thing too: is even on the home run, that was only the third time they hit it out of the infield. So he was dominating, but Mookie on 6. I hate to say it.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1. The Fan, at least Mookie didn't say you wouldn't understand when asked what happened.
That one stuck with you, dude.
We've got really, I think it's telling. Phone number if you want to call us, if you want to defend Mookie, if you want to go after Mookie, if you have a perspective, if you watch that game, if you want to share your pain, get on the couch, lay down. We'll be your sports therapist. 855-97 LA Fan. We're also going to give you the Dodgers lineup next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
What?
Did I say welcome back? Welcome back into the show. That's D-Mac. It's a little extra, a little special here on D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. I need that as a drop. What? I need it as a drop on the show, on the regular. You ready? You ready for the lineup? You ready for it? You excited?
Yep.
All right. Out early today. First pitch is 7 o'clock. Eric Lauer is taking them out. Ohtani, Paez, Freeman, Betts, Muncy, Tucker, Ward, your guy rushing, and the offensive explosion himself, Mr. Freeland.
Bam.
Bam.
There we go.
So Betts is back in there.
They need another shot at this thing? He's not going to announce his retirement after that like you want him to?
I mean, I know you want to give him the MVP for this year for like what he did 2 years ago. It's, a little Back to the Future.
I vehemently said that you shouldn't say that.
Gotta get back to 2026. All right, Mookie. Cool.
He'll be fine.
I mean, here's the thing. Will he be fine? What? We're going on a calendar. We're going on 365 days of the guy having trouble hitting. And now we're starting to see a giant error literally in the... Was that the most important moment of the season so far for the Dodgers in terms of a mistake made? I think it was.
No doubt about it. Like, was it an absolute choke? 100%. Did Mookie shrink in that situation? 100%. Was that a play that's going to haunt Dodgers fans, Mookie and Yamamoto forever? I mean, I have a tough time.
Not Mookie. He's down to cool. That's fine.
I was starting to etch a sketch all of his great memories in my brain because of that play right there. It was an absolute awful play. Like I said, one of the worst we've ever seen to ruin a perfect game. But the Dodgers don't have any alternatives to go to. And you're not going to bench a guy for making an error who's a $365 million player.
No one's saying he should be benched. No one's saying he should be benched.
But you're suggesting...
No, I'm not. I'm suggesting he could be washed.
One bad play in his career is over, is what you're saying.
Wait, time out. I just want to check because I haven't... He's had one bad play this year?
One bad play in
Is he batting 600?
He had 5 hits.
Does he have 38 home runs I missed?
He had a home run yesterday.
I know he did.
Yeah.
But one bad play...
Before...
Whoa. The guy's hit. What is his batting average right now? What is one bad play's batting average?
Okay,
is it a $190 to get up to $190?
He's not had a good year so far.
Okay, there we go.
I'm not defending Mookie Betts, the player.
Oh, I think you are.
I think that what I am defending and what I've said on this show for over the last month is and look, I get it. Like, I'll take a hit today because that was terrible. I'm not Mookie's spokesperson. I'm furious at Mookie. I think that
Nobody's
was one
calling
of
you damn Woiki LeBron James, but I'm just saying
that was one of the worst plays that I've
later.
seen in a big moment. But I also think, too, that this is a time where, hey, to counter your point, maybe this changes this season. Maybe it does, because guess what?
Yeah.
Maybe this gets Mookie Betts back to being Marcus Lynn Betts. Maybe that bad play, which I don't know, checks notes, led to him he hit a home run yesterday. Maybe he was inspired by it. Maybe that failure by Mookie has kickstarted his year. And I know here, Bill, this is what I'm gonna do for you. This is what I'm gonna do for you, Bill. From this point on, we are going to pay attention.
Okay.
There is first of all, it's so complicated
Where are we
because
going?
I hate the fact that he made that error. It was terrible. It was a choke. It was terrible.
From this point forward, what's happening?
We are going to
Don't hold me in
calculate
suspense.
Mookie's offense from that play until the remainder of the season. And I'm going to call it right now. I think Mookie's bat completely flips. And I think that was the fuel. That is the fuel. Mookie knows he had one of the worst plays, and he knows he was a failure there.
Not
it was
Mookie's
a choke.
spokesman.
Yeah.
Saying that this botched moment by Mookie was all that he needed here.
It was
on
a
D-Mac
choke
and
play.
Reiter.
It's going to turn Mookie's season around because he's a winner.
Maybe this healthy radio tension we have will mean you'll show up for social engagements and you say that you will. I'm all about 180s, baby. I was waiting for you on Saturday. You were supposed to be there for me and with me. Emotional support at the bar in Culver City. You were somewhere else. You were draped in purple. I mean, come on, man.
Look, I wanted
Talk to me.
First of all, the real question is why weren't you with me at my daughter's ballet recital?
Because I did not want to be there.
For some reason, the World Cup and the Dodgers at a bar is more important to Bill than coming and watching my daughter and her ballet recital. We were expecting you. But
How was it? Was it good?
It was good. She finished first.
I mean,
wait, no, they don't do scores.
I kept my own score.
I got it.
Yeah. There was no
That's fair.
I ranked her first.
And do they have teachers or instructors, or like what's the vibe?
They do. Tracy, I think.
Tracy.
Can I tell you?
Talk to me.
One quick aside. To all those parents from Group A up to Group F that left that auditorium in Beverly Hills after their kid
Beverly Hills, fancy.
did their recital. I'll make Bill Reiter money, right? No. After their kid did their performance, they left. So all the kids that went later didn't have as big of a crowd. It felt like it was like a Dodger game where everyone leaves for the parking, right?
Sure.
To all those parents that didn't stay, you missed a great show from Kira. That's all I'm going to say. If you're going to go to a recital, stay for all the kids.
Don't pull a Mookie Betts at the kids' recital. Don't be underwhelming and disappointing.
Or just be like me, don't show up.
855. Yeah, you didn't show up, though. You said you're going to come, I believe. I believe that was the thing.
Yeah.
Our boss was very upset.
Well, I tried.
He's very hurt.
I tried, but I told Jean, and she was like, well, if you do, you better lawyer up. What does that mean?
It means you're going to the recital, my man. It means you made the right decision.
Okay.
You know what? You pitched a perfect game.
There we go.
Over the weekend.
I tried my best, man.
Mookie Betts, had he known, would have tried to have found you and dragged you to the bar.
Hey,
Let me just defend
I didn't
myself.
drop the ball like Mookie.
Let me defend myself here on T-Mac and Reiter, because you like to do this.
Yeah.
You like to, when I get even a little negative on someone from LA, you like to say that I want him benched and traded. I'm sure when we get to Wemby later, you're going to go after him because Chex notes he's not from LA.
Oh, I don't like
Nobody's
that. I don't like that
pandering.
you're accusing me of that.
I'm
No.
not accusing you of being a total panderer. I am not. I would never do that. That was mean, right? Oh, you look shocked. You look horrified. No, I know you mean what you say, but you like to twist my words with a smile. I like to do it without a smile. I am not saying that Mookie Betts should be traded, and I'm certainly not saying he should be benched. I am saying that my level of concern about Mookie, and I recognize, and you've talked about this, baseball is a long season. It's not the NFL. 4 bad games, even 3 bad weeks, don't make you a bad player and doesn't mean you won't be incredibly important. What I'm saying is that my level of concern about Mookie Betts, not what he's done in the last 3 weeks or this season or the last 3 years, right? I'm saying going forward, my level of concern that what we're seeing this season being an actual problem has been increasing for a while, and it jumped significantly on Saturday. Doesn't mean it'll happen that way. Not rooting for it. I'm not declaring in any way because I don't know what Mookie is, but I'm worried about him in a way that I haven't been any of the other Dodgers who have struggled over the course of the year.
That's fair, and I would love to come at you with some fire right this, but I think your thought is fair. But I will also say, too, when Mookie Betts was a kid and he couldn't play on any Little League teams, his mom became a coach of a Little League team just so he could play,
Are
right?
you playing the mom card on me?
I am.
Oh, my
right?
God, bro.
So when you bet against Betts, somehow he emerges and he proves people wrong. He did that. So I wanted to connect the dots. Here's the thing. I wanted to connect the dots with you, right? What's the dots? Oh, has Mookie choked at shortstop in big situations? Well, the answer is no, because last year in Game 7, he made an unassisted 6-3 double play.
You're arguing something that's not in evidence, Your Honor.
No,
I'm just saying that I'm also not arguing that he's a bad hitter because he's been a great hitter. I know what he's done in the past. I'm just worried about his future.
But the past can tell us a lot about what the future could be for Mookie Betts. If let's
Fair.
say, let
You made a big sigh at me. You went, oh God, I'm gonna listen.
Did
to it
I?
later.
No,
it's,
I did not.
It's gonna actually. I'm gonna sleep to it.
I
don't dislike it. I like
mean,
it.
you're saying I was in panic. No one hates on Austin Reeves more than I do in this town. I will say that. So I have my LA athletes I hate on, but let's say, to your point, and just in all seriousness from my end here, is if I don't know why it made us try to get serious here. I'm not trying to do that.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Doug, and I'm serious. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm turning my microphone off.
No, Bill, don't ever do that, okay? That's the last thing this city wants to see. But let's say Mookie was a bad defensive shortstop this entire year. Let's say he was Fernando Tatis Jr. when he was a shortstop. Let's say he was booting balls left and right. Let's say the advanced stuff said he sucked. Let's say he was not making the routine plays the entire year. Then the bat was bad as it's been. And then we saw what we saw in a moment that maybe it's isolated, maybe there's carryover. Then I would start to say, wait a second. Now it's red flags. Sirens are off. We got to move Mookie back off shortstop. But like I always say, I bring my facts to the fight, and the data shows us that he's been a really good above-average defensive shortstop, even made a routine play before that, and then had that terrible blunder, which I hate him for in that moment, but not big picture.
No, I'm not arguing the data with you. And again, what I am saying is I am worried. Dave Roberts said this on D-Fish and Decker last week, where he talked about Dave Roberts, how he realized his biggest adjustment as a manager was the data is so significant over the regular season, and you have to play the hunch, right, the human being, over the postseason. That's a really interesting distinction about baseball, and a needle you have to sort of thread when you're the Dodgers. The math makes sense over a big sample size, and it's a different thing when that sort of human element pops in. I'm not arguing with you about Mookie Betts over the big sample size. What I'm worried about is that human element Dave Roberts was talking about, the different pressure of October, the way in which a moment here or there, A, is just outside of the sample size of math, but B, has a lot more impact on the human being's response to pressure. Because, let's be honest, facing a pitcher in June in a random game when you're the Dodgers and you're up, you're 20 games over 500, or July, or whatever, is not the same thing as if we lose this game, we're down 2-1 in the playoffs. That reality is very hard to approximate or to replicate in the regular season. I think it may have been replicated in that moment on Saturday. I think when that ball came to Mookie Betts in the bottom of the eighth inning, bottom of the eighth, and there's you're in a handful fewer than that of outs away from a perfect game. Maybe it's a one-time thing, and I'm overreacting. That's fine. I hope that's right. I really hope that's right. Maybe it's that smaller sample size that Dave Roberts was talking about that just showed itself because there was history on the line, and it says something about how he's going to perform when we get to October if he's not swinging a better bat because he's just in his own head. I'm worried. I'm not making a declaration, D-Mac and Reiter 97 on the Fan, but I'm worried.
It's an understandable worry based on what we've seen this year offensively, but he was on defense, right? And it was a bad moment. There's no way to sugarcoat it. And like I said, I've been very hard on the moment. Like I said, Jim Joyce, who flubbed the call when Galarraga was on the mound and it should have been a perfect game, and he called him safe when he was out, messed up a perfect game. I would say Mookie Betts under that, but close to it of messing up a perfect game. Yamamoto still had 3 outs to get, and we will never know. The history of time will never be able to tell us what would have ultimately transpired in that 9th inning. I'll take it to my grave. I'll die on that hill that Yamamoto would have thrown a perfect game. But that moment for Betts, I don't think is going to define his season. And like I said,
what's going to define a season?
What's going to define his
season?
Hitting
$190?
I would say what's going to define his season is like we saw last year, get off to a slow start, pick it up. And like I said, we're going to calculate that for the rest of the year. What is Betts' batting average? What is his OPS? How well is he playing from that era to the rest of the season? I think it's going to be the opposite. I think it's going to spark his season because he is so pissed. He's killing himself about that play.
2 hits and a homer yesterday would tell us maybe you're right. I like how you fixed the system a little bit because he had a good game yesterday. I see you.
He helped me out.
I see you. D-Mac and Reiter 97 won the Fan. 855-97 LA Fan. We don't always agree on everything here on the show, but we do agree that heroes matter, and that's why we will nominate several people for Rooter Hero of the Day next on D-Mac and Reiter. crazy, man. D-Mac and Reiter presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Reiter. And sometimes my partner looks at me the way that Will Ferrell looked at what's-his-name in Old School when he shot himself with a dart. You're crazy, man.
Old School classic. Shot on my old street, Bushnell, South Pass.
You want to take a call at 855-97 LA Fan?
Absolutely. Love to take a call. Nothing gets you more excited than a call.
All right. Eric and Crenshaw, what's up? Thank you for listening. Happy Monday. You're on D-Mac and Reiter.
Well, T-Mac, Reiter, I want to say this to you. As a Dodger fan for over 40 years, I've learned one thing and one thing only. What you do in the regular season is just as important as what you do in the postseason. The way that we approached it last year for the Dodgers is real simple. We had every single team on the edge of their seats, especially the Toronto Blue Jays. So from here on out, you just got to go ahead and play your game. Don't worry about anybody else's game, because that's how other people are going to see you. There are people right down in Oklahoma City that are watching us, okay? They don't know the broadcasts are there, but they know exactly what the Dodgers are doing. And so those guys that are down there for the Oklahoma City comments, some of them are going to be up and they're going to be wondering, what is this team doing? What is this team? How are they preparing? And what are we doing? And that's the most important mindset that the Dodgers have to have.
You got to do it now, man. Eric, I'm with you. The habits that you practice when it feels like it doesn't matter are the habits that come out when it does matter. And look, I'm not overreacting. I don't think Eric and Crenshaw is overreacting, D-Mac. I don't think anybody is saying, by any stretch of the imagination, because Mookie Betts flubbed a play, the Dodgers are doomed, or Mookie can't play. What I am saying is that he's one of the most important players on the team. He's a leader. He has been, as you've noted, a catalyst for the level of excellence that has come to define the Dodgers under the Friedman era since they went out and they got Mookie. And I'm just a little worried. That's all it is. I'm a little worried. Not 100% worried, but it's definitely on my mind now.
I feel like you're a lot of worried. I'm a
lot of worried.
I feel like that this is something that's been building, it's been growing, and this was kind of one of those moments that solidified that for you. So for me, I mean, to whose point, yeah, I do think that there's a carryover, a trickle-down level of performance when the big league club is playing well. It trickles down a little bit. But this is a Dodgers team that's a game and a half from having the best record in the sport, still playing really good baseball, still winning a lot of games, and they're not even close to being fully healthy. They're not even close to playing their best baseball. As far as the Mookie piece to it all, I'm going to go to a game. I think I'm going to go maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm going to go up to Mookie, ask him about how this could spark. Could this maybe be a turning point of his season, a negative to a positive?
I want someone to get that on tape. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1. The Fan, he just winked at me. Give him a little aggressive wink. It's okay. I liked it. It's time for the Reuter Hero of the Day nominations. Hero of the Day from Reuter Hero. Everybody needs a hero, reuterhero.com. That was strong eye contact.
Was it piercing?
Yeah, it was piercing.
Sorry.
That's all right. I liked it. I like the... I missed you on Saturday, you know what I'm saying? So I'm glad we're playing catch-up.
Hey, I'll be in there next week.
Would you like to nominate someone first?
I will. Of course, I do a lot of prep, and I have some of my heroes ahead of time. This one's a late edition, and I'm going with Vozina, the goalie for Cape Verde, for his performance against Spain. I thought he was fantastic. I mean, that Spain team, they're supposed to be really good. I've heard that they're one of the favorites. I've heard that. I mean, I didn't see that, but give him a lot of credit. I mean, as Alex was pointing out, Alex Curry on the Midday Show, how many followers he's got, like 2 million in like an hour or something. So are you going to follow him is my question to you, Bill.
No, but I wrote down Cape Verde as one of my hero of the days because credit where it's due. That's, what at least one of us does here on D-Mac and Reiters. See what I did?
That's a shot. I'm attacked.
We're going. Look, I don't know if we want to combine the goalie and the team, but I do. Look, that is one of the greatest outcomes in the history of the World Cup. That is the third smallest country in the history to make the field. They got it in part because of the expanded field, not entirely. And Spain were the betting favorites, and it's an incredible performance. Did it gut me? Did it pain me? Did I hate everything about it? Yes, I did. But credit to them. That was a hell of a draw, and it put Spain. By the way, Spain now, we'll hit this later, if there's a path to where they could have to play Argentina in the round of 32 because of that draw. So we'll discuss that later. But Cape Verde and your goalie, I salute you, even though I don't want to.
That matchup would be absolute cinema.
Oh my God.
Electric. Can you imagine if that is the case? Okay, next, I'm going with Jalen Brunson, the finals MVP. And I'm going with Jalen Brunson, for one, having a great series, but also not listening to the doubters. Nick Wright was Nick wrong again, saying that it was an awful idea to sign Jalen Brunson by the Knicks when he signed that 4-year, $104 million deal. Jalen Brunson is a massive Kobe guy. He was once asked if he could have his own signature shoe at Nike, would he want that? And he said, no, I'd rather have unlimited Kobe's for life. Jalen Brunson's that dude. He proved the doubters wrong.
I was one too. You can say it. I was one. I'm in the super clip. I know I am.
But yours was based in like some facts or some real analysis there. I think some people like Becky Hammond. Did you see when she went out saying that he's not an A1 or something? She said brass taxes, which really bothered me. Is brass tax?
But I'll own it. I was told. Yeah. I mean, I love yes, Jalen Brunson amazing, and so many doubters.
But he's become. But here's the thing though. To defend you, he has become one of your favorite players, and you even had him in your top 5 when we started this show. So you've been about Jalen Brunson for a while.
I'm going to nominate all the Americans across the entire country and all these different sort of cultures and communities and parts of America welcoming all these World Cup people. I mean, from the Delhi guy to the people in the South to people who are here in LA, and this is sort of all these viral videos. But it has been one of the things I love about travel is the way that it's so humanizing and the way that you sort of realize the things that separate us are not as overpowering as the things that actually connect us as human beings. I get a little cheesy here. This is that in reverse, because obviously people are coming here for the World Cup, and I think it's been really cool. And to all the welcoming Americans spread all over the country, including here in Southern California, hell yeah, great work. That's been cool.
That's great stuff. I love that. Now, next I'm going with Dave Roberts. So Dave Roberts was not managing. He went to his daughter's graduation at Stanford. And I think Dave Roberts would probably back me up when my partner's here is giving me crap for not going and watching the World Cup games on Saturday.
You made his daughter's college graduation about you,
Yes,
dude.
because I went to my daughter's ballet recital, and Bill's trying to guilt me into it. Well, look at the manager of the Dodgers, Dave Roberts, a future Hall of Famer, went to his daughter's graduation at Stanford. I think that's so great, that balance, that work-life balance. Dave Roberts.
You're amazing.
I'm just saying.
In all the ways. You know the Amazing Spider-Man?
Yes.
You're the Amazing D-Mac Man. the webs... my chair just collapsed. Oh, the webs you weave, my friend.
Hey, man, I'm just saying. Credit to Doc.
I want to nominate Nobunga on X, Nobunaga. Have you seen this Twitter account? It's basically someone from Japan who is waxing poetic about American food, about American nachos, about the blue slushies. Absolutely amazing. I don't know how to make it about you, so this may not be able to carry the day. Do you want me to? Do you like blue slushies?
So it's awesome. I haven't seen that one specifically, but I did see.
I'm gonna do it so funny. I'm gonna send it
these Japanese fans that were at the game that have been talking about how much they love the Mexican food in Dallas and Texas.
So funny, dude.
And they're so not used to having the chips and salsa. So there's been Japanese fans that have taken the chips and salsa up to the waiter and saying, "Hey, we didn't earn this." They've also gotten so full on the food. So. Yep. I love it, man. Hey, America, we do have culture, okay?
Right, I'm going to retweet one of these out and go look for it because the one about the nachos is I was defeated by a courtesy.
That's amazing.
Oh, my God. 16 million people have looked at this tweet. Okay.
Baller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll throw in the Japanese fans after games. They call it Ato wo Negosazu, where it is a cultural proverb where basically it's leave a place how you found it, right? So cleaning up all the trash, make everything look super clean, pretty awesome. I think Japanese fans are just class all by themselves.
I mean, that is a really good. Should we nominate Yoshi just because?
Yeah.
And not just the amazing what could have been historical level of greatness in that performance on Saturday. You said this earlier, and I think it's worth sort of saluting you for bringing this up and Yoshi for doing it. The little Bet's butt tap.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay, right? Like not throwing a fit, total respect. Teammate.
And he went double cheeks, like
he went hard.
Like yeah.
Well, I didn't quite get that.
Like it was not just your life. I mean, he would definitely.
Can you give it to me more time so I can?
Like
it's amazing your sound effect.
He definitely and to do that while still having the no hitter intact.
To do what?
To kind of give Betts that butt slap while he had the no-hitter intact. It shows that he really has that care for his teammates. He knew he needed that situation. I think that's an awesome one to end on.
You're too young for this, but there's a Police Academy series of movies where there's a guy that could make sound effects. And you have his gift.
Hey, man, it's good times.
You have no idea what I'm referring to, do
Yeah,
you?
I do. Police Academy 4 is a really good one. It's where, Police Academy 4 is
What
solid.
happens?
It's the one where the plot is they have to, they leave the cat. I watched it pretty recently, though. It's a good one. I'm scared to get into it.
Nice job, Bersh. D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. We've sort of talked about the fact that the Knicks won an NBA championship over the weekend, but now we're going to get into the specifics of what happened. We will salute in detail Jalen Brunson, and my partner will go after Victor Wembanyama next here on D-Mac and Reiter. Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. We are efforting a surprise guest. We'll let you know we feel like that's going to shape up. We've got World Cup talk coming up. Something about Spain losing that Doug wanted to bring up. I don't really know.
You're handling it well. I'm impressed. I thought, man, this guy's going to be down bad. But it's a long tournament, and all the goals are still in front of them.
I will say this, and our boss Andrew said I was making excuses and spinning, and I said I'm spitting facts, not spinning things. Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia in their opening group stage game 3.5 years ago. They went on to win the World Cup. So Spain lost, I believe, their opening group stage game when they won their World Cup. There's lots of time to go. There's no more time, though, for the Spurs. That is over. The book has been closed. What an incredible performance by not just the Knicks to again and again and again and again come back in that series, to win that series in 5, but to also on the road just take it to San Antonio down the stretch to close it out. And you and I have hit on this a little bit. I had no idea how remarkable Jalen Brunson could be when I didn't believe in him. I didn't even realize how remarkable he could be, D-Mac, when I corrected myself 1.5 years, 2 years ago and went, okay, this guy's really good. The San Antonio Spurs scored 90 points in that closeout game. They lost 94-90. Jalen Brunson scored half as many as they did by himself with 45. He's undersized. He's not overly athletic. He is just a stone-cold freaking winner, man.
Yeah, he absolutely is. You got to give him all the credit in the world. Just proving the doubters wrong, but also executing in those situations when everyone knew he was going to be the guy taking those big shots. And he said himself, he was like, I told myself I'm just alone at the gym. And he went out there and he did it, man. Like, I'm sure we're going to talk about this later when we talk about more like the Lakers and what you can learn from this series. But Jalen Brunson is a perfect example of, you don't have to be the biggest dude in the world, but if you have confidence and you have go-to moves and you know how to get to your spots, you're going to be able to make big shots in big situations. And you compare that to Victor Wembanyama, who has not developed that go-to move, who did not look comfortable in those situations. And until you're thrown in the fire in those moments, you just don't know if the guy has the heartbeat to get it done. And Jalen Brunson, man, he's the king of New York. And I love the fact, I can't tell you how much I love the fact that Jalen Brunson has an NBA championship before Aaron Judge has a World Series title, but I digress on that one.
No, let's Lakers it up now because I want to kind of take it. I'm not a shot. You just referenced this. Can I draw a distinction between LeBron's playbook right now and Jalen Brunson's playbook a few years ago that led to this championship? Yeah. Look, I like Dan Wojcicki, and I think he's really good at his job. And I have sympathy for people who have to cover athletes or teams for a living because you can't get too sideways with them. And having covered LeBron, and we've discussed this, LeBron's operation is extremely sophisticated. They are very formidable. But Dan Wojcicki in The Athletic wrote a story that I read today that I kid you not, I put down and I thought, did I read the byline wrong? Did it say Dan Wojcicki or did it say by Clutch Sports as presented to The Athletic? Because the entire thing starts off about, I'm not going to read it to you, but it's a news story. Because Dan's not a columnist, is he? He's not an opinionator. It's a news story about how the first line is LeBron James has been underpaid before. And it basically credits LeBron James with the NBA making all of the money they've made in the last 10 years when, in fact, Steph Curry was around and Kevin Durant was around, other people were around. And the whole thing's about how he's worth more money and he should get paid. It is an advertisement for LeBron James to basically get paid by the Lakers or somewhere else. Okay, fine. These are the games LeBron plays. Jalen Brunson just won an NBA championship because when he was contract extension eligible, he sacrificed $113 million to give the Knicks the salary cap flexibility they needed to go out and sign a bunch of these guys. He signed a 4-year, $156.5 million extension. He could have just waited and signed in free agency a 5-year, $269 million contract. That $113 million is the amount of money that he left on the table so they could go get a bunch of these guys that he just won an NBA championship with. And so I just think on the day that we are talking Jalen Brunson, D-Mac, and the championship he brought to New York and the 45 that he scored and the way that he played and the team that they probably put around him, LeBron James, through a beat writer who's very well respected, has had his people finagle a story that basically reads as, you better pay LeBron because he's worth it and he made everybody a bunch of money. The dichotomy is stunning to me. One guy cares about winning and one guy cares about cash. And that's fine. That's fine. But I think it's a really telling comparison between where Jalen Brunson's at and where LeBron James is at.
Yeah, when you lay it out like that, I feel like it almost looks like Dan Wojcicki and LeBron and, of course, the powers that be that were clearly influencing this piece. They picked a bad time to come out with that after Jalen Brunson and the Knicks just did what they did. Because if you're LeBron James and you're Rich Paul and you are clutch and you want to get that max dollar, right? You don't want the ego hit. Let's make that very clear. This ain't about the money. LeBron is a billionaire with a capital B. He just does not want to take the ego hit. He doesn't want to have to answer questions about why he took less money. Does he deserve less money? Because if you get less money, it's like, oh, is that maybe someone might perceive that as the performance? Oh, he's 42. He's going to be 42 this season. Is that a reason why? I think this is a really fascinating case about just the basic laws of economics compared to the NBA salary cap. Because I think what LeBron and his people need to know that this is not the laws of economics, right? Because if you look at LeBron's performance, sure, you could say, wait, we're still really good. We were the best player on a team that won a playoff series. I probably still am the second best player on my team, even better than Austin Reeves, and second behind Luka Doncic. Oh, if you look at what my numbers look like and what they could be, I should get a max dollar. But for Rich Paul and LeBron, they're going to have to painfully understand and painfully realize that there's just no market out there in the NBA that would want to pay a 42-year-old LeBron James max money. It just doesn't exist in my eyes.
You can get max money, or you can win an NBA championship. OJ Anunoby, and look, OG's a really good player, and he had that miracle tip, and he makes more money than Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson, and I'm not saying you have to do this, but it just, in the modern NBA, the way that it works is you have to sometimes choose between a winner and all of the money. And this story in The Athletic about LeBron, and the fact that it's that he's worth it, he's worth more, and he's known it. I'm quoting from this exactly. It's one of the things that makes James' upcoming free agency so interesting. James is still producing at a level that should make his upcoming salary a very big number. Here's my point, and I know the Lakers don't really have a lot of choices, and there's not a lot of options. The Knicks just showed you that there is a way to build around a superstar, and the superstar the Lakers have is Luka Doncic. And there's a lot of things you can do. You can trade away draft picks, which the Knicks did in mass. Leon Rose, amazing job. Formerly at CAA, the head of basketball sort of representation, their basketball division with players, became the head of the front office of the Knicks and traded away all the first round picks. You made this point, took a risk on Karl Anthony Towns. Cat was a good player, but not a perfect player. But you also need to have financial flexibility. And they got that from Jalen Brunson. The Lakers, the Knicks are a model for how the Lakers can build, but one of the sort of key ingredients is a superstar taking less than their worth to win. If LeBron's not willing to do that, that's not a shot at LeBron. That's totally reasonable. No one is saying that Jalen Brunson should have done this. We're saying he did do it, and it's why they won an NBA championship. And if you're LeBron, get your money. If you're a Lakers fan, you don't care about LeBron getting his money. I promise you he has money, he's going to be okay. If you're a Lakers fan, you kind of hope he or someone will just take a little bit less, like Jalen Brunson, so you can build a competitor.
Exactly. And that has to be the way that you would hope that LeBron's camp would look at it. I mean, they don't need to be chasing the money, right? They should be chasing the legacy. That's, to me, and it's not the legacy. And Bill, it's not the legacy that, I'm not here to say, LeBron is not the second or first best player of all time, arguably. I'm not saying that. His legacy from a big picture, that's already cemented. But he also has a great opportunity to not only improve his legacy as a player, but also improve his legacy in this town specifically as it pertains to the Los Angeles Lakers. Let's say he takes any type of pay cut, and you can say, wait, the Lakers got a little better. Even if it's a little bit, we got a better player because of LeBron James taking a pay cut. That falls aligns with, Shohei Ohtani taking 97% deferred because he makes a ton of endorsements, and that helps give the Dodgers a better chance to put together a better roster. We saw this with Tom Brady. We've seen this with greats. That's what the greats do. Mahomes did it just recently. That's another great example. Yeah. So for some reason, LeBron is like, I want all the money, or I'm going to the Warriors, where it feels like he's going to be one of those weird characters that's dropped into a television series like on season 4 when everyone already loves the other characters, right? Like he's the California dude in The Office, right? Like, you don't want to see a Robert California. Like, I don't want to see that for LeBron James because I think that totally mucks up his legacy, and I think that makes Lakers fans, I would say, hate the Warriors more than at an equal level than the Celtics right now. For LeBron to go there, he'd be the ultimate traitor, and he'd be viewed as that in this town.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I love the point you made that it's classic LeBron, and I went to drop this story the day that everyone in the sports world is talking about Jalen Brunson and inevitably the money that he gave up. And in the story, it points out, I'm just going to read you. I'm going to quote Dan Woike's piece. Quote, "And while he's earned $581,375,548 over 23 years, he certainly provided the league more than $25 million in annual value. He's worth more, and he knows it. Who gives a flying bleep?" And also, he made $581 million, and we're arguing about $10 or $15 million at the end of his career on the day that Jalen Brunson's $113 million haircut that he volunteered got the Knicks a championship. It's just, it is, you're right, it's so ham-fisted, and the legacy thing is real, and look, LeBron's legacy can be repaired, but it's intact as one of the greats. You said it. Victor Wembanyama, the guy that Jalen Brunson just beat the holy hell out of, did a lot of damage to his own legacy and reputation, and not through the play, not through the lack of performance, through what went down. And some of it was just his post-game press conference sort of realities and the things that he said. Here is Victor Wembanyama after Game 5, after not winning an NBA championship, after not getting it done, saying the Spurs dominated much of the series.
One of many things I learned is the margin of error is very, very thin. Our domination stints are absolute. We absolutely dominated for most of the series. But our errors, our mistakes, are punished so hard that we can't have ups and downs like this so much. You know, the ups are okay, the downs, it's the reason we lost.
I mean, I know you want to go after this guy.
Look, I will say that right now, Victor Wembanyama, it's time to pump the brakes on everything we heard in the Western Conference Finals. Oh, it's going to be his league. He's taken the torch from LeBron James, and this is Victor Wembanyama's world, and we're all just living in it. The alien has come down to earth, and this is going to be his league for the next 10 to 15 years. I think for me, the two big takeaways from Victor Wembanyama in this entire run in the finals was he talked a big game, and we heard him after they went down 3-1 saying, oh, everyone knows we're going to do it. Everyone knows they're going to do what? Not show up again the fourth quarter? Because Victor Wembanyama, in the fourth quarter of the NBA Finals, was 12 for 34, shot 34.2%, was 2 for 8 from beyond the arc, shot 25%. He said that some people aren't built for this moment and some aren't. He wasn't built for it. He didn't live up to his own words.
He was awful.
And I need two things. Show me that you have a move. Look, why can't he shoot a jump hook? Like, am I missing something? Like, don't all bigs at least have maybe a little bit of a jump hook? Also, why can't he play over 30 minutes? Because he looked like he was out of gas. He looked like he didn't have it. Also, I think that he's a dirty player.
He was a dirty player.
Throwing shots. And here's the crazy thing.
It.
I think Adam Silver is so ecstatic that the Knicks won in Game 5 because if it was right, Victor Wembanyama should have been suspended for Game 6. So guess what? You're not Shaq, dog. Like win a couple championships, win a couple MVPs before this is your league.
Okay, so I agree with all of what you said. He was brutal. He was hard to root for. He was obnoxious. He played dirty. He didn't handle losing. I will just say, from my own mistakes that I have made, that I do not want to have the short-sightedness of writing him off, even as a potential Shaq. And this is sort of the inverted conversation we had on Mookie Betts. I'm not saying that Mookie Betts is washed, and you're not saying that Wemby can't be an all-time great, but we are both saying that we sort of have to, you got to see more to know. But I wrote a Tom Brady column after he lost in Indianapolis. I covered that Super Bowl to the Giants, that basically you never know when you'll make it back. This could be the last time Brady has a shot at the Super Bowl. That was dumb. And I wrote a LeBron James column. It's amazing LeBron liked me after these columns. I'm really up and down with LeBron. after the Miami Heat lost to the Spurs in the NBA Finals, the final loss that led to LeBron going back to Cleveland, I wrote that LeBron could never be the GOAT now. That was stupid. And maybe he is and maybe he's not, but the idea that he wasn't in the... My point is, just having had to cover these things as a writer and then radio and TV person for years, day after day after day after day after day, see my Jalen Brunson take, you get caught on the record saying things, you look back and go, oh my God. You made the point that maybe Mookie Betts' botched play in the bottom of the eighth, destroying, ruining that moment for a perfect game, could spark Mookie Betts to be great again. Maybe. I think that's very reasonable. I'm just saying that maybe Wemby is not that guy, or maybe getting to an NBA Finals at such a young age and just getting destroyed and humiliated and choking is the exact thing that will turn him into a monster. It could go either way.
So, to your point on that, he does have a history of that throughout his career. He lost the FIBA Under-19 Finals to Chet. There's been multiple times international play where he loses, and now he has this most recent ones where he loses in the NBA Finals. Well, sure, could this be the canon event that just unleashes him, where he's traumatized by it? I mean, we saw Kobe airballing against Utah, and he goes on to have a great career. We've seen this. Yep. There's so many examples, right? Young players not having success on the big stage. So my thing about Wemby is a couple things, though, is that, is he the most talented player at his age as far as the guy can shoot threes where it almost looks like you squint and it's Kevin Durant out there. He can get into the post. I think his floor is so high because of what he can do defensively. But the truth is that this league is designed on parity now more than it's ever been. 8 different champions over the last 8 seasons. Also, with the pace of play, the way that it is, with switching the way that it is a 7'4" guy going to remain healthy for 15-plus years? I have to see it to believe it. So for me, it just comes down to the fact that this guy talked a big game, right?
Yep.
And for the most part, look, here's the thing. If they had lost to the Thunder, it'd be like, wow, Wemby's here. And I think the fact that he lost to the Knicks in the finals the way that he did, where he even said, what did he say? Oh, he even said in the post-loss press conference in the media day after was, we absolutely dominated most of this series. It's like, dude.
We just played that, yeah.
I mean, that's crazy to me that when we just listened to that a couple minutes ago,
Great.
The fact that he would say that.
Don't say it.
Why does he say it?
So, nonetheless, if you made me right now for $1 million guess who would win more titles starting today, the Spurs or the Thunder, and that De'Aaron Fox contract it's an albatross. It's a nightmare. I think I would strongly consider going Spurs. I still think he can be. I think he will be exceptional. But just like with Mookie Betts, there are some warning signs. Different ends of their careers. There are some warning signs that have me a little worried in a way that I wasn't 3 or 4 weeks ago.
And he's just 22.
He's a kid.
Let's see a go-to move. Let's see you play past 30 minutes. I think the thing that bothers me is that there's just always this natural thing in 2026 in modern times is we always think the best thing is who's the best right now. It's the recency bias of the moment. In Victor Wembanyama, everyone in the conference finals after he got way too overly emotional, by the way, I do not want to see everyone doing that. Last time I checked, it's job's not finished, right? That's how we do things in this town, and Wemby's out here crying like he won the NBA Finals in the Western Conference Finals, right? So I did not want to see that. But I think it just goes to show, like, let's let these guys earn it. Let's see the trajectory that it happens. But I think that the truth is the odds of Wemby not having some dynasty and being this dynastic player just because of how Adam Silver's NBA is, I think it's a higher probability that we're going to see that. But it's the recency bias. Like, no, Kendrick Lamar isn't a better rapper than Tupac and Biggie, right? It's like everyone wants to take the now and say it's better than the past.
I don't know, man.
You'll take Kendrick over Biggie?
I won't take him over Biggie, but I think that is
he's Mount Rushmore. But
I think that he is to Biggie what Steph was, whenever it was 10 years ago to Mike. Like I think Steph's top 5 of all time, and I think Wemby can get himself to a position where I think Kendrick Lamar can end his career on that level. We'll see. He's not Durant, where it's like,
well, hey, Kendrick has a go-to move, right? Wemby doesn't, right? So,
oh my god, that's fierce, dude.
I think that's kind of the thing too. So
I would have believed in your rap battles. See, that shows me that's a callback. You had rap battle magic. Who was your idiot friend who didn't like your raps?
David.
Yeah.
Come on now,
David. You're well, no, I'll say no.
But look,
is he still your friend? He's listening?
Yeah,
love you, David.
Great friend.
You're my guy.
But I
can't wait to hang out.
I will say, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of time to get into this at some point, as far as just seeing the model of what the Spurs were able to do is. the Lakers should feel even better because of that level of parity that we talked about. And Wemby, I think, is a part of that parity. It's no guarantee. Just like we saw with the Thunder when Harden, Russ, and KD, they never got back. It's no guarantee he's going to get back.
D-Mac and Reiter, we have a comment. We have a call. Yep, she's right. Tipped us $9.99.
Yo!
In the old YouTube.
There we go.
At the Fan LA.
Get Mookie a new glove.
Luke, oh my gosh. You can't. Don't try to do the anti-Mookie thing. All right? Don't do that. Just for one. Don't. No. You stake your claim. You stay on your side of the room. Stay on your side of the dodgeball match. Do you want the comment?
Yeah.
Luka is getting lapped by his contemporaries. At one point, will the Bucks stop with him? He's been the star that's been injured or has had a tummy ache the last 2 playoff runs. Braun won with less. I actually think that's very reasonable in about 18 months, maybe 2 years. I do think Luka's the next guy up who has got to show that he's been to an NBA Finals. Like, just for the record, he's been to an NBA Finals.
He has.
And lost.
He has. And we know that if you put Luka on that Knicks team, you feel pretty good about him in that role. But here's the thing.
I don't know, actually.
You don't think so?
I wrote this down, then I went away from it because I thought it sounded too hot-takey. I don't know. As in, maybe, but Jalen Brunson's got a certain kind of magic that I'm not sure is something that's
we call it Luka magic, right?
Replicable.
I will say this.
Easy for me to say.
Replicable.
I'm Doug.
I'm Bill. I will say this, Bill. It does feel like depth is a little more overrated now after seeing what the Spurs went 7 deep, the Knicks went 7 deep.
I'm going to disagree. Can
I
push back?
Yep.
I think part of the reason that the Knicks won is that Mike Brown used their depth in the regular season to keep those guys healthy.
I think that's the biggest thing. The regular season for sure, but as far as what we saw in those games, even the Spurs who had depth and the Knicks really go 7 deep, and you have the 3 wings that can protect Brunson on defense, and then you got a big that can be dynamic. If you give Luka those same ingredients, I expect the Lakers to win a championship.
Do you know what does go 7 deep? Our phone lines at 855-97-LA fan, and we've got Adriel on the line from New York City. Adriel, thank you for listening. We appreciate you. Congrats if you're a Knicks fan. You're on D-Mac and Reiter.
Shouts to you guys. Big fan. I've been listening to you guys since you got on the fan. I'm calling all the way from New York City. Knicks since '86, baby. So, yeah, I am a Knicks fan. Thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing.
Thank you, brother. What's going on, dude? What do you got?
I'm still flying on cloud 9, my brother. We have never experienced anything like this in New York City. I've been a Knicks fan since 1986, thanks to my pops, and I did the same thing to my nephew, and I have been apologizing to him for 15 years.
No more apologies necessary. Is this the Adriel, thank you for the call, dude. Thank you for listening from New York City. We really appreciate you. I think this might be the most likable New York City team of all time, to say nothing of championship New York City team of all time. I don't usually like New York teams. I love these guys.
I agree. Likable as a roster. You feel good for Mike Brown. You've got the underdog angle there with Jalen Brunson. Also, even Karl-Anthony Towns was kind of viewed as a cast-off that you could win a championship with him.
I couldn't stand him.
Yeah.
And I've done a 180, but I don't think I was wrong. I just think, like Tom Brady, he kind of won us all over.
I agree. And that's how you win people over, right? You come through in big situations. They seem like they feel like winning is inevitable for them. What did Jalen Brunson say after the game? It's like, hey, the game starts at 8:30 for the other team. For us, it starts at 9, right? Because they're 30 minutes late to every game, so they always have to come back. But you're absolutely right. And one thing I love about the Knicks, too, is you go to New York, there's Mets fans over here, there's Yankees fans over here. They're all love the New York Knicks.
It's the Lakers are to L.A. what the Knicks are to New York, in the sense that the other 2 NBA teams might as well be in Philadelphia or San Diego for how much they actually represent their cities. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1. The Fan. Tipping is optional and not necessary at the Fan LA, on YouTube, on the stream, in the comments. But voting for the Rooter Hero of the Day, that's free. Cape Verde, Jalen Brunson, Yoshinobu, and Dave Roberts are the 4 nominees. So get in there and vote. We will talk about Shohei Ohtani and whether it is time for me to just give up the ghost on chasing a Cy Young Award next year on D-Mac and Reiter. Mack and Reiter, Doug McCain and Bill Reiter, that's me, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. By the way, I like to give you a hard time, but I want to credit where it's due. If I didn't say this, your wife Jean's call last week was perfect.
Wasn't it?
Spot on. It was really
10
good.
out of 10, no notes. Yeah.
I told my wife, Lori, where's your call? What the hell?
We're waiting.
Be a better wife.
Invitation.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't wait to see it.
I mean, we all want to have dinner together, but not until Lori figures out how to make a phone call and praise her husband. You know what I'm saying? On the air.
She's got to come.
Actually, she's listening. I forgot she was listening. I'm just kidding, Lori.
What you need to do is you just got to. She should call in and back up one of your takes, which or some prediction, some wild prediction you had. That's a good strategy.
She really likes the show, by the way.
Yeah.
I think I told you I walked in the other day. She just listened to it on Sunday.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that. It's a great.
Hey, I can't get away from this guy.
Didn't you say that you were falling?
So I was taking a nap, and then I woke, and I had all these weird dreams about you and me and Bersh. And then I woke up, and I realized it was because she had put the podcast on next to me, what she was listening to.
And you're like, dude, what is this?
What is happening? We have another paid comment. Yep, she's right. $19.99 over on the $20 over on the YouTube at the Fan LA. At the Fan LA, the Lakers never take less money. They get paid to fail. Bron increased the Lakers' valuation to $10 billion. He took a pay cut with the Heat. AR should take a cut. Brunson took one without winning.
I feel like LeBron's going to want that money. So can we send that money that super chat money to LeBron because he wants all the money?
I'd be down. By the way, I'd be down for Austin Reeves taking a call.
Yeah.
And LeBron, or taking a pay cut, and LeBron taking a pay cut. That's how you start to build. If Austin Reeves and LeBron took big pay cuts, and you went and you got a fourth guy that could be a contributor, some wing, some defensive, some version of OG Anunoby, then I'm down. I'm here for it. Oh, we got another call here on D-Mac and Reiter. They're coming in. They're pouring in. 855-97 LA fan. 855-97 LA fan. I thought it was going to be Gene or Lori, but it's not. It's Ryan from the Inland Empire. Ryan, what is up? Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. You're on D-Mac and Reiter.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I was listening to you guys talking about, the Spurs and Wemby. But my question is, the Knicks were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They're the champions this year. How does that really change? Especially because you guys talk about the parity, right? The narrative is 8 champions in 8 years.
Oh, Ryan, we lost you, buddy. But
I know they're the team to beat, but are they really the team that the league has to adjust to? And how does this change the Giannis sweepstakes? Do the Heat have to go all in now?
Yeah,
the Knicks are the team.
Ryan, good question. So a couple things. One, no, I don't think it re-scrambles the league, but I do think it makes the Celtics potentially a lot more desperate, even though they were coming off some injuries this year. Can I address the parity thing that Ryan brought up and you brought up? Because I'm not in any way arguing that there is now parity in the NBA. That was the exact plan of the CBA and the floor, by the way. And for you baseball CBA people, just note that parity was designed. A design can work the same way in the baseball negotiations when we get there. Here's what I will say, though, I think has contributed to the parity. Yes, the NBA tried to plan to have parity. Absolutely. And yes, there's just natural parity in the game. We have not had a dominant force, an individual dominant force in the game since LeBron and Steph both became lesser versions of what they are. LeBron's got a championship in 2020. Steph's got his title without Durant that I think solidifies him as an all-time top 5 or 6 player. I can't remember the year, 23, 20, whatever, 24. It's not 24. 23, somewhere in there. We are waiting for someone to take over the league. I think it can still be Wembanyama. Maybe it can be Jalen Brunson. The guy just scored 45 points in a road game to win an NBA championship. His team scored 94. I mean, he scored almost half their points. I don't think parity's forever. I think when someone arrives and gets to that level, if somebody shows up as a top 5 to 10 player of the history of the game and takes over the league for 10 years, I think parity goes away, dude.
That's going to be tough to see. I mean, will it? Because what I look at is the league better with parity or is it better with a dynasty? And my natural thought is, wait a minute, this is a league that's thrived off of dynasties, right? From the Celtics to the Lakers to Jordan's Bulls to the three-peat Shaq to even we saw the Spurs and then you get the Warriors. But the truth is, this past NBA Finals was the most viewed since those 98 Bulls run teams. I mean, that series was so big time. You're talking about 25 to 30 million viewers per game. But does that turn into oh, we're going to see a better balance, other markets, big teams, or was that just the Knicks have never won and the Knicks are going to win a championship?
So I'll give you information than an answer. And this may be wrong, but I know. So when I was doing NBA insider work, I was in New York all the time because that's where CBS Sports is based. And I would always go by the league office and have coffee or lunch, sometimes drinks or dinner, with various people that work in the league office. They believe that they can be the number 2 sport in the country over a longer timeline, 10 or 15 years. They believe that parity in the in-season tournament will get them there. Maybe Adam Silver's misjudged and he's totally wrong. I also think they probably didn't anticipate. I mean, they just got a Knicks championship from the parity thing, and that was massive ratings. D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. Adriel hit us in the chat, by the way, on YouTube at The Fan LA, the gentleman just called in from New York. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate y'all. Forgot to say, LeBron gotta go.
Ooh.
I don't hate it, by the way. Bill Plaschke wrote a LeBron's gotta go column in April or May. Obviously, LA Times columnist. I've been kind of back and forth. I'm here for LeBron on a pay cut. I am not here for LeBron on the Dan Wojcicki Clutch Sports, The Athletic story today that says LeBron has been underpaid his whole life and he's the reason they made all the money and they should pay him. If you give LeBron James a ton of money and you roll it back with him and Luka and Austin, I don't think it works.
I don't think so either. I think they certainly need to go a different direction at some point. The only question is, how can you improve this roster now with the current assets, the free agents that are on the market? Can you get any of those restricted free agents to bite? Can you pull off a sign and trade? There's those different factors. But I do think that if LeBron James, I think that if LeBron James would go to the Warriors, right, or LeBron James would go to the Cavs, I think that Lakers fans would love it as much as they hate it, right? In some worlds where it's like they're trying to basically say, like, if he's gone, maybe you're like, okay, the short-term prospects of this team might not be as good, but I think that it would be a clear, more direct path to the next championship. Because I don't think the Lakers can win a championship with LeBron James anymore. I just don't, right? So does that mean that you have LeBron on your roster because you want them to be a 4 seed, maybe lose in the second round? Or do you look at what the Thunder, what the Spurs did, have some lean years, have some growing years, and then when Luka's ready to pounce, hopefully in a couple years, you have a better team around him?
We're going to construct later this week some potential scenarios for what the Lakers offseason can look like. I do have a scenario where I think LeBron can be part of a championship team. It's very unlikely. But if Austin Reeves takes some kind of a hometown discount and LeBron James takes a massive discount, I'm talking the veteran minimum mid-level exception that is whatever it is, $9 million, and then Giannis Antetokounmpo does in fact get traded to the Miami Heat, Khalil Ware, a center who's young, who's on a rookie deal of I think $5 or $6 million a year, will be moved as part of that. The Lakers have 3 first-round picks now and swaps, I think 3, they can move. What about a Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, Marcus Smart, LeBron James, Khalil Ware team?
So that'd be interesting because you could get a roster that is better suited to win today. And like I was saying a couple minutes ago, I do think depth is slightly overrated. I think that
team's good, dude.
I mean, just look at it. I mean, if you look at where this team could be, like let's assume that they keep LeBron, right? You get LeBron, you got Rui, you got Reeves, and then you add, so the team is Luka, Reeves, LeBron. You get an OG Anunoby type. My dream would be like a Peyton Watson, a stretch 5 center. Hopefully it's not Ayton. Rui Smart, and then maybe Kennard. Then you got an athletic wing, you got an athletic big, and you got some players intact that can definitely win you games. But my big issue is, though, Bill, and I just want to run this by you, right? I mean, let's say we're in the Western Conference Finals, and that team has won a lot of games. They've gotten to that point, and you've got Luka, you've got Reeves and LeBron. You can't have 10 quarterbacks calling the same play, right? If you have 10 captains, you probably have no captain, right? Is it a your turn, my turn? Is it, okay, I'm going to facilitate? Like, what does LeBron do when he's off the ball? He's not going to just be a catch-and-shoot guy. What's Austin Reeves going to do when he's off the ball? Luka Doncic needs the ball in his hand. He needs to...
Yeah, but it worked in March. I'm not going to push back. Like, it worked. They went 15-2. LeBron took a step back. Luka averaged almost 40 points per game. It worked in March. Look,
March is... That's not playoff basketball, though. I mean,
I think... my issue with LeBron, I have issues with LeBron, but I think that if he buys in, and if LeBron takes $9 million a year, he's buying in. If LeBron takes $25 million a year, I don't think he is buying in. I think one of the a paradox, the counterintuitive thing about this is, if LeBron's not willing to humble himself with his money, he's not willing to humble himself on the floor. But if it turns out that he's bluffing and he's using Dan Wojcicki and people to put out these trial balloons and it just doesn't work and he goes, all right, I want to be in L.A., I think he'll adjust.
That would be the ideal scenario. That's for sure. I just know that you know LeBron more than anyone else, right? If LeBron is in a situation in Game 7, it's the Western Conference Finals, and he gets that ball in his hand even for a second, it feels like he's going to try to make something happen. So I almost feel like there'd be too many cooks in the kitchen doing the same similar things. Could it work? Sure. The age, the fit, the role, I think it's going to be tough.
We are going to break this down in great depth later in the week here on DMAC and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And I never want to, like you, I never want to lie. I never want to lie to people. We told you we would talk Shohei Ohtani and whether the Cy Young Award journey should come to an end. We didn't do that because many of you called in and you put some thoughts in the chat. We may do that again at 5. We are efforting a very cool, very big guest that we don't want to put that person on the spot. So if we get them, great. If we don't, we'll do Shohei Ohtani. Is the Cy Young journey over? We'll do it then. So it's sort of a G.I. Joe, choose your own adventure. We will do the NFL report, though. We promise next here on DMAC and Reiter. the show. We're nice here. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. We've had so many phone calls today. It's been very, very cool. And to everybody who's listening on the FM, the only sports talk radio station in Southern California on the FM dial, those of you watching on the stream at the Fan LA, to the people that were kind enough to come up at the bars I was hanging at this weekend to say you like the show. I'm sure you got the same thing at the ballet recital. Thank you thanks for listening to the show. Thanks for giving Doug and I a chance. We love doing this. We appreciate you. And if you want to be part of the show, your voice, not just your ears, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, and you can get in the comment section, the chat, on Twitch, on Twitter, on X, all the spots, at the Fan LA, at the Fan LA. Do you want to do your Doug NFL report thing, or how do you want to?
The NFL report.
I'm still Doug.
Oh, there's the beat.
There's the beat.
I'm Bill.
What's up, Birch?
Hi, guys.
You look good, by the way. That is a
Thank you.
good-looking...
That Filipino Heritage Night jersey.
Yes. Going to Filipino
at Dodger
going tonight.
Stadium.
Yes. This is the fourth straight year that I'll be going. My wife is Filipino. We go with her whole family, and it's a great time.
It's a streak?
It's a time-honored tradition.
Do you guys leave early? Does the family leave early?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully they will be there in like an hour or so. They're already kind of in the area.
At the end of the game.
No.
You
We
guys
stay
are
till
true
the end.
fans.
Yes. Yeah.
Of course they don't leave early because they're waiting for me to take them home. So I don't leave until, of
That
course,
was
I
only
get...
last
Are you
time.
going tonight, too?
Tonight, I'm only going to make it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's going. He's not giving you
Yeah.
doesn't
No,
want
it's
to
okay. I already told Doug it's fine. I'm gonna go by myself. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
I thought you and I were going together.
Are we going?
Are we not telling Birch?
Oh, yeah.
That's
That was tonight?
Damn
Oh,
it.
whoops.
Birch swore.
Let's go, Dodgers.
Birch just swore on the radio. Birch almost dumped himself.
We should get a dump button over here just in case he swears.
I know.
Jeez.
A burst button.
A burst button.
You got burst.
Okay. Well, guys, this is the NFL report. We're taking a look at things going on around the NFL, focusing in on some Rams, Chargers, and some Raiders. And Ryan McFadden of ESPN put out an article today detailing various Raiders' first impressions of Fernando Mendoza. Trey Tucker, the receiver, said he was taken aback by Mendoza's, quote, elite mentality. He said, quote, he's got a bright future. Punter, I thought there was more to his quote, but that was it. Punter A.J. Cole said he doesn't need to put the fate of the universe on his shoulders. We don't need him to be Superman. We just need him to be Fernando. Wide receiver Jalen Naylor said, quote, he's very smart. He's always trying to pick somebody's brain to improve. And Raiders quarterback coach Mike Sullivan said he's still learning what to do, making sure he knows his job, and then we can start to take some of the next steps. But it's a long road and a lot of work to do. We're pleased with the work that he's been putting into this point.
One of the people in the article said, I was surprised how tall he is. He's 6'5", he's big. And I read that as, I didn't think he was athletic at all.
Exactly. That's what people were saying, right? Oh, he's not athletic. He just hits the back shoulder up fade. He's a system quarterback. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just ready to get things going for him. And there's just so much offseason hype with Fernando Mendoza. Yes, we get it. You say the right things to the media. He appears to be a really good quarterback as far as how he treats his teammates. But I think we need to see him get things going.
Do you know what I call him, D-Mac, here on D-Mac and Reiter? Fernando Maybe Doza. Because he's a straight maybe for me. By the way, well, thank you. What is up with all the Superman talk? You brought up Superman every show for the last 6 days. Superman's in this thing, and I was driving in today, and Cody Decker was going crazy on Superman. I did not realize how much that guy he loves Superman. He might love Superman more than you love Superman. Is Superman making a comeback? I like Superman too, but is there a movie I'm missing?
I don't know. Superman's in the air for some reason.
Is it because of Supergirl?
It could be. I think it's just he's just an iconic part of our culture. I think, right? Superman's everywhere. I don't think he ever went away.
Okay. Would you agree, Bursch? There's been a lot of Superman talk out there.
I've noticed it. Yeah. Doug's mentioned him a few times.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not mad about it, guys. It's super.
Oh, there you go. Okay, there you go. Hopefully, Fernando can get to the Super Bowl. Okay.
Oh wow, that was
that wasn't
so
even that.
terrible.
That wasn't. I was
Yeah.
I wasn't trying.
That was you were Spain against Cape Verde right there. All-time great failing. Fall on their face.
Just trying to point it out. I mean, it's the goal, right? You're my kryptonite.
I know.
No, you're not.
All right. Well, the Rams are still looking to add an offensive lineman. And free agent Taylor Decker appears to be a strong fit. Turf Show Times, however, raised a fuss on social media over the weekend when they said the Rams were eyeing Taylor Lewan, not Taylor Decker, who now, of course, hosts Bussin' with the Boys and has been out of football for 4 years.
In related news, I heard the Clippers looking at Michael Jordan. So it's,
Exactly, right?
How do you... I'm not going to pile on.
He's not played in 3 years. He's indicated that, he probably doesn't want to come back. Why did Tennessee even release him in the first place a couple years ago? From what I've heard, the Rams are going to let this play out until probably August. If they feel like they need to go out and get someone, they will. Let's not forget, a couple years ago when it felt like it was an episode of Squid Game, the way they're losing offensive linemen every single game, they went to the police academy, a little callback to that, to get a lineman, right? So they can get guys in different places. So this wouldn't completely shock me because of that. But I think they're going to wait things out and see how things go and play out.
Squid Game's dark, man. I never finished season 2, though. It didn't hold me.
Yeah, it is pretty dark, you're right.
Did you finish it?
Yeah, I did.
Is it worth going back to?
It's kind of violent.
Yeah. You said it on my ice pop. I went...
It's not a great ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. They kind of lost the plot.
Yeah.
The first season's excellent, though.
So it wasn't Superman.
No. Hey, Sports Illustrated insider Hondo Carpenter said on the Las Vegas Raiders Insiders podcast that the Eagles and the 49ers are, quote, nuclear hot on Max Crosby.
Then I will say words I've never said. Go Eagles.
Go Eagles, go Birds.
I don't want him showing up as a Niner.
Neither do I. That's what you would hope for if you're the Niners, to try to kind of match the Rams move of Myles Garrett. He's not the same player, the same impact, but they are both teams that could absolutely level up with a player like Max Crosby. He's a great player. Is he the level of Myles Garrett? No. But could he help a Super Bowl contending team? Absolutely. So that's one to watch.
Arms race makes for desperate competitors. I will say this. It would be just from a content perspective of just stuff to talk about on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan and the enjoyment of the division. It would be pretty amazing if you had the Rams team that we have, if you had the defending champions in Seattle, and then you had a Niners team that added that guy, and they already have a very formidable football team. That would be a lot of fun to talk about and watch those games.
Certainly.
And last one here, the NFL has closed its review of wide receiver Stephon Diggs after determining there was insufficient evidence of a personal conduct policy violation. He has been tied to the Rams this offseason as a potential addition.
Do you want him on the Rams? Do you think that's the right move?
I would take him. I absolutely would. I know that, of course, there's controversy, and is he a good teammate? Is he someone that does not fit well in the locker room? I know that's a talking point for him, but he's still really, really good. I was looking at PFF this morning, top 11 receiver in the NFL last year. And I know some people aren't big on PFF numbers, and that's okay, but he's still really good. He'd be a better wide receiver 3 than anyone they have. Also, there's some injury issues with Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua having some issues off the field. I would absolutely go and get Stephon Diggs. I'm all in on this team, and they wouldn't let him break this team one way or the other.
Number 3 receiver is wild, dude. That he would be a number 3 receiver if things went the right way.
And that's the thing, too, is would he go to a team that he's not number 1 or 2 if he's trying to reestablish his market to get another big deal, right? He might want a place where maybe he won't win a championship but put up bigger numbers, but I guess it's the priority for Stephon Diggs. He just played in the Super Bowl for the Patriots. So if I'm the Rams, I'm going out there and getting Stephon Diggs. The only reason I'm a little skeptical is if they wanted him, maybe they would have had him by now just because how aggressive they've been of late. Could be Diggs, could be AD. I don't think this offseason's over for the Rams.
I mean, look, I'm all about sometimes when you've come this far and your hand's this good, you might as well put all your chips in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I mean, can I dig it? I can. Stephon Diggs.
Oh, my gosh.
New Diggs.
That was
Los Angeles.
You're digging yourself a hole, dude. You know what I'm saying? Can I, or should I, oh, I'm sorry. I should have gone, can I Diggs it? And then I would have demanded the cheer.
Can you dig it? You're right. First of all, Burst's got new sounds, by the way.
It's amazing.
He's leveled up.
Do you know what goes through my brain sometimes when you make your jokes?
What?
See that there?
121 gigawatts.
Why are you going to call back to back? Oh, because I brought Back to the Future earlier.
Yeah.
You know what else I love?
That's good.
On top of your jokes?
Yeah.
When people call in at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. Give us a holler if you want. We're going to get into the World Cup. Great start for USA. Not a great start for Spain, which Doug loves because I don't. It's next here on DMAC and Reiter. is up? Welcome back into the show. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being part of the program. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter with you here. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, you can text injury help to 40222. Got a little comment here in the at the Fan LA. The
We
Fan
do.
LA and the old.
Let's rock it.
We have several, but here's one
Yeah.
that made me laugh. It be from prison, so that they're enjoying. I don't think they're actually in prison. He gave me a look though.
Jeez.
Like, oh man. Dragging my feet at work, but you guys make it easier every day. Thank you for helping my sanity.
That's the idea. That's the idea. We can reduce productivity around Los Angeles. We know we're doing our job right. Okay.
Amen. You know what else we
if
can
you're
do?
if you're standing on a toilet like ducking in a bathroom stall, that's how we know we're doing a job right.
What's the worst job you ever had?
Man, worst job. Probably like cutting glass at a hardware store, Osh. Like, is this really hard job that I wasn't qualified for, but like I got hired there to be like a cashier when I was like 16 or something. I never
Okay.
like actually got the job. They were like some guy got fired, so I took this glass cutting job and it would hurt, so I quit like in 2 months.
That's so.
Yeah.
My worst job was I worked in the cafeteria freshman year at my dorm's food spa, whatever, and for maybe 2 months, and it was I couldn't do it.
Wow.
Cleaning it was miserable. I've worked a lot of jobs.
Jeez.
It was miserable.
That doesn't sound fun at all.
Best job. This one, pal.
Oh, easily.
You're here, my guy.
Don't even have to ask.
Here on D-Mac and Reiter. All right, so for everybody that's that are hanging out with us, we're helping you get through your day or whatever you're doing, we want to offer something more. Now, we can't offer it to everyone, but we can offer it to caller number, what do you want to do? What are you feeling? 3, the Trace.
The triple.
Because the WNBA's biggest, I like the triple, I don't know why that made me laugh. The WNBA's biggest celebration is coming to Crypto.com Arena on Sunday, June 21st. From special guests to one-of-a-kind giveaways to an in-game performance by Warren G, it's going to be an unforgettable night celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first Sparks game on June 21st, 1997. Get your tickets now at www.lasparks.com/1997, and caller number 3 will get a pair of tickets to the game starting right now. And added bonus, you get to talk to Bursch. Say, what's up, Bursch? He might be like, hold on. But you get to talk to our guy. You were at Crypto last night.
Yeah, I was.
You were doing it.
Ariana Grande.
How was it?
I liked it. It was cool. She's a great artist. A lot of fans. Thank you, next. Thank you, next. I mean, she has some good 7 rings. I will say this, though. And this is like a mini rant here.
Okay.
Like, I really wonder what it was like to go to concerts decades ago pre-cell phone. Because
I agree, dude. Get off your phone, man.
It is so bad because here's the thing. I know these people are fans, right? But their phones are out and they're not cheering.
They're not even consuming the content.
They're watching it through their phone.
Just
I'm
stay at home.
What? And here's the thing, too. Like, you are not going to go back and watch that video and be like, oh, this is great. Because guess what? There are billions of those videos that exist online. You do not need that. I was actually joking with Jean, my wife, who's a big Ariana Grande fan. I'm not the biggest Ariana Grande fan, but I was screaming and cheering as loud as I could.
Big cheers.
Because I was
Grande
telling
cheers.
Jean, Grande, a little bit more like Venti, but I was saying that I was going crazy on it because I was trying to make up for all those fans that weren't making any noise because they were recording with their phones. I was an Arianator.
I've got a little wife dilemma.
Okay.
So I let Lori know that it's possible to get some free stuff at the new job.
Yeah.
And she's demanding that I ask for Olivia Dean tickets, and I'm not going to the new. We're new. I'm the new guy. I'm not going to be like, give me Olivia. And Lori's like, man, I need those. You know?
You got to do it.
Man, I need those.
I hear that. That's
Okay.
that's the song
over your head.
Yeah, that's from The Real, right?
Thank you. I feel like maybe
Is that the song like "Come Be the Man I Need"?
Her entire catalog. She's amazing.
That's my version.
I think I might. So here's the
kind
thing.
of maybe
Lori's working, so I'm hoping she's not listening. What if I don't like to lie to my wife. What if I just buy the tickets and pretend that they were given to me for free by the station?
That's kind of a smooth move,
right?
It's not the worst.
Real important around the office, baby.
It's yeah, front row, backstage pass.
Well, no, back row. There's a mix-up. Front row.
We're up in the rafters.
D-Mac. T-Mac and Reiter 97. Why is that funny?
Hope you got zoom on that camera so you take the video, gotta zoom it in so you'll never forget that moment ever again.
Oh, T-Mac and Reiter 97 won the fan. All right, so I'm feeling really good about the USA men's national team, and I was very, very worried, skeptical, agnostic on Friday. You had a lot more optimism than I did. And that absolute beatdown, that 4-1 level of domination wasn't just a scoreline for me that makes me feel, and I'm not saying that we're going to win the World Cup, but the ability to look elite in our group, and Turkey did not look good in their. Did they lose that match? No, they drew that match to Australia. The ability to, they actually might have lost that match. I haven't watched that entire thing. I can't remember. The ability to look, they lost 2-0. The ability to look like we belong, the link-up play that we saw, the domination of our midfield. Christian Pulisic, who is the big name, and I was a little worried about playing at an incredibly high level, had an assist. The fact that our striker had a couple goals, that Gio Reyna came in and had a outside of the boat Trivela, is it a Trivela? Outside of the boot shot to score to make it 4-1. The fact that Paraguay was considered a very stout defensive team that'll make, quote, air quote, more talented, very talented teams than USA work for a goal or two. I don't know, man. Like, I know it's one match, and I've overreacted in my sports writing media career before. I have done a 180 from I'm not sure to maybe we are, because we've had so many guys play in Europe the last 4 or 5 years. And this is a crew that underachieved last year, but is largely the core of the same group of guys: Weston McKennie, Christian Pulisic, Tyler Adams, even Reyna to a degree. I'm feeling very good about the opportunity for there to be some magical moments this World Cup for USA.
And that's how it felt. There was a magic. I mean, was it fun football? Absolutely. And I think if you're Team USA and you're a team that maybe had that reputation, we're going to be tough, we're going to be physical, we're going to be gritty, we're going to win with that style of play. No, as Weston McKennie said after the game, he said it was like playing pickup, right? They were out there absolutely in a zone. After that own goal in the first half, it felt like Paraguay was kind of in their head the whole game and that they couldn't recover from that, and they capitalized. And it was really cool to see a team where you mentioned playing in Europe, having guys that are playing on the biggest clubs in the world. And sure, do they have the Lamine Yamals? The answer is no. Do they have the Messis? No. But are they a team that could be greater than the sum of their parts because of the momentum that they had, because of that crowd, because of the juice you get playing the World Cup in your home soil? I felt that on Friday night.
Can I lean into your optimism and just like I'm there? I'm in. D-Mac and Reiter. Here's the other thing that struck me that I maybe I didn't give enough credit to the U.S. men's national team as we discussed all the groups, and certainly USA a lot in the lead up to the debut last week, the sort of launch of the tournament, and obviously USA played on Friday night here in L.A. There are many players around the world who are transformed, right? Most over the course of 4 years, soccer players play club football, and then every 4 years there's a World Cup, and I know that there's tournaments, the Euros and the CONCACAF and all of those things. But players are largely defined by how they play in their club sort of teams until this rolls around. And there are some players who are transformed by World Cup international soccer, some for the worse. There are some world-class players who don't play as well. Vinny was one of those guys for Brazil until he had a banger of a goal over the weekend. But you also have random players who are okay or so-so, who, when they are inspired by their country or maybe the comfort level of their countrymen or the role they play, it's alchemy, who go to a whole nother level, who are incredible for their national team in a way that they often aren't for their club teams. And it never occurred to me, maybe Christian Pulisic can be that guy. Because Christian Pulisic, by the standards that we have raised him up by, he's Captain America, he's the American guy. He's never lived up to the standards of the casual American soccer fan or even the sort of earnest, optimistic American expert soccer fan when he's gone abroad. He wasn't great at Chelsea. I don't think he's been great at AC Milan. He's bounced around. He's had really good moments, but he's been inconsistent. But the way that he played in this game, didn't have a goal, but he bossed the game. He was so creative. He was incredibly confident. I think Weston McKennie is elite. I think Gio Reyna has elite level stuff. I think that our striker Balogun played incredibly well. He's got goals. I mean, Tyler Adams is a great player, but maybe Christian Pulisic is one of these guys who can play at a 5x or 10x level when he's playing for his national team. And if that's true, and it's not like he's a slouch. It's not like no offense, MLS, you'll be offended. It's not like he's playing in MLS or he's playing in the the championship in England. He plays in one of the big leagues in Europe and has for a long time. If Christian Pulisic can be elite when he's playing for the United States, and some guys just do that even when they're not elite, I'll sort of reset my expectations to round of 16, and maybe you're competitive in that round.
And I think, Bill, to your point, I mean, that's what we've always been starving for, right? That's what we've always wanted in this country, as far as having that superstar soccer player that we can rally behind, that can be a face. There is a certain charisma when you talk about guys like Yamal and Messi and Neymar, right? There was debating, oh, should he be in there? And the argument is, yeah, because there's those moments of magic, right? That you just can't put a finger on, but you just know it when you see it. Pulisic certainly has that. You mentioned McKinney, too. I mean, that's another guy who he's got the chops, man. He's been in Europe. He's been around and he's had success. And I think for me, what really sticks out is the fact that when you see these U.S. men's teams in the past, maybe if you get an early lead or maybe it's close, they played tight. They got that early lead and they were pressing, they were attacking. And when I hear these former players saying that's the best that they've ever seen the U.S. men's national team play, that's saying something. This is a team that's played in World Cup games all the way back since 1930, and that was their largest margin of victory, beating Paraguay 4-1. By the way, my pronunciation of Paraguay really dropped off from the first time you went to the last time.
I think it's Paraguay.
It's Paraguay.
Paraguy.
That's I try to mimic how some people say it, but look, the truth is that was such an impressive performance. I think it's exactly what this team needed. Just heading into this, knowing all the pressure that's on them. You hear all this talk, golden generation this, golden generation that. This is something you can build on. That team, Paraguay, they had given up 10 goals in their last 18 games. They've been that stingy on defense. So to put up those points, is it sustainable? Probably not. But I think it's exactly what you wanted. All gas, no brakes for Team USA.
So I was on with D-Fish and Decker this morning, and we were talking about this. And I'll just sort of repeat what I said, because on the one hand, I've been on the wrong end of covering an event, seeing a thing happen, and thinking that in a series or a tournament, and thinking that thing is the thing indefinitely. I mean, I remember saying that there was no way that the Cavs were going to come back down 3-1 against the Warriors. I can sort of go right. I remember when the Sun. Actually, this isn't true. When the Suns got up on the Bucks 2-0, I bet on the Bucks, and because I had the Suns win the whole thing, I got a middle. But anyway, my point is sometimes you can. That was a weird thing to say on D-Mac. I just went down a gambling sort of memory where I made some money. Sorry about that. It's a little random.
Get the bag.
I gotta get the bag. It was a good moment. Sometimes the thing you see is misleading, and sometimes the thing you see is real. I don't know what's going to happen with USA. It's a really good start. And the fact that they played like they were elite and that they had a certain level of swagger to what you just said, that is the best I've ever seen the U.S. men's national team play in a situation where they were expected to be great and they actually showed up. I don't know if they're elite, but they played elite for a match, and I think that's really significant.
It just feels, too, like a big difference with Pochettino, right? Just the style.
I owe him an apology,
the
too.
flavor.
Yeah.
And look, we saw what happened
great.
in 2022. They were terrible. I mean, when they lost the Netherlands 3-1, it felt like, what direction are they going to go? I mean, Rocky 3, sometimes Rocky has to taste his own blood, right, and get punched in the mouth and kind of feel that pain. I feel like maybe these guys have done that. Maybe like we've seen, of course, it's kind of the Wemby angle, but differently this time around. So I'm excited, and I'm looking for that excitement. Like I think this country, and look at the ratings. I mean, we talked about the NBA Finals. 25 million people watched USA. That was more than the NBA Finals. This whole idea, like this is not a country that's going to support our team, is not true. This country is ready to back these guys all the way, and they gave what they needed to in America. We're not going to support someone like, no, they performed to the level that, hey, it gets people excited, and we're very excited about their next match.
And sometimes you have to just support you. Can we get the cheer ready? Because he just said sometimes Rocky has to taste his own blood, and did you see me just react? That's a...
Hey, Adrian!
By the way, congrats to Michael and reason like that. Congrats to Michael and Redlands. You won a pair of tickets to the Sparks Liberty game at Crypto.com Arena this Sunday, featuring a special performance by Warren G. You did what? Celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Sparks first game. Grab tickets at LASparks.com/1997. You were just on camera cheering. What'd you do?
I just always get excited when someone calls in. And the winners are interesting because they call in. They don't join the show necessarily.
You talking about me.
Oh, and I'm excited about you too.
That I did it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Did I?
You did.
What
By
did
the
I
way,
do?
you're Mr. Soccer expert now, going everywhere. You said that there's a little more buy-in for the Team USA,
Subject,
right?
Yep.
Is it a little conflicted? Is because of how Team USA performed?
Yes.
And how Spain performed.
Now Spain can still win the tournament.
I know they can, but does that just your rooting interest that maybe shift a little bit towards USA? No, okay.
I mean, look,
I had to ask the question. I wanted to try.
I'm rooting for both. and if they played each other, I would root for USA. But my passion is equal. All right, we can get it. We can get into it. We can do it. Spain against Cape Verde, 0-0 draw. It's a remarkable accomplishment for the third smallest country in the history of the World Cup, and is one of the all-time fails, drops, fumbles, letdown, cell phones ever by a major power in a World Cup performance, group stage or not. Now, I will say this. Our boss, Andrew, tried to push back on this, said I was spinning. Argentina won the last World Cup. They lost to Saudi Arabia last time around in the opening group stage match. And Spain lost their opening group stage match when they went on under the Busquets kind of former, era with Xavi and Iniesta to win the World Cup. So you can recover.
You can, and we know that. And you point out, I think that this is probably a wake-up call, right, for Spain.
It's a slap in the face.
Slap in the face.
It's a kick in the you-know-where.
Yeah. No, it absolutely is. And I think, too, as the tournament continues to get underway, you want the stars to shine. And I watched the whole game, and I know you did, too. It was like you're just waiting for Yamal to enter the game. And even though substitutions really didn't work.
He was pretty electric, though.
He was absolutely incredible. And you saw how this guy is just... He's an absolute phenom. That's the only way to really describe him at his age.
You can make fun of me for this, too. You said that I have 16 teams that I root for.
I think it's 18.
I added one, so now it's 19.
Cape Verde's your team now?
Nope, not those guys. I want those guys to lose I want them to lose 10. Well, here's the thing.
That was a tutorial on how to run defensive football, it felt like.
They were great. Here's the problem. Here is the problem for Spain now, and I sort of referenced this was possible last week in the build-up. If Spain finishes second in the group, and Argentina, who play tomorrow at 6 o'clock, win their group, they would play each other in the round of 32. Uruguay is the most likely team that could basically beat Spain in this group. It's still not likely to happen, but if Uruguay beats Cape Verde, they would be ahead of Spain on points in that. And then if they were to just win out and then draw Spain, which is, I get, Bielsa's the coach in Uruguay, is not a pack the box guy. We're wide open. But there's a path. There's now a reasonable path where Spain might have to play Argentina in the first knockout game.
That's ridiculous.
Which is wild.
That's insane. That would be all-time stuff right there.
Also, I'll root for Spain, but I love Messi. So I have 19 teams, right? My 19th. Do you ever just, when you're watching sports as a neutral, are you like me where your emotions just tell you who you're rooting for? Your brain doesn't really know, but then you realize who you're rooting for?
I have no choice. My brain does the rooting. It's all instinctive. Absolutely.
I was rooting so hard for Japan and against the Netherlands, and maybe it's because we have 3 incredible Japanese players on the Dodgers who are classy and cool and remarkable talents, and so there's a connection. Because this was before the very neat story about the Japanese fans cleaning up the stands out of respect. Maybe it's just an understanding of how cool that culture is. I don't know what it was. There was a moment, it was so insulting, where one of the announcers said, the Japanese players are shorter sometimes than people from Europe, where one of the announcers said, these Japanese players going for headers don't even know how short they are. And it was so insulting, but it spoke to the energy and I don't know what it is. I wanted the Netherlands to be humiliated. Sorry, Netherlands fans, and I wanted Japan. I'm in on Japan now. Team 19.
Well, thank you, because of course I have Japan as one of my teams here on the 97.1 The Fan.
Oh, this flag right here?
Rooting interest.
Little throwback.
Nice call back there, Bill.
Unbelievable.
I'm with you, though. Japan's so tenacious, right? In the way they play, the effort they give, and it feels like no lead's safe against them, whereas the Netherlands, it felt like they took their foot off the gas. But yeah, they're a team that you really get excited about just because that's kind of what makes the World Cup so great. I love seeing the group stages where you got some of the great teams kind of shaking the rust off and trying to get in the rhythm, and you got those teams that don't have the high expectations, are just trying to make a name for themselves, and just they're happy to be there. So yeah, Japan is also on my list too.
D Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan.
You didn't say anything about Vinny Jr.'s goal though.
I did.
But it wasn't enough. He didn't mention where he plays.
He plays for Brazil. He had a great goal. Great work by him. Now it wasn't enough for Brazil to beat Morocco. Morocco. That was a really good. Did you watch? Oh no, you were at a recital.
Yeah, I watched it when I got home though.
Amazing match.
Yeah, that was an incredible match. I mean, just seeing Brazil on the pitch gets everyone excited, right? But it's tough though. I mean, the defense for Brazil. I mean, it feels like the adjustment needs to be made. I was a little underwhelmed. I mean,
Rafinha was bad.
Yeah.
Rafinha was absent, was quiet, and their Casemiro, who's Brazil, one of Brazil's midfielders, their midfield got dominated. I went with our boss Andrew and Raj, the assistant program director and the producer of the morning show. I wanted Morocco to win so badly, but it wasn't Brazil bar. So do you ever do the quiet routine where you just where you don't say anything when they score? One of those. I was trying to be polite.
Yeah, just mental air claps or something.
Then I came in today, and I bumped into our boss Andrew, and he started making fun of Spain immediately. And I wish I had rooted for Morocco with all my heart, soul, and volume.
Then you wanted to let out the vengeance.
He just came right at me.
Then you wanted to bring it.
What are we doing? Why are we talking
You
about
knew
old
you
stuff?
were going to get it, Bill. You just better hope. I mean, you better hope.
They have Uruguay on Friday, so they lose that thing. I don't think they will, and that style. But if you can draw, the against Cape Verde, you can lose to anybody.
You can. I mean, that was defensive football, blocking at its finest. The goalie for Cape Verde is an overnight celebrity now. I mean, but I still think, come on now. What, 25 shots? They had possession for like 70% of the time, something like that. I mean, they were still dominating.
4 or 5 times. Fran Torres was Fran bum. I'm not even gonna do a pun.
You look a little shook.
I'm a little shook, man.
Wow. I never thought I'd see Bill Reiter shook.
I didn't wear my Spain jersey. It's dirty. I'm not even going to clean it this week.
I mean,
It
first
doesn't
time
deserve to
since,
be
what,
cleaned.
I think April 22nd that Lamine Yamal played.
Yeah,
so
it's been a
that
while.
was
He
pretty
looked good, though.
impressive.
I thought he was
did.
really sharp for
and the
a dude
attention that he
hasn't played.
draws. I mean,
3 guys.
It's insane. That's going to pay dividends at some point. It almost did. It should have.
You don't have to be this nice. You can just rub my face in it.
Look, one thing that we can both agree on that we're completely aligned on is we love greatness, we love phenoms, and that Lamine Yamal, like, there's a magnetism to him when he's on the pitch. It's really incredible stuff. I can't believe. So he's Barcelona at 15 is crazy to me, but like, I mean, Jesus, it's so insane to me. I was watching.
Did you say? No,
I said, "Jeez." I said, "Jeez." Do the G-E-Z.
No, you didn't.
No, man.
Church. I gotta get to mass. You too.
No, you're crazy.
I'm crazy. T-Mac and you heard it first, right? All right, team. Yeah.
I went on a Yamal deep dive, man.
Mm-hmm.
Impressive.
It got religious almost. D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, 97.1 The Fan. So we've talked about the fact that obviously the Knicks have won an NBA championship and Brunson. We think there are some lessons in this for the Lakers, and we're going to get into that next year on D-Mac and Reiter. Back into the show, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Again, you can go to calldowntown.com. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN or get in the chat at the Fan LA. The Fan LA. Here's one. Ready? This guy's a huge fan of mine. You ready?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Tony J. Ray says, it seems it's only, in all caps. Let me do it right, sorry. It seems it's only okay for the out-of-towner with glasses to hate on the Dodgers. Ban this! And then he gave I guess like a waving finger maybe, or maybe it's a different finger. I can't. This is, and I'm told by Burge, this is because I said that Max Muncy had a dirty play last week. Hey Jay, for sycophantic radio. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I thought it was a dirty play. I also liked it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we supported it fully. There's no issue with it.
I like Jay's passion for his team.
Yeah,
I understand.
Look, we don't care if
out of towner with glasses.
We can have difference of opinion. I don't care if you don't believe what I say. Just make sure you watch.
This guy's the one that's got in his name Tony J, like the team that the Dodgers had to play in the World Series. Like, get some loyalty, man.
Get some Tony J.
Why are you a Toronto Blue Jays fan? What are you doing here, Tony J?
We had it spelled like that.
It looks like it to me.
I
don't want to falsely accuse him or anything.
I think it could be the case though.
D-Mac and Reiter.
Tony J. How about Tony J? You call in.
Ooh.
You call in. Keyboard warrior.
Keyboard warrior.
You call in.
Don't call him a coward at 855-97 LA fan. You know what I'm saying?
Bring it, Tony J.
It's okay. I like passion. Oh, by the way, while you're on there, Tony J, and you're when you're not screaming about out of towners with no glasses.
Oh wow!
There?
Whoa!
Oh,
looking sexy, Bill.
Oh yeah, you look like Birch. You can vote, Tony J and everyone else, for the Ritter Hero of the Day, Cape Verde, Jalen Brunson, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts, I see what you're doing.
Hey, man.
I see your moves.
Great dad.
Actually, it is a great dad move. Somebody the other day told me, like, you would skip your kid's birth for it. Like, no, I wouldn't, man. I'm all kid's birth, graduation. You got to go. You got to go.
Well, I would just bring the equipment to those rooms or those graduations, try to do a show live. You got to do them both.
Yeah, Bill, I think. Love you, sweetie.
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah. And the Dodgers, I love you, Kira. Great job. Congratulations.
How's Kira doing?
She's great. She's loving the show. She's a big fan.
She's a fan.
She mixes this in between Peppa Pig and she sometimes watches some crazy stuff on YouTube, but she loves the show.
Peppa Pig is still a thing.
Peppa Pig.
My kids watch. They also watch Dora the Explorer. Is that no? That's no. It didn't make it.
That's probably
didn't live on.
No, that's probably still coming. That's probably in the future. She's in
swiping.
She's in Peppa Pig in this one called Super Kitties.
Super Kitties.
Or she just watches National Geographic videos of snakes.
Are the kitties super?
Super Kids, yeah, they stop a lot of these. They're pretty cool.
They stop crimes.
Yeah, they really do.
Are you kidding me? 855-97 LA fan. Yeah, 855-97 LA fan. So it feels like there are some lessons for the Lakers in the Knicks victory, and I don't want to overstate it too much, and we're going to do a deep dive on what the right or the potential right offseason for the Lakers might look like. We'll do that at some point here on DMAC and Reiter this week. But they went out and they got Jalen Brunson, and then they surrounded him with all of the right people. Leon Rose was at CAA, became the president of basketball ops. I mean, they spent a lot on Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns. It certainly tells you that you can build a winner if you have a superstar, and the Lakers have Luka Doncic if you put the right pieces around him.
And I think that would be the positive takeaway is if you're the Lakers, you're like, wait a second, do we have one guy that's worth building around that we can pursue a championship with? And absolutely, I think you'd ask every single general manager in this game, who would you rather have, Luka Doncic or Jalen Brunson? Maybe it's just Rose. Maybe it's just the Knicks that would take Brunson over Luka Doncic, right?
I don't want Jane to yell at me because I have glasses and curly hair, and apparently I'm an out-of-towner. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about this over the weekend. I wrote this in my little notes here next to Doug. You know, Doug's guy betrays Yoshi or whatever. Which is mean-spirited and inaccurate, but it made me laugh. I think it's more. I'm not sure now, and that is not a slight against Luka. I think Luka's a clear top 5 player in the NBA, and I think the level is sort of 2 to 4. I think it is a reality check on the degree to which we should reevaluate our esteem and our understanding of how good Jalen Brunson is.
And that's the thing, though, is, look, you're totally right there. I'm not taking anything away from Jalen Brunson. It's just, is there a chance that Jalen Brunson is going to win the regular season MVP next year? It's very low, right?
I think it's higher now, but it's very low.
But Luka Doncic is right there. He's sitting at that table.
He's never won.
He's never won anything.
Has he ever finished second? I don't think he's ever even finished second.
I don't believe he has.
I voted for all these awards.
He has won no major awards or trophies outside of the All-NBA teams he's collected. But for Luka, he's still entering his prime. He's still as dynamic of a scorer as there is in the NBA right now. And I think what we've learned is we are, as much as no one wants to accept it and embrace it, we have entered the golden age of NBA parity. And that should make the Lakers feel like, wait a second, maybe you can, in one off season, change and construct your roster to the point that maximizes Luka Doncic's strengths. And I look at, can you add pieces around him like the Knicks did? I mean, just think about that. Jalen Brunson doesn't have to worry about some of the defensive issues that he has because he's got Bridges, he's got OG, he's got a lot of defensive pieces around him that can clean that up, they can cover that up. And I think that the Lakers, really, what do you have outside of that? And you also have Josh Hart. So when you look at that roster, you got Cat, you got OG, you got Hart, you got Bridges, Brunson, Alvarado, Robinson, and then Clarkson maybe get some spot minutes there towards the end. The Lakers roster, if you add a 3-and-D wing, maybe 1 or 2, an athletic big, and then you bring back Rui, Smart maybe plays that Alvarado role, like there is a path where, depending on what LeBron James does, and if he comes back to this team, where Banner 18, I don't think is as farther as away as it looks right now, just because of what we saw the Knicks accomplish when you can capture that magic, when you can get the right chemistry, and when you can get a star player and optimize what he has.
Here is something I think that Lakers fans should just keep in mind. I agree with everything you said, DMAC, here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. Leon Rose won. The Knicks won. There's no second guessing it. But it doesn't change the remarkable level to which the Knicks gambled their entire future on this group being successful. And nobody outside of that building thought this bet was going to pay off. And so the question, I think, is, what is the appetite that we should have, that the Lakers should have, for that same level of gamble? Because don't forget, Mikal Bridges, who's a good player, but he's the 4th best player in that team. Important to what they did, they gave up 4 unprotected first-round picks for this guy. 4 to go get him. Cat wasn't free, and Anunoby wasn't free. Let's say that, and we discussed this a little bit earlier on 97.1 The Fan. DMAC, let's say that LeBron takes some kind of a discount, and Austin Reeves gives some kind of a hometown discount, and Giannis Antetokounmpo gets traded to the Miami Heat, and Khalil Ware, who's under contract till 28 at $4 or $5 million a year, is available. Are you willing to call up the Milwaukee Bucks and offer a first round and 2 swaps for a young center who's pretty good, who's 7 feet tall? Are you willing to go all in on a Herb Jones? I mean, because to build that kind of team, you're going to have to overspend on basically really important role players with the gamble, the hope, the risk that those kind of players are the magic ingredient that you mix with LeBron, Austin Reeves, and Luka Doncic? Do you have that threshold tolerance for that risk?
The answer is yes. I would do it based on what we saw in these playoffs over the last month. Because look at what Cat did with Wemby. Because he could shoot, because he could get him out of the paint. And the thing is, Cat, he hasn't been the second best player in the NBA Finals, right? He definitely, it was OG, right? It was OG kind of make the big play. You can make the case he had his moments, right? But the truth is if the Bucks are going to go into full-blown fire sale mode after the Giannis trade, whenever that's inevitably made, is that the move that you make? Or is Miles Turner a guy that can stretch a little bit and make some sense? The truth is they're in a position where almost any upgrade at center would be easy to accomplish because it's DeAndre Ayton and Jackson Hayes. So I'm absolutely, when I look at, you got to get Wemby out of the paint, get someone that can stretch, go out there and make moves today, because with Cat, they knew he had his issues. They know he was flawed, but he raised their floor. The Lakers need floor raisers. Forget this we're bringing superstars. No, we got some of the star talent. It's get those floor raisers that can give this team a chance.
I'm going to make a very dark sort of point by way of making a comparison, by way of making a point. When I was a million years ago, when I worked at the Chicago Tribune as a newspaper intern, we had to write obituaries every day as part of your sort of job. And what I learned about writing obituaries every day for 3 months when newspapers were a thing that mattered and they had standards there, high standards, was that when someone dies, everything they ever did is great. It's very weird. Like, people that weren't great people would die, and then you'd have to write, or others would write how amazing they are. There's a similar thing, a similar level of sort of immortality or reflection when people win. So Karl Anthony Towns was the best player for the Knicks for the first 2 games. And OG Anunoby won them their 3rd win. And Jalen Brunson, who was the finals MVP, was as good as anyone that I've seen in the final game of a closeout game in an NBA championship this side of LeBron James, just with my own eyes personally. Jalen Brunson was garbage the first 3.5, 4 games. Like, he couldn't shoot. And had it gone a different way, had Wemby not choked, had the Spurs not choked, had Wemby not thrown the ball off his teammates' back, had they actually run their offense, or just, we might be having a totally different conversation about Jalen Brunson's level, about Karl Anthony Towns. And so the thing about this is that we see things through a totally different lens when certain things happen in life, including when you win a championship. The margins for the Knicks making this work were so thin. And their greatness, their excellence, their sort of flowers, give them to them. They also got aided by a Spurs team that just completely capitulated, that just turned into pumpkins. That were total. I mean, it's insane. So if you're the Lakers, you have to understand and accept that if you do this and it doesn't work, this is LA. If you give away the future, and Austin Reeves doesn't work out, and LeBron is petulant, and Luka can't stay healthy, and you've given away all your draft picks for the next 6 or 7 years, it's hard to find a way back from that. Like, there's real risk involved.
There is a lot of risk involved. There is a lot of risk, too, in not trying to win with a 27-year-old Luka Doncic. That's right. And there's a lot of risk, too, when he's made 6 All-NBA teams, but he's the one guy that you look at the Tatums, you look at the Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders, you look at Jalen Brunson, you look at Giannis, you look at Joker, you look at all these guys. These are the greatest players in the NBA over the last 5, 6, 7 years, but who's the guy that doesn't have a championship? It's Luka Doncic. He has to be as desperate as ever, because if I'm Luka, I'm saying to myself, hey, my prime is going to go by in the blink of an eye. And that's how it feels. And if you're Luka, yeah, you're 27. Yeah, you can still be elite for another 5, 6 seasons, but I don't think he can wait. I don't think he should wait. And I think that they should look at last year's. Wait a minute. The Knicks one, as great as Brunson is, he's not going to go down as a top 75 all-time player, right? Yes, I think they're a team that had talent and they were constructed perfectly around Jalen Brunson, but he's not going to go down as this all-time great player. And Luka Doncic could do that because of how talented he is regular season and what we've seen from him in the playoffs. So if I'm Luka, I like what the Knicks did, and I'm going to Rob Pelinka. I'm going to Mark Waldron saying, hey, I believe in myself to the point where you give me a better roster, I can get you what the Knicks did.
I love it. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, 855-97 LA Fan. If you're watching on YouTube, on the stream, at The Fan LA, push that like button, push that bell button. You can yell at us. It's fine. You can be mad at me for my the glasses. Why can't I have glasses?
You look good with glasses,
I like
man.
it. I mean, I like to see. I can see what's going. I would be able to see Bursch's amazing. Can I go soccer term? Kid over there, even though it's not a soccer kid. All right, 855-97 LA Fan. We will keep the hoops talk coming with what Bursch told me. This is high standards. He said it's the greatest hardwood headlines ever put together. It's a big standard. Doesn't get met. Yeah, we find out next. T-Mac and Reiter.
guess we look back like 10 years, like, wow, guy was an ace.
Phenom.
Absolute baller. Like, this guy's special.
5 years before he won a Cy Young Award, he was on D-Mac and Reiter.
It's possible. I mean, like, it's crazy. Like, that guy has that kind of stuff. I mean, he really is electric.
How do you know this guy? Just because you're a Dodger, because you're Dodger stuff.
Yeah.
You're the Dodgers guy.
You know, hang out spring training, go up to lockers. You kind of get to know these guys more than others. And Rivers got a great personality. He's always great to talk baseball with, so he'll get into it for sure.
Dude, that's a hell of a flex. It's very cool. So River Ryan, Dodgers super prospect, joining us here in about 11 minutes. But first, it's time for Hardwood Headlines. Bursch, you talk some smack, bro.
Yeah. This is, in fact, the greatest edition of Hardwood Headlines so far. And that's because there's now an NBA champion. So we've got some reactions from both sides. Let's take a listen first off to the winning side. Of course, Josh Hart, who he was a former Laker, and he's now an NBA champion. And this is what he had to say after the game, reflecting on his journey in the NBA so far.
Part of my testimony, the one thing, no matter what, I've always said is I want to be a winner. I want to win a championship at the highest level. I've been doubted so many times, traded, had so much instability with, 7, 8 different head coaches. And I found a home in New York, and they embraced me for the person that I am, the player that I am. I'm not perfect by any means. I make a lot of mistakes, but I try to put my heart out there. I try to do whatever I can do to help the team win. I don't care about points. I don't care about those things. I'm willing to sacrifice whatever it takes, for this city, for this jersey, for this franchise, and to win it. Man, glory be to God, man. They can't doubt me about anything else.
Great guy, likable guy. A little bit of a shot there at the Lakers.
A little bit. Wasn't the best fit, wasn't the best time, but I'm happy for Josh Hart. I just love guys that can impact the game without having to fill up the stat sheet on traditional points and things like that. And he's a glue guy. His relationship with Jalen Brunson makes me laugh. He's always slapping him on the butt. He's doing crazy stuff. So I think that he's a great glue guy, and I'm happy to see him succeed.
Josh Hart is the Bursch of the New York Knicks.
Just the glue.
The glue, grinding.
I mean, those baby Lakers teams, man.
Slapping you on the butt all the time.
Yeah, I know, right? Don't be doing Josh Hart things to me, by the way, if you know what I'm talking about. Or actually, maybe you do. But, here's the thing.
I walked in today and saw it, and I just turned and walked out.
Okay.
It was a green room moment.
Yeah, Josh Hart, man. Villanova.
No ifs, ands, or buts
Lakers.
about it.
Hey, chill. You need to chill.
I do. I need to chill.
A little bit.
That means a lot.
Well, let's go to the losing locker room. Of course, back to Victor Wembanyama. We played some sound earlier talking about how the Spurs dominated the series that they lost in 5 games, and he was understandably upset. Here is a couple pieces of sound from Wembanyama. First, breaking down how the series went.
Every game has the same scenario. Every 5 games of this series had the same scenario, and how relentless we were in our mistakes and they were in punishing them.
And here is how he ended his post-game press conference.
Appreciate y'all. See y'all. Never.
I am so over this side of him, this Victor Wembanyama drama.
Ooh.
Just like, thank you. I don't keep track anymore. It's like playing 1-on-1 against my son. I don't know why I'm being so aggressive today. I take it back. It's because I have glasses. I love Wembanyama, or I did. I don't like his response, and I just as a fan, not as what it'll mean for him as a basketball player. The guy was obnoxious in this series.
That's the thing. That's how it came off as. I mean, all these comments, I'll see you never, right? Yeah, we might never see you in the finals, right? Again,
Ooh.
I mean, that's the thing about Victor Wembanyama. I think that he went from some guy who's always going to be face of the league, who's this alien everyone loves, to, dude, he looked like a baby sometimes. I mean, I think that with the style of which he played, he should be super embraced. But the way that he talked to the media, the way that he kind of sent that message, we were the dominant team 80% of the quarters. Guess what, bro? You're home in 5. You lost in 5 games. His choke in game 2, I think, goes down as the indelible image and moment from me for Victor Wembanyama. He could have absolutely changed the game for the Spurs. They could have won this series from a better performance from him. So no finals, no nothing. Victor Wembanyama for me for the finals wins.
You can look at me like I did it, man.
No, I did it.
By the way, we are so connected with you here on 97 on the Fan that the
Victor, more like
microphone
Luzictor.
The microphone. Keep going. The microphone that I'm talking into actually tried to get in on the act, and like Wembanyama just fell apart here, which you could have seen on the stream.
That thing was like
it just jumped.
It was
off.
like a projectile, bro.
It was just.
It was coming at me, bro.
It was.
So yeah, Victor, he's got a lot to prove, and I think that, like we talked about, is this his origin story? Could go either way.
Don't call him D-Hack.
That's good.
Thank you.
There you go.
Are you doing your fake scorekeeping?
I'm disappointed, man. I really am.
In me?
No, in Victor. Well, not you.
I thought me.
I love it, though. As a lifelong Laker fan, the fact that Kobe has as many titles as the Spurs have as an entire franchise, that gives me absolute life.
So, according to Grant Afseth, a potential multi-team trade framework making the rounds in league circles would bring Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Boston Celtics and send Jaylen Brown to the Los Angeles Clippers, with the Clippers' number 5 overall pick going to the Milwaukee Bucks as part of the return.
I mean, I have not heard of the Dallas Hoops Journal, so I'm not sure to what degree I should give this merit or belief or faith. However,
hashtag trust me, bro.
Is this
hashtag
real?
sources.
I mean, damn, if the Dallas Hoops Journal said it, just tear up the show.
Yeah.
I would love this for the Clippers. I think Jaylen Brown's an incredible player, and I think you can build a championship around him, or at least a competitor.
Look, they're great. Like I said, I'm very considered the source on that as well, but just the thought exercise, the idea of it for the Celtics to kind of take a gamble and go away from a guy they won a championship with for a Giannis that has dealt with some injury issues, and you pair him with Jason Tatum. But I would love that move for the Clippers. I will tell you that much.
Why would a Dallas Hoops Journal be breaking news on Boston, LA, Milwaukee stories?
Boston Hoops Journal would make more sense.
It would, right?
Los Angeles Hoops Journal would make more sense.
Okay. I don't want to hate.
Well, maybe they'd be covering this story because this one happened in Texas. James Harden was arrested. Look at that. James Harden was arrested early Saturday morning in Houston and has been charged with a misdemeanor unlawful carrying of a weapon.
So I have, first of all, disappointing. Second of all, surprising. Third of all, and I'm not trying to make a joke. I thought you could carry in Texas.
Even
I thought you
so,
could just carry going whenever you wanted.
I mean, he could have probably stashed in his beard. Probably wouldn't have seen anything. I mean,
dude.
Is that a possibility? Obviously not. But I mean, that was wild. That's a crazy story. One that you would not want to see if you are the NBA, right? In this situation. So yeah.
Okay, so I just looked it up. It's a Class A misdemeanor because it was not carried in a holster as required by state law. So according to AI, which is very reliable. I mean, I'm not sure if it's as reliable as the Dallas Hoops Journal, but
nothing is.
Right, it can be
Nothing
reliable.
is.
Class A misdemeanor is probably a whole bunch of nothing then, as it relates to the consequences that are going to follow.
Yeah, I mean, it's
this
just
story
not
is
a good
hard
look.
to follow.
Yeah, I mean, kind of bank the other ones out, but yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry, I didn't quite. Is it?
You would hate this. I mean, he's charged with a misdemeanor. You don't like it. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Sorry.
Okay, that was good. No, I liked it. Why you give me?
I didn't want to do it with the other hardened
I
material.
feel
but
like you lost your confidence, but you know what's gonna get it back? The fact, yeah, I did that. The fact that you
never that, baby.
The fact that you are bringing River Ryan onto the show, Dodgers phenom can't speak, joins us next on D Mac and Reiter.
They have the source.
Show D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text, visit, I'll try it again, Bill. Text injury help to 40222. Again, you can text injury help to 40222. Bro, I cannot believe it's 5 o'clock. This show has flown by.
Absolutely.
A lot of fun. Thank you for hanging with us here on the program. Appreciate you if you're on the stream at the Fan LA, and we have a huge treat for you. A guy we've talked a lot about, an incredible player in the Dodgers system. River Ryan, who you graciously brought on, D-Mac, joins us right now. River, I know you're busy, man. Thanks for making time for Doug and I.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you guys having me.
River, my man, working your way back off an injury, you're starting to ramp up. Just how are things going right now, and how much are you putting into these last couple of starts, knowing that you could be making your season debut at some point in the near future with the Dodgers at the big league club?
Yeah, no, I've been working really hard to keep my body healthy, keep it in shape. I feel like I have, over the past 3 or 4 starts, have gone 80 to 90 plus pitches. I feel more than built up and ready to contribute, to the big league club.
Talking to River Ryan here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1, the Fan. River, for you, as you're sort of working your way through your process, to what degree, or maybe you can, let me ask you this way. We talk a lot about Andrew Friedman and the front office and just how amazing the Dodgers are at player development. Can you give us a sense from the inside of how this organization in particular works with guys like you to try and maximize what you're doing and get you to the best version of yourself as a baseball player?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously I have a position player background. I'm still, relatively new to being just a pitcher only. So I'm still definitely learning a lot. I'm ready to start learning more at the big league level. But as far as, developing me, we try to keep it as athletic and as position player-like as possible. Because if I'm trying to be super, mechanical and robotic on the mound, it doesn't really work with how my body moves. So, if I feel like if there's something that I need to feel as far as delivery wise, I'll go take ground balls at shortstop and throw across a diamond to feel it. It's hard for me to kind of grind it out on the bump,
Yeah, and River, the velocity increase this year, you see it throwing triple digits pretty consistently. Last time we saw you on the show a couple years ago when you made those 4 starts, you were averaging 96.3 on that miles per hour on the velocity. What do you make of the velocity increase, and do you feel just like a more complete pitcher now as far as where your arsenal's at before the injury?
For sure. I think I'm definitely dialing in, some pitch shapes, some pitch usage. But as far as the velocity is concerned, I know it's always been in there. I know I only was able to showcase 4 starts in 24 before I, got hurt. But I was able to, last year in Arizona, I was lifting 6 times a week and, taking care of my elbow and my shoulder every single day for an entire year. So I know the velocity's always been in there, but I think I'm just able to throw at a higher velocity with a lot less effort, if you know what I mean.
Talking to River Ryan, the remarkably talented and highly rated Dodgers pitcher and prospect here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1. The Fan. River, obviously, you pitched and played infield and did a lot of things successfully in high school. You pitched and played the infield in college. When you made, at the professional level, the move back to pitching, was it kind of like riding a bicycle in the sense that immediately it felt comfortable, or was there a process to get to where you wanted, just in terms of this is what I do for a living and now this is my path forward?
Yeah, for me, pitching has always just kind of been like riding a bike. I've just always gone up on the mound and thrown. So as far as transitioning to just a full-time pitcher wasn't all that difficult, but learning, kind of cerebral side of pitching and learning how to pitch and pitch effectively and pitch efficiently, that is something that I feel like I've been able to, really hone in and learn over the past couple of years, is being, just a pitcher only.
And River, recently Dodgers general manager Brandon Gomes said that you look great, that the stuff is coming out of your hand, and that it looks awesome lately. What has that communication been like between you and Brandon Gomes or anyone behind the scenes, just about maybe what your role could look like this season?
I am not filled in on anything. I'm just, doing my best to just stay in the present moment, and just be ready when my number's called. I feel like I take it day by day. I know anything can happen with the big league club, and I'm just doing my best to just stay ready for the moment. And like I said, just be present and be where my feet are and where the Lord has me, in AAA right now. And I know the plans that the Lord has for me, throughout my life and throughout my career are better than anybody else could ever dream up. So that's what I'm, honing in on and focusing in on. And, like I said a second ago, just being as present as I possibly can be.
Talking to River Ryan here on the show, DMAC and Reiter. River, I started my career as a writer, and I remember once a famous columnist saying that, who won a Pulitzer Prize and had a lot of success, that the most important part of his development was actually writing for a newspaper where nobody read him, and a part of the newspaper where nobody paid it, or fewer people paid attention, where the pressure was less. At the minor league level, at the AAA level, even though it's the Dodgers, are there advantages to just being able to work on your craft where you are right now without the same stakes that might happen at the major league level day in and day out?
I genuinely think I'm ready to really start learning how to pitch at the big league level. I know it's great to go out there and pitch, be able to pitch at any level. It's definitely a blessing, but I'm really excited and ready and eager to learn how to navigate a major league lineup.
And in terms of making good on that level of confidence and getting to that place, for you, in terms of how do you get called up? Is it as simple as go out and do your job, or are there communications that you or your agent can have to try to communicate, hey, man, I'm ready when you guys are ready to have me?
I feel like I've been ready for the last 4 or 5 starts, or 4 starts or whatever it's been. I'm just playing the waiting game. Like I said a minute ago, I'm just doing my best to just be in the present moment and wait until my number's called. And when my number's called, I know I'll be ready.
And we saw when Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow, when they went up to the injured list, that maybe there was a chance that you could have been called up and that was your opportunity. Do you feel like right now, like you said, you do feel like you're ready? But what is the biggest key when you do get that opportunity to make sure you make the most of it and you stay on that big league roster? And how much are you looking forward to just the competition aspect, knowing that, hey, there's a lot of talent up here, but you haven't got a lot of talent yourself and you can hang at this level, and you showed that a couple years ago?
Yeah. No, I think whenever my name does get called, I just go out there and continue to do what I'm doing. Just go out there and continue to learn and grow on the mound. And like I said, just keep doing what I'm doing, and really try to learn how to get better each and every outing.
Talking to River Ryan here on DMAC and Reiter on 97.1. the fan. River, what is the most important adjustment or change or pitch that you've accomplished or that you've made over the last, what you tell me, 6 months, year, 3-4 weeks, that make you feel like the last 4 or 5 starts that you know that you're ready for the big leagues?
Like a singular, are you asking like for a singular pitch?
Yeah, it could be a singular pitch. It could be a certain part of your process. I'm just curious, as you've developed, when you look back, what you think has changed to make you a guy that feels like he's big league ready?
I think just usage of my fastball. I feel like I, get carried away when I'm out there on the mound, knowing that I can make the ball do a lot of different things and kind of, try to do whatever I want, navigating through a lineup when I really don't have to do it. So right now, just trying to learn that just like less is more, and attacking hitters and getting strike one. And getting to an 0-2 count as fast as I possibly can when I'm out there makes it a lot easier to pitch. So I think it's really just what I've been honing in on is just how to get strike one, what pitches to throw to get strike one, and go from there.
And, of course, you've gotten the opportunity to play with your brother down there in AAA, Reiter. Ryan, just curious, I mean, you guys have spent so much time together but on different clubs. What has it been like to just have that experience, being on the same team again, and just going out there and pursuing your dreams together?
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. I cherish every moment that I get with him out on the field and in the clubhouse. It's not every day you get to, be on the same professional baseball team as your brother. So I'm definitely, taking it one day at a time and trying to enjoy every last moment that I get, playing ball with my big brother.
Dude, I'm jealous. I wish I lived in the same town as my brother, let alone played baseball with him. He was born in Oklahoma City. He's in Denver. It's far from L.A. River, really appreciate the time. Last one for you, and I know you're busy. Thank you very much. Obviously, being a professional athlete, and in your case, being someone who's very highly touted, that means you're going to be talked about, you're going to be written about, there's going to be attention on you. We had Keith Law on the show last week. He loves you. He has you very high in his top 100 rankings. And there's obviously been, because of how highly regarded you are, a lot of talk that you could be a piece for the Dodgers if they made a trade for somebody else. When it comes to people like Keith Law ranking you at an elite level, when it comes to talk about the potential of the Dodgers trading you, which would take you away from the Dodgers but obviously give you a very quick path to the majors, how do you sort of process those things and just think about those things that you could be somewhere else and that your trip to the majors could be a part of being somewhere other than L.A.?
Yeah, I definitely try not to read too much into it. When it comes to trading players, like there's a lot of mock trades, and it's really easy to get caught up in, what the media is saying and what other people are saying about where I may end up. But I definitely want to, be in the starting rotation for the Los Angeles Dodgers and pitch for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and in any role that they see fit, and contribute to winning another championship. So yeah, that's really just my focus. I mean, the chips are going to fall where they fall. If I end up with another team, I end up with another team. But I'm, like I said, I want to pitch for the Dodgers and help them win another championship.
River, Ryan, D-Mac and I spent a lot of time talking about how remarkable the Dodgers are at talent acquisition and talent development, and you are a prime example of just the amazing talent that's in this farm system and a part of this Dodgers organization, and that makes it really cool to talk to you. Know you're busy. Very cool of you to be on. Thanks for making time for Doug and I. Continued success, and hopefully we'll see you at Dodger Stadium sooner rather than later.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, man. River, Ryan here on the show. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan. What a nice dude to come on and make some time. I mean, that's a talented baseball player.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this guy, he's got the talent, but he also understands how to perform, even with the business side of this too, right? He knows that he's included in some mega trades he mentioned, the mock trades and things like that. So to go out there and still perform at such a high level and to be able to be patient with it too. I'm excited because they're not going to try to rush things with him, but I think that the reason why they're not is because they know there's a good chance that he stays up here and that there's no turning back for River Ryan.
I like his confidence too, right? Not an arrogant dude, sounds like a very humble dude, but I'm ready now. I feel like I can do it. I can pitch at the big league level. If you're the Dodgers, if you're a Dodgers fan, that's what you want to hear from a guy who, by all accounts, is one of the better pitching prospects on the face of the planet.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how they want their pitchers and their starters to be wired. And he's got someone that, I mean, I've always heard from him, it's like he views the minor leagues as a stepping stone to being an all-star pitcher. Like, he believes it. I mean, some guys, they pretend like they do, but you can tell that they're just trying to be like, hey, man, I just want to be here, right? He knows that he's got the kind of talent where he could have a special career. And the interesting thing about him is, yeah, he's 27, but he's a converted shortstop, so he doesn't have those miles on him that some other pitchers have. So he really should have a fresh arm because he already had the surgery. That's a fresh arm. And I expect big things from him. The velocity up. He's got a pitch mix. He's very competitive. And this guy's got the mindset to be an ace.
I don't know where the proof is in the pudding comes from, but I do know what the expression means. And this is an exact example that I'm not blowing smoke or full of crap when I say, which I try to say every show because it's real and it's true and it's valuable and it makes, I think, this show potentially something really worth your time, that Doug McCain, the guy to my right, D-Mac, is the best Dodgers information person out there. You literally just got River Ryan on the show by saying, hey, I'm Doug McCain. Do you want to come on the show? That's crazy work right there. And I don't know if we want to do a cheer or not, but those of you listening, watching, hanging out, we've got some things we do really well, and the Dodgers happen to be a big deal in LA, and no one does it better than my partner here. That was awesome, bro.
Appreciate you, my man. And hey, I love it because we bring those guys on, and you're so interested in them, and you love the path of like, hey, how do we get here? What is different about the Dodgers? Because it's a fascinating, ongoing thing we always explore. And when you can kind of get inside their minds and see what they say instinctively, it gives you a true reading. And I think that River Ryan is one of the best examples just because he's someone they acquired in a trade for Matt Beatty, who was someone that wasn't going to be a part of the Dodgers' future. And the Dodgers said, wait a minute, you're not playing shortstop anymore. We see you as a pitcher. And the success has been there. He's so athletic, dude. He can windmill dunk a basketball.
Come on.
He can. Windmill dunk. Like, River Ryan is that athletic. Like, he's got that athleticism. When you're that athletic, you can make your body move a certain way on the mound to make those adjustments and be susceptible to great coaching. He's a prime example of that.
That reminds me of a story. Do you want a name drop story where I once insulted Andy Roddick on accident, but I really insulted him for like 11 people at a TV thing? Everyone was sitting around, and I had a dream. I have a recurring dream that I can dunk, and then I wake up and I'm sad because I can't dunk. You ever had that dream?
Never.
All right, it really bums me out. So I was telling that story to somebody, and somebody's like, I can dunk. And Donovan McNabb goes, I can dunk. And Randy Moss goes, I can dunk. I'm like, cool. And Andy Roddick goes, I can dunk. And I go, you can't dunk. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you can dunk? He's like, yeah. And I was so shocked. He got pissed off. He goes, why are you surprised that I can dunk? And I think I made you're a tennis player face. And he's like, bro, I'm a professional athlete. Like, what do you? And he got really mad.
6'2", man.
Yeah.
Come on.
That was a fail by me.
I mean,
I also failed on the River Ryan interview, but I didn't. I was going to ask these questions, but maybe not. I want to geek out and be like, what's the best food you've had on the road? What's the worst food? What's the bus like? I want to go deep on the minor league talk, but I feel like you got to ease
I want to
into
ask
that.
him how close he's gotten to throwing a perfect game or a no-hitter at any level and what he thought about Yamamoto. But, I mean, it's kind of wild because I bet you it's probably not that far because he had an emphasis on another position in his career.
You should ask him. I should have asked him like what he thinks, Mookie just like totally dropped the ball. Would that be good for him?
It'd be interesting because he's a former shortstop. He can speak to both. Right?
He could have answered it. He was really, really cool. So I wonder how we could. What's the nearest AAA affiliate that he could play? I'd go watch the guy play.
Vegas, somewhere in Nevada, like Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah, but he's gonna. It's gonna happen sooner than later. I think.
You think we'll see him at Dodger Stadium?
I think we will. I think that really what the Dodgers like to do is if they're going to limit the innings, it's on the front side, and we're getting to the part where let's see how Sheehan performs. Like he had a really good start up until the end.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And
really
let's see how Lauer performs, and it just feels like the moment.
I've never doubted Lauer, by the way.
Never. I know you've been his biggest fan.
Much
so
that.
Sooner or later, River Ryan will get his opportunity. I think too, just to have a serious conversation as far as what you asked about dealing with trades. If the Dodgers are going to want him in a trade, they're going to probably want to build him up here to increase that trade value if they want to go that route. At least give him an accurate assessment of what he could look like, right?
So I know that you're huge on and you've talked a lot about this on 90, that was fun, Bill. 97.1 The Fan. Good work, cough button, bro. You've talked a lot on the show about your willing parades over prospects. If you could trade away a bunch of prospects, but keep a few, is this a guy that you'd want a sort of long-term Dodger, or is he in the other category?
So he's right in that tier of guys that I would want to keep because, like I mentioned on this show, I know there's a lot of guys, this organization that the Dodgers love and they develop, but they're almost looking at them as assets to move in a trade for a superstar star player. It's not ridiculous to say that River Ryan could be a superstar. Like, he really has that kind of upside. And a lot of the players in the farm system are ones that you could say, oh, I could talk myself into maybe them being an everyday player, some type of role player, maybe someone that can fill a 7 through 9 in the lineup, or maybe a 4 through 5 in the rotation, or 4 through 6 if you're going 6-man. But River Ryan is a guy that's got the actual traits. I mean, dude throws triple digits. He throws 7 pitches. Like, this guy has got a lot of upside in the athleticism too. So he's one that I would love to keep.
I mean, it is a 6-man rotation. It does create some opportunity, and added bonus, he's now a friend of the show. And so we're rooting for him on a whole different level because that was very cool and very gracious of him to come on. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, 855-97 LA Fan, 855-975-2326. You can also get in the chat at the Fan LA. At the Fan LA, we're going to preview the Dodgers game tonight. It's at 7 o'clock. Oh, and by the way, Tampa Bay coming to town to play our guys. My guy.
It's your guy.
And my boy's a little condescending. My guy, D-Mac, has an interesting breakdown, something you need to know about this game next here on D-Mac and Reiter. Whether it's June, July, August, we're here on DMAC and Reiter. Presented by DTLA
Most
Law
of
Group.
August.
Presented by DTLA Law Group. Is it? On the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Calldowntown.com. Most of August.
Most.
Checks notes. Got it?
Okay. Basically.
He's Doug
trying to accommodate.
McCain. What am I doing?
Just
What'd you say?
I don't know.
I'm Bill Reiter, and this is the injury report brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. Here are some updates from Dave Roberts' pregame today. Tommy Edman will be activated tomorrow. Mr. Hernandez, Teoscar Hernandez, will likely take part in rehab games. Quote, Edwin Diaz is coming along really well, Dave Roberts said. He's been playing catch. He should be throwing a bullpen here this week. Glasnow is not doing anything new, no progress. And Kike Hernandez is making a lot of strides doing baseball activity. Oh, and Blake Snell is doing well, throwing and playing catch and feels good. So that's a lot of kind of mini updates there.
That's a big one. I mean, the Tommy Edman one is definitely one that I've been hoping for a while now. He's just continued to put in the rehab. And as Katie would point out, I mean, the plan for him to go 3-4 games a week, and he's going to see time second base, third base, and left field. So the reason why the Dodgers signed him, outside of the fact that he was great and won the NLCS MVP a couple years ago, is the versatility, is that he's a Swiss Army knife. And originally the plan was to have him mainly at second base, but the fact that they're comfortable with him in left field tells you that they feel really confident that that surgically repaired ankle is definitely at a really good, comfortable place where they're confident that he won't get re-injured. Because that's always been the thing about Tommy Edman, is we're going to slow play his return so that when he comes back, he doesn't get injured again. So that's definitely promising and encouraging news.
It's DMAC and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan. We talked earlier in the show about how weird this weekend was. The Dodgers lost 2 out of 3 games, but the real sort of emotional, what felt like the emotional loss of the weekend was the actual victory, because the perfect game got botched by Mookie Betts in the bottom of the 8th, and Yoshi didn't get that opportunity. We know that. You also pulled out an interesting perspective on the weekend series, losing 2 out of 3 to the White Sox, and just going back further than that the Dodgers, as you noted, Doug, have started to suffer from a big inning problem, as you put it.
Absolutely, Bill. The big inning is becoming a big problem for this Dodgers team. And the bullpen that we were so excited about, they were fantastic when they had 38 straight innings without giving up a run. They had a 3.12 ERA at one point. That was 4th in Major League Baseball. And then what happened? The calendar flipped to June, and that bullpen for the Dodgers has given up 32 runs in 38 1/3 innings of work, a 7.51 ERA, and 3 of the 6 runs during that 6th inning disaster yesterday were because of the bullpen. So this was looked at as a strength, and it was nice to hear you say Edwin Diaz is going to be throwing a bullpen because they need him back. But it is that big inning that concerns me, because when you're giving up big innings, that tells you that you're giving up extra base hits. That tells me that you're giving up slug. And those are the moments that beat you in the postseason. So yesterday was the 5th time in the last 7 games that the Dodgers had given up 4 runs in an inning. We saw Sunday, you give up 6 runs in the 7th.
Brutal,
you lose
dude.
the Angels last week. Wednesday, 5 runs in the 8th inning. The bullpen just continued to collapse. Friday against the White Sox, 7 runs in the 5th inning. Rogi Sasaki and the Dodgers bullpen just could not get outs. And then yesterday, you had a 1-0 lead, and then Emmett Sheehan had faced the lineup a few times, and then
he was dealing.
He was 8 strikeouts. It looked like he had put together a really, really nice start, and then all of a sudden gives up that solo bomb and gives that base hit to Benintendi, then an RBI double, and then they're down 2-1. So we've seen this team look like, okay, they're getting strong performances from their starters. The bullpen, though, I'm concerned about guys like Jack Dreyer. I really am. And they only have 2 lefties, really, with Alex Vesia and Jack Dreyer. They need some reinforcements. And Evan Phillips can't come back soon enough. Edwin Diaz can't come back. Tanner Scott had some ups, had some downs.
Had a few. So, DMAC, a few other stats to throw at you as part of that conversation here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. The bullpen's already surrendered 10 home runs in 13 games this month. And it's not as if the starting pitching's been the problem, because they're going, 5 2/3 per start so far in June. Can a bullpen have a slump that they can recover from the way that a hitter can at the plate.
Definitely. I mean, for sure. I mean, Danny Lehman, the Dodgers bench coach, who is related to Dog the Bounty Hunter, fun fact.
That's so weird.
That's a curveball. That's such a curveball.
Right? No, that's a knuckleball.
That's a gyro ball. Okay. I don't know why I try to top that one, but
do you believe in the gyro ball?
I somewhat do.
Was that a real thing?
It is. I mean, you just low velocity. But to answer your question, though, what Danny Lehman said was that just the walks, the uptick in walks, and the lack of strike throwing that we saw throughout the month of May. And when you throw pitches out of the zone early in counts, you get yourself behind, and then what happens? You got to throw strikes. And when you have to throw strikes against big league hitters, they hit home runs. In the bullpen, they've allowed 10 bombs, 10 dingers, 10 big flies, 10 home runs in 13 games this month.
You know how I know that?
How?
I just said it 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, and that tells you, right?
Even Will Klein, who had a sub 1 or a near 1 earned run average, has been getting shelled. I don't even know where his ERA is now. It's probably over 4.
Yeah, exactly. And just kind of double down the home run ball, though, is that heading into this month, they were towards the bottom when it comes to home runs per 9. Now you're seeing top 10 this month. That's something that it's a trend that looks like the bullpen from last year, which was the worst bullpen in Dodgers franchise history. So that's a very concerning trend. It does feel like we're starting to see a bullpen that had a really, really good start, but now you're starting to see some of these pitchers that aren't the Edwin Diaz's, aren't this high-priced talent, that is kind of starting to come down to earth. And throughout the course of a season, unless the pitchers are going 6 or 7 innings, you're going to need contributions from these guys. So it is a concern. I think you are going to see them explore the market to add some trades. That is something that I've been told for the last couple of years is the red flags from the bullpen is when they're giving up home runs. And we're starting to see that at a prolific rate, and you don't want to see that.
So one thing we haven't talked about, because there's so much going on, and it was all the way back on Friday, but I love Roki. I was so encouraged by the degree to which it felt like he had found his command and turned things around, and he had been remarkable for a long stretch. It was Friday, but he did not have a great outing against Chicago. Any regression to the mean here that you're worried about, or is it just a bad? Because bad outings do happen.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Like you just said, I mean, what I've said about Roki Sasaki is that sometimes his improvements, sometimes his regressions are so microscopic that they're tough to even identify. Like it's 1.6 steps forward and 1.8 steps back. Like they are that thin. But for Roki, it was the strike throwing and out over the plate. If he's missing out of the plate with his fastball, he doesn't have a fastball that moves a ton. So we know that if it's flat, if it's not tunneled off a secondary pitch, that he can get rocked. Like, I mean, that's the thing with Roki Sasaki is when things aren't going right with him, it can snowball pretty quickly. So the big adjustment for him is to avoid the big inning. And we saw there, bottom of the 6th inning, have that inning start, a leadoff walk to Peters, right? So that's been the big difference is he has not been issuing those free passes, hasn't been hitting those batters. But that was a tough one because it was a walk, a single. All of a sudden, you got the bases juiced. He did bounce back with some strikeouts, but that's encouraging to a degree because in that inning, you didn't see a lot of slug. But, I mean, 2-3 walks, a couple singles, that tells you that the command wasn't precise. So maybe there was a little slippage as far as the mechanics go. But I'm still very high. I'm still very encouraged by Roki Sasaki. Let's not forget that is a first-place White Sox team, and they got him that inning. And that's just part of the progression of a young pitcher.
D-Mac and Reiter 97 won the fan. I was just thinking about how our boss came in here, and you asked him, you guys are nice people, because I love the Spain national team in the World Cup, and you asked him, what was that like, Spain drawing to Cape Verde? And he said, I believe the LSU women's softball team beating the Yankees, I believe was the super kind.
That was a shot.
So that hurt me. Yoshi hurt me with the bets blunder. Can I tell you something else? I feel like maybe I'm not raising the white flag on Shohei, the Cy Young Award winner that could be, and chasing that accomplishment yet, but I have the white flag in my hand, and I'm sort of staring at the flagpole, and I'm thinking about it. And it comes really after the Miz's ridiculous outing. Was that on Friday against Philly? Seems like a million years ago. 9 innings, 1 hit, obviously no runs, struck out 15, didn't walk anybody. He threw a baseball almost 105 miles per hour. Mizorowski is down to a 1.34 earned run average as opposed to Shohei's 1.06. He is 8-2 to Shohei's 6-2. He has 131 strikeouts to Shohei's 73. They have the same number of base on balls separated by 1, and his whip is now .736, markedly lower than Shohei's .842. Oh, and there's this Christopher Sanchez guy who's also pretty good. You've said this, a historic potential National League Cy Young race that's shaping up, and I have said once Shohei is out of it, I am all about erring on the side of caution. I think we're getting close. Shohei did not have a good outing last Wednesday, but I think it's Mizorowski's outing that makes me think, okay, one more remarkable outing from Mizorowski and or one more just human outing from Shohei Ohtani, and I'm probably going to raise that white flag, say it was cool, and want to err now more on the side of caution than I did before. I'm not there yet, but I'm close.
Have you seen that Larry David gif where he's like going to pass out, right?
Yeah.
That's how I feel right now. Just hearing you say that.
It makes me sad.
Come on. This is not who you are.
It makes me sad.
Fight harder, Bill.
I'm willing to give in.
It's not over.
I'm not there yet.
I know you're not. But look.
I need Mizorowski to not pitch like he's whatever. Cy Young.
I have been saying this for the last couple of weeks. I really have. And it's not that I don't think that Shohei Ohtani is one of the greatest pitchers on planet Earth. It's the fact that Shohei Ohtani pitches in a 6-man rotation where his innings count is lower. You can't not do that because you need that for Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Roki Sasaki, and you want to naturally limit those innings so you're fresher for the postseason.
Mizorowski is it's gonna be a 6-day rotation for one stretch though, just to give him some rest on his arm, which I like.
And here's the thing. He's gone 87 innings.
Yep.
The Miz, a 134 ERA. He's got a 3.9 FWAR. Yep. I mean, we're to the point where
131 strikeouts, 2 base on balls, dude.
I don't want to go election style right here and call it. I think you can almost go election style and call it where
he's making me he's making me miserable.
There we go. Yeah, I love that one. And the thing about the Miz, though, he's going to be accounted for in the postseason as well. So at some point, do they consider his arm because he's throwing 105?
I mean, they're doing it right now. I mean, he also went 9 innings, right? And was like, I mean, he obviously always throws gas, but I can't remember the last time I watched a pitcher be that dominant. I'm trying this is Kerry Wood 20 strikeouts territory. Remember that game?
Oh, absolutely. Against the Astros. 97, 98, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, the white flag is in my hand on Shohei Ohtani, the Cy Young Award winner. Now, if you go out there next week and Shohei has a one-hitter through 6 and he's thrown 95 pitches and Dave pulls him, I'm going to lose my mind again. But I won't lose my mind if that happens in 2 weeks and Shohei this upcoming week has a bad outing. Or a mediocre outing. Bad is not the right term.
I've tried to tell you, listeners of Los Angeles, people watching over on YouTube, that this is actually the very best thing for the Los Angeles Dodgers and their pursuit of a 3rd straight World Series title. As you mentioned, that performance by Jacob Mizorowski was as electric as it possibly. I deserve that but I'll get the joy. I'll get all the joy that I've killed.
Yeah.
You'll get all the way back times 1 billion when they win their 3rd straight World Series title. Because
I want both.
You mentioned, you can't have both, and you're probably not going to get both.
I want both.
Okay,
I want Bo Jackson both.
Yeah.
And then remember,
I want
Bo
a mansion
Jackson's
Beverly Hills, right? And
you're gonna get that.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. But you talk about that performance, right? He pitched to Maddox. And for those of you that don't know what that is 9 innings, under 100 pitches. So not only was it explosive, it was the efficiency.
Yep.
Now, here's the thing.
And he still struck out 15 dudes.
15 punch-outs. And he's
out of here,
clocking
man.
105, dude. And here's the thing. Does Ohtani have something like this in him? He absolutely does. 100%. But they are not going to run him into the ground knowing that he is putting together still the best individual season when you combine offense and pitching.
I know.
But here's the big question on all this is this, though. The big question on all this is what does it look like if you throttle down just a little bit for the Dodgers? Is it 6 innings or 5 innings? Well, not really, because if you're in a 6-man rotation, you still need Shohei to go 6 innings, or you're going to overly tax the bullpen, or you just want to get that consistency out there. But, hey, we're in June, so we couldn't even make it till July.
I'm
And
not there
Shohei's
yet.
probably out of the
It's
Cy
in
Young
my
race.
hand. What I will say is, whatever happens, Shohei is a hero.
I swear I heard this on some show. Was it 97 when the fan D-Mac? And I heard some guy D-Mac was getting attacked by fans saying.
No, you were wrong.
No, I was really
You were wrong, yeah.
It looks like I was exactly right.
No, you were right.
On top
No, you
of
weren't right.
on top
You
of
wanted to give up before his give up time.
on top of
You wanted to give up early.
on top of everything
You
else,
ground the kid once he does something wrong, not beforehand.
I think you do what's best.
You're the mom from Aviator. You are not safe. You are not safe. Put the soap away.
No.
I'll parent him when he gets in trouble.
Look, this is Finding Nemo, man. If I'm the overprotective parent.
Don't self-congratulate. Don't pat yourself on the back.
Yes, I'm the overprotective parent from Finding Nemo, but still, look,
You know what?
this is a good thing because this doesn't force Shohei to push and overly do it. Look, his knee on the land leg, it's something that concerned me. I would hope they skip a scar. They probably went on Wednesday, but we'll see River Ryan at some point.
I'm starting to hope you'll skip a show. Just kidding. That was me, T-Mac and Reiter.
Never that.
Never that.
Maybe in August.
Never. Yeah, August. I'm working all the days. 97.1, The Fan, T-Mac and Reiter. D-Mac's actually a hero of mine, but he's not the hero of the day because that is coming up next here on T-Mac and Reiter.